do? A boss is born. The spin again. He has the ball in hand. Gabriel.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the Wishcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Woke up today feeling the way I always do, hungry for some VGC action. Good morning, Baltimore. We are ready to kick off the 2025 Pokemon VG season here at the Baltimore Convention Center. We are live. 640-something players are vying for the title of regional championship here in Baltimore. And, well, guess what? I'm really excited to be here. Dweeha, Gabby Snyder, and Scott Glaza ready to kick things off in the lounge for y'all here today.
Yeah, it's only been about 3 weeks since the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, but honestly, it feels like it's been a lot longer, Scott, especially since we have a whole new world of Pokemon to celebrate in Regulation H.
Yeah, prehistoric Pokemon have again become extinct. Also, future Pokemon for some reason.
That's not a good
Should
sign.
be a lot of fun. Yeah, state of the world, right? But it should be a lot of fun. We get to see a format featuring a lot of Pokemon we don't normally get to see.
Yep, this is the first regional championship in the 2025 season. Let's take a quick look at the 2025 season schedule for North America. Of course, the first one here in Baltimore. Following up will be Louisville, leading up into the Latin American International Championship. And of course, it's going to be a long season. There's a lot of action to be had here, and I'm really excited to be able to kind of bring that to y'all today.
Yeah, and hey, they actually just announced registration for the Latin American International Championships. It's coming up this week, so make sure to check out the Pokemon website if you want to compete down in Sao Paulo. It's a really fun event. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of great battles there, but, you know, we got to kick this season off right starting here in Baltimore.
Yeah, we know we are today. Obviously, there's some mysteries coming up throughout the rest of the season, just like our metagame. And, we're going to start uncovering some answers right now.
Of course, stay tuned for more information on the rest of the season as more events get announced, whether they're regional championships or special events. Let's take a look at the championship point breakdown and how to qualify for the 2025 World Championships. This is one of the this is the first season in a long time where we're moving away from a points threshold to qualify for the World Championships. Instead, we are going to the top certain amount in whatever region you may be in North America, or at least in Canada, the United States, top 75.
Yep.
And of course, if you don't want to try to compete for all those championship points, just win a regional championship, right?
Yeah, last time we had the Top X qualifying model, it was in 2015, and the top 45 players in North America qualified for the World Championship. So it's great to see that number be a little bit higher, but it's still going to be really tough competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it changes the battles a little bit. I think kind of in the past, where there's a known amount of championship points that you needed to qualify for the World Championships, some trainers played a little bit safe, right? Like, hey, I don't need to win every tournament. I just need to get enough championship points to get through. I think this year, we're like, who knows how many championship points you need? Like, there's a little more motivation, both to try to win, period, and just ignore the system entirely, but also to get every championship point you can by really optimizing those best finishes. So I'm kind of curious. We'll see a few more trainers kind of like go for a home run team choice, maybe a little less of the standard archetypes, trying to eke out those extra victories.
Of course, the reason why you want to qualify for the World Championships is because it's such a fun event. Of course, Gabby, you mentioned earlier that, the World Championships in 2024 in Hawaii just happened about 3 weeks ago. Let's go ahead and take a quick recap at what happened and what went down at the 2024 World Championships.
The 2024 World Championships in Honolulu set the bar as the biggest World Championships in the video game yet. All the new faces were in attendance from all around the globe with a determination to become the next Pokemon World Champion. Ice Rider Calyrex was victorious in the final event of Regulation G before the World Championships, but it was its counterpart, Shadow Rider, who was tipped to be the one to watch in Honolulu. Lee Provost here to take you through all the action. In the juniors division, Kevin Han faced Tatsuomi Shimanuki. After game 1, Kevin's confidence in Calyrex prevailed as Tatsuomi's Rillaboom went down to a well-timed Glacial Lance when Zamazenta chose not to wide guard. Seniors finalists Luke Kroll and Rei Yamanaka were up next and didn't disappoint with a ferocious battle. Game 1 saw Rei overpower Luke's team with a nasty plot boosted Shadow Rider Calyrex, but things fell apart in Game 2 for Rei as a surprise Dark Terrestrialization from Luke's Farigarath was enough to tie up the set with a devastating foul play. In the end though, Rei and their Shadow Rider galloped to victory to become our 2024 Seniors World Champion. Familiar faces from worlds past opened the show, but in the Masters final, it was the new trainers on the block that ended it. Yuta Ishigaki and Luca Cherubelli took the stage for our Masters final. Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon went head-to-head to decide which restricted was number 1. Flames were ablaze, engines engaged, and a drive to victory was detected for Luca Cherubelli, who took a Game 3 after a troublesome Trick Room to become our 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
And as we see the court been locked in, we're gonna see Luca Cherubelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion!
These players have secured their place in Pokemon history, and now it's your turn. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete and begin your journey today.
An exciting World Championships that was. I was watching from home. I was so excited. Luca jumping through the fire to celebrate that victory. That's a way to go, right?
I mean, the crowd literally was electric. I wouldn't say the crowd was on fire because that's not literally true, but the energy was certainly there.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, really great matches too. I think like probably the best Sunday at Worlds we've ever had in VGC, where every series was super close. Just great day of Pokemon.
Of course, that was the 2024 World Championships metagame where we had restricted Pokemon, but as we mentioned earlier, this is going to be Regulation H, a format that is very similar to Regulation A back in 2023, and it's going to be an exciting format for us to be able to explore. Like you said, Scott, there's so many different Pokemon that can be explored. We don't even really know what's going to be winning this upcoming because there's just so many viable Pokemon.
Yeah, I think the players have really been cooking too. And we were looking to look at the field a little bit, and like I think even if we get like the most boring possible version of this tournament, it's sort of like a really wide metagame featuring a lot of Pokemon that we haven't seen. Again, many of them since Regulation A, but instead it's a bunch of stuff that we expected to see and a bunch of stuff we did. It seems like where I have no idea what's about to happen.
I mean, that's the fun of it, though. Like, I think that we got into such a repetitive pattern with Regulation G. Everybody had their Calyrex, Ice or Shadow, doesn't really matter, it's still a horse. Everybody had their Miraidons, you know, you had something to stop Trick Room. Like, it was very formulaic, and now all bets are off. It's just like, you want to cook? Go ahead, kitchen's open.
Yeah, I think like the thing that I really like about it too, and like I guess we kind of see these in these formats that don't have those really powerful legendary Pokemon, is that like you need an answer to them on your team, right? And like you need to support your own legendary Pokemon, and you just don't have like a whole lot of paths that make sense without you just kind of making a worse version of a team that already exists. I think this year, not only is there, not this year I guess, but this regulation, not only are there like quite a lot of like strong archetypes, but also I think none of them are so powerful that you can't just kind of like run something a little weird and still have a real shot at kind of like breaking the meta game where you don't have to worry about all your Pokemon just getting one shot. You can switch defensively. A crazy concept after the last format, but it's good to have it back.
Of course, not only are restricted Pokemon bidding adieu, but also Paradox Pokemon and other legendaries. So a lot of the kind of Pokemon that we saw dominate other regulations like Urshifu are gone, Tornadus gone. And again, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we've mentioned it before, like there's so many different viable Pokemon because there's not that sort of like very powerful Pokemon looming over these Pokemon that we never really get to see.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like there is almost like a minimum stat bar that you have to be competitive in regulations with the Paradox Pokemon, with legendary Pokemon. We don't have that anymore, and it's really nice. I mean, I'm sure come January when we go back to Regulation G, we'll find some way to be sick of Regulation H. But for now, it's a very welcome fresh breath of air.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. You know, this is something that Scott and I, and as well, Gabby, you must agree with us that it's kind of like going back to the old days of VGC where it's like, well, this is what we're used to. We're not used to the power creep that we've seen in different regulations, right?
Yeah, I think like a lot of it feels that way. We're like, no, it's literally some of the same faces. You know, it's good to see some of those like high base stat Pokemon back where they used to be strong enough, and now somehow they've been crowded out by the legendary Pokemon. Like, oh, Tyranitar, I remember that one. But like, I think also just like the play style feels a lot more old school, right? I mean, we got Weather Wars back. I think kind of all of us are a little excited to see that again. You know, there's kind of just like more of like the defensive pivoting that we traditionally see, and then also because of that, like look at like weird stuff, like both in terms of support and on offense. You know, I mean, like Electabuzz being like a premier redirector is not something I had on my note cards prior to a couple of weeks ago, but it's really nice to see, and it's kind of just fun to play the game with different pieces, right? You know, I think Pokemon's kind of fun no matter what is available, but it plays really differently depending on what's strong in a format, and the combination of things that are strong this time, it's a little different than anything we've ever had before.
Yeah. And I will say real quickly, like, I think there's just more time on the field as well to make those plays, to switch around. It felt like in Regulation G, you made one mistake and then you were punished for it basically for the end of the game. So now that you have a little bit more recovery time, I'm really excited to see how trainers take advantage of that. And again, highlight that defensive play style.
Yeah, no, Miraidon won't just go ahead and target down and one-hit KO almost everything with all of its sheer strength, right? Let's go ahead and take a quick look at what the casters are predicting to succeed, and it looks like we've actually decided to go with Pokemon team archetypes this time around. So, Gabby, why don't you go ahead and talk about the team archetype that you predict to do well here in Baltimore?
Well, to no surprise to anybody, I picked Trick Room. And here's why. I think that there's a lot of unique Pokemon that can take advantage of the Twisted Dimensions right now. I think that there's very consistent ways to use Trick Room, and I don't think the metagame is in a point where everybody has Pokemon like Amoonguss on their team to be that anti-Trick Room Pokemon. And even if they do, there's Pokemon like Gallade, there's Pokemon like the Ursaluna on the screen there who can get burned and not have to worry about being put to sleep to handle those matchups. So I don't think we'll see many opportunities for Trick Room beyond Regulation H this year, but right now, I think it's the one to play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of it too, but of course I had to stand up for Rain here, something I enjoyed a lot while I was a player. It's a little bit different now these days, where it's a much more speed-based archetype. You got Pelipper driving now instead of that Palitoad. I think it's just really well placed in this format. Flying is a really powerful offensive type, so even though, you know, it kind of not like the point where it's a very water-based strategy. Pelipper is a big deal. We've seen a little bit of the Stellar Terra type on it, kind of become a very popular choice among Pokemon that are like both holding Focus Sash and also aren't likely to survive more than 2 hits, even with a defensive Terra type. Archelodon, kind of in a neat spot now where we didn't see a whole lot of it when it was first introduced, but we're now in a format where it's kind of one of the big guys. You know, more stats than almost anything else. It has the option of an ability that kind of gives it even more stats, or some fun gimmickry with its other abilities, so it's got a bunch of different directions. Basculegion, I feel like, is a Pokemon that we could very easily actually have seen dominate the regulation when it was introduced. Fortunately, you know, many of the players who tried to bring it to Regulation D didn't wind up getting to the point in the tournament they were hoping for, but I think it was kind of one of those Pokemon that's really getting discussed in Yokohama just because it does dish out so much damage, even against the stronger Pokemon it had to deal with back then. Now that the power level's a little bit lower, I think it's scarier than it's ever been. And then, you know, Rain really does need that Amoonguss to help deal with those Trick Room teams that Gabby was mentioning, because, yeah, it has a hard time surviving those 5 turns of Trick Room without some help. Also an archetype where it's tough to fit like Taunt really comfortably. So, you know, you need some stuff to give yourself a fighting chance. And while we're all a little bit sick of watching Amoonguss, I think really good on this archetype.
What a counter teamer Scott is to you, Gabby. I'm so sorry about that.
You know, you would say it's a counter team, but then when you actually play it, it's a lot closer than you'd think. And if I can play it well, that it's even better, but let's just assume that I'm not at that point yet this morning.
Of course, Rose predicting Volcarona, Clefable, King Gambit, and Golden Goat, a very solid team there. Once Rose and Aaron are able to join me in the lounge, I'll have them go further into detail about why they predicted their team archetypes. Aaron opting for Whimsicott, Golden Goat, the Blood Moon, Ursalune, and the Hisuian Typhlosion variant of a team that kind of showed up just recently in more grassroots tournaments. I opted for what I like the most, hyper offense, with Dragapult, Volcarona, Sneasler, who is doing so great right now. It's got such great typing that the ability to hit so many different things in the metagame for super effective damage is very good. Also, it's like super fast. I mean, that's my kind of style, right? I'm kind of like Okay, so this is my old school way of thinking about Pokemon VGC. It's like I want to knock out their Pokemon before they can knock out mine. And I think that's a very solid strategy.
I mean, if you do damage and they can't do damage, that's just the end of the game, right?
I think so, and Sneasler in particular, I think is really cool, right? Where none of those Pokemon, like we basically haven't seen in competitive play at all, but it's really scary to play against. There's a lot of things that are very weak to fighting type attacks, and Dire Claw is like kind of horrifying. Where you're like, oh, what if Effect Spore was an attack? Like, I don't like it. Like, it hurts.
Yeah, you know how I said that you were counter-teaming Gabby? I'm actually counter-teaming your Archaludon because of the fact that Sneasler will be able to hit it if you don't terastallize, and then a lot of the common terastallizations are going to be the Fairy and the Grass. So hey, guess what? Poison type will go straight into that, right? Volcarona, another very solid Pokemon, being able to set up Quiver Dance is such a very threatening move to have, being able to boost 3 different stats, the special attack, special defense, and speed, all powered by the one, the only Electabuzz. We all love Electabuzz, right? I mean, the fact that it is viable right now, holding that Eviolite item, has Vital Spirit. Guess what? Counter-teaming your Spore too, Scott. Uh-oh. Looks like I am the counter-teamer now.
I mean, I love Electabuzz, where I think, because I've played quite a bit of it in this format, and like, I think it's just fun, where like, I think we first started seeing it was like at the end of 2013 when people were like, oh, if Magmar is good, then surely Electabuzz is good too. And it was not good. I played it 3 rounds in a row at regionals that year, and I won all of those rounds. So like, none of them were hard. And so I kind of, in this format, I was like, oh, people are using Electabuzz again. That's a choice. But I tried it out, like, oh no, it's good this time. Like, Vital Spirit's really good in this format. It's really funny just to like sash poor Pelipper with Electro Webs. Like, hey, I wasn't even aiming for you, but like, yeah, it's a thanks to your item and all your health. It's real good.
Yeah, redirection on a Pokemon that's equipped to handle speed control is something that we haven't seen a while in the metagame, and I think that we saw a little bit of Electabuzz at the end of Regulation G on the Ursaluna, Calyrex, Ice Rider, Trick Room teams, but to see it now paired with Hyper Offense, just, it feels good.
Yeah, and of course, Dragapult has access to Phantom Force. It's basically Urshifu. It's a way to get around.
Protect.
It's a way to get around Protect. That's my way to get around Protect. Just I don't have Urshifu. I'm going to use Phantom Force on Dragapult and try to make you predict and not allow you to protect at all. So I'm really excited to see how this format plays out just today. Again, this is the first regional championship in this Regulation H. That means that we're going to see a lot of very cool things. And, you know, we've alluded to this many times before. This regulation isn't really figured out yet. There's a lot of cool stuff out in that field, and I'm so excited to be able to see what plays out here in Baltimore.
Yeah, only time will tell. I mean, I'm hoping that we'll be sitting here at the end of the day tomorrow with not only our first regional champion of the year, but hopefully some really cool team ideas to take and maybe bring into the Grand Challenge next weekend, maybe bring into Louisville in a couple weeks. Just some good times. Good vibes.
Good vibes.
Good vibes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited because I think I was kind of looking through the teams. The field, there were definitely players using all the archetypes that we are representing, but also a lot of things that we weren't expecting. And like, I think kind of watching the dichotomy of that play out, where it's like, oh, we've got like the more obvious like teams with natural powers and like synergies, and then also just like, oh, people with a little quirky or stuff that people aren't expecting. And I think anything could happen this weekend. And for a format I was already really excited about, I think I'm even more excited seeing what the trainers are bringing.
Of course, 2025 is going to be a very long season. Follow along with us on social media. There's so many different forms of social media, of course, on X at PlayPokemon. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon. If you tweet out at us this weekend, there's a chance that your tweet may be featured on broadcast. Of course, youtube.com/Pokemon, facebook.com/Pokemon, and instagram.com/Pokemon. Of course, follow the channels, YouTube, Twitch. Follow us wherever you want to follow along. There's so many different ways. There's so much action coming along in the 2025 regional championship season.
Yeah, and I think we're probably almost ready to kick it off, right?
I think so. Are we ready to kick it off? Scott, are you ready?
Yeah, I think we should watch some battles /Pokemon.
Let's watch some battles, yeah? Let's go ahead and throw it over to the caster desk with Rose and Aaron.
Good morning, Baltimore. That's like the one thing that I've been thinking about this entire weekend leading up to the event. But Aaron, I'm so excited to be here with you to cast the first regional of the 2025 season. It's gonna be a blast.
First regional and brand new format as well. I think this is one of the more exciting formats that we've had. As someone who's been playing, and casting across Scarlet and Violet, I think the last year we just saw so much power creep, from leading all of last year. Of course, we had the restricted format, and even the World Championships back in 2023 as well, where we had Urshifu and all these really powerful Pokemon introduced to shake up the format right before Worlds. And so it's really refreshing to be kind of going back to the basics. And I think it's awesome because it resembles a lot of what early in Scarlet Violet VGC looked like, but now we have a lot of new additions like the Hisuian Pokemon, for example, which are very relevant in this metagame.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see what Hisuian Pokemon are going to be at the top tables. I've been loving Sneasler. I've not been loving being on the receiving end of that, but it's really fun to watch, as well as Hisuian Typhlosion and so many other good Pokemon. So we have a lot of really new and exciting things to show you. And if you're just tuning in for this season, or maybe you're returning from 2024, we also have a bit of a new way that our players are going to be playing through these regionals. So check out this format video to show you what's in store for all these players today.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, so a little bit of a different format ahead of us as we take a look at a reduced number of Swiss rounds, as well as just a couple of additional ones on day number 2 for our players to qualify for that asymmetrical top cut. Very, very exciting. Here are 3 of our players, though, that heading into this event, we're really excited to see how they're going to do here. There's a theme amongst these 3 players as well, which is basically that they've all been able to accomplish some really great things with archetypes that we think are gonna really stand out at this event.
Yeah, totally. These are all players that have had tremendous success throughout, honestly, all of Scarlet and Violet VGC, but were huge players in the early metas in Scarlet and Violet VGC. Chupacross and Jody, you see on the screen there, did very well at the San Diego Regional Championships. That was the very first official tournament that we had in this game. And Joseph Ugarte, just really phenomenal player throughout so many different formats, piloting Sun. And I think one thing that's really fun here is seeing how a lot of them, really all 3 of them actually, have returned to concepts and cores that they had a lot of success with right when this game first came out.
Yeah, Jody Azzarelli, top 4 at San Diego, the very first event that we had for Regulation A, where we really didn't have that power creep happening, ended up using a team that's going to be very similar to this weekend. We've got Basculegion and our Chaladon, which are going to be really new pieces to this Rancor that Jody's been so good at, and then Chuppa with the Dondozo. There's a Pawmot. I just want to get everybody excited that there's still a Pawmot on that team for that 2nd place that he ended up getting in San Diego, as well as the top 4 he ended up getting in Orlando for 2023. And for Joe, you talk about the Sun, that's going to be another Jumpluff, which was a huge key piece to his Portland Regional Championship win, being able to actually reprise that win at the Portland Regional Championships is very, very exciting, and we've got some really new pieces there too that'll really make that team strong.
Yeah, I think what's so fun is just looking at Pokemon that maybe we haven't seen in a very long time, if ever. So for example, Joe has Hisuian Typhlosion. That's a Pokemon that wasn't really super relevant when it was introduced in VGC, mainly because it was at a time where there was just so much pure power in the format. But now that, for example, Urshifus aren't around anymore, and you don't have to face down a Calyrex Shadow Rider, while Hisuian Typhlosion suddenly is a lot stronger. And it's such a natural pairing with things like Jumpluff and Torkoal. But it's really fun to see players who have had exceptional success with concepts kind of just revisit it and say, you know, I was really good using this, maybe better than anyone else, and why don't I just go back to it now that these strategies are more viable once again.
I love it. So we're going to be keeping tabs on how Jody, Chuppa, and Joe are going to be doing throughout the course of today and hopefully into tomorrow. So we'll give you updates on that. But we also have some prizing that all of our players are going after. This is going to be $6,000 for Masters Division competition for first place, and it trails down from there into the rest of that top 16. Of course, there's also booster packs for our players, and so that's a lot to play for.
Yeah, totally. And the pricing, you know, saw pretty significant increases in the recent years, and so it's awesome to see it continue here. And what's also fun is because of the regional structure now, before it would always cut to a top 8, but like you said, now we have this asymmetrical top cut. There are fewer rounds of Swiss and a larger top cut, and so it'll be exciting to see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, it does put a little bit more pressure onto the losses that our players are going to potentially accumulate over the next 2 days, and so we'll have to see how that is going to affect the competitor field. But let's take a look at our first glimpse into what we're actually going to see at the tournament. This is your top 12 for day number 1, our most popular picks, and it is wild to see Primarina. There's your Sneasler, our Chatlon back in the mix.
This is a really fun mix, and this is actually our first time seeing it as well, so we are, yeah, just going to be diving into it with all of you. I think what's, first of all, noteworthy here is the type diversity among all of these different Pokemon, right? And so Steel types obviously look really powerful here, Golden Go being at such high usage. That Golden Go is so powerful because you've got that choice spec set with Steel Terra, which is just so powerful, especially when combined with Tailwind users like that Talonflame that you see on the screen. Interesting enough, actually, Whimsicott not making an appearance here, despite it, you know, being one of the premier Tailwind users. Golden Go, of course, really strong with that Nasty Plot set as well. King Gambit, also a setup-oriented Pokemon, the Archaludon, but, you know, some other really fun picks here, I think, like the Primarina, the Sneasler, Tyranitar's, and Ursaluna, both are actually a lot higher than I would have expected for this.
That's so fun to look at. I think I was just trying to count out the types, and I think we've got 15 out of 18 represented here, which is really awesome because you were talking about type diversity, and it really does show itself in a lot of the teams that we're going to get a chance to showcase, but this is the most wild and most diverse top 12 I feel like we have seen in a while. Tyranitar is definitely one that sticks out to me as well. I kind of wonder if that is in some amount a response to the amount of rain from Pelipper that we're seeing, and even some of the Torkoal Sun that we were also expecting to see.
Yeah, totally. I think Tyranitar is just a pretty consistent Pokemon when you don't have to, once again, fight against Urshifu. And, like, you know, with Urshifu's existence, Tyranitar is just so sad because it's like, oh, I have to Terra just to get around your close combat. And, you know, Iron Hands was such a popular Pokemon as well. And if you know, look at this list, Tyranitar isn't threatened by, like, immediate one-hit knockouts from as many Pokemon. Like, you obviously have Sneasler, which is actually right next to the Tyranitar, which is really scary. And Tyranitar still has to, you know, face against things that can hit it for super effective, like Golden Go, King Gambit. But the reality is that it's just a lot more consistent now because you're not fighting against, like, you know, one of the most common Pokemon that always has a way to just get, like, a one-hit knockout onto you. And, you know, you can run an Assault Vest onto it, make it super, super bulky as well. It's really nice, as you said, to deal with those weather teams into Trick Room compositions as well that often want to run things like Indeedee, Armarouge, Torkoal, for example. It can also be a nuisance. And so really fun to see it return here.
But we've even seen it actually be a part of some of those Trick Room teams, especially if you take a look at some of the recent online tournament results that we have seen for Grassroots. I feel like that's been a really great pick to have, knowing that Tyranitar is a little bit more on the slow side when it looks at some of the Pokemon that are actually in contention for some of these big spots on these teams. And so I don't know. I think that's really fun to see that. I'm a little bit curious to see where maybe even Blood Moon or Ursaluna usage is when it comes down to, like, we see normal Ursaluna, but where's Blood Moon?
Totally, yeah. I think, like, I expected Talonflame to be popular. I expected Ursaluna to be popular. I actually would have thought maybe Whimsicott and Ursaluna Blood Moon would have been right around them in usage as well. Maybe even, if not, a little bit more popular. I think, you know, regular Ursaluna is just so strong and, you know, even won the European Internationals in a format that had more power, right? And so it is really consistent, especially when paired with things like Porygon 2, for example. I think Ursaluna Blood Moon is also really powerful, but maybe sometimes, like, struggles to get one-hit knockouts unless you're using specifically that Blood Moon attack. Whereas, like, I think regular Ursaluna, if you're able to get it online, just, like, being able to switch between Facade and Headlong Rush, for example, is so, so powerful. So I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Blood Moon is maybe, like, just under 10% usage here, but these percentage points are also pretty close, right? Yeah. I feel like in other top 12 graphics, you'll have something at, like, 50, 60% usage, and then, like, 40%.
Hello, Fluttermane.
Yeah, exactly. But here, like, things are just a lot closer across the board. Incineroar is actually still pretty high here. It's at number 5. I'm curious about Incineroar in this format because I think sometimes it actually feels really weak. There are a lot of Pokemon that have abilities that actually can counter it, for example. Dragonite's actually not in this top 12. It's another Pokemon I expect to see a lot throughout this weekend as well. And I've also seen people actually move away from using like Inner Focus and like move to multi-skill because they're like, well, oh, Incineroar usage is actually falling off, but it's still pretty darn high here, right?
It is. I still think there's a lot of Pokemon that you can fly the Flare Blitz pressure to, and a lot of the Incineroar right now in the meta do have 2 attacks now. It's like the Flare Blitz as well as the knockoff, sort of returning to what we were expecting to see from Incineroar when it was first introduced into competitive Pokemon, especially for Scarlet and Violet. So I do wonder how it's going to do as well. I mean, we still have some really big close combat users. You talk about Sneasler, but like Pawmot is actually running around and maybe a bit of a threat in the meta. So that is something that Incineroar does have to deal with. Plus, like, you talk about Flare Blitz pressure, and then there's a Pelipper in your face that's going to shut down a lot of that fire type damage.
Totally. I think Primarina is maybe one of the most interesting Pokemon on this list. Being at number 3 is insanely high usage, and so if you're watching, you might be wondering, why is Primarina so good all of a sudden? I think, first of all, it gets access to just really strong attacks, right? You can run Hyper Voice, you can run Moonblast, and a lot of people, when they team build in this format, want an answer for Dondozo. So Dondozo obviously can be pretty annoying, but Primarina can deal with it thanks to Haze as well. You know, other examples on this list, you've got Clear Smog on the Amoonguss. Like, that is a really consistent answer in dealing with Dondozo. So, you know, Dondozo doesn't even actually break the top 12 here, but it's still high enough in usage that you want to respect it when you're team building. It's really easy to just throw Primarina onto your team because Primarina can survive an attack from Dondozo. Normally it's running, you know, Wave Crash, Earthquake, Order Up. Primarina obviously is going to be able to take all of those. And there's a lot of different items that you can run on this Pokemon as well. I think like Throat Spray is pretty common because you get that Hyper Voice off, you get your special attack boost and just go from there. So kind of the default set I would expect to see is Throat Spray with Hyper Voice, Moonblast, Haze, and Protect. But you can of course run different items like Life Orb or Choice Specs, for example, as well.
I've also, like, I don't think that these are particularly common, but on some of the Primarina, I've seen Haze actually get dropped for something like Substitute or even Calm Mind if they expect that they're not going to have to deal with a Dondozo.
Right,
or maybe they even have like a different answer to Dondozo on their team. But I really love seeing Primarina here. I mean, shout out to all the fairy types. There are not that many of them, but Primarina and Sylveon do fit the bill for this particular regulation. And so I'm patiently curious about where the Sylveon usage stats are.
100%. Sneasler being on this list I think is also awesome. In my eyes, it was kind of the number 1 Pokemon I wanted to pay attention to going into this weekend because this thing is just really, really fast, right? Like, if you have that Unburden boost, and people are running this actually in multiple different ways. Some people like to run it with terrain, for example. So with Rillaboom or Indeedee, you get the Grassy or Psychic Seed activated, Unburden activates, and suddenly you've just got this really powerful sweeper that's very difficult to outpace. Other people have been running Focus Sash, and you can run Focus Sash with either Unburden or Poison Touch, which I think is really cool. And the reality is, like, Sneasler doesn't even need the Unburden speed boost because its base speed is just so high, right? If you, like, look at this list of Pokemon, Sneasler is basically faster than everything, right? And so it is very, very powerful, and poison and fighting coverage is just really unique in the format as well. A lot of people on Sneasler will often also run a dark type attack, for example, like Throat Chop. Dark Terra Throat Chop, for example, allows you to hit Golden Go, which otherwise completely walls you, and Golden Go being at number 2 usage obviously is a pretty big threat for it. Otherwise, you might see moves like Fake Out Protect with Close Combat and Dire Claw. And then Dire Claw just has so many good chances to roll good fortune for you as well. You know, you get a critical, for example, Sleep Brawl out of nowhere, and it can really just turn the tides as well. So in addition to doing a lot of damage, I mean, like, Sneasler can hit so many Pokemon on this list for super effective damage, and it can also give you some nice secondary effects.
Yeah, I mean, on top of the Dire Claw, if you're running Poison Touch as well, just gives you an additional chance to actually get some type of status condition. Yeah, so Sneasler, been really interesting to watch, not super fun to play against, but it will be very exciting to see just how far it can go in this tournament. But what about some of the other Hisuian Pokemon? I mean, like, we kind of teased it out, but you had Hisuian Typhlosion on your caster predictions. So where do you feel like that fits in right now?
Yeah, I think, so I picked Hyper Offense for, like, Tailwind Hyper Offense for my archetype, and I think that archetype might be a little bit stronger in, like, best of 1 play rather than best of 3, just because in, like, closed team sheets, you can catch your opponents off guard, and even just one surprise item, for example, can be really powerful. But I think it still has a lot of viability in this format. There are a lot of different Tailwind users, right? We see Talonflame on the list here, but you've also got Whimsicott. Murkrow is something that I've run into a lot on the online ladder because, of course, it has that Haze and can remove Dondozo's boost, for example. a lot of viable Tailwind users. And then there are a lot of Pokemon that can sweep with Tailwind, right? Hisuian Typhlosion, Golden Go, for example. I think like Whimsicott with Covert Cloak plus Hisuian Typhlosion is a really nasty lead combination because you can't actually click Fake Out into either to deny them the attack on turn 1. And then so they can just go Tailwind, Fire Terra, for example, and go for Specs Eruption, which is really, really powerful. Hisuian Zoroark, I think, is something that has a lot of viability. I think a lot of the Hisuian Pokemon are really interesting. Samurott, for example, Decidueye. There's so many fun Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, Decidueye with triple arrows is so unique. Like, you think about the Dire Claw having multiple different things that it can activate, and then you look at triple arrows and you kind of raise the bar a little bit with how many critical hits you could get or flinches. So I wonder if Hisuian Decidueye is going to perform. Hisuian Samurott is interesting, though, because I feel like even if you look at its signature move, maybe you're looking at something like Night Slash instead with sharpness that might be just a little bit better, but it's still viable in its own right.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think our Chaladon is also probably one of the biggest Pokemon to pay attention to in this format, and here it is, sitting at number 7 usage. It's just really good. It's, right next to Pelipper there, it's brother in hand, right? And it's really powerful because those Electro Shots are just can, stack your special attack so quickly. One of the things I'm actually curious about in this tournament is, playing the ladder in the last few days, I was running into so many sturdy Archaladons with, Electric Terra Electro Shot with the Power Herb. And the idea is like that you don't even need Pelipper to set up the rain. And instead of being something that stays on the field for a really long time, you have something that is a lot faster than normal, and you can just get a really powerful Electro Shot immediately. In addition, I think the downside with the Assault Vest Archaladon sets that are a little bit bulkier is that you can often just launch 2 attacks into that slot to just kind of whittle away and knock it out. With the Focus, or not the Focus Sash, the Sturdy variant, you're going to be a lot more frail, but then as a result you can like protect, and because you've got that Sturdy, you can still survive something like a super effective attack, for example. So I think Assault Vest is probably what I would expect to see more of today, but that is one set that has popped up recently that I would really be paying attention to right now.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. And also that kind of leads into the question of, where is the Assault Vest actually going to be? Because I feel like there's a lot of Pokemon right now that actually would really love to have it, but because maybe you're putting it on something else, it's actually opened up a ton of doors of possibilities. Like the Rillaboom, for example, is actually mostly Grassy Seed or Meadow Plate right now. It boosts up so much damage. I feel like I've seen that combination of things a lot. Just to be able to get some really big KOs, like Grassy Glide with that set can actually just one-shot Basculegion. So that's really fun to see what the Rillaboom can actually do some damage rather than just kind of outlast with the Assault Vest.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Basculegion because that's another Pokemon that we didn't see on that top 12 list. Of course, newer edition as well. That didn't get to see very much play when it first came out, but it is really powerful normally on those rain teams, but of course it gets 2 incredible abilities in Swift Swim and Adaptability, and so definitely a Pokemon to pay attention to. I think the tough thing about Basculegion is that it's a little bit gated by only clicking Water and Ghost type attacks, and so a lot of people will run like Life Orb or Choice Band on it and say, you know what? I don't really care if you have something that resists it, because when I have Water Terra, when I have Life Orb or Choice Band, when I have Rain set up, well, my Wave Crush still does so much damage. And Last Respects is something that can like really close out games as well. But of course, Basculegion has to get around a lot of things that threaten it for super effective priority damage, like that Grassy Glide you called out. We see King Gambit being very popular in the formats. You got to avoid those Sucker Punches as well. Basculegion, I'd say generally you'll see on those rain teams, but occasionally you can see it slot onto other teams if it's not using Swift Swim, for example, and using Adaptability instead. But also a really interesting Pokemon to pay attention to.
Oh, so much to look forward to today, and we are still getting ready to show you that first match of the day. So we're going to head to a quick video break, and when we come back, hopefully we've got that Swiss round number 2 for you.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
Giratina, Upper Shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequance, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Reggie Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the handle! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Cervelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Wow,
a lot to take away from the World Championships. Aaron, I know you were there as a competitor, so how was that experience for you?
It was good. Worlds is so freaking hard. You know, I fought hard, went 4-0 to start the tournament, but fell a little short. Lost to Riley Facteur in the very last round in round 8 in day 1 to get eliminated. So, you know, it's tough. The Worlds format, which is actually the same kind of competitive structure we're using at this format, is tough and grueling, and Worlds in particular, like, there's just so many incredible players. Every round you're fighting against someone that has very likely made it to, you know, very far to regional championship and international championship. Multiple of my opponents had top cut the world championships. I played against Sejun Park, the 2014 world champion, you know, but
such a hard schedule.
But, you know, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And so, yeah, in the end, it was still a really awesome experience, and I think, you know, competing at Worlds is really no experience like it. And so if you're watching this at home, like, and you really want to feel the thrill, like, you can always get started. We're just beginning with this season. Top 75 here in North America will qualify for Worlds through championship points, and yeah, it's just such a thrilling experience.
And this is probably one of the best times ever to get involved in VGC because the regulation, it's, I would say, fairly beginner friendly when you think about it. A lot of Pokemon that are very easy to get in game, a lot of really unique Pokemon picks that might be able to help expand your horizons in terms of some teams that you might want to play and different archetypes that you can get your hands on, and hopefully that helps you start your journey because we have a ton of different Pokemon that I feel like we're going to get to feature today.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament's just going to be awesome. I think the first tournament of any regulation is always really fun, but this format in particular just allows for so many cool picks. We already talked a lot about the meta in the top 12 graphic earlier, but I was just scrolling through a lot of really well-known players, and it feels like every well-known player that I've seen so far has something that feels really fun or unique to
That's
me.
great.
We've seen things like the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Palmot, for example. I've seen Galarian Weezing. I've seen Toadscruel actually being out there as well. And so a lot of fascinating picks, and I think that'll make the stream a real treat in particular for this tournament, especially because I think a lot of players are just also probably really excited to play in this event. You know, it's the first event of the season. There's not really that much pressure, right? It's just exciting to get things started once again and, yeah, play something that is so different from the previous format we were in.
I mean, I wish I was playing. I've been having so much fun at my locals, in-game ladder, and all the practice. Just having fun playing the game again. I also get to use Sylveon, which makes the game even more exciting for me when Sylveon is actually good in the format, but it's been super, super fun, so I cannot wait to be able to share the action with all of you at home with Aaron and, of course, the rest of the crew. But let's take a look because our Swiss round number 2 did just get paired, and so here are some of the matchups that are happening across the floor. Well, even just like kind of a bit of a throwback there with Jeremy Odena versus Stephen Mia.
Yeah, that's a match you could have seen as like in a finals in 2019 in particular. Both players having a lot of success in the 2019 season. Our feature match here is going to be awesome. Whereas we were just talking about Worlds, which happened a few months ago. Well, both of these players were in day 2 of the World Championships. Keon actually finished in the top 32, and so he's definitely been one of the fastest rising stars of VGC. He also got top 4 at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, was the last regionals we had in North America in the previous season before, of course, NAIC and Worlds. And Jody, of course, one of the top players that we had to feature here going into this tournament. And I think this one will be really fun in particular because we've been talking a lot about weather, and this features a classic weather war. Rain versus sun here in 2024.
That is super, super spicy. I love to be able to see that. I think like Kian in particular at Worlds was a player that really stood out to me because of the team that he ended up bringing, because he was one of the few players that actually ended up bringing Zacian, and there was also an Umbreon paired next to it. And what a unique choice to be able to bring to the World Championships, but ended up being the right call at the end of the day. So I'm so curious to jump into kind of like, what did Kian actually end up bringing? Because I think there could be some really unique picks on that too.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the most impressive Zacian players. Like, it's him and Grant Weldon, the 2 players that I always thought about, and both did very well at the World Championships, Grant top cutting as well. And Kian was maybe the first, like, both of them actually debuted Zacian, I believe, at the Los Angeles Regional Championships as well, and both of them had a lot of success with it there. And so, yeah, just really impressive because he just stuck to Zacian for multiple months and was able to, you know, give it such a good finish at the World Championships. And, you know, Jody, a player that has just had so much success across the board. Of course, many players know him for being the runner-up at the 2014 World Championships, but he has had so much tremendous success in other formats as well, and took a pretty long break from VGC before coming back in Scarlet and Violet. It feels like he's just a major threat in every tournament he's in, but you know, I think both of these players are still hunting for a really, really big victory here. Both of them made it so far throughout last season, but did not, you know, claim a regional title, for example, or an international title, and so this might be the start of what could be a championship title for them, but of course it's a long tournament.
It is a long tournament, and there are a lot of fantastic players that each of them are going to have to battle out, but I'm also kind of honing in on the fact that we've got Montana Mott, who's going to be at an undefeated record so far. I know it's only 1-0, but Montana was our most recent regional champion, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do for this weekend as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and we talked a little bit about that third match, Jeremy Odena versus Stephen Mia earlier, but both of these players were incredible, and you know, Stephen having top cut the World Championships before, and Jeremy winning the DC Open in 2019 as well, which was, you know, a regional championship equivalent title. And so I think both of those players had kind of taken a break from the game and now have returned as well, and you know, are players that you could easily see making it all the way in this tournament, and so it's fun to see some very familiar faces returning to the scene.
I think that's been a theme over the last couple of years for Scarlet and Violet. We've seen a ton of players that are returning from like the glory days of like 2015, 2016, you know, 2017. It's been really fun to see who has started to make reappearances after having such a history in VGC, and I feel like it's just sort of the mechanic of Scarlet and Violet terrestrialization that's been a huge key for that.
Absolutely, yeah. I think one of the main things is this, like Scarlet and Violet, especially with Terra, like you called out, just makes things, I think, feel really fun, honestly. And, you know, if you played VGC a long time ago, things might look a good bit different. A lot of new Pokemon, new mechanics as well, but fundamentally, a lot of VGC kind of still, it's like riding a bike, right? So you got to get back on and relearn it a little bit. But I think it just makes it really exciting. And yeah, it's amazing to see a lot of like players that I competed against way back in the day, like 2011, 2012, 2013, kind of take a break and come back. And I think taking a break in the game is also really valuable. And it's, you know, sometimes if you play so much in a season, it's easy to get burnt out and maybe not enjoy playing as much. This is like the perfect time to get back into things, start of a new season, and a new format is always, I think, awesome for players. I'm sure, like, I think there's probably a lot more excitement for this tournament, especially because of the format.
Yeah, and we get a chance to have a couple more months of this as well. So like, ooh, think about what we're going to see today and think about how that could potentially evolve over the next couple of months. And I'm just like so stoked, especially when you take a look at our matchup upcoming. Let's dive in a little bit more, maybe just to the general mechanics of a weather war. Like when we say that, what do we actually mean? Because over the history of VGC, we've seen sand, sun, rain all be very good. Snow now has had its glory days at a certain point, maybe like small peaks and
it was
large
very good
valleys.
Like, you know, the Gen 4 generations. In 2010, actually, Abomasnow was one of the premier Pokemon because of its ability to, you know, one, change the weather, but two, also match up against Kyogre, which was one of the most common Pokemon. But unfortunately, like, Ice offensively, just not the best in subsequent years, but we've still, you know, seen some success from it. Alola Ninetales, actually, in particular, was a really strong Pokemon, and you wouldn't like build teams around, you know, spamming ice type attacks. I feel like with other weathers, right, it's like you have something that can really take advantage of the weather and like boost its speed, right? Whether it be things like Ludicolo and Kingdra back in the day, now it's Basculegion, for example, with Rain. Sun, there were so many photosynthesis users. But yeah, to answer your question, a lot about it is these weather users enable other Pokemon, right? So you see Kian's team here, it enables the Hisuian Typhlosion, enables the Jumpluff. You play Jody's team, well, you've got the Basculegion, you've got the Archaladon, you've got the Salamence with Hurricane as well. So you often want your weather out on the field so that your partner Pokemon can really take advantage of it.
But I am noticing that, like, there is speed on the table, right? When you take a look at both Kian as well as Jody's team, you are looking at an opportunity here to go for Tailwind. Actually, I lied about that. The speed is really from, like, the Tailwind on the Jumpluff, but also just the speed of something like the Swift Swim on the Basculegion.
Yeah. Both users actually have Tailwind, so you're not lying, Rose. You're totally saying the truth.
I was blind.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting here is basically like you have speed control, and then you also have Pokemon that like just take advantage of the speed or take advantage because of the weather, right? So it's like you can make something turbo fast. right? Like imagine Jump Bluff in Sun under Tailwind. On Jody's side, imagine Basque Legion in Tailwind with Swift Swim, you know, under Rain as well. And I think Kian's team is really exciting to look at here because you've got that Choice Specs Typhlosion, and there's also a Fisher Torkoal there, by the way.
That is, so if things get really rough, I mean, where you really just want to try to take a KO swiftly, then you can gamble a little bit on the Fissure hitting. But I think that the Dragonite, as you called out, with something like Incineroar maybe not necessarily being as prevalent in the meta, or something that maybe people think that they can have a better answer for, that Dragonite is multi-scale alongside that Assault Vest. So a really great way for you to withstand a lot of those water type attacks.
Totally, yeah, I think Assault Vest Dragonite was something that some people have used, like Choice Band is very common as an item, but with Assault Vest and multi-skill, you're just so much bulkier than people are used to. Of course, there's the Jump Bluff here as well. Jump Bluff is a huge nuisance because of its ability to just put things to sleep with that Sleep Powder. Encore obviously being a really disruptive move as well. And, you know, Jump Bluff here offensively can actually be quite scary. Imagine just Leaf Storming right into that Basket Legion. It also gives you the immunity to Amoonguss' Spore here. As we see Kian's lower third there. He loves Extreme Speed. I actually fought against Kian a bunch in the previous season. I know he was a big user of that Choice Band Dragonite. And so, yeah, he has now using the Assault Vest Dragonite, but of course still has the Extreme Speed on it.
Well, that's another important thing to call out, I think, for these teams, is that while you do have the opportunity to go turbo mode on some of these Pokemon, you also have a way to bypass that, which would be through these priority moves. Extreme Speed on the Dragonite, you also have Sucker Punch on the King Gambit, and taking a look at Jody's team, not really too different in that regard. You've got Aqua Jet here on the Basque Legion, as well as a Sucker Punch on your own King Gambit.
Yeah, Jody running it back with Rain. He loves this archetype. Managed to do very well at the San Diego Regional Championships in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, and he now has some upgrades. In the previous version of his team, back then, he had Golden Go as well as Palafin. Palafin, unfortunately, it feels a little bit weaker in this format. Golden Go is still really solid, but Jody is upgraded with that Basque Legion as well as that Archaludon. Archaludon, I think, a big Pokemon to pay attention to in this matchup. If in the rain, it can be a huge threat. One of the things I'm actually really curious about in this matchup is going to be the Assault Vest Dragonite into that Archaludon, because if you normal Terra the Assault Vest, you've got multi-skill and Assault Vest. It can be a huge nuisance for Archaludon, and the Dragonite here has the low kick and Stomping Tantrum, so you know, multiple different ways to hit Archaludon for super effective damage. If Archaludon goes for the Grass Terra, the Dragonite here also has the Ice Spinner, and if you commit the Terra, then Hisuian Typhlosion, even Torkoal can hit you for super effective damage. And then the one other interesting thing about Jody's team is you have that low kick on King Gambit. Sometimes you'll see Swords Dance or Iron Head, for example. Low kick here can give you actually a big edge against Kian's King Gambit, which of course does not have low kick.
Yeah, it is going to be the Iron Head instead. So maybe something that you could look at, but there's really nothing on Jody's team that's going to actually take too much damage from that move. If you know that you're faster, maybe you can try to fish for something like a flinch, but we see Jody's fun fact is Mom is currently watching at home. Hi, Mom. Hi, Jody's mom.
Thank you for watching,
Yes.
and thank you to all the parents, of course, who tune in, who support their children competing in VGC, bringing them to tournaments. Parents are such a big part of this scene and this ecosystem, so that is absolutely awesome. And this is a match that you honestly could see being the finals of the tournament, right? Once again, both of these players made really deep runs into the World Championships in Day 2 this year, and it's just so fun. Like, Weather Wars have been such a staple of VGC, whether it be Groudon versus Kyogre, for example, Politoed versus Ninetales. And here we go. We're just going to get things started. Salamence and King Gambit from one side, and the Hisuian Typhlosion has hit the field.
Wow, okay, so we're going to see the Intimidate come out here from the Salamence, but it's not going to matter onto either the Jump Left or the Typhlosion as two special attackers. But there is a lot of speed now on Kian's side. Jody, bringing out this King Gambit, though, you do have an opportunity to try to hit this Typhlosion first with something like the Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Sucker Punch is a huge deal right now. So if you're Kian, you can obviously get around that by switching Typhlosion or going for that Terra immediately. But do you want to commit your Terra here? I think Jody having a really nice lead where the Typhlosion just doesn't exert as much pressure as it would want, right? Especially with Salamence being able to resist Fire-type attack as well. But looks like Kian willing to just lock into Overheat here, so Jody just goes for a Sucker Punch. That could be really nasty. But King Gambit's going to protect here.
Okay, so just playing it safe for a little bit, and this is going to give some room for the Salamence to go for something, but maybe not, because that Sleep Powder is going to connect onto that Salamence and put it right to sleep.
Yeah, even without the Sun or Tailwind here, Jump Bluff still just speedy, putting the Salamence to sleep. No Sucker Punch came out. I think what Jody was hoping for here was to bait Typhlosion into either going for that Fire Terra or switch out. Kian playing really aggressive, saying, And there's just no way you actually click Sucker Punch here. And ooh, looks like he is now willing to lock into a little bit of an aggressive play. Go for that Fire Terra, just try to snipe off the King Gambit now. So for Jody, it's the same decision. Do you want to go for that Sucker Punch?
Yeah, because there's no Assault Vest on this King Gambit, it's going to be really vulnerable, especially looking at the Terra as well. Yes, you have an opportunity to Terra away from your Steel type weakness, but the Dark one and the fact that you are the Black Glasses may mean that this special attack is going to do a lot to you. Knowing that there's a Fire Terra on top of that, I would be a little scared if I was that King Gambit.
Yeah, I'm curious if Jody decides to go for Dark Terra here. Looks like he's not going to opt for it, but I was thinking if you go for it, you can maybe get the KO onto the Jump Bluff even, or onto the Typhlosion even if it goes for the Terra. Tailwind's going to be set up here. Typhlosion is going to connect with that Overheat, of course. A little bit scary every time you click it because it can miss, but that is just absolutely going to demolish King Gambit here.
Yeah, I mean, the choice specs on top of it, too. Even though you do have the -2 special attack drop, you're still going to be doing a ton, knowing that the Fire Terra as well as the choice
wakes
spec
up.
can do a little bit for that. But the Air Slash into the Jump Bluff is not enough to actually knock it out here.
Interestingly enough, actually, Salaman's running that Air Slash over Hurricane, one thing that we didn't call earlier, but it is just a little bit more consistent because it means you don't have to rely on rain, right? If Salaman's had Hurricane, then it feels really scary to click it because, of course, you can miss it. And so Kia manages to get that early Sleep Powder connect, but the immediate wake up here does set up Tailwind now. Typhlosion, of course, is in an awkward spot because you have two different Pokemon that resist the Overheat, right? So you probably want to switch it out, but Jumpluff here is at risk of actually getting knocked out by the Aqua Jet from Basculegion's end. And so even though he can set up the Tailwind, this turn, I think in particular, is a little bit difficult to maneuver.
And that's exactly what Jody wants, is for Kian to actually stall out his own turns of Tailwind and not actually find enough value while that Tailwind is still active. And even just taking a look at maybe some of the potential switches that Kian can go for, like I think that there's still a lot of pressure just in general on the offensive side from Jody's Pokemon on the field. So we are going to see a switch out though. This Typhlosion will get a chance to reset its stat drops by going back and also click a different move later. But as you called that Aqua Jet into the Jump Bluff, plenty to actually get the knockout there.
Yeah, this is Choice Band Basculegion, so normally you wouldn't want to lock into Aqua Jet, but really safe opportunity to go for it here. I love the King Gambit switching here. It's not really threatened by very much. And this is where I think we're really going to start paying attention to weather, right? Both of these players have choice users. Typhlosion, like, neither of them actually have brought out Torkoal or Pelipper yet, right? Because both of them are like, I just want to get one more knockout. If you, with both players now down to 3 Pokemon, if you get that KO, then you'll just have the weather advantage here, right? So this is really interesting because the Torkoal now hits the field. Basculegion obviously pressures that with Aqua Jet, so what Kian might do is switch out into the Torkoal to basically bait it. However, you also have Sucker Punch pressure with King Gambit, right? So from Jody's end, do you want your Basculegion to get hit by Sucker Punch? You can get around it by going for that Grass Terra, for example, and so this is a huge, huge turn to pay attention to, in my opinion, right? Because there's a question of, do we see a switch? Does Basculegion go for that Grass Terra? Does Basculegion actually want to click that Aqua Jet? Because I think you could totally see it potentially switching out into Pelipper right now.
Ooh, well, it is going to be the Torkoal that's going to switch onto the field first. So if it was the Typhlosion on the receiving end of something like an Aqua Jet, it's not going to be doing a whole lot despite the fact that it is super effective. But we see the Terrestrialization finally committed on Jody's end, going over to that Basculegion, so we do end up seeing that Grass Terra type committed here.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really safe play because I think what you can go for is just Aqua Jet, Draco Meteor, double up onto the Typhlosion slot, right? That basically would get the knockout onto Typhlosion if the, now Torkoal here, yep, exactly, is just going to feint to this. And because you go for the Grass Terra here with the Basculegion, you don't have to worry about feinting from Sucker Punch. And so then Typhlosion hits the field, but then Aqua Jet will just finish it off, and you're going to be faster than King Gambit as well. I think one thing that's really important in this matchup, we see Assurance, but yep, with that Grass Terra, it's going to save it. So Typhlosion comes back out. We were talking about winning the Weather War. Well, now Torkoal's just been eliminated. Jody has the Pokemon advantage. You can just switch Salamence out into that Pelipper and Aqua Jet into the Typhlosion.
Yeah, this is a really well-positioned game here by Jody. This is, I mean, I would assume that the Pelipper is going to be the thing that's in the back here, but yeah.
Yeah, the question, I mean, Sucker Punch is stronger than that Assurance, and it looks like Basculegion
could be in range.
Yeah, But actually, the problem is that you're always just going to click Aqua Jet, so there's no reason to click Sucker Punch there, yeah. And so not even actually bothering for the switch there. Confident Aqua Jet's going to KO the Typhlosion. So, yeah, you can, of course, switch to reset the weather, but it doesn't actually really matter that much right now if Aqua Jet's going to get the knockout anyway. So I like the decision there. Air Slash here just has a slight chance to flinch. So let's see if the King Gambit will be able to attack through here.
Okay.
It will. It'll get the Iron Head. Ton of damage, but does not get the knockout there onto the Salamence.
So you have the like, how much is Aqua Jet realistically going to do to this King Gambit?
Yeah, I think at this point you just switch in the Pelipper, you get the Aqua Jet off, which is going to do a decent amount, and then with Pelipper in the back with that Focus Sash, like a Weather Ball plus like a Draco combo, I think would finish it off. But looks like Jody's also willing to just wait until the Pelipper hits the field. Doesn't really want to switch here, and the idea is, well, Pelipper can always go for 2 different Weather Balls onto you here. But okay, I mean, Salamence feigns here. If Vascular Legion ends up fainting and Pelipper is the last one. Like,
that's what I was thinking.
Is there any chance King Gambit survives the Weather Ball? Like, I don't know. I think I would have liked to see the Pelipper switch in a little bit sooner, but maybe Jody's just confident that, and maybe it's not even Pelipper. Maybe it's actually Archaludon.
Archaludon in the back. Well, there's no Tailwind on the board anymore.
Okay,
but
it is
the Pelipper. I would have been that would have been the big brain like 5-head play, thinking like 3 universes into the future. But it is the Pelipper, and so this Pelipper does have access to the Hurricane and Weather Ball as its 2 attacking moves. But it's still like you're still looking at Steel type.
Yeah, I think Weather Ball here should get the knockout. I was just wondering, you know, if this is there any world in which King Gambit is actually bulky enough to survive? Because if so, then you can just go for, say, Assurance into Sucker Punch here, right? I'm going to guess the answer is no. I think Jody probably would have switched in that Pelipper a little bit sooner for that Salamence. He was confident enough, if I just get guaranteed damage on a Gambit, I'm confident that my Weather Ball will KO. But if there's a world, you know, normally King Gambit, you're just going to run, like, max HP, max attack investment. If there was a world where it had, like, a ton of special defense investment, maybe. But I think Pelipper, with that Weather Ball here, should just get the knockout.
I think Kian's already kind of thinking ahead to how do I adjust this for game number 2.
Yeah.
The fact that the Torkoal had to go down, or Kian was even pushed into a position where he needed to sort of switch things in, maybe disadvantageously. That's certainly something to have to think about there. But Pelipper does take a good amount of damage from that Sucker Punch, but it's the Weather Ball in return from this Pelipper plenty to get the KO. So we're going to a game number 2.
Yeah, so I think like Jody's decision to basically not switch into Pelipper at any given point was saying, well, I don't want you to go for an Assurance like onto a Salamence slot as I switch in Pelipper, because then suddenly I'm just going to get knocked out by Sucker Punch. So what I'm going to do is basically just keep whittling away at your King Gambit to put it in Weather Ball KO range, which I think makes a ton of sense there. And so, you know, when you're confident on your damage calcs, just knowing exactly how much damage to do to get a knockout onto something is really key. And I think that was a really fun game to watch. I think like Kian was able to get the knockout onto Jody's King Gambit early, but like had to commit so many resources to do so, right? And the priority from that Vascular Legion was able to basically kind of neutralize the Tailwind from the opposing end. And Kian just didn't have that many opportunities to actually attack very frequently here.
Yeah, I was going to call out, too, that, like, the Salamence, even at the very end, where we were in the last couple of turns, I love that Jody was like, you can either knock this out or I can knock it out myself with the Life Orb recoil. And you also have that small increased crit chance for the Draco Meteor. Maybe you just finish the job that way and you don't necessarily have to roll the dice on the Weather Ball if you weren't 100% confident. But I really love that. And I think you're right, though, about the fact that Kian was not able to actually utilize enough of this Typhlosion. The Protect also under the King Gambit was so smart because you get a chance to also fish out what is that Choice Specs move going to be, and was there maybe ever an opportunity for this Typhlosion to do something else? Heat Wave or Shadow Ball Eruption is tough to go for, knowing that you do have a Sucker Punch King Gambit on the other side, but Heat Wave is still on the table.
Yeah, it's funny. I was really interested in seeing like Dragonite versus Archaludon in this matchup. Neither of those Pokemon actually ended up coming out. I think Dragonite would have been an awesome lead for Kian into Jody's team, and his lead combo in particular. If you wanted to adjust here and you think the same thing is coming out, Dragonite makes a lot of sense because you have that Ice Spinner to pressure Salamence, and you've got the low kick to pressure the King Gambit slot. And so it's a little bit surprised to not see that come out. I'm wondering if Kian wants to maybe think about adjusting into it. I think Typhlosion here is just a tough one because it pressures, sure, into King Gambit, into Amoonguss, into Archaludon, but like Salamence, Pelipper in particular, I think is just a tough Pokemon for Kian's team to deal with, right? Because it can actually deal really consistent damage across the board. Glamora, honestly, another really interesting Pokemon here. Kian could consider maybe dropping the Typhlosion and going something like Jumpluff, Dragonite, Jumpluff, Glimmora as the lead instead. You could maybe still have Typhlosion in the back, for example, but yeah, I think like Typhlosion basically was caught into a really awkward spot because it was facing down Kingambit immediately, and so essentially like Kian was playing from behind just from the lead, so I think I'd like to see maybe some lead adjustments here. Dragonite, I think, yeah, being a really interesting option, and like I said, I'm wondering if Jody maybe wants to consider bringing that Archaladon, but his Pokemon selection in that last game felt pretty perfect.
It really did. So I wonder if that we do actually end up seeing the Archaladon. I feel like it's a tough bring because as you were calling out before, you have the Grass Terra, but there are multiple ways that you're able to deal with that, despite the fact that Glimmora would end up being something that deals that super effective damage. Well, Aaron, you wanted to see the Dragonite, and so it is going to be in the lead here for Kian in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's a great adjustment. Dragonite just exerts so much offensive pressure against so much of Jody's team as well. This is, of course, the bulky set. Basque Legion here is in an interesting spot. You are up against 2 different Pokemon that, of course, resist water, and your Last Respects isn't going to be very powerful either. So you think that Basque Legion probably just wants to pivot out right now. Kian is now the one exerting a ton of offensive pressure. You've got the super effective attacks into the Kingambit slot, but you can see Kian's toying around with the idea of trying to make this aggressive prediction, because the idea is, I think that your Basque Legion is at huge risk right now. You can't protect with it. I'm going to target that slot and just play really aggressively, and Kingambit does go for the protect, but we know that Kian, of course, didn't launch that low kick into that slot.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the Sleep Powder into the Kingambit's Protect, so you're not going to end up being able to grab that this time around. But with the flip turn that Basque Legion is going to get out of there, doing a little bit of chip damage to this Jumpluff and allowing Jody to pivot into something else. So we will see the third Pokemon that he's brought to this game number 2.
The Salamence. We saw the Ice Spinner click into that slot, but it's Archaladon. So we were just talking about this. Both of the Dragons have come out. I'm very happy to see them make an appearance here. The Ice Spinner here not going to be able to snipe off a potential Salamence switch in, and of course Archaladon will get a defense boost here immediately. Kian still has a lot of pressure though. This Encore is a really, really big deal, and this Jumpluff I think is just kind of a nuisance to deal with in general, right? So now the question is, if you're Jody, do you want to switch that Kingambit out into the Basque Legion, which of course would be immune to the low kick here? A lot of different options. I mean, Gambit, of course, could go for like a Terra as well to just get around the 4x super effective hit. Consider going for something like a double up onto the Dragonite slot. You can Draco Meteor plus, for example, go for an Assurance here. But I think if you're Jody, you might be a little bit scared to switch and have something come in and just eat up the Sleep Powder immediately.
I really love the Assault Vest Dragonite variant right now because it is something that I feel like does put a huge wrench into a lot of people's plans. Despite maybe seeing some of the choice band, the Assault Vest allows you to change up your move selection, which makes it all the more threatening to something like this Archaladon. You could see Kia maybe trying to go through the dice a little bit of like, okay, do I call the Terra? Do I try to go for the Ice Spinner instead? Do I try to get the low kick to even just force it out? But we are going to end up seeing this Dark Terrestrialization on his Jumpluff.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Dark Terra. I think the idea is it covers for Kingambit basically staying in that spot. And here is the Terra coming out. Kian did go for Ice Spinner once again into the Archaladon, so that now will deal super effective damage. Of course, going for the Grass Terra here saves you against the Sleep Powder if it were to target into that slot. And so some quick Terras here from both players. Jumpluff is going to set up the Tailwind, so good speed control now for the next couple of turns. And this Dragonite's still sitting, quite healthy. Another Ice Spinner comes out now, dealing super effective damage into Archaladon. And, for a non-boosted Ice Spinner, like this is no choice band, you've gotten some pretty solid damage off now into Archaladon. Archaladon can't protect this next turn, right? And so a double up can just finish it off.
It can. Though tough, especially when you think about the Jumpluff being able to do something with the special attack damage. Yes, you have to deal with the Assault Vest, but Jumpluff will be sticking around one more turn at least in order to try to get a Sleep Powder or just do something on the field. The only problem is that this Dragonite, these physical attacks into this Archaladon, this stamina boosts are really going to start to protect it.
Totally, yeah. There's some interesting things you can do here. One thing I was thinking was like you pivot Dragonite out into Torkoal and then you Encore the Archaladon into the Electro Shot. But then it's like, how are you actually knocking out Archaladon next turn anyway? Okay, yeah, there's the Encore. Yeah, okay.
No way.
It would be interesting because the scary thing here is you don't know where the Electro Shot is going. But yeah, we're going to see that move being locked in. So, okay, I'm a fan.
I love this. That's so funny. I feel like you can almost always expect that maybe the Electro Shot goes into the Dragonite slot just because you know that it can't protect. But the fact that we're going to see the Torkoal hit the field, Jody's one step ahead, going to be removing the Pelipper so that it can be preserved for later, as it's the King Gambit that's going to take its slot.
All right, well, there's the Encore. So we're going to see just the special attack boost this turn, but of course, our Archaeodon will still get to launch the Electro Shot in the subsequent turn, right? Like you said, if it's going into that Dragonite slot, this poor Torkoal is still just going to get absolutely obliterated. So that's why I was like, this is a cool play. Now the question is, where do we go from here, right? Yeah, do you just protect this turn, for example?
Yeah.
And like you said, with those stamina defense boosts, like this Archaeodon has taken a lot of damage, but it still hasn't actually fainted yet. So, and like another Ice Spinner won't KO either. I think like the awkward thing about the Pokemon selection here for Kian is like, how are you actually dealing enough damage, right? It's mainly going to come from Dragonite. And I do think Dragonite and King Gambit in combination are very, very good into Jody's team, but you have to clear the Archaeodon right now. So, okay, we're just going to see the overheat here. Sleep Powder does connect as well.
Ooh, so that's a really big deal. This King Gambit's not going to be able to do anything on this turn. It's going to end up taking its mandatory turn of sleep as the Electro Shot is going to target into that Torkoal that was the Dragonite. Cannot believe the survival right now, which means that the Torkoal can actually go for the overheat.
Oh,
the
that's
Archaeodon
such a clutch survival. Oh my goodness. Wow. You can see Kian was even checking the stats of that Torkoal before, saying, you know what, I think I'm going to survive the Electro Shot there. I really wasn't confident. I mean, that's a very powerful attack, but able to get the knockout. And with that eject pack, you now switch out as well, so you can get a free switch in back into that Dragonite or that final Pokemon, which is the King Gambit. Being able to connect on that Sleep Powder is also a really big deal, right? Because one of the things that you have to pay attention to in this matchup is the King Gambit versus King Gambit, where Jody has a big advantage because of that low kick on his King Gambit. So Gambit on Jody's end now will take that first turn of sleep. Kian now threatens the King Gambit slot, of course, with low kick. Basculegion, I think, a really natural switch in here. What you can, of course, do then is switch the King Gambit into Pelipper. But if you do that, you are still at risk of Kian, for example, potentially switching out the Jump Bluff here. Jump Bluff also could just, go for a Leaf Storm into Basculegion. What's also interesting here is how like the speed interactions will work, right? Because if you were just, normally you would try to like predict Pelipper coming in, but the problem is that King Gambit's slower than Dragonite, so, but we don't see any switches. Okay,
it's just gonna wake up.
Oh, but that's a Protect, that's not a Sucker Punch, so is it Aqua Jet coming out right now? It is.
Okay, so that is going to remove one of the bigger threats there. That Leaf Storm would have done some really big damage to that Basculegion had it been able to connect. And so that is going to be the Jump Bluff removed. Tailwind's going to expire soon as well. So that is something that you will be able to get on your Basculegion side if that Pelipper switches back in to activate the Swift Swim. But this is another turn that Jody has bought himself.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge wake-up on Gambit. Given that it didn't switch out into Pelipper, it would have just fainted. And so, that's the downside of using Jump Bluff. It can miss with Sleep Powder immediately, and then like the sleep rolls aren't amazing. But I think Kian's still in an amazing spot because now you have two things that just threaten for super effective damage, right? And you still got Torkoal in the back. So Kian here, I think, should be able to get a knockout this turn. This Basculegion is locked into Choice Band Aqua Jet, right? So you would think that it's going to want to switch out into Pelipper. I'm curious if you just say, you know what, I'm going to stay in here. I don't even think you're going to click Sucker Punch into me. I'm actually going to switch the King Gambit out. But I think Kian still has a really big lead despite the King Gambit on Jody's end getting an early wake up. It is just going to be Basculegion making the safe switch here, though.
All right, so the Pelipper now revealing itself again. It still has that Focus Sash intact, so you will need to double into it in order to actually remove it from the field. As it's the low kick that moves first, this King Gambit, 4 times effective, did not stand a chance. And so Jody in this game number 2 is down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think the game's just over, honestly. I mean, Assurance are also a really nice play. No need to go for that Sucker Punch, right? It doesn't really make sense to go for Sucker Punch because Basculegion would be clicking Aqua Jet anyway, so it wouldn't even work. So Assurance always safe to go for into that slot. Also just damages the Pelipper. Now you can just go for a safe Sucker Punch into the, Pelipper slot here. And I love the Torkoal switch in here as well. Basically, like, the Basculegion can't close out this game because it wants to click Last Respects, but if you're clicking Last Respects, then of course the King Gambit is going to resist it. If you click your Water type attacks, well, Torkoal just switches in, and then the Water type damage is just too low. So Dragonite was the key piece there. I was saying, I don't think Hisuian Typhlosion is really that powerful. Kian brought it, and then with that Encore play, being able to like bait out the Terra from the Archaeodon and then get rid of it is huge. And I think having played against Kian before, his playstyle was incredibly aggressive. He is willing to just go all in on prediction sometimes, and it looks so so good when it pays off, and I think he made a lot of great predictions in that one.
There was also really great pressure onto just like getting the Charlotte onto Terrasilize anyway, so even though you ended up seeing the Ice Spinner into that slot is a fantastic call, you know now that Terrasalization is no longer available for anything else on Jody's team. So
100%.
really great pin there. And then that survival was crazy. That was at +1 already because of the previous Electro shot.
Totally, yeah. I think...
Or plus two, actually, when it actually ended up
Which is why I was shocked. I thought
off.
Torkoal would be going down there for sure. And it survived with, like, I think a decent amount of like 18 HP or something like that as well. So that to me was the key turn. Yeah, because I think if Torkoal goes down there, well, then our Chaladon still isn't just threatened by a knockout, right? The problem is that Jumpluff can't touch it. Neither can Gambit nor Dragonite will get a one-hit knockout onto it from the range that it's at. We're just going into game 3 here. So same leads here from Kian, but Amoonguss has now hit the field.
Okay, so the Amoonguss, it's really interesting because it's going to be one of the slower things in this game outside of the Torkoal, which is going to be slower than it, but where do you see the Amoonguss kind of fitting in here? You know, at the very least, it's not going to be able to actually get put to sleep because of its grass typing, but maybe you try to get this Dragonite to throw an Ice Spinner at it.
Yeah, I think the Amoonguss lead is really smart if you're expecting Jumpluff Dragonite again, because this Dragonite cannot protect, and Kian doesn't have a safe switch into Sleep Powder, right? The Grass-type Pokemon is already out in the field, so with this lead, you can always Sleep Powder into the Dragonite slot and neutralize it so much more. I think this is a fantastic adjustment by Jody.
We're even going to see a Terrasalization committed as well. It is going to be onto the King Gambit, and so that is going to end up being that Dark Terror type. It could still get put to sleep here. That is something that still threatens that Pokemon, but if not, then you're dealing like a silly amount of damage now.
Sleep Powder connects once again, though, so Kian is 3 for 3 on hitting those when going for it. King Gambit now will fall asleep immediately. The Terra there just covers for low kick going into that slot. Ice Spinner does do a lot of damage there, but Amoonguss will be able to heal back up and critically this time now put the Dragonite to sleep. So a lot of sleep going around right now.
Yeah, and it also looks like maybe with a Citrus Berry recovery, that could be something like a 3-hit knockout as well. So that Amoonguss is certainly around for a while. And with Regenerator, if you remove it from the field, then it's even closer to full HP for later on in the game. But this is a huge deal, especially because that Dragonite was so oppressive in that game number 1. You're hoping for a couple turns of sleep here as well to allow your King Gambit to wake up.
Totally, yeah. And I think this is a really smart adjustment, right? Like, what is King Gambit and Amoonguss weak to? Well, Hisuian Typhlosion. But are you really going to bring Hisuian Typhlosion, especially after that game 1? Likely not, right?
Probably not.
Really good call out here. Encore onto Amoonguss. Like, this is a really awkward dance right now where both players are really just trying to wake up as quickly as possible. King Gambit does wake up immediately. That is huge, I think, especially because Jody has already burnt a turn to sleep as well. Gonna go right into the Jumpluff, and that's just a one-hit KO.
And you really don't mind your Amoonguss actually getting encored right now into that Spore, because as you said, no matter what else kind of comes in, it's not gonna want to take this Spore either.
Yeah, and we see it is Gambit and Torkoal in the back, so there isn't something like that Glamora, which has Grass Terra, which of course would be able to resist or be immune to the Spore here. So Torkoal now hits the field, but the problem is like Dragonite hasn't even taken that many turns of sleep yet either, right? So yeah, a lot of early wake-ups immediately from these sleep powders, and I think, yeah, Jody is off to a really, really strong start here. And the Dark Terror on Gambit, I think, yeah, just nice both offensively and defensively, right? If the sleep powder missed, then Kowtow Cleave would just knock out the Jumpluff, and it just covers for low kick, yeah, which otherwise would be, of course, 4 times super effective.
Yeah, we saw that was just a one-hit knockout the last time that ended up happening, so nice to know that that King Gambit might be around for a little bit longer. The Amoonguss is going to go back into its Pokeball, though. Now it gets that Regenerator healing, and it's going to be the Pelipper that comes out. Torkoal's only attack options are Overheat and Fissure, so at the very least, you are going to mitigate some of that overheat damage, but it's the Dragonite that stays asleep and makes it so vulnerable. The low kick into the Torkoal, though, maybe hoping that the King Gambit would have switched into that slot, as look at how little damage that overheat's going to do in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, Kowtow Cleave obviously would have done significantly more there, and this does buy a turn. I mean, you do get the free switch in now into the King Gambit, which is waiting in the back. I'm curious if Kian's low kick can get a one-hit knockout onto Jody's King Gambit from this range. I think, like, Dragonite still needs to wake up right now, right? The problem is it's burnt a couple turns of sleep, but yeah, this is still a scary turn, right? Because if your Dragonite stays asleep, okay, considering the normal Terra with extreme speed right now, I don't know if that's enough to knock out the King Gambit is the thing. Like, King Gambit is a very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, and are you okay actually going to a normal Terra knowing that like Pelipper still has Weather Ball?
Yeah, I think like Kian's probably saying, well, look, I want to, just try to maximize damage output here. I think the scary thing here is your Gambit could just go down to low kick from the opposing side if you're not knocking out the opposing Gambit right now, right? Kian also might be making a read saying, well, I don't think you're actually going to target my Gambit with low kick this turn. I'm also curious how the Gambits interact in terms of speed.
Yes, that is something that we don't know, and right now, King Gambit's speed investment is all over the place. So it's certainly something that might come into play.
Dragonite does wake up,
It does wake up for some damage. It's going to be using the extreme speed with that extra boost from that normal Terra, and that certainly puts King Gambit into the range of being able to get knocked out, but it's the Hurricane right back at it. Still not going to do a whole lot, but it also does not get confused.
Yeah, so it was the Kowtow cleave. It wasn't low kick here into Dragonite. Dragonite does survive with 9 HP. Ironhead now comes out, does knock out the opposing King Gambit, so Kian is still definitely in this one. Really, really clutch survival and wake up there from the Dragonite, but there is still this Amoonguss in the back.
Yeah, and that Amoonguss is going to have almost full HP thanks to the fact that it does have that ability. So when you see it hit the field, it's still something that you're going to have to be a little worried about. That's where the Assaultless Dragonite can certainly come into play. You know that it's still going to be around to switch up its move rather than just being locked into that extreme speed.
Yeah, extreme speed Assurance here, though, a great combination. Of course, Assurance will do more damage if the Pokemon has already taken damage that turn.
And Amoonguss can't protect.
That's right, exactly. So this is a very safe, guaranteed play. My question is there any chance Amoonguss is bulky enough to survive this combo? No way, based on that damage.
It does not seem to look like that. It even has to go for the Rage Powder after it because of that priority. Extreme Speed goes first. And what a great call, because this Dragonite is certainly going down to that Weather Ball. And so it's going to be up to this King Gambit to try to help even up the score again.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Kian finding a path back into this game. It felt really rough with the Amoonguss lead, but that Wake Up and the Dragonite survival, so clutch. And Kian now will win the Weather War. However, if the last one is Archaladon on Jody's end, I think Jody's still in a phenomenal spot because you can just body press into the King Gambit. So Torko's going to come out. Kian will have the weather advantage, but what is the final Pokemon? If it is that Archaladon,
it's Archaladon.
This could come down to Fisher, folks.
Oh no. Well, that would be a very exciting way to potentially end this game.
Oh, okay, he's protect Overheat. One of the other things you can do right now if you're Jody is just like double up onto the Torkoal slot, for example, right? Because you're thinking, well, you know, King Gambit here won't get a one-hit knockout onto either Pokemon. So how spooked are you about the Fisher? Fisher is actually not what we end up seeing this turn. The idea is to do enough damage to Pelipper where maybe Sucker Punch can finish it off. But it is Draco Meteor, no body press coming out. Torkoal does survive, so is it the Weather Ball?
It is.
Double up into the Torkoal. Jody calls it correctly, and that'll secure him the win.
It will, because at this point too, your special attack doesn't matter anymore because you're using the body press, so that Draco Meteor was so safe, despite the fact that it does lower your special attack by 2 stages. What a phenomenal play, and even the Weather Ball as well from Pelipper, that's a fire type now. King Gambit doesn't really want to take that either.
Yeah, like, I think this was always going to be pretty tough for Kian to win anyway. We would have had to make like multiple predictions correctly. Body Press actually not knocking out the King Gambit, which is a testament to its bulk, but because of Archaladon just threatening both Pokemon with so much damage, it's really, really tough. And so this was such a fun set because of the adjustments we saw, right? On Kian's end, bringing out that Dragonite. On Jody's end, getting rid of the Salamence and then bringing out Amoonguss in this game 3. I think so much of what this set felt like was who had the advantage from the lead, and it felt like whoever did have the advantage just had a huge, huge advantage and was able to play well enough to execute that advantage to a victory.
I think this match also is a perfect example of why this regulation is also so fun. We saw 11 out of the 12 Pokemon between these two players, which I think is something that maybe a couple of regulations ago or a couple of months ago would not have happened.
100%, yeah. I think both teams just have so many different modes that work for them, right? And one of the tough things about Pokemon in best of 3 play is thinking about what your opponent is going to do to adjust, right? So in Game 2, it felt like Kian figured out, well, okay, you know, Dragonite is kind of the missing piece. And then in Game 3, Jody realized, well, if you don't lead that Typhlosion, Amoonguss is actually really, really good into your team. And you know, this Amoonguss was Steel Terra, so it actually was incredibly weak into Typhlosion, right? You can't go for something like a Water Terra just to survive the Fire type damage. And so if Kian had actually adjusted back to Typhlosion, it could have given the Amoonguss Gambit adjustment, you know, more trouble. But in this case, Amoonguss is led and is just able to get that spore.
Amoonguss being Steel Terra, I'm like, Ursaluna, any Ursaluna enjoyers? That's definitely one way to help you versus something like Facade, but it ended up working out fantastic in this case too. Like, I would not have expected the Amoonguss to come at all because of the Terra, like you said. And so maybe like a little bit of conditioning after that first game of like, well, how are you gonna make this Typhlosion work? It was just a little too slow to function.
Yeah, Typhlosion is such an interesting one. I think the pressure of Gambit's Sucker Punch alone is really tough for it. Because you're essentially forced to go for that Terra, it feels like. And there's no, Rage Powder on the jump buff on the opposing side as well. And so Typhlosion just exerts so much offensive pressure, but it's checked by King Gambit. Typhlosion then needs the Terra just to get around getting KO'd by Sucker Punch, right? And so would have been a tough Pokemon to bring into that one. Let's quickly take a look at Jody's player profile. I mean, he has been on an absolute tear in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, you noted at like kind of the beginning of the history with the 2014 Worlds finalist. That was really interesting to see. That team actually had like a Tyranitar. So that was really cool just to see how also Jody has evolved over the last couple of years to implement weather on a lot of the teams that he actually has finishes for on this graphic.
I can't remember the last time Jody did not make day 2. Like, I think he's basically just the lights out. Is always fighting in day 2, always in top cut contention, it feels like, all the way until the very end. Obviously, it has some really big finishes with that Worlds finalist, San Diego top 4, NAIC top 8, right? He's been in the top 8 of all of the major tournaments that really exist, but hasn't actually captured that title. I know he's so hungry for it, and his play in this last one was immaculate. So we'll see if he's gonna be able to, keep converting that momentum, but getting a win against such a good player like Kian's gotta feel good. And, making adjustments the way he did, bringing that Amoonguss in game 3. Amoonguss can be scary to bring into a team that has Typhlosion and Torkoal, so a lot of conviction with that decision, and it paid off.
I mean, look at last year. We had a couple of longtime players that finally got their very first regional wins. So I feel like it's not out of the question here for Jody in 2024 to really do the same.
It's one of those that feels like a long time coming. It's like not if
or
he's
like
going to do it, but it's
that
when.
He hasn't yet.
Totally, yeah. But yeah. I think, this game at a high level, when you make it to top cut, it's kind of just about the momentum that you get, right? Do you run into the right matchups? Are you just like playing well in those games? All it takes is one mistake to get eliminated from top cut. So win, an entire tournament, you just need to kind of get 3 or 4 victories in a row, and that can be really difficult no matter who you are, right? It's about, and anything can happen. So Jody is obviously good enough to be champion, right? It's more just, can you stream along together a bunch of victories all at the right time? But yeah, it feels inevitable, honestly, and so I'm excited to see when he's gonna be able to take that title.
Couple of stars may need to align, but no problem for this player. We've got an interview with Jody Azzarelli over with Dwee, so let's go ahead and hear what he has to say about the match we just watched.
Thank you so much, Rose and Aaron. I am joined in the lounge right now with the winner of Swiss Round 2, Jody Azzarelli. Jody, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I mean, a win is better than a loss, right? But there's still a lot of tournaments to be played, so I'm just happy to be where I'm at in the moment.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you thought about going into the matchup? This is a very classic matchup right here, Rain versus Sun, especially a more unconventional Sun. We don't really see Jump Puff too often. How did you go about navigating through that matchup? So
it's kind of funny. So Kian, when I saw that team, I immediately went Joseph Ugarde, because that's a similar team I played in at Nationals NAIC 2023. So I had the flashback happen. I know that they're good friends. I'm like, I gotta block in. But it's a classic Weather War, Pelipper versus Torkoal. And it's just about, getting your weather in and making sure that you're in the best position.
Yeah, you definitely played that super well. I mean, it seemed like at all times you kind of had the weather control there. Can you tell us a little bit more about your team? Do you have any cool tricks that you want to talk about? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to.
So the team I'm running is actually from Taro Okada, a Japanese player, really strong. And I basically had a team crisis this entire week. I was using Typhlosion Sun, I was using Kingdra Rain, and I was using like this freaky deaky Sneasler team. And then the night before, I looked at what I had in my box, and it was like, I don't feel comfortable with any of these. I've played Rain before, let me just go with this.
It seemed like you did pretty well. Like you said, you had so many different teams that you could possibly lock in. How are you currently feeling about Regulation H right now?
It is so wide open. I think the way I like to think of it is like it's as wide as like Regulation G had so many archetypes, but there's nothing that feels like, hey, that's doing a little too much damage. Like there's no Calirexes in the format, so it's like a nice power level, but there's so many teams you have to prep for.
Do you find that a little bit intimidating, the fact that there's so many different teams? I mean, there's so many different viable Pokemon, there's so many different viable teams. Like, how do you go into preparing for that, for this tournament?
So you kind of, as a top player, you have to accept that you can't win every matchup, and you have to dodge those bad ones, right? So I decided I'm just not gonna play like lower usage comps, and hopefully I just play a lot of the more common stuff, stuff I'm familiar with. But that's usually how you have to take it in every format. You can't beat every team, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So many Pokemon.
That's great words of wisdom from a very top player. Jody, I'm going to go ahead and let you go back and prepare for the next Swiss round. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out to any of the friends or family watching from home? Your mom, possibly?
Yes, my mom. Also my sister, because I know that she's also going to be watching this, so hello. Hope that you guys are doing well. You guys supported me all throughout Hawaii. I love you guys so much. Shout out to Lynn, who got my Mons at like midnight. So when I was looking at the box, I was looking at the box of Mons that he had. And I was like, this, that. So shout out to Lynn, you got all my Mons. Shout out to all my friends at Tub, my Final Fantasy 14 friends, all of those guys. Honestly, also shout out, someone just gave me a cool Switch bag. I like mentioned I wanted it one time and they just got it for me. So shout out to that guy. And yeah, thank you all for supporting me.
Thank you so much, Jody. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, more action here from the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships in Baltimore.
I got into Pokemon because a local grocery store sold packs of the trading cards, and I really got into collecting them, watching the TV series, and only started playing the game years after that. I love Mudkip. When I was a little kid, my friend told me Swampert was the strongest of the Hoenn starters. I went with him, and I find the line really cute too. I first heard about the regional series from a fan site, and I found out that there's going to be one in Newark, New Jersey. It was relatively easy to attend. My dad was super supportive, took me there on the bus. I honestly had a great time for my first event, even though I didn't have the strongest team yet. It was very straightforward. And after that, found myself just wanting to go to a few more events until, while I was still in the seniors division, I got a surprise victory in one of my first few events. And after that, just like, wait, maybe I have what it takes to succeed after this.
Shufflecross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America.
I'm an immensely competitive person. I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Take a bow, Shufflecross!
I think getting a trophy at an international is really my next step. Last season, I was able to finish top 8 at 2 different internationals and lose, good sets in top 8. But I really want to move on to top 4 and get that trophy.
One of the most accomplished players that we have out here without ever getting that championship title.
Something that I've learned, I think going with your gut is immensely important in Pokemon. If you think your opponent's going to do something particular, you have to respond to it. You can't second guess yourself. Going with your gut in as smart a way as possible is really important, and you don't want to fall into your opponent's trap when you know they're setting it for you.
Is that enough? It is! Shufflecross gets the knockout!
One of the people that helped motivate me to chase this result is my good friend Simone Sanvito, who won an event in Europe a week ago with the same team that I was using today, and for a long time I've seen him as somebody that's around my skill level, give or take a little bit. So being able to watch him win his first regional, I'm going to do the same thing a week later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Baltimore. Dwee Ha, Gabby Snyder, and Scott Glaza currently in the lounge in between rounds right now, and we got some things to talk about.
Yes. Yes?
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 Yes. There you go. Cool.
Okay, we're all in alignment.
We're all in alignment that we're here to talk about stuff. You know, there's a tournament going on right now here in Baltimore. Of course, there's lots of regional championships coming up. But hey, what if you wanted to compete from the comfort of your own home?
Can I wear my pajamas?
You can, yeah, of course, 100%. You can sit in any position, whatever makes you comfortable. You can compete from the comfort of your own home, compete from the comfort of wherever you want. Of course, it is the 2025 Grand Challenge, the first Grand Challenge of this season. Earn championship points and in-game rewards. The sign-up period is from now until Thursday, September 19th at 4:59 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And you'll be able to compete from Thursday, September 19th, 5 p.m., just 1 minute right after you finish signing up. And then that will go on until Sunday, September 22nd, up until 4:59 Pacific Time. So the Grand Challenge, it's a way to earn championship points. And again, since we're going to that format where all the championship points matter, right? Every championship point counts. Being somebody that's missed out on Worlds by 1 championship point before, you gotta earn all the championship points that you can whenever you can, so don't skip out on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great opportunity too. I mean, the top finishes in the Grand Challenges actually are worth a lot of championship points, right? You know, it's not just nickel and diming, so it's definitely worth it. You know, best of one's a little different than best of 3, so that could be a bit of an adventure. Bring your maybe not your like best team, but maybe just like your best team that you know your opponent's face is gonna their smile's gonna turn upside down and like turn 1 or turn 2. I think that's kind of like the sweet spot in these.
Yeah, I actually have my team prepared, so maybe a little bit later on we can show people how to sign up. I can walk through it. It's a Trick Room team, no surprises here.
Gabby running Trick Room? That's wild.
Look, I've played in so many online tournaments. I've played in global challenges. I haven't played in a Grand Challenge yet, I think, but I'm also not sure. Dude, when it comes to 15 games a day, 3 days in a row, from the comfort of your own home, yes, but I need my emotional support Pokemon. I need to go Trick Room.
Yeah, this will be your first chance. It is a Grand Challenge 1.
Yeah.
So, you can add to your list of like weird tournaments that we've made that all start with some random adjective and then end in challenge.
As long as I'm not doing it like the old days where it was unlimited matches and we were up at like 3 a.m. trying to play ladder, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's better now.
I think one of the black-white era version of those, I played like 300 games, and no one should do that. I don't recommend that experience.
Of course, the Grand Challenge format is going to be a little bit different than the Regional Championships format. Regional Championships, of course, being best of 3 open team sheet. Grand Challenge is going to be a wild one. Closed team sheet, best of 1. You got to bring. This is the chance to bring all the tricks and anything that you have to kind of give you that slight knowledge advantage whenever you're competing in these Grand Challenges. So it's going to be completely different than what you expect from the Regional Championships, but it should still be pretty fun.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of best of 1 kind of just to prepare for this, where it's like a fun way to kind of like get reps and see more teams than I would have if I was just doing like all, organized best of 3 practice. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this format that's a little wonky, and we always make fun of like the Annihilate Mouse Hold thing, which you can anticipate it doing whatever you want, and there's one selection of moves you could pick, no matter what moves you have, where you can be completely obliterated if it's something you're not expecting. But I mean, the whole Armor Rouge and DD kind of has the same thing. Like, oops, it was weak armor. Hope you weren't trying to counter Trick Room, and then the next game, no, it actually was Trick Room. This time you've lost again, and that's sort of the fun of it. But I think to me, that's why in this sort of tournament, you should bring your own cheese. I think if you just try to play a really standard team, you're probably going to have a bad time because you're not playing the game everyone else is playing. And this is one, have a little bit of fun, as often weird teams win. And then also, things don't go well for you, at least, you didn't take it too seriously, have a few laughs, and then come back to your next tournament and, enjoy standard gameplay.
I will also say, as someone who have tried to play these online tournaments with like a meta team, exactly what you'd expect if you saw the open team sheet, it's just not worth it. Like, at the end of the day, your opponent then knows every single tool that you have, every single approach that you have to the matchup. There's no surprises, and yet they're just a completely closed book. And your brain, after 15 games, you're just like, I'm done. I'm gonna go like run around and like picnic and make sandwiches because I do not want to play competitive anymore.
Of course, if you don't have a desire to compete or you want to catch up on what's going on, don't forget to tune into Twitch. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the Twitch schedule here between September 16th and the 22nd. So coming up on Tuesday, September 17th, we got Pokemon DP Battle Dimension over on twitch.tv/Pokemon. On Wednesday, September 18th from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., it's going to be a rebroadcast of the 2022 Pokemon North America International Championships for Go and Pokken Tournament, a game that we have not seen in, well, since 2022.
Pokken lives.
Pokken lives on in our memories.
Yeah.
For sure, right? Pokken lives on in our memories, and of course will live again on Wednesday, September 18th. On Thursday, September 19th from 2 to 5 p.m., it's going to be another Pokemon DP Battle Dimension broadcast. So tune into Twitch. Follow us on twitch.com/Pokemon to keep up with more broadcasts with us. So I'm excited to watch all these on Twitch.
You know, I've been rewatching a lot of the Pokemon animation recently. My partner's been rewatching seasons 1, and I think he jumped to 3 as of last week, and it holds up. I don't remember Diamond and Pearl as well as I should, so I probably should tune in to catch up on that.
I think I watched like the first 6 episodes. That's all I've seen. So it's never too late, apparently. I can tune into Twitch and catch up if I so desire.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch chat is a lot of fun to watch the animation along with, I'll tell you that much.
It does seem like it would make it better. Yeah.
It really does. It really does. It's like you're at a movie theater and people can just say the random funny things that come to mind and everybody laughs.
Yeah, so the opposite of a movie theater, hopefully.
Well, yeah.
All that action is going to be happening on Twitch. Let's go ahead and talk about a team that we actually just saw on broadcast with Jody Azzarelli. Let's go ahead and break down what Scott predicted to be one of the succeeding archetypes of this tournament, Rain Team. So let's go ahead and do a deep dive into Rain.
Yeah, so I was very excited to see all 4 of the Pokemon on the prediction slide, where I think Jody's using a more conventional version of Rain. I think it's pretty close. We also saw Rain win one of the big fan tournaments last weekend. I think it was the same 6 Pokemon, pretty close to exactly the same team sheet. I think some of the Terra types are different, but it's been a proven winner in this format. And I don't know, I'd say it's way too early to say it's the strongest team, but it's a team with a lot of tools. We saw kind of a difficult matchup in some ways, where it's this whole Sun versus Rain thing. Kind of constantly in danger of having to deal with the reduced power of water type attacks from the harsh sunlight. Torkoal able to get in and out of battle very efficiently, but still a good looking game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up a Pokemon Spotlight here. Of course, the key to a Rain team, well, you got to set up the rain somehow, right? And of course, the Pokemon of choice is Pelipper, which we saw Jody use to great effect. And here is the Pokemon Spotlight for Pelipper, that water flying type. Keep electricity away from it because it's going to be... It does not enjoy it very much.
Well, if you're playing in the Grand Challenge, there's a 20-ish% chance you'll hit a Terra Ground Pelipper. So just saying, you have options. But in Best of 3 and Open Team Sheet, I think it really benefits from that Stellar Terrestrialization, has the opportunity to boost Hurricane, Weather Ball once with the power of the Stellar Terra. And we saw just how much damage it does to the opposing side of the field. Weather Ball actually can out-damage Hurricane when Rain is active from a Pelipper, which is just an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things too with the Focus Sash, you can usually train it to be fast and have really high special attack, and I think it's just deceptively powerful, right? I think it's one of the main reasons, in addition to that Tailwind speed support, why we see it used instead of Palitoad these days, where it really is like a meaningful offensive threat. Flying is pretty obnoxious type to deal with. Rillaboom, really important Pokemon in this format. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of it over the course of this weekend. And you have Pelipper, it typically one-shots the non-Assault Vest Rillabooms and nearly one-shots the Assault Vest Rillaboom. It's a really nice thing to have in your team, since the rest of his team really doesn't want to be hit with those grassy glides.
Yeah, and with Focus Sash as well, you enter into this weird matchup with Rillaboom in particular, where you both have a chance of one-shotting the other one. So a lot of times it does come down to speed control. It does come down to how much health you have, and just being able to guarantee that you'll take that hit and then either set up Tailwind and then fire back, or just fire back something immediately, gives it a lot of options and a lot of play. And I think especially with the Weather team, when you are facing off against Torkoals, Tyrannotars, what have you, maybe something manually setting up Sun like a Whimsicott, being able to switch in and out of the field a little bit, it really gives you a lot of flexibility, and that's what Pelipper needs.
Yeah, and of course, common perhaps the most common partner Pokemon to go along with the Pelipper is the Archaludon, which we saw. It's such a great partner Pokemon with the Rain because of its access to Electro Shot, which does not require to charge up when it is in the rain. So it's so important to be able to keep that rain up in sort of like this weather war, right? I mean, you don't want to all of a sudden have a Tyranitar or a Torkoal switch in while your Archaludon's using Electro Shot, and then now you're stuck charging for a turn.
Yeah, which we saw that in a really unconventional way with the Encore into the Torkoal switch. I thought was really cool. I think it's sort of an interesting Pokemon too, where like its stats are really high, but kind of spread across the board. A little weaker on the special defensive side, so if you can, you want to try to attack it with a special attack, especially because stamina quickly makes the defense just miserable to try to punch through. But I thought the way we saw in that last round, like it almost got controlled really well, right? It's like it just barely failed to pick up a couple of knockouts over the course of that set. Once on, I think actually both times on Torkoal with different moves, and I think both times, it wasn't a roll. It was like just well played, where Torkoal is always just bulky enough to survive that. But then still, Jody finding ways to find the win. Really great selection of moves here also. One of the highest base power Pokemon moves you're ever going to see, with both Electric and the Draco Meteor and Body Press, which almost always winds up getting boosted.
I think it's one of the most popular Pokemon in the format right now because it has enough bulk to get going and get those Electro Shot special attack boosts, maybe some stamina boosts so Body Press is powered up, and it forces your opponent to really recognize that threat and have to have a set game plan. Like, you can't hit it too many times, otherwise Body Press goes down, but if you don't hit it at all, you're going to be taking a ton of damage from what it can put out on the field. And I think that's so important in this kind of format in particular. Being able to force your opponent to recognize those threats and have to deal with them really helps you get a little bit more predictability in something where everything's the Wild West.
Yeah, I think it's really strong too, because especially early in a format where like players are kind of still not super comfortable. I think it kind of shares a quality there with Annihilate, where if you're just kind of like randomly trading, you don't have a good plan for how you want to play through the game. It's really easy to kind of just trade yourself in a position like, oh no, like even though it seemed like I was trading favorably, now I've given the opposite side too much power, and even though I'm winning on the health bars, I'm losing the game. It just makes you think a little bit more, and I think it's just nice to have a Pokemon that like on your team where you're putting a little extra pressure on your opponent mentally.
Yeah, and of course, it ramps so well. And I remember last season when Archaludon kind of took the field in the Orlando Regional Championships, it was paired with a lot of Pokemon that would kind of provide hit point support. So all of a sudden, it's getting a bunch of stamina boosts, and then you're like, oh, I'm about to knock it out. And then all of a sudden, it's like, just kidding. Just kidding. Grassy terrain heals it back up. Of course, another partner Pokemon in this rain team that you mentioned earlier, Scott, was Amoonguss, which also has access to Pollen Puff, which could easily target down in that Archaludon slot and heal it right back up and just make it so hard to damage and so hard to take out.
I do feel like trainers have to make a tough decision, though. And Scott, I want to get your opinion on this. I think Spore and Rage Powder are very obvious picks for Amoonguss. It needs those to function. But Pollen Puff, Protect, and Clear Smog, I feel like all could vie for those last two spots. And I'm curious what you think is strongest in the metagame right now, given that it is so underdeveloped.
Yeah, I think it's a really fun team-dependent decision where, like, I think if your team struggles with Dondozo, and some rain teams do, then I think, Clear Smog kind of winds up being necessary. There are several Pokemon in this team who do chunk Dondozo pretty well. I mean, Archaludon kind of being one of them, where like at least you have other means of dealing with it, then maybe you can wait to Protect. I think if you can afford to have Protect against teams that you don't need the Clear Smog against, it is like a huge difference, because you don't want just Amoonguss getting targeted down. I think we just saw that where it went down to a quick double one time in that set. And yeah, I mean, at least your opponent having to consider the possibility that Protect is there is really powerful. Like any Pokemon that doesn't have that Protect, it just makes things simpler. But I do want to emphasize something Dewey said. Yeah, I mean, I think Pollen Puff's one of those moves that's like nice to have, but like I think there are a lot of times where like the idea of Pollen Puff is really cool, but it's usually just not that impactful. Or like, oh well, whatever they did that did 50% damage, they can just do it again. But yeah, this is one of the few Pokemon this interaction where even though it did half of its health the first time, the second time maybe it does it, right? Like you can actually ramp to a situation where you've outscaled the other side of a team. I think it's really cool here. And then even with Pelipper, right? I mean, sometimes you get to reactivate the Focus Sash if you just take like it's like a fake out or something, and forcing your opponent to swing an extra time when Pokemon like Basculegion or Archaludon are doing so much damage, it makes a really big difference.
Yeah, and of course, we talked about this earlier on in the opening segments of this broadcast, but like Amoonguss is a very great way to be able to deal with the Trick Room teams that Gabby's going to be bringing. So like, having that slow speed Pokemon in order to function if the opponent is able to set up that Trick Room is super important because, you know, when we think of Rain, we think of like, you know, very fast, speedy Pokemon. Again, that hyper offense that I really like. Let's knock out their Pokemon before they can even touch ours, right?
I will say though, if you are running Trick Room or Amoonguss as your Trick Room counter, I feel like you really need Terra Water on it because you got to get away from your Psychic type weakness, and you also want to get rid of your Fire type weakness as well. So if this is your Trick Room strategy, you basically lock in Terastallization to that Pokemon, and you just try and put Pokemon on the other side of the field to sleep. You got to play a little bit carefully now that Hatterene is back in the meta, but it's still good enough. I wouldn't say it's like 100% your best counter, but if you play it well, and I don't know, maybe if your opponent lets your Archaludon still get set up, it can be a bad time.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the fun of like kind of plotting matchup in this format, because yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different variations of Trick Room you have to deal with. You know, the harder Trick Room, like Psy Spam stuff that usually has Hatterene. I think Amoonguss tends to be a little bit weaker there, especially with some of the other defensive Terastallizations we've seen, where we see like Terra Steel quite a bit. I think that's what we just saw. Like that, you know, like extremely bad in that matchup usually makes it worse. I guess it helps with like specifically with Expanding Force, but not with much else. And then like, you know, I think we've seen like the Terra Psychic to kind of like ride the line there a little bit more. But yeah, the flip side is like, you know, it does at least enable some other strategies, and like the rest of the team, like it's not awful in Trick Room where, you know, like again, you know, mostly a special attack based team, which Archaludon doesn't exactly love, but there are some other Pokemon here. And then even just like the initial turns of the game, right? You don't get to start out with Trick Room active, and you can punish that pretty hard just by dealing a bunch of damage, and you know, hopefully then maybe Amoonguss can help you clean up the rest of the game.
Yeah, and then there's also the other flavor of Trick Room running around right now with Tyranitar, Golden Go, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, just the normal one. And I do think that this team, like Rain as a concept overall, matches up well into that, and you don't have to dedicate as much of Amoonguss to that matchup. So it's also just a very scary Pokemon, I feel like, to see at Team Preview, no matter what team it's on, because it gives your opponent redirection. Again, there's that support with Pollen Puff. Like, there's so many different ways that you can play it. It's been a mainstay in VGC for a long time for that reason.
13 years. I still remember the day when Amoonguss was introduced.
Yeah, I feel like it's basically been allowed the entire time, too, right? Where I feel like it's been a key player in all these formats. And I think one more thing to mention with Amoonguss on this team specifically also, you know, we kind of mentioned the Pollen Puff version of being able to scale defense, but there's also the reverse, right? Where if you get the Rain up, just Rage Powder some attacks away, avoid getting hit, and just let Electro Shot scale instead. I think there's like kind of a lot of different looks you can have. Those two Pokemon have like really good natural synergy, and then even like, you know, Basculegion, right? You know, it's a big frail Pokemon, wants to swing as many times as it can, and hey, you know, Amoonguss gets whacked 2 or 3 times to let Basculegion swing that many times. I think you're going to trade positively more often than not.
Yeah, and of course, Basculegion was the 4th Pokemon that you had predicted, Scott. Very great Pokemon to have in the Rain. Has access to that Swift Swim ability. You know, that's a common Rain thing to do. Just set up Rain, have some Swift Swimmers, and then just be able to attack and go on the offense because your speed's going to be doubled in the Rain.
Yeah, I think one great thing about this, too, compared to some of the other Swift Swim Pokemon we've seen over the years is that Last Respects is a really nice additional option there, and really Flipper, too, I guess, where, you know, like not being completely reliant on water-type attacks is a big deal. You know, I think, you know, in the past we've seen a lot of Pokemon where, like, Gastrodon in particular is a really big problem for them, and they're going to have to, like, awkwardly try to deal with it. Where, like, locking into Last Respect isn't such a big deal. I think this Pokemon also has a nice, like, in-and-out option where if you have to use it early in the game, you know, if you feel like you've got that window, you can go for the big Wave Crash, but if you don't, you know, you can just flip turn out, get some easy damage. Basculegion doesn't mind being the closer because that makes Last Respect more powerful after its friends have been defeated. So I think just like a lot of fun ways to play it. If like for such a simple Pokemon, you know, it's pretty much just use a big attack stat and whack things with really powerful moves. There is some nuance to it, and it's a little different game to game.
It is, and you really have to watch out for any priority moves that your opponent has, because the most popular priority moves right now are Grassy Glide in grassy terrain and Sucker Punch, with both do super effective damage to Basculegion, and if it's holding a choice item, it's just going to go down. So I think a lot of players have to be very careful about how they play it, and I think that's also why we see Pokemon like Rillaboom and King Gambit so high on the usage stats. But like Scott was saying, if you can time it right and do the turn 1 flip turn into the late game Last Respects closer, it is such a huge threat.
Yeah, and of course that ghost typing very valuable. You know, I remember one of the best ways to be able to kind of stall or kind of like work around the turns of Rain is just trying to fake out sort of the other Pokemon make sure that you prevent them from moving for a turn, but that ghost typing kind of prevents that fake out option from existing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why, so perhaps if you've been playing this format a lot, you're like, oh, it's weird that Incineroar isn't higher in the usage chart. Well, this is one of the Pokemon that really abuses Incineroar, right? Where easily knocks it at one shot, is immune to that fake out, kind of just forces the terrestrialization immediately. And yeah, I mean, like, Intimidate's great and all, but with a Pokemon as powerful as this one, yeah, even at, -2 or -3 attack, that Wave Crash is easily picking up the knockout. And we all appreciate someone helping bully Incineroar out of the meta at least a little bit.
Especially if Rain's still up, right? Like, I think at that point, Intimidate almost doesn't matter. Like, you're going to be doing so much damage if the Pokemon has any chip on it at that point and it's not, like, resisted or it's not just water absorbed out of its existence. That's going to be a KO.
Yeah, well, I mean, Basculegion hits hard. It hits hard in the rain, also with that same type attack bonus. Thank you so much for joining me for this deep dive into Rain. We've just seen our descent into the Maelstrom. Of course, I'm always excited to talk about these different archetypes, and of course, we're going to be talking about as many different archetypes as we can, because again, this is a format that we're showcasing, or we're able to showcase so many different archetypes just because there's so many different viable Pokemon. So I'm really excited to have everybody here to be able to talk about different archetypes throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't mention Kingdra at least a little bit, because I know you and I were on that train back in 2014. I miss it. I know how Basculegion's Kingdra, but better, but I miss it, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, when I was mentioning Gastra in there, just remembering missing Draco Meteors on it, like, oh, great. Well, not only was I probably not going to one-shot it anyway, but now I'm also not going to two-shot it because I've wasted a turn. Basculegion does a little bit better, although I did lose to a Sniper Kingdra when I was playing. Like, well, this is bad, but, like, if somebody takes a bad loss, it's like, all right, Kingdra, have a good one.
Remind me to tell you about Oricorio sometime this weekend, because I have an Oricorio story that feels just like that.
I'm super excited to hear that Oricorio story, but alas, it looks like we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the casters right now as we prepare for Swiss Round 3 here at the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships.
Thank you so much, Dewey, Scott, and Gabby for giving us all of the lowdown on that Rain team. It was definitely one of the stronger predictions, I think. Scott being able to put that down in the caster predictions. Haven't got a chance to see it in full force there, highlighted by Jody Azzarelli, but surely he's not the only person that is running Rain in the tournament, and we're going to have a lot more weather, I feel like, to come.
Totally. It is just such a strong archetype. We already saw Rain versus Sun. I expect to see a little bit of Sand as well. I've seen some Alolan Ninetales running out there as well from notable players, and so wouldn't be surprised if we got all 4 weather on stream at some point. But we are now into round 3 of the tournament. Of course, 8 rounds of Swiss today. Now we are in a slightly different tournament structure than previously. Before we used to play 9, but of course we'll be broadcasting all of the Swiss rounds. And here you can take a look at all of the notable matches. We've got an exciting one for you, which is going to be Matt Tid against Ofo Mezzi. And this matchup, I think, is really fun because Matt is running just a wild team. Like, we were looking at the team sheets. He's got Cinderace, Hariyama, Electabuzz, Sinistcha, Primarina, which, is number 3 in terms of usage here, but it's still really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I cannot wait to dive into that team just a little bit more. But on the flip side of things, like, Ofo Mezzi actually has one of my predictions, which is just kind of like setup Pokemon. Just being able to have that plus redirection, I think will be very, very strong. But I think across the board, when you take a look at all of those players, like we were seeing quite a few different archetypes. Dondozo in there for a lot of the featured matches. We also just had general offensive teams. Just a huge variety.
Totally, yeah. And speaking of Dondozo, we're going to be featuring it in this matchup as well. It was about time.
It was about time.
It's, it's funny because I'd say like Dondozo's back, but Dondozo has been back. Like, it just got top 8 at the World Championships and like multiple players top cut with it at Worlds. It just turns out like even in a format with restricted Pokemon, it can still thrive. Now that those restricted Pokemon, Urshifu, no longer around, it even has more room to operate with, kind of like in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. And so curious to see how it comes out in this matchup. There's also a really fun Pokemon here in Clefable, which is, I think, one of the biggest winners of this regulation.
Oh, yeah.
People have been using Clefable a lot, and you might be wondering, well, why use Clefable over, say, Clefairy, which was actually, Clefairy was very good in the previous regulation with restricted Pokemon. But the reason is that Clefable gets access to Unaware, which is a really nice ability in, of course, ignoring those stat attack boosts from your opponents, right? And so Unaware obviously has redirection support, has Helping Hand, but you also can actually do meaningful damage with Moonblast. Clefairy is one of those Pokemon where you often just won't run any attacking moves, and that works when your partner is a really powerful restricted Pokemon. But now that the power levels decrease a little bit, Moonblast is actually really valuable from Clefable. So the combination of Unaware plus Moonblast is actually very good on this Pokemon. And of course, the classic Follow Me as well.
Yeah, and you can give it a defensive Terra, which makes it even better against something like the Dondozo, so you ignore all the Dondozo boosts. But even just looking at that Fairy typing, really great check too, the King Gambit that has Sword Stance as well as 2 dark type attacks. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case here for this King Gambit. It does have access to Iron Head, so not necessarily the best typing to have against a Fairy type. But you know, you still have a lot of other great options, I think, to deal with something like that Clefairy, or even where that Clefable can kind of come into play. But the rest of the team, I mean, Aaron, you called out some very interesting Pokemon choices. Cinderace, Hariyama, Electabuzz.
Everything on this team is awesome. There's not a single Protect on any Pokemon. And to your point, yeah, normally, you know, with the non-Iron Head King Gambit variants, Clefable's like, oh, enjoy using your dark type attacks, but Matt's like, I don't need Protect on anything, right? Sometimes you'll see Protect over Iron Head.
Yeah.
Matt's like, I'm just gonna use moves on everything. This Sinistcha, by the way, it's a Calm Mindset. Calm Mind Strength Sap Matcha Gotcha is actually disgusting against Dondozo because you can just keep going for the Strength Sap, decreasing Dondozo's attack, and healing back up. So I actually think the Sinistcha will be really interesting. Does Ofomezi even bring Dondozo into this matchup because there is this one Pokemon that can give it so much trouble, not to mention Electabuzz, not to mention Hariyama. That's not an Iron Hands. Iron Hands no longer exists, but Matt says, you know what? I've got something similar in Hariyama.
And the Guts boost as well, holding the Flame Orb, so definitely a way that you can dish out damage. Matt, by the way, for Pittsburgh 2023, ended up bringing a team including Armarouge and Namorous, Brute Bonnet, Slowbro, and Tinkaton. Just to give you an idea of maybe some of the Pokemon that he likes to use, maybe not so much of a surprise that Matt has such a creative team. But on the other side of things, Ofomezi does have that Clefable that we were talking about, so you can see the Unaware. It's got safety goggles as well, one way to keep it safe from any of those spores coming through from Mamungus, but you also have next to it the Annihilate the King Gambit, 2 Pokemon that don't necessarily have setup in this case, but still would love to have that redirection support while they end up going for some of their more powerful moves.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is look at the number of physical attackers here. Dondozo, Dragonite, King Gambit, Annihilate. Those can all be pretty spooky. I think the Sinistcha is going to be really important in this matchup. Now, the way you deal with Sinistcha is going to be the King Gambit, right? Because King Gambit can just threaten it with super effective damage with that Kowtow Cleave, and Sinistcha's Terra here is Fairy, and so if you go for that Fairy Terra, you still get hit by that super effective Iron Head. But I think when you play with Dondozo, the first question you ask yourself is, well, can I just like combine a Dondozo immediately and just start sweeping? And the answer, honestly, in this matchup is no. You're staring down this Sinistcha, and that set alone can give a lot of trouble. So I think King Gambit's going to be a really important matchup, Pokemon in this matchup. The Annihilate is really interesting, right? You can lead it with any of your physical attackers and actually go for coaching immediately and give yourself an attack boost, or just immediately snipe something off with that final Gambit. Matt's team notably does not have Protect on anything, right? So you are very vulnerable to those final Gambits.
It does mean that you have to give up a piece, right? Like, it's got kind of a really weird call to have to make with something like Final Gambit, because you only get a chance to do that once, and then you're down to just 3 Pokemon. But I can see a world maybe you help to use the Annihilate to get something else in, but I am very curious as well whether or not we even see the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri in this matchup. Because, you know, while the Dondozo has 3 attacking moves, like as Wave Crash, Earthquake, and Order Up, you have to be able to position those in a way that's going to make a lot of sense. So as we get into this game number 1 between Matt and Ofomezi, we do see the Dragonite and Annihilate here for Mezi, as well as the Sinistcha and Hariyama for Matt.
Yeah, so Sinistcha's hit the field. Hariyama, though, in an awkward spot. It's got that Fake Out, but you're up against the Inner Focus Dragonite and the Annihilate, which is Ghost Terra, or not Ghost Terra, Ghost typing. So you won't be able to actually click Fake Out and flinch either slot, which is really tough, because one thing that Ofomezi can go for is you can Final Gambit, or you could just go for coaching immediately onto the Dragonite, and then Dragonite can go for a super effective, for example, Ice Spinner into the Sinistcha slot. So you can see Matt considering the swap in there to potentially take that. And yeah, Knockoff here will be able to at least remove an item, but it's a really good lead by Ofomezi to block Fake Out being able to flinch on turn 1.
It's going to force Matt into this position where it's going to be the King Gambit now taking the field instead of that Sinistcha. So it's able to come back in and maybe get something else off a little bit later, but notably is heat proof. It's actually not going to end up being able to give any hospitality healing over, which is what we can typically see on a Pokemon like that. Nopamezi is going to go ahead and put the foot on the gas. It is the Terra Flying Dragonite to go for something like a Terra Flying Terra Blast.
Yeah, Terra Blast here just so strong. With the Assault Vest set, being able to switch her moves is so valuable as well. So there it is. Terra Blast coming out. Does it go into Sinistra? It does not. So Hariyama is just going to eat that up. That's a one-hit knockout immediately. And I think Ofomezi with the perfect lead and perfect turn one. And there was honestly very little Matt could do to counter that. And I mean, Sinistra's just coming back out, but you could just go for another coaching right now.
And I don't even think a defensive Terra into the Fairy type would be enough to save it. It's not necessarily too safe in the face of these Pokemon. Kingambit does technically have an opportunity here to be able to get the better of something like the Dragonite, or at least get some damage down. So we are actually going to see this Terra Fairy onto the Sinistra, just hoping that it's going to be able to stick around.
Yeah, let's see if it's defensive enough. I mean, this Dragonite at least does not have something like Choice Band, and so Sinistra often is very, very bulky, but it's very free to just go for a second coaching here onto the Dragonite. A Dragonite, of course, could launch a super effective tag into the Kingambit, but will just offer the safe Terra Blast and wants to deny Trick Room. So can Sinistra survive right now? Let's see. It is able to survive. Okay.
That's a really big deal. It's going to give a little bit of breathing room for Matt's Kingambit to actually get a Sword Stance up as well. But notably, kind of a secondary effect of coaching is the fact that this Dragonite now also has +2 to its defenses.
Yeah, so you can just go for an extreme speed here potentially to finish off the Sinistra. You can see the strengths out there. If you don't go for extreme speed and you opt for something like Stomping Tantrum instead, then Sinistra can heal against the Dragonite and decrease your attack. So I think extreme speed here probably relatively safe to launch into Sinistra. Once again, Matt doesn't have Protect on any Pokemon on his team, right? So it was a big turn to get the Sword Stance off. The Annihilate now caught into an awkward spot, but and it's kind of forced to switch. But Dragonite's just looking so powerful right now.
Oh, it is going to be Kingambit as well. Taking a look across the way at its counterpart. And this Kingambit does not have Sword Stance here for Mezzy, but you can see this extreme speed, the perfect counter for this Sinistra, just not being able to actually get those moves off. Matt, just like that, down to the final 2 Pokemon in this first game.
Yeah, so the Kowtow Cleave here, boosted at +2, does okay damage in a Dragonite, but you're still down so much, right? And once again, the scary thing here is there's no Protect, right? And so, for example, the Dragonite can just launch Extreme Speed into Primarina. And then one of the things I'm curious about is the Kingambit versus Primarina speed interaction here, right? And there's a chance that Kingambit on the opposing side is actually faster than Primarina under Trick Room. So you can definitely Extreme Speed into the Primarina. You can also consider with Dragonite saying, you know what? I think you're not actually going to knock me out. You're scared of my Kingambit. You can go for a Stomping Tantrum on a Gambit. It is, you know, if Matt is actually able to pick up like 2 quick knockouts, like Annihilate is awkward, right? Trick Room is up, it's just gonna get demolished if it comes out before Trick Room expires, but I think this is a really key turn. Is Matt able to survive with both Pokemon right now?
Which is tough because, like, on the one hand, you do have the +2 to your defenses on Dragonite, but it's going to be the extreme speed into the Primarina. But is it going to be the Kingambit that gets a chance to move first? Kowtow into the Dragonite is not enough to actually pick it off.
Yeah,
but
it's slower.
Kingambit's Iron Head is going to finish off this Primarina before it even gets a chance to move.
Yeah, exactly. And so once again, with like no ability to protect anything, it's very easy to just double up onto slots here. So even though Trick Room was set up, Ofomezi bringing out that Kingambit at the perfect time, playing it super well. I think just great to realize, wow, this Sinistra completely counters my Dondozo, so I don't think I should bring it out. Like, I'm just gonna rely on all the other Pokemon on my team. And so just going for, you know, the not very effective attacks, but Kingambit's still under 50% at this point.
Yeah, the crit 2 is gonna definitely help as well. You see at the +2, it's going to do a meaningful amount of damage to Mezzy's Kingambit, but you still have to contend with this Dragonite. They can go for extreme speed, so you cannot Sucker Punch that Pokemon, and it should just be a matter of time before we do see Mezzy pick up this first game.
Yeah, I think the lead just gave Matt such a tough position to claw out of. The identification of Annihilate plus Dragonite was just really smart, realizing, hey, like, I can just get free coaching boosts right now, right? And the Sinistra, like the Flying Terra Blast is also just so consistent across the board here. I think, like, we saw Assault Vest Dragonite in the previous round. It is in a really good spot in the format right now. Normally, people like using that Choice Band, but with Choice Band, you have to commit to locking into an attack. With that Assault Vest, you have the flexibility of switching moves, which is really nice. And so that lead in itself, I think, is just really scary. Now, one of the things you can do if you're Matt is say, well, okay, I don't think Sinistra was actually that good in this matchup because you didn't bring Dondozo, so let me drop it. and then Mezzy could actually end up bringing Dondoza, which would be wild. But I think the Annihilate combos are just really scary. So I think if you're Matt, you have to go back to the drawing board and say, I need a lead that pressures Annihilate plus any physical attacker a little bit more.
What's really nice, because even if you lead something like the King Gambit, because you go, oh, well, why don't I just like sucker punch that slot? Well, coaching is not an attack, so you can't use it against that. And similarly, you also just kind of still, maybe like Mezzy can play around that and go, well, maybe I just close combat you instead.
Yeah, I think the answer if you're mad is the Electabuzz. Electabuzz here can go for Follow
That would
Me
be awesome.
to obviously redirect coaching away. You can also go for Ghost Terra if you think Final Gambit's going to hit you. So let's say you were trying to counter the exact lead that you just saw from the previous game. I think Electabuzz plus Primarina specifically would be really nice because you can go for Follow Me. Primarina could just go for Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam, which does so much damage immediately. I think, yeah, Hariyama Sinistro is basically such a tough combination into specifically Dragonite plus the Annihilate, right? And this is one thing that's really valuable in this format. Like, Fake Out is fairly common, normally from Pokemon like Incineroar or Rillaboom, but if you have a Ghost type, if you have Ghost Terra, if you have Covert Cloak, you have Inner Focus, there are a lot of ways to mitigate Fake Out actually being able to flinch on turn one, and Mezzy found that lead combination. And so, yeah, I'm curious if Mezzy decides to go with the same. I think for Matt, if you do want to mix it up, yeah, I'm looking at Electabuzz being brought out, and either something like Electabuzz Primarina, or you could even go like Electabuzz Sinistcha to set up that Trick Room, and then go from there.
Yeah, I like that Electabuzz also has Taunt and Eerie Impulse, so two just really good supportive options to have next to something like the Primarina. I think you would love to have the Eerie Impulse just to make sure that something is going to take more damage. And the Taunt as well, if you end up seeing something like Clefable, for example. No more Helping Hand, no more Follow Me. Just some really nice ways to be able to protect that partner. But yeah, Electabuzz most notably here, for those of you that might have missed the team sheet, it is Vital Spirit, which doesn't necessarily help in Mezzy's matchup here, but it is just notably not actually static.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if it got left out for this game, honestly, because I think like when you're using no protect on anything, and it's the same lead here, so let's see, is it the Primarina? The Primarina is led here. It's not going to be the Electabuzz though, so this is still kind of scary, right? Because you are still threatening the turn one coaching into Terra Blast, but Sinistcha could Terra. Primarina might be bulky enough to survive the +1 Terra Blast as well. You do have to worry about Final Gambit just coming out immediately here as well, right? So, but, you know, I like the Primarina lead. I think Hariyama just had no offensive pressure whatsoever. I'm curious still if Electabuzz is in the back, but yeah, you know, when I was suggesting Primarina plus Electabuzz, the idea is that Primarina at least exerts so much offensive pressure right now against both of these.
Yeah, well, it's got to be a Terra commit here. Otherwise, you are in danger versus this Dragonite, and you are also not going to feel too great about having to take something even like a U-turn from Annihilate. So it is going to be the Terastallization for this Sinistcha at the very least.
Let's see, I think just not bringing Hariyama as a lead and leading Primarina this time already makes this a much stronger field state for Matt. Turn one is still scary, right? Annihilate has a lot of options. There's that U-turn you mentioned, there's Final Gambit, there's coaching. So we're gonna see both players trade Terra, and it feels pretty necessary here. I think from Mezzy's spot, you don't 100% need it just because you've got the Assault Vest, but going for that Terra, of course, now enables you to go for that Terra Blast.
Yeah, and we saw, though, that it wasn't necessarily a one-hit knockout onto the Sinistcha, especially when it did end up having a coaching boost. So this Sinistcha should be relatively safe this time around.
Yeah.
Not too bad to have. Maybe you can actually go for something like a Matcha Gotcha and try to get the burn here. But the Terra Blast into this Primarina is just a one-hit knockout. This Primarina was not so bulky after all.
Yeah, I was really curious about that. I wonder if it was a damage roll, but Primarina is such an important offensive option in this, and so losing that is definitely tough because, look, it's two physical attackers in the back. Yeah, no Electabuzz once again. And so King Gambit comes out now. The Annihilate caught into an awkward spot, but Dragonite's still threatening with so much damage, right? You do have the Strength Sap to at least decrease the damage output of Dragonite, but and the Dragonite here, its moveset is Extreme Speed, Ice Spin, or Terra Blast Stopping Tantrum, so there's no low kick at least. But this is still really scary, right? Because how are you going to deal enough damage to that Dragonite? It already has that defense boost. So Primarina, I think, being such a pivotal Pokemon here, exerts some pressure away, but I think Electabuzz Sinistcha would have been able to maybe set up Trick Room, and then you have Primarina in the back. So let's see, I think, yeah, Matt's at least got to start going for some Sword Stances. At least you know the Annihilate slot on the opposing side can't really do too much other than go for another coaching.
Hoping for the burns onto both of these Pokemon.
Oh!
And there's no burn! Oh no!
No burn comes out, and this Dragonite is free to just launch Stomping Tantrum, +1 attack into King Gambit. It's going to deal super effective damage here, and coaching just comes out once again. And so now this Dragonite at +2 defense, there's no redirection from this Sinistra as well. It's a really, really difficult spot, especially because, of course, this Sinistra can't even deal damage into the Dragonite. So, I mean, that turn 1 survival or knockout was huge, right? If you get the survival there, then you at least get damage off. So, Annihilate's finally going to pivot out and say, you know what? I have coached my Dragonite enough. I think it's ready to fight the battle. Clefable comes out here as well. Machagacha is going to come out. You're still looking for that burn, but to be honest, even with the burn, I'm not sure it's going to be enough here. So let's see.
It's no burn either. I mean, the Kingambit still gets a chance to move. No extreme speed coming out from this Dragonite, but it's going to be the Stomping Tantrum just to finish the job. That burn would have been critical to have 2 turns ago, but now you get this Clefable on the field next to this Dragonite, so even if you are able to launch any attacks, Clefable gets to follow meet them away.
Yeah, and the Hariyama just hits the field, but Flying Terra Blast is just so strong into this team composition. There's the Machagacha, there's a Strange Slap. This is inner focus Dragonite, so you can't even flinch it with a fake out here. So it's pretty free to just launch a Terra Blast into the Hariyama slot right now, I think. Clefable can just go for something like Follow Me plus Terra Blast here, I think relatively safe. So you're hoping for the burn here, and yeah, you can see Matt deciding, you know what, I might as well try to just knock out Clefable with the Heavy Slam here, or maybe hope that there's a mistake on the opposing side. Clefable protects for some reason, and you get the knockout with Heavy Slam onto Dragonite, so I like the target there, but Follow Me here, always really safe. Unfortunately, Sinistra not be able to get those burns made this game so much more difficult.
Well, the Heavy Slam first, still not enough to knock out this Clefable, but the Machagacha maybe this time around, can you actually get the burn? Would that be enough to save your Hariyama?
You need it right now, but it doesn't look like it.
Oh, this Dragonite has just been able to get KO after KO in these sets. Terra Blast into the Hariyama was enough that first time around, and it's going to be enough for the second.
Oh, this poor Sinistra tried so hard, but wasn't able to get a burn a single time. A burn at any point would have been really crucial, right? Because it just drastically decreases the damage output of the Dragonite. And yeah, I think the thing here is basically the Sinistra set really clever in dealing with Dondozo. Mezzi recognizes it's just too good into Dondozo. It's a bait to bring Dondozo, right? Like, Matt really wants Dondozo to come out, and Sinistra, while was able to set up Trick Room, like, there just wasn't enough damage on the opposing side, and yeah, like, the Annihilate bleed was just so scary when paired with Dragonite. Extreme Speed just does so much. Machagacha, even a miss here.
No.
Dragonite said, I am not getting burnt by you today. Chips away at the Kingambit.
Kingambit doesn't even get burned either.
Healing, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, the Iron Head plenty into this Terra Fairy. Macha tried its best. This wasn't the right cup of tea this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the Annihilate plus the Dragonite combination was just a little bit too much here, and I think Choice Scarf for Annihilate is really cool, right? Because normally you're using it just for that final gambit, but coaching just unlocks so many more options. And in this game, it was so relevant not only for the attack boost, but also the defense boost. Being able to survive these physical attacks from the opposing side was a really big deal. So yeah, I think like Matt had some other options that he could have maybe explored in that, especially if you're expecting the same lead, right? So like Electabuzz was something that I wanted to see. I thought Electabuzz Primarina is interesting because you can at least redirect coaching and you essentially force the Annihilate to either go for Final Gambit or U-turn. But if you go for Final Gambit, you can trade Electabuzz for Annihilate, but then Dragonite's not getting that one-hit knockout onto the Primarina, and it might feel forced to go for that Flying Terra. So then suddenly you're trading 1-for-1, maybe half your, or more than half your health, but for considerable damage on the opposing side. And then you can maybe get the free switch into, say, your Sinistra or the Hariyama. I think,
and then Terra from there.
Exactly, yeah. But I think the reality is, +1 Terra Blast into Primarina. Like, I would love to know how the Primarina is trained here, because I was thinking there's an okay chance maybe it survives that, and if it survives, that game I think also is completely different because you get the damage you need onto the Dragonite.
Right, yeah, and then maybe even just a couple more chances to get the Machagacha burns. It is kind of wild to me that it didn't burn anything.
Yeah.
Like 3 times into the Dragonite, it missed into the Dragonite once, and didn't even get it onto the Kingambit either. But I just think about, like, had the burn come through, then Hariyama also doesn't go down there, gets a chance to actually use a close combat into the Kingambit since it also can't tear away.
Yeah.
And then that game 2 even just looks different from there.
100%, yeah. I think it was tough because it's like you had to deal with the pressure of Dragonite, and then like the speed interactions were kind of awkward, right? I think like Messi's switching in both of those games was flawless. I think he played basically a perfect set. never really made any mistakes and was always making the right switch at the right time, right? Staying in with the Annihilate when Trigger Room is set up, and then switching out, bringing in King Gambit in that first game to threaten the Pre-Marina slot, bringing in Clefable for that follow me pressure in game 2, just masterfully done, and taking advantage of the fact that Matt just did not have Protect, right? And so, yeah, I keep talking about Electabuzz. I think that could have been a Pokemon that maybe at least could have made a little bit of a difference. But I think like Mezzy was one step ahead just from team preview alone, right? Recognizing, hey, like you've got this fake out potential, but if I just lead with Annihilate and Dragonite, fake out is useless. Recognizing Terra Blast and Dragonite in general is really strong, and then also deciding to not bring Dondozo. This game looks really different if Dondozo like actually hits the field and it combines with Tatsugiri, and then it actually just like does nothing, and then Sin is just like happy to just stay on the field and slowly whittle away at it.
Then you definitely get the burn.
Exactly,
I'm just thinking in my head, it's like, you know, if it's Dondozo, you always get the burn.
Yeah, like there's no way you're gonna make it out without the, and like you're eating up all the strength stat boosts as well. If you're looking for specifically a Dondozo counter, this Sinistra is actually really good. Now, Mezzy's team is very well constructed because if you're using Dondozo, you don't want to rely on it all the time, right? Flexible teams are really important, especially in best of 3. And when you rely on the same strategy over and over again, it's something that your opponents can take advantage of. So this is great team building from Mezzy's side because essentially it's saying, well, okay, I'm going to bait you into bringing Sinistra, and I'm not even going to bring the Pokemon that your Sinistra's kind of designed to be, right? And so, but yeah, I think Assault Vest Dragonite has been looking pretty good. We've seen it on stream both rounds so far. It seems like a big winner in the early days of this regulation.
I think Choice Band is just so difficult because you have to lock into something. And I think because there's so many different answers, or maybe the meta is a bit more unpredictable, you don't want to necessarily lock into something that's just going to end up getting like a switch is going to get the better of you or something like that. So I love Assault Vest, particularly because of the versatility of being able to just change your move every other turn. So I think that's been great.
And I think the coaching makes all the difference there as well, honestly, right? Because it goes
For
from...
sure.
Normally the downside with Dragonite, if you're not running that Choice Band, is, oh, I'm actually not going to pick up any one-hit knockouts. Like, I maybe can get a lot of 2-hit KOs, but you saw the coaching just enable the Dragonite to snipe down the Pre-Marina, right? It's like, here, have a Choice Band, basically, and a free defense boost. And so... there is counter to, you know, coaching, right? And so like redirection is a start here. But yeah, I think the Dragonite was just so well executed in this one. And honestly, even without the coaching boost, it's still really scary. Terra Blast plus Stomping Tantrum, still basically like 2-hit KOs, everything on Matt's team. And Matt's team is still pretty bulky to begin with, right? But it's really fun to see Annihilate, which is normally being used as a final Gambit user, just safely go for the coaching and enable its partners.
It's been a fun evolution to watch, especially when you know that Annihilate can also be built in a couple of different ways, like Beat Up, Rage Fist, but that's not how Mezzy was able to get the job done. It was all about that coaching Annihilate. Let's go ahead and head over to the lounge as well, as we've got an interview with him to break down that match.
Thank you so much, Rose and Aaron. I am currently joined in the lounge with Swiss Round 3 winner, Mezier. Mezier, tell me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling good. I really like this team. It is very fun.
Can you tell us a little bit more about going into this matchup and kind of like what tools you had for the tools that your team had to go into this matchup?
So I saw on his team he had Primarina, he had Sinistra, and he also had Guts on the Hariyama. So I could tell like he was very well versed into how to beat Dondozo, especially because the Sinistra had a Strength Sap. So I knew that if I brought Dondozo at all, or at least let it, there was nothing it was going to be able to do because he would just set Trick Room and then he would start hitting me with like Choice Specs, Primarina. It's going to do enough damage. He even had Eerie Impulse on the Electabuzz. I was like, he knows how to beat Dondozo. So I'm not doing that. But his team was a balanced team of like Fire, Water, Grass, and did not have a way to hit Dragonite that wasn't Primarina. So I already know that like +1 Dragonite, Terra Blast, hit KOs Primarina, unless they have like a ridiculous amount of defensive bulk. So I basically just was like, no matter what you start, I'm Terra Blasting immediately. Like, I'm not bringing Dondozo.
Just going straight onto the offensive with that Choice Scarf Annihilate coaching, getting that Dragonite that boost. That's such a like fun way to see how it's played, and picked up that one-hit KO from Primarina. Yeah. You were absolutely correct.
And it's fake out immune. So Hariyama, I figured that his natural lead would be Hariyama Sinistra, and I was like, go ahead, press fake out.
So we talked a little bit about this earlier when Aaron and Rose were breaking down the team, but this is kind of a team that you and your friends worked on together, and this is a team that you think is a very great team. Can you tell us a little bit more about the team building process?
Yeah, so like a couple of friends from New Jersey just told me, oh, I think I found a team that broke the format, and I was like, what? Okay, like let me see this. And I started looking at it, and like I started to see the vision, and I was like, yeah, coaching Annihilate next to Dondozo or next to another Defiant Mon is so good because like if you have like it next to a Mon that can protect, it can protect coaching. And if you have a Mon that is Dragonite that's immune to fake out, you could just coaching and then immediately start hitting stuff. And there are a lot of times where like you can get Dondozo to like +2 or 3 before you even combine with Tatsugiri.
Yeah. So it seems like that you see the vision here. You see where this team can go. Do you think this team has what it takes to go all the way?
I think that this is one of the most well-rounded Dondozo teams I've ever seen. As you can see, if I don't bring Dondozo, it still does plenty fine.
Yeah.
So, but like the best case scenario would be that I can bring Dondozo, but sometimes you don't have to because you just coach the things that, like I don't have Swords Dance on my King Gam because I don't need it.
Right.
I don't have Choice Band on my Dragonite because I don't need it.
Yeah. So why spend a turn for your Pokemon to set up when Annihilate can spend that turn helping it set up, right?
And then if I want to, I could just delete something with Final Gambit. You know?
Yeah, definitely different. There's a lot of different modes that you can go with this team. Mezier, we talked a little bit earlier too about how you've made it to the top 8 of a few regional championships before. What would it mean for you to win this regional championship here?
I mean, I started VGC last year, so like for me to be able to win a regional like now would be like, okay, like I actually like, because I always thought it was pretty good, but like I had like kind of like ups and downs with VGC. Like I'll top 8 one regional, and then I'll go like 5-3, 6-3 at the next one. But for me to win it now would mean like the training that I've done to make myself a more well-rounded player actually pulled off, because I've been doing a lot of that in the past couple of months.
Well, it seems like you're off to a great start right now. Currently, what is it, 3-0? 3-0 right now in this tournament. Piloting a team that you're very comfortable with. You see the vision for it. Can I ask you one quick question? How do you feel so far about Regulation H?
I think Regulation is a breath of fresh air because Regulation G had me sweating. Like every game had me sweating. So at least in Regulation 8, I feel like I can play more traditional Pokemon in the sense of like, okay, there's Fire, Water, Grass, there's pivoting, I resist this hit, so therefore it will only do this amount of damage, as opposed to Miraidon clicking Electro Drift and killing me anyway, or KOing me anyway if it hits super effective. So I feel a lot more comfortable with Reg H.
That sounds great. It seems like it's a very fun format. I've heard nothing but great things about this format. I'm going to go ahead and let you go back and prepare for the next round. You have a lot more Swiss rounds to get ready for. But before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make out to anybody watching?
The guys in the Apex server, Blake, Kaguya, Lorenzo, Joe, Arbin, Matt, everyone, Dylan, everyone in the Apex server that pulled me onto this. This is like one of the first times I've ever done like a collaborative effort on a team that I actually put a lot of effort into. So I actually am like super excited to keep going with this.
Thank you so much, Mezier. It's been an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you again. I'm going to go ahead and let you get ready for the next Swiss round. We're going to go ahead and throw to a break, but when we come back, more action here at the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships in Baltimore.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024! We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon! Hello and welcome to to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Arjep, a smile on his face. Prince.
Fabio Musicat, Robbie, Marco Hafata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
Hey everybody, Dwee here in the lounge. Fun fact for y'all, this is the first Pokemon VG tournament here in Baltimore, so I'm here in the lounge right now to kind of read off some fun facts about the city that's graciously hosting us today. Baltimore has been known by many nicknames through the years, including the city that reads, the monumental city, the city that believes, and Charm City. I feel like my attack has harshly fell. The first umbrella factory was here in Baltimore and established in 1828. Pretty fitting, considering the fact that there's a lot of rain teams expected to be had here.
Some of the earliest stories about the first snow cone date back to the 1850s here in Baltimore. Sounds like a nice treat, but don't expect much snow to be happening here with all the teams being built. This fun fact goes out to my colleague Sierra. The National Aquarium, considered to be the United States' first public aquarium, is situated in Baltimore's Inner Harbor. It boasts a population of over 20,000 birds, fish, reptiles, amphibians, and marine mammals. That's pretty reminiscent of the fact that there's 167 unique Pokemon being used in this tournament. Baltimore is the birthplace of the national anthem. Francis Scott Key wrote the Star-Spangled Banner during the War of 1812, inspired by the sight of the American flag at Fort McHenry. That was actually the name of the elementary school I was supposed to go to before my parents moved me out of there. Jousting is a state sport of Maryland. There's lots of events held near Baltimore. I got no fun fact for that besides the fact that it's just a cool thing to read out. The oldest public market, Lexington Market, was established in 1782 and is the oldest continuously operating public market in the United States. It's also a great place to go for lunch during lunch break here at the Regional Championships. Edgar Allan Poe lived in Baltimore, where he penned some of his most famous works and is buried at Westminster Hall. Spooky! That's all I got. Stay tuned for more fun stories here at the Baltimore Regional Championships.
Spooky. Is it Pokeween already?
It comes earlier every year, it seems like.
Actually, yeah, it really does. My name's Gabby Snyder. I'm here with Scott Glaza, and we are waiting for round number 4 of Swiss at the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. And honestly, I feel like I learned a lot right now, not just because Baltimore fun facts were more fun than I anticipated, but also I feel like we're getting a masterclass of all these new Pokemon, new strategies that have been highlighted so far here on stream.
Yeah, I mean, the Choice Scarf coaching into a sweep was not quite what I was expecting to see. I mean, it's really cool though, right? I mean, kind of a newer move, newer Pokemon, and we get to see something a little bit different. I think it's been really fun, with the kind of like really powerful offensive Pokemon kind of removed. We get to see some of like the quirkier stuff that came out at various times during Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet that maybe hasn't gotten to make quite the same impact on VGC that it could have had, had just the right format, like this one.
Like this one. We're not the only people watching. Some of y'all at home have sent in your social media posts for us to feature here on stream. And look at that poll from Cypher, pulling the beautiful Cinderace EX special art card from your first Stellar Crown booster pack. Dude, send me your luck. That is an incredible poll. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning.
Yeah, I think you get my pack if you could just give that back to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, good to see Cinderace too. We almost saw it last round. It was, watching from the bench, which maybe is a good spot for it.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon where I do think that Proteana's ability, which it's actually Libero on Cinderace, is always going to be good. But whether or not somebody finds the secret trick to make it amazing in this format is to be seen. But with a beautiful art like that, especially with the Stellar Terra Terrestrialization, that rainbow border, it's just a beautiful card.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous, I'll admit. And yeah, I mean, it's just a fun Pokemon, right? I think one of the great things about this weekend in general is, I think we're going to see a lot of first partner Pokemon, which we traditionally don't, other than Incineroar.
Yeah.
And I guess Rillaboom.
Moving on, we have another post here from Crashworks. I actually saw this on X earlier on this week, I feel like. Meowscarada using Flower Trick, it's super effective. That poor Tatsugiri just thrown there a little bit.
Well, I'm really glad they tagged this with the hashtag play Pokemon because I did not get this one in my feed. I was, just a little more important, the algorithm fed me 8,000 political posts, I guess. But I think this is beautiful art, and I think we all love to watch Dondoza being defeated. So ideal.
I also love how, and I think Crash was one of the artists on social media that started this trend. We've been seeing a lot more fan art from VG matches featured on the regional streams, on the world stream, ICs. It's so cool to see this because at the end of the day, like I think back to the early episodes of the Pokemon animation, with Ash and his Pikachu. Like this is how I used to imagine the battles in the video game in my head. And if I had artistic talent, I would try and make this happen, but this is about 5,000 times better than I could ever conceive myself.
Yeah, I mean, excellent art here.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed. And then, I mean, it's good to see Masquerada back. We saw a little bit of it in Regulation A. We kind of been joking that kind of like an alternate reality Regulation B, as if, we stayed at kind of a lower power level. And I guess, appropriate that, Masquerada's not super high usage. It's a difficult Pokemon to fight against this format. I think it's really one, I think, even like kind of practicing a bunch of standard teams where I think I've been maybe playing too wide a variety of teams that's, like mastered all of them a little bit less. Masquerada can punish you if you're not used to having, you're not familiar with your team's game plan against it, where it pumps out the damage.
And it also picked the correct Pokemon to knock out in Dondozo, so everybody wins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for anyone who doesn't get the joke, right, Flower Trick with that guaranteed critical hit ignores those defense boosts on Dondozo, and since, Masquerada's naturally got that super effective Flower Trick, it only takes one usually.
And Dondozo is also a Pokemon that we love to see leave the field, preferably knocked out so it doesn't come back later on in the match. But Poplio from Artsy, this regulation is making my 2016 self very happy. That is Primarina up there in top 12 usage, and while we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, it was one of the Pokemon that jumped out a little bit as a surprise to me, because when you think about those first partner Pokemon, when you think about the water typing in particular, Primarina hasn't really had a moment in VGC in a very long time.
Yeah. Well, then the Masters division, right? I think it's like one of the weird VG trivia facts that I always like throwing at people who are like more casual fans of the game, where like, well, Masters we never see it, but I never quite understood if like, like especially the juniors think so that we don't, or they're just using Primarina because maybe it was like their first first partner Pokemon, and they're attached to it, but like it always kind of does okay. Like I feel like at least a couple times every year, like, whether it's an IC finals or a Worlds, Primarina shows up and like kind of does work. So, usually it's the younger age divisions that are kind of following the metagame of Masters. Maybe this time it's the other way around. Like, the kids had this one right. Primarina has been very impactful in this format. And I think, that 25% is a big deal, too, right? I think we've been seeing it kind of more like 7th or 8th on total usage stats in kind of other tournaments, and the latter coming into the tournament. I think it's, like 3rd now, which, wow, I mean, I never expected to see Primarina up there. But it's a Pokemon I think we're all welcome to see. I think it's fun to watch battle, too, right? Can dish out hits pretty well. Like, Haze, again. The first partner Pokemon are all banding together to help defeat Dondozo, which, give me an animated series of that.
Again, they had what, Paldean wings over on YouTube? Let's get anti-Dondozo wings. We have one
Dondozo
more
anchors.
Yeah, Dondozo anchors. We have one more tweet here to showcase on broadcast, so if you could go ahead and bring that up. It's from Chris Brown. Good luck to the 4,000 competitors in Baltimore this weekend as we hold our first regional of the 2025 season. 4,000 people here to compete. Over 640 in VG. I heard around 180 signed up for Go, and I think they have over 160 checking into play. And the rest, I'm assuming, is TCG. So
yeah, there's a lot of those guys.
Yeah, it's a lot of those guys, but still a great, strong start to the 2025 season. Chris Brown, thanks to the work that you and your team puts in to make it all happen, because we would not be here without that.
True. Yeah, for us, perhaps in a very literal sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of stunned when I was walking into the building, right? Where I was like, I haven't seen this convention hall before. I guess as I learned from the Baltimore facts, none of the VG players have probably, and it's a big building. It's a huge hall. Where, I mean, it's just kind of amazing to me. Where I remember I played some of the regional championships like 2010, 2011, and it was feisty. We were as a
Very
small
different.
building. It had a lot of spirit, and it's a very different enterprise now.
It is, and with the vendors, with the side events, with First Start, there's so much cool stuff going on. I know that there was a Sisterhood event yesterday for all 3 games, which is really exciting. I think there's just so many opportunities to come out and play Pokemon, even if you're not in the main competition, or maybe you just decide, it's not my day, I'm just gonna go farm sides and walk away with a giant Ditto beanbag chair, which doesn't look like a beanbag chair, but I assure you, if you go to the prize wall and you take a look at it, I'm pretty sure it's the beanbag chair Ditto.
I'll be doing that.
Yeah, call me out.
No, I mean, I just want to see. I've never seen this in person, but I think it's always fun, right? And I think that's kind of just the spirit of the thing, right?
Yeah.
Kind of enjoy all of the fun things that Pokemon as a brand can bring you, regardless of whether or not that you're doing well in the tournament or kind of just enjoying a lot of like-minded folks.
for sure. So while we wait for our next round of Swiss to get started, I would love to take the moment that I have all y'all captive here, your eyes are mine, caught in my Trick Room, not Electroweb, to talk about Trick Room, because we have not talked about it yet. We haven't really seen it yet on stream either. There was a Sinistcha that tried to make it happen, unfortunately just did not find the right alignment that it needed in that matchup. But a Pokemon like Hatterene was introduced in Sword and Shield, and honestly is probably the #2 Trick Room setter that I think you have to watch out for in the format. And I'll go into why in a little bit. But first, pop quiz, Scott. Do you know what Magic Bounce does?
Yeah, I mean, I forget about every time I fight it, and then once Spore doesn't work, I remember.
See, you got exactly what I was throwing down there. I was gonna try and steal a page from Dwee's book and be like, so we're gonna counter team the Rain team right now. But you're absolutely right. Its ability Magic Bounce ensures that moves like Spore will be redirected to the user. Not that it would put Amoonguss to sleep, but it does make it ineffective. It is a very slow Psychic Fairy type Pokemon, can consistently set up Trick Room with the support of a Pokemon like Indeedee alongside of it, and then just deal out tons of damage with Expanding Force and Dazzling Gleam. Does have to worry about Wide Guard, but it does feel like there aren't that many Pokemon in the metagame right now that have that.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing in tournaments too, I mean, you do have the open team sheet, right?
Yes,
so like,
yes.
okay, well, I know this Pelipper does have the wide guard, so I'm going to select Pokemon a little differently because of that. I really think that Magic Bounce is a cool thing. Again, I don't enjoy playing against it very much, but you know, we traditionally haven't had to see too much of it in VGC. You know, it's something that over the years has been a lot stronger in single battles where I think it's just a little bit easier to line up. But it is really frustrating in a Pokemon that knows Trick Room, right? Where you know, if you can't just score a knockout, most of the ways of mitigating Trick Room involve some sort of status move, right?
Yeah.
And Magic Bounce just shuts all that down.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to talk about with Hatterene in particular is that I think its introduction in Sword and Shield shifted how Trick Room was being played as an archetype. Because on the one hand, you would have teams that basically had Trick Room as an option and every other Pokemon was really good. Torkoal was very common on those types of teams. But then with the dawn of Indeedee and Hatterene, you started to see the Expanding Force getting the damage boosted by the same type of attack bonus, by the Psychic Terrain, becoming a double target move, hitting both Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. And that became its own type of Trick Room. And I think that coming into this tournament, while it certainly won't be, I mean, I hope it's the team that's standing at the end of the day. And if any of y'all are running Hatterene out in the field, I got your back for sure. I think statistically speaking, it usually only finds 1 or 2 regionals where it is able to get to the top and really have that moment. But what better timing than the first event of the season?
Yeah, and I think in some ways you'd think that maybe this would be a better format for it, right? Where, you know, the Hatterene tends to appear on Trick Room teams are a little more, like the commitment level's a little bit higher, right? Where, unlike the Porygon 2 teams where you can kind of just like switch around and kind of like play the game a little bit more, Hatterene really just, you know, I want to get like Trick Room up, like probably only exactly once and just do so much damage that the game is basically over by the time that Trick Room expires. And, you know, I think the lower the power level in the format is, the more likely you are to succeed at that goal, right? You know, Pokemon are less bulky, maybe they have a few fewer tricks in the other direction to slow you down. And hey, you know, we haven't seen too much of it so far, but it's got to be out there somewhere.
Yeah, and one Pokemon that really benefits from the presence of Trick Room in the metagame will be Ursaluna. Now, for this particular segment and for this event, I specifically chose the normal Ursaluna. It's a normal type Pokemon, mind you, in either form, but this is not the Blood Moon variant where it just goes a little crazy, I think, because of the Blood Moon's presence, of course. This Ursaluna has the Guts ability, which once you are burned by the Flame Orb that you're holding, or potentially maybe poisoned by a Sneasler or something in some weird world, you are able to increase your attack tenfold. And with Facade getting a boost damage from having a status on you, from Headlong Rush basically being a ground type close combat, there's a lot of opportunity for this Pokemon to do damage. Unfortunately, it's very naturally slow, but in Trick Room, that definitely becomes an advantage for it.
Yeah, I think it's been a really fun Pokemon too, where I didn't think too much of it when it came out. You know, obviously Ursaring, never the most impactful competitive Pokemon, but this
No.
this evolution's been great, right? Where I think it's, you know, it's kind of got a nice niche as kind of like the main physical Trick Room attacker now, where, yeah, I mean, Facade, when everything is set up, one-shots pretty much everything that doesn't resist normal, which is a fantastic thing to have. And then it's also a little tricky as an open team sheet Pokemon, where I think one of the things that's beautiful about it, where, you know, if you don't have a team that's like Hatterene level Trick Room committed, it's hard to just assume that it's going to be minimum speed, where we've seen a lot of like really fast bears flying around in Tailwind, and all of a sudden like, oh, that's kind of outspeeding stuff now. And you know, there's no hibernating for this guy. It's been a really fun Pokemon. You can build a lot of different ways, and I think it's been really cool where you can put your own spin on Trick Room depending on how you train your Ursaluna.
Yeah, and there's also a way to run Ursaluna alongside Porygon too, and this is the other Trick Room team that I think we'll be seeing a little bit of this weekend, where instead of just going full send with the Expanding Force, with the Eruption from Torkoal, you run Porygon 2 and Ursaluna as a Trick Room option, and then rely on more of those strong attacking Pokemon that Dewey and Aaron like so much to deal the rest of the damage. Similar to previous formats, I feel like Porygon 2 has a very comfortable position where it can hold Eviolite. The download ability gives it a chance of getting a special attack boost. What's interesting about it in this generation, which we haven't seen yet, is Terra Blast. You know, Terra Blast without Terastallization is just a normal type attack, and it does so much damage when coming from Porygon 2, especially after a download boost.
Yeah, it's not bad, right? Where I think that's one of the cool things about it, where, yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's not like an optimal base power by any means, but at least you can actually do something with it, where pretty much every other Pokemon you're teaching Terra Blast, if you don't Terastallize that Pokemon, it is just awful. And then I think Porygon 2 is also just really fun to play, where, you know, its version of Trick Room tends to play a little bit more like Balance, right? And like, you know, you use Trick Room the way that other teams might use Tailwind, where, you know, you can get an advantage with it and kind of control the game, but if you don't have it, it's not the end of the world, right? You can slug it out a little bit better than, like, you know, a Torkoal-based team usually, where, you know, you really don't want to be taking, you know, 90% of your damage before you throw out an Eruption that perhaps you're not the proudest of.
Yep. I haven't done that, that's for sure. That all being said, thank you to coming to my Trick Room talk. There will be a quiz later on in the broadcast so that y'all are prepared. Maybe go back and take some notes. But we are going to be taking a short break now as we get ready for our next round of Swifts, so please stay tuned.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, you know, if I have more wins than losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah, he's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
Step up anywhere, name the place and I'll be there anytime.
at least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. And let me tell you, it's been a fantastic day so far. We are 3 rounds in for our video game tournament this weekend, and we're getting ready to kick off round number 4.
Should be a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a matchup with some pretty well-respected players here, and I think it's been a lot of fun as we've gone through, just to kind of see everyone putting their own spins on the teams and strategies in this new format. A lot of players kind of bringing back their favorite archetypes from past formats, perhaps, but changing it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's what's a lot of fun about coming into a new year, a new season, some new teams. There's a lot of opportunity here, and I think all of us are relieved that you can come back and return to your favorites.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of stuff works, right? And I don't know, I think it's been neat where I'm kind of surprised in retrospect that even this format is a little bit different than anything we've ever had. Kind of the fundamental rule concept has never really been a thing before. We're still seeing kind of a lot of team cores that did work in past formats. Oh, well, gotta figure out how to replace the Paradox Pokemon, or I gotta figure out how to have a matchup now against different threats than I did maybe in past formats. But it's still it feels a little bit new and a little bit old at the same time.
For sure. We have a look at our standings after round 3 of Swiss, and these are some, but not all, of the players who are undefeated currently in the tournament.
Yeah, some of these players, also a little bit new or a little bit old.
Yeah.
Wide variety. I see I believe there's a couple of players here actually. I believe are first-year masters. Also see some players who I've played in tournaments at the same time as. So we've seen both extremes here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know that Christopher Hahn just aged up from the senior division. His brother was the junior world champion this year, also aged up into the senior division. Shout outs to Joe Ugarte, one of our picks to keep an eye on this weekend, hanging in there at 3-0. And of course, Mezier, we just saw him on stream earlier, just seeming like he's having a great day, and honestly, the way he's playing, I can see why.
Yeah, and I think one thing to keep in mind too, I think it's never been more important to go undefeated. I think in the past, you can kind of pick up that second loss and it's not great, but it's fine, right? Just win out. There's a little bit more pressure now where you definitely can't get a third loss anymore. So I think because of that, staying undefeated longer really matters. It's Pokemon. It's a tough game to, just rattle off 10 wins in a row or whatever. So I think, the longer you can kind of keep some margin for error, especially as, the better you do in this tournament, the tougher your opponents are going to get as well. I think starting strong is really important this year.
For sure. We have some notable matchups going into this next round, and while we will be featuring Chuppa Cross versus Alberto Lara on stream, these are all names I recognize, actually. What an incredible round. Oh my goodness. Riley Factura, the leader in championship points from the previous season, playing against Brandon Clemens. Toller Webb, a previous regional and international champion and world champion, playing against one of my locals, actually, Dawei C. Dawei was actually a Dondozo player, but has picked something a little bit different for this tournament. Of course, Mezier versus Tristan Fearing, Joe versus Stephen Mia, and then Steven versus VJ.
A lot of really fun names there. I know I'm rooting for Toller, but I could always get behind a reformed Dondozo player, which unfortunately, or fortunately, if you're a fan of Dondozo, could be a Pokemon we're about to see.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing I think you can count on in a format like Regulation H is that where there is Chuppa Cross, there is a Dondozo and a Tatsugiri, as he has gotten some incredible accomplishments running that team earlier on in the previous season. And I mean, talk about returning to favorites. That's like a very comfortable, I mean, I say the word comfortable, but I would not be comfortable running Dondozo. But for him, a very comfortable pair of Pokemon to come back to.
Yeah, I think we'll get in the teams a little bit more once we get into the game, but I'm pretty excited for this because both trainers are kind of using cores of Pokemon they have a lot of experience with, that they've earned a lot of championship points with. And I really love watching players at that level of comfort. I think it kind of, they just know their damage calculations a little bit better, where they can kind of make riskier plays because they know exactly how risky the move they're making is, right? Like, okay, well, this is the worst thing that can happen, and I've seen the situation 100 times, and like neither of them are able to trick each other too much, where they're both very familiar with what they have on both sides of the field. So I think it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many matches on that list that I would love to watch. Like, I'd love to see Z play. I'd love to see Steven play. Mezier, I'd love to honestly see him play again because he handled his Dondozo team way differently than the Dondozo team that we're going to see, which is honestly what I would expect coming from Chuppa, as the Palmont on that team, the Glamora, Pokemon that we've all seen him run before. Alberto Lara, though, I see some favorites with the Garchomp and the Corviknight, but Skeledirge? That's a new one.
Yeah, I remember trying that one out in the Regulation A. So again, I guess kind of thinking back to that alternate timeline version of Regulation B we're in now. Much like Dondozo, Skeledirge has the Unaware ability, so both sides going to be no-selling each other's stat increases, which is sort of funny because both of them teams that are very much based on boosting their own stats. See Chuppa here with his team. 4 of the same 6 Pokemon that he used in the San Diego Regional Championships back in that Regulation A, swapping out to get Glamora and Talonflame, who we didn't have last time. Glamora kind of became a mainstay on the Dondozo team a little bit later in that season at the Oceania International Championships, and kind of just stayed forever on Dondozo after that, it's felt like.
For sure, and I want to take a moment to talk about some of the newer techs on this team, though, because the Golden Go, I think, is a new addition for Chuppa to bring here. It's the set that I would expect coming into this tournament, maybe something like a steel attack boosting item over Life Orb in terms of that, but Protect, Nasty Plot, Make It Rain, very standard for Dondozo right now.
Yeah,
or excuse me, Golden Go.
Yeah, and one of the best Pokemon in the format, right? I think it and Rillaboom are probably in a 2-horse race for that right now. And yeah, I think one thing that's great for Chuppa, too, is he does have experience with it. Unlike most Dondozo players, he was using it way back in San Diego a couple of years ago. So he's gotten to use this combination of Pokemon, at least those 4 with Palmont as well. And a level that some other people haven't. Also just kind of fun to look at this team, really showing off some of the most powerful Pokemon from Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, with 5 Pokemon that have all come out in the most recent set of games.
Yeah, shout outs to Talonflame, the one outsider there who certainly will do its part in this matchup. But I think it's going to have to, as when you're the 2024 Toronto Regional Champion, you're running your favorite Pokemon, having that Talonflame on the team gives you a lot more options. I feel like you can maybe lead Talonflame Golden Go, you can maybe do Talonflame Glamora, and then Dondozo will also benefit from having a bit of a speed boost maybe prior to that Commander ability activating and boosting up all of its stats. Alberto, though, on the other side of the field, will have some speed control of his own thanks to the Tailwind Whimsicott, also running Sunny Day. But interestingly enough, that's going to be paired with the Skeledirge to boost those fire-type attacks and probably more likely take Rain away from the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing to have.
Yeah.
I mean, someone has been kind of standing Rain this weekend. Sunny Day with Prankster, very frustrating to play against. And I think in general, this is a really cool team. Again, quite a few stat up options with Nasty Plot and Bulk Up and Torch Song as well. It doesn't work so well against the Dondozo with that Unaware ability, but yeah, he's got his own with the Skeledirge. So I'm kind of excited to see where they kind of like both sides of pieces that interrupt what their kind of intended strategy is. I'm curious if we will see that Whimsicott, who does still do a pretty good job of messing with Dondozo, could potentially Encore to get stuck in one move.
Yeah.
Sunny Day is pretty annoying, and then maybe we will see that Skeledirge, right? you'd assume this is one of the matchups where this is the reason why Skeledirge is on the team. It was a Pokemon I selected to start my adventure in Scarlet and Violet with, so I'm very happy to see it here. Come on, buddy, you can do it.
I'm surprised you let Fuecoco evolve, honestly. I feel like that's something we need to circle back to later as a Fuecoco fan. But I do want to take a moment as well to talk about Choice Scarf on Garchomp. I think that's a really unique item that I wasn't expecting to see coming into this tournament. I mean, obviously Fast Rock Slide is something that nobody's going to shake their head at because we've all seen what it does. It flinches Pokemon. Alberto Lara, also a regional champion back in 2018, winning the Hartford Regional Championships back then. I think ran Corviknight, but definitely did not run some of the newer Pokemon on the team like Golden Go.
Yeah, and both these fellas, you know, mainstays on our championship point standing slide. They're fantastic championship point collectors. Actually, I think Choice Scarf in general is a little bit of an underrated item in this format. There's so much tailwind that having some way of like getting above matching that, I think, is a nice thing to have. And we see 3 Pokemon who really don't want to be hit with Earthquake next to a Garchomp.
I was going to say, shout outs to Chuppa for getting Director Clavel's Palma. That's a very post-game content Pokemon there, but more importantly, you will be leading it alongside of Golden Go against the Scarf Garchomp and the opposing Golden Go. So definitely some opportunity to see how speeds break down here.
Yeah, and sort of a tricky turn again, because both players know that Choice Scarf is there. This is not best of 1 closed team sheet, so are you really going to lock into the Earthquake? Probably some thoughts that perhaps there is a Corviknight in the back, so you tried to get like ultra cute and catch it with electric type attack, perhaps. Interesting first turn here with both sides having some options.
For sure, and the other thing that's interesting as well is that I think both these trainers could decide to just play very, very passively here and go immediately for a nasty plot, which is a strategy that we see a lot of Golden Go players try and weave in when they think they have the opportunity. Alberto will take this opportunity to terrastalize that Golden Go into its steel typing, going to fake, actually not get flinched by that fake out as that's going into the Garchomp. Rough Skin dealing a little bit of recoil damage there. That was actually Chuppa's Golden Go that terrastalized, went immediately for Make It Rain, and that Garchomp is gone.
Yeah, no more Earthquake now. Going to have to take an attack in return here, but yeah, it's a pretty good trade. I think for just a little bit of damage from the Rough Skin, can't complain. And from the Life Orb, hurting himself.
I mean, you are giving up your Focus Sash, unfortunately, with that recoil damage, but Alberto goes and targets down the opposing Golden Go with Shadow Ball, potentially assuming there wouldn't have been a terastallization that turn. So
yeah, would have been a knockout with that.
Yeah.
Instead, early turn, you feel pretty good about it for Chuppa, right? Knock out one Pokemon, vastly weaken another, and as an aggressive terastallization, turn 1, game 1, just going for it. But getting a lot out of it. However, now the Whimsicott on the field has the option of Tailwinding here. Could try to Encore Palmon into the Fake Out, although I think it's likely that that's not going to work. Get some cool options here, but Alberto's really got to take some ground back now, where you probably is the Dondozo combination in the back, so you got to prepare for that situation while also catching up in the game.
Yeah, one thing about Choice Scarf as a lead is that I think you're always expecting to switch it out within 1 turn or have it be knocked out within 1 turn. So losing the Garchomp this early on isn't necessarily as much of a step back as it could seem on paper. That being said, though, Chuppa is taking a couple of steps here, going to double switch into the Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination. So we'll only have 1 Pokemon on the field for the time being and will not be able to switch Dondozo out, as that's how this whole thing works. But is going to, I don't know, this is an interesting double switch here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely maybe causes Dondozo to get out in the field boosted a little quicker than Alberto was hoping for. I think a lot of playing Dondozo well is kind of keeping your opponent off guard, but potentially going to take 1 attack here. It'll be the Make It Rain. It will resist this attack, and Tatsugiri happily avoiding it from the stomach. And yeah, not too much damage there.
Not too much damage at all, and Golden Go will be taking a special attack drop on top of that. And we do see the leftovers activate on this Dondozo to bring a little bit of that health back. So overall, a great switch for Chuppa.
Yeah, when all said and done there, kind of lost the damage trade there with the Life Orb versus the leftovers. And I really love how aggressive that is from Chuppa. I think one really important thing when you're playing against Dondozo is that you want to make sure that you're kind of ready for it once it comes out, because it does so much damage while you're repositioning your board. I think Alberto probably wasn't expecting it yet, and we do see Skeledirge, so there was no option for Corviknight in the back. Instead, the unaware battle between these 2 Pokemon.
Moonblast will do a little bit of chip damage, but that Skeledirge showed up just in time to take an Earthquake. It is going to be super effective, but it's not going to do a lot of damage because of that unaware ability. It works two ways. Not only is the Pokemon attacking you unaware of your stat changes, it's also unaware of your stat changes when you're taking damage.
Yeah, and I was going to say it takes it really well.
Yeah.
I had just been thinking before I saw the damage there. I was like, oh, you know, one of the tough things about how quick Chuppa was to get that out in the field is now you have to switch into the Earthquake without having the opportunity to terrestrialize Skeledirge first to remove that weakness to Earthquake. Didn't really matter, where still not even close to a 2-hit KO. And yeah, you see why Skeledirge is on the team right now.
Yeah.
Not such a popular Pokemon, but when Dondozo is such an important team in the metagame to counter you, you can afford to have a Pokemon on your team whose main job is to help deal with stuff like this.
I feel bad for this Whimsicott though, as Moonblast did not do a lot of damage, and it almost feels like it's stuck out on the field for the time being. We will see the terrestrialization come through from Alberto, and like you were hinting at, it is Skeledirge turning into that fairy type, so no more weakness to Earthquake.
Yeah, and hey, Whimsicott might not be in such a bad spot, right? You know, it's not going to get too much done, but you know, what Pokemon does against Dondozo, but you know, its support moves can still be useful here. Sunny Day going to weaken any potential water type attacks. They're now both immune to dragon type attacks, and you know, if we see any Torch songs, I'm sure Skeledirge will appreciate the sign.
Here comes another Earthquake, but it does even less damage to Skeledirge this turn. Torch Song won't be doing super effective damage by any means, but gets the critical hit, and I think more importantly for this matchup, will be boosting the special attack of Skeledirge by one stage, utilizing its signature move to really start ramping up its stats, kind of like we see from Archaludon or the King Gambits in the format right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a scary thing about this, right? It's not really about Skeledirge versus Dondozo. You're going to assume that Skeledirge was the one who's going to come out on top of the matchup between these two particular Pokemon. The problem is once that happens, Alberto's likely going to be pretty far behind in this game. So can Skeledirge do enough that once Dondozo faints, it can kind of just win the game on its own? And this is a combination of Pokemon that really is going to struggle against Skeledirge.
Yeah, I really love, too, how Skeledirge can just sit on the field now and keep going for Torch Songs. It does have Shadow Ball and Slack Off as other options here, but really, as long as it stays healthy, you don't feel pressured to use Slack Off. And the more Torch Songs at this point just means you're going to have that much more momentum going into the late game, especially since we know Golden Go's still in the back for Chuppa.
Yeah, and it's probably already at the point where, you know, one Torch Song would knock out Palmot, one Torch Song would knock out Golden Go. So he's actually not that far off the point where, you know, Skeledirge kind of just takes care of this one. Unfortunately, having to switch the Golden Go into the Earthquake kind of slow down the rate at which Skeledirge loses its friend Whimsicott. Instead, Golden Go going down, and, you know, we see the cost of this ramp.
A safe switch there, though, as Whimsicott will be able to come back out onto the field and provide more Tailwind support and potentially more weather support later on in this match. Shadow Ball will bring that Dondozo down into the red, and after another round of leftovers, both these trainers will have an opportunity to switch their Pokemon, or excuse me, Alberto will have the opportunity to switch his Pokemon around, and with Whimsicott coming back out onto the field, I almost have to assume we're going to see it go for Tailwind immediately.
Yeah, I think I really like how he played that, because he knows he's going to wind up in a situation where he's got Soul Skeledirge having to kind of won before. I think he'll probably pick up a knockout this turn, and he's going to want the speed advantage against as many of these Pokemon as he can, avoid taking a bunch of unnecessary hits. So at least this ensures he has the maximum possible Tailwind as Skeledirge tries to hero mode this game for him in game one.
One potentially final Earthquake from this Dondozo will get that knockout against the Whimsicott. So it is just this one Skeledirge versus all four Pokemon on Chuppa's side of the field. Will use Torch Song to deal that final amount of damage to Dondozo to pick up the KO. So now Chuppa will still have the Tatsugiri on the field as it finally makes its reappearance alongside of the Golden Go in the back, and then also Palmon.
Yeah, so you know, Tatsugiri probably going to struggle to do too much damage here. Two of its attacks are Dragon type, not going to work at all on this now Fairy type Skeledirge. Muddy Water doesn't love the rain, but I do think Icy Wind could be meaningful here. The one thing that doesn't do less damage than it does by default now, but you know, it could help negate that Tailwind. You know, Palmot, we've already seen the fake out from it, at least could burn a turn of this Tailwind. Try to eventually get in a situation where maybe Golden Go is the one who deals the final blow, or even attack from this Palmot, and probably going to do a decent amount of damage, though you'd assume this Skeledirge is trained to be pretty physically bulky based on how we've seen it take these Earthquakes.
I don't think we'll see it this turn, but do you think there's potential for a Revival Blessing? I mean, the fake out plus Icy Wind here I think is very safe, but I would be tempted, especially with the Tatsugiri still around, to like try and do that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to do it, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe the reason not to do it is you may not even need to.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
But I think it's a good point and something to keep in mind as we look at this set, right? Where you don't necessarily only need to knock Dondozo out once. There is certainly the option to do it again, although I think Chepa has several different ways he could probably close this first game out.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, like, on the one hand, Revival Blessing would be cool. It's really the signature move of Palmont, but Double Shock there would close it out. Another Icy Wind or two from that Tatsugiri would close it out, and that's exactly why we see Alberto lock in forfeit, giving Chepa game number 1.
So I think really what happened in the game, fantastic turn 1 from Chepa, right?
Yeah.
Like eventually Skeledirge can beat up Dondozo, but like you need more positive Pokemon traits to actually turn that into a win because, yeah, I mean, Soul Skeledirge is not quite as powerful as Soul Dondozo, you know, it doesn't have the boost to its defensive stats or to its speed naturally that Dondozo gets from Commanders. So even though they can kind of fight to a draw, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic draw. I didn't read about that one in literature class.
I didn't either, so you're on your own for that one. I think the other cool thing about this team as well was just Chepa was very comfortable using Earthquake after Earthquake after Earthquake. I think a lot of times when trainers run Dondozo, they might try and get those order-ups in, but it just wasn't really an option thanks to the Fairy typing, and I think that worked in his advantage, because even though Earthquake wasn't dealing a ton of damage, it still out-ramped that Skeledirge and provided just the right amount of pressure to keep him on the advantage.
Yeah, and I think kind of on Alberto's side, I feel like he kind of has to use a pretty similar combination of Pokemon. I mean, I think bringing Corviknight is an option, but all it's really going to do is like survive while Dondozo's out there, which maybe that's enough. It's just a matter of like, well, can you still get to that position efficiently where even though Chepa hadn't seen Alberto's 4th Pokemon when he sent out Dondozo, he knew it was going to be Skeledirge, right? Because you have to bring that in this matchup. So he had all the information of like, all right, I'm pretty safe just to Earthquake my way through this one. I think that the team preview element was going to be really important, where Chepa led well, he knew exactly what he needed to do there. And again, you know, we see Chepa's experience on this archetype. Looked like a kind of like very aggressive way to play the beginning of the game, but he kind of won it right there where I didn't really have to do anything. We even saw Dondozo get suffer a critical hit the other direction, didn't really make a difference, so pretty decisive victory.
Yeah, looking at Alberto's Pokemon, I mean, if you're worried about Earthquake, you do have 2 Pokemon that will dodge damage by nature of being flying types, so that would be the Corviknight and the Dragonite. I don't think you can bring the Dragonite in this matchup just because you'd have to Terrastalize it, which it felt like the Fairy typing on that Skeledirge was so important. I don't think you can give that up necessarily. And then Dragonite's weak to order up. You could try Corviknight. It certainly would be on the field longer than the Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dragonite over Garchomp would be an option so that, you know, you can lead 2 Pokemon that are immune to Fake Out, but we see a little different path. Instead, both sides going for their Tailwind Golden Go mode.
And because Talonflame is still at full health on this turn number 1, it will get access to its Gale Wings ability, which means it will be using Tailwind in the same priority tier as Whimsicott. So you might look at this board state and think to yourself, Whimsicott Tailwinds, Golden Go outspeeds, goes for that Shadow Ball like you saw in turn 1. Not as free this time around.
Especially because Chepa doesn't have to Terrastalize, or he can Terrastalize rather, where Alberto, assuming Dondozo in the back end, kind of has to save it for Skeledirge.
Yeah.
So, and we've seen that Chepa's Golden Go is faster. So I think there's a lot of elements of this turn that are advantage. Plus, again, he really just needs to trade positively. So if he wanted to, there's always the option of just like going for the knockout in the Whimsicott. I think it's probably not worth giving up the free Tailwind, but you know, given how ineffective Golden Go was against Dondozo in the previous game, that's an option too.
Yeah, you do have to watch out as this Whimsicott has access to Encore, so we might see the Talonflame go for a Tailwind and then immediately switch out previously. But in terms of starting things out, Chepa will be starting things in the same way as game number 1, going straight for that Steel-type Terrastalization on the Golden Go. But Alberto making a huge adjustment here, Terrastalizing his own Golden Go.
So a very different plan. Like, Operation Skeledirge didn't go the best. Perhaps hoping that maybe there is no Dondozo this time, or just thinking he has a different solution to it.
Here comes Tailwind from a Whimsicott, and I have a feeling there will not be a second Tailwind close behind, as we know that Brave Bird is going to bring Whimsicott straight down to its Focus Sash. So while Alberto's Golden Go will be attacking first, we did see from the previous game that Chepa's own Golden Go could have taken a Shadow Ball. Instead, it Make It Rain will actually almost KO the Talonflame. That does a ton of damage. Chepa will be able to pick up the KO, though, with his own Make It Rain on the opposing Whimsicott to close out this turn.
Yeah, so once again, we're going to see Chuppa get the Pokemon advantage immediately, but I think it's kind of an interesting spot for Alberto this time. Again, it depends on what's in the back, or like, is there some way you can still handle the Dondozo? I guess potentially Skeletors can still beat it with how little Earthquake was doing last time. But I think what's critical is, as you mentioned, this is not the Pokemon X and Pokemon Y version of Talonflame. It does need full health to have access to Gale Wings. No longer has priority with either Brave Bird or with Tailwind, so there's now a real path, at least, to never letting Chuppa get a Tailwind up. And letting this Golden go pick up a knockout, but if you make it rain again, you're going to wind up at -2, likely needing to switch out, although I guess it doesn't matter if it's Dondozo.
It doesn't, but I think another option to consider here is that Chuppa could try and start to stall out some of the Tailwind turns on the opposing side of the field. This Talonflame does have access to Protect. I know in previous formats in particular, you just don't have the room for it. And while you want to try and be smart sometimes and not just click the double Protect, in this particular situation where your opponent can get the double knockout pretty comfortably, I like this play from Chuppa. Maybe double Protect for sure this turn, potentially even roll the additional Protects the following turn, and just hope that that buys you enough time to get through Tailwind so that when Dondozo does make the field, it can really start threatening that Skeletor immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty low-risk play.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, you're giving up a potential nasty plot on the other side, but I think that the upside of that is low, and this is likely going to wind up in a fight with an unaware Dondozo anyway. We do see Alberto just goes for the attack, so nothing's really going to happen in this turn. And one of the weaknesses of Skeletor is even though it is a boosting Pokemon, it needs to do damage in order to boost. So unless it's going to attack the Golden Go here, which would be pretty hype, but a little crazy, not what we see here. And Chuppa gets rid of one turn of the Tailwind without really having to pay. This becomes the more interesting turn now, right? Where you immediately go to Dondozo. If you do immediately go to Dondozo, which slot do you go for? Or can you successfully line up Tatsugiri with the Torch Song to negate Skeletor's turn for a second time in a row? I think that makes a lot more sense to me than the double. So we'll have to see which side Alberto guesses as he tries to catch Dondozo with a little extra damage.
Yeah, this is the tricky part about this turn too, right? Is that I feel like sometimes when you switch Pokemon in, there's always like a science to it. You want to send this Pokemon into this spot so it resists this damage. Knowing that one of the Pokemon just kind of disappears after it takes the field, and knowing that Unaware basically makes it so you don't have to worry too much about stat changes or whatever. Like, I feel like you just have to guess here. And you're either going to guess right or guess wrong. So we saw, since we're seeing Chuppa's perspective, that Tatsugiri is coming in on the left, which means Dondozo is coming in on the right. So the question is, did Alberto also predict this going into the turn?
Yeah, 'cause he really wants a single target attack with both of these, ideally now, make it rain a lot worse than Shadow Ball. Can ignore his own special attack drop if he picks the right target. So we'll have to see, are the attacks going behind door number 1 or door number 2?
And unfortunately, we do have to wait a moment here as Dondozo, as it does best, slows things down as it gets all of those sharp boosts. And Shadow Ball targeted the Tatsugiri slot. Torch Song targeted the Tatsugiri slot. What an incredible read from Chuppa.
That's a huge read there. Dondozo much healthier than it would otherwise be. Now have the option, if he wants to, of protecting again to stop the Trick Room, or just going for the Earthquakes, feeling like, hey, we're going to have to trade blows here, so it doesn't really matter if Tailwind is still active or not.
I mean, that's the thing, right? In game number 1, we saw just how little damage Alberto was doing to the Dondozo. And yeah, Earthquake's not going to be getting any one-hit knockouts in this position, but I feel like because you're not taking a lot of damage in return, that's okay.
Yeah, it's actually weirdly, I think, better to not try to stall at the Tailwind, because really what you want to do, all that really matters is getting as many Earthquakes out as you can to whittle down Skeletor's partners before it takes out eventually Golden Go. But this time we do see the Corviknight adjustment, so it is Corviknight showing up over Garchomp, as we kind of expected, at least able to reduce the effectiveness of this Earthquake strategy.
Yeah, unlike the Tatsugiri, who's just hiding out with Dondozo, Corviknight just floats over that Earthquake, and Torch Song will begin the process of getting what I'm assuming is going to be a lot of stat boosts on Alberto's side of the field. Not only do you have Skeletors now using Torch Song to get those special attack boots, the Corviknight's probably going to have to go for a bulk up or two before it starts going on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, its stat boosts aren't going to matter until Dondozo's knocked out, where again, the Unaware Madness has really picked up. But I think it puts Alberto in a more realistic spot, right? At this time, at least, there is a reasonable path toward him knocking out Dondozo without just completely being out of Pokemon. However, yeah, I mean, unlike last time, we see that Corviknight could be an option, or either could be an option for order up to increase Dondozo's stats, since it will matter against everyone but Skeledirge. And Skeledirge isn't able to terrestrialize this time, so super effective Wave Crash is also an option.
Yeah, and I think that if I were Alberto, I'd try and utilize this. It's almost like a bit of a slow moment, right, in the game, because you know it's going to take Dondozo a couple of turns to power through either of these Pokemon. I think that there's a lot of mind games going on here in terms of Chuppa's position. Do you want to go for the KO on the Skeledirge immediately? I would assume that's what Alberto's anticipating with that Protect there. But this Corviknight is going to want to try and find some opportunities to boost its own stats, so it's available in the late game for Alberto. And Order Up will boost this Dondozo's attack by 1 stage. Brave Bird, though, just doesn't do damage.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of words from the game here, and I'm a little questionable. Super effective, critical hit. I mean, it was effective. It was a hit. We're not doing a whole lot of damage, and there's a lot of healing available. Both Corviknight and Skeledirge can heal themselves. It is somewhat a very favorable position for Alberto. It's going to take us a little while, and Corviknight's probably going to get pretty worn down. But with the Citrus Berry and Roost and Slack off on the Skeledirge side, it's going to take a lot for Chuppa to deal with this. And it's a weirdly complicated position, right? Even though both these trainers are very used to these Pokemon, and I think this, again, exactly what these Pokemon are for at Alberto's team. A strange one.
I am curious, though, at which point Alberto decides to go on the offense with his 2 Pokemon, because I think he has a bit more of an interesting mind game here where you have to juggle, the slack offs, dealing damage, boosting up your own stats. I love that Shadow Ball into Dondozo because I feel like that's an indication that after maybe 1 more Torch Song, it'll be at the right amount of damage against that Pokemon, but
unaware.
Unaware, yes.
But the chip does matter a lot because, really this is all about the position once Dondozo's knocked out, where, again, Alberto has Pokemon where he's going to be able to deal with this Dondozo. However, once he does, there's still 3 healthy-ish Pokemon on Chuppa's side of the field. And there's definitely a world where he can get Tailwind off this time. Talonflame, even though it doesn't have Gale Wings active, it's just naturally going to be faster than all of the remaining Pokemon. So it's a weird, complicated game. And I'm impressed to see these players navigating it. I would have a headache.
I was just going to ask for Meowscarada to come in from the sidelines with a flower trick.
Can you get some WWE stuff going on here? Or the starter Pokemon are banding together. They're done with this.
The starter Pokemon with the Steel type terrestrialization. But yeah, that's the thing though about these Dondozo games, and I do feel like that's a testament to both these trainers, especially when you look at the overall arc of this tournament. This is only round 4. We're going to have Chuppa looking to use every possible minute of this matchup. Imagine doing that for 8 rounds today. Imagine doing it for additional Swiss rounds tomorrow. There's so much time.
I think that's why he's one of our players to watch, right? It's not just that he's experienced this team, but there's some unique experiences. Oh no, it's a knockout, a 1-hit KO in the Corviknight. It's not unaware, and I think we're all very aware of how powerful this Dondozo has become.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. It does take some recoil there, and the nice thing about that recoil is it does put it within KO range from the Shadow Ball. And again, that's just another testament to how talented these trainers are, knowing when to go on the offense, Chuppa making that decision, and Alberto matching it.
Yeah, my man knows his math, and now we're in a very difficult position for Alberto. That Choice Scarf Tatsugiri, naturally going to be the strongest Pokemon in the field. This time there is no sunny day, so even a Muddy Water is potentially very devastating to the other side of the field. Talonflame now can come in. You have a litany of reasonable options, right? You can go for the Tailwind and try to make things easier for the Golden Go on your side of the field. Could just go for a Brave Bird, which would certainly be a self-knockout at this point. I think that's a little dangerous, but hey, you need some more damage perhaps on Skeledirge anyhow. Or you just go for the Protect. I think that's actually overwhelmingly the best choice here.
Yeah, I think that your goal here is to try and deal as much damage as possible with the Tatsugiri before going on the offense with the Talonflame.
Yeah, and I think, realistically, Talonflame, you're only going to get 1 swing.
Yeah.
So you get more information this way, right? You're probably going to lock in a Muddy Water, can learn if that hits or not. And then also kind of get a feel for how much health these other Pokemon are going to have to try to make a more predictable end game for your Golden Go. And hey, maybe you get lucky and you get an attack and a Talonflame Protect.
Muddy Water will not hit the opposing Golden Go thanks to that Protect, and will connect with the Skeledirge for an actually super effective hit. Shadow Ball, though, will return fire into that Tatsugiri, bringing it down to just below half its health. I don't think that special defense drop really matters in the grand scheme of things. I think what's more important here is that the Skeledirge would be KO'd by a second Muddy Water, and that's the information that Chepa was looking for with the Protect.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly Tatsugiri's looking like the sweeper here. It's like, hey, you know, you may have knocked out Dondozo bot, but I'm going to deal with this one on my own.
What's really interesting to me here is just how quickly the tides have turned. You know, everything was so slow with Dondozo, with Unaware, no double Protect to slow things down further. But now all of a sudden, it's just full offense from all these Pokemon. We see Skeledirge get knocked out. We see the Golden Go hanging on with just a little bit of health, but not for long, as Flare Blitz will pick up the KO. And Chupa Cross winning this round 4 of Swiss 2-0 against Alberto Lara.
Yeah, put your abacuses away, everyone. Unaware can't hurt us anymore, but what an excellent match that was. Chupa really showing his mastery of that team. And props to Alberto, too, right? I mean, you see the way his team could have dealt with the Dondozo, had things gone just a little bit differently, but Chupa played that one really well. Just got Dondozo out at the field at exactly the right time in all the games, dished out a lot of extra damage well, and really did a great job of just kind of knowing his damage calculations, right? I think that knockout on Corviknight was big, using the right amount of order-ups, not getting tempted to incorrectly attack in any of the Skeledirge Protects. It's a really well put-together game by him.
I know, and if you think about how difficult that must be, because your opponent knows, like, you have Dondozo, you've been favoring Earthquake, you could order up or Wave Crash, sure. Like, there's just so much information the opponent holds in that position to be able to consistently make the correct call. I think just shows how good Chupa is. I mean, like you were saying before the match, probably one of the most experienced Dondozo players out in the field, and really able to decide when to use Dondozo, switching it in with perfect timing in game 1, like we're seeing here, and very well played.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of tough in the other direction too, right? I think Alberto played a pretty good set himself. Certainly would have liked, I think, turn 1, game 1 to go very differently,
Yeah,
but his
for
adjustments,
sure.
that was pretty reasonable. And I think it really just shows the power too of Chupa's team, where you know, Alberto has like some pretty specific counters to Dondozo, and like he set them up kind of the way he wanted to both times, and like neither way really worked, right? Like I don't think Alberto made like especially any wrong reads, other than again, you know, like the very beginning of the games, it just like his team did not win against Chupa's team. Was really what happened there, right? Where I think it was really see why Dondozo is such a team to be feared in this format.
It is, and I think that also goes to say a lot towards what kind of format this is, and I think that's one of the unfortunate things we took from Regulation G is just, you can't counter everything. You know, you gotta pick your wins and losses, and well, I think Alberto has a great tech with that Skeledirge. An experienced Dondozo player will probably know how to navigate that and make it a lot more closer than one would like.
Yeah, I tried Skeledirge a lot in Regulation A, and unfortunately, I felt like a lot of my games looked like Alberto's did, right? Where like it almost worked, and like, oh, I kind of see what I was getting at here. I know one thing I saw back then is that Skeledirge tended to use Will-O-Wisp more, which I think makes it a lot easier to not lose all your friends. But I mean, still, I mean, it's really tough to give up that move slot, and you know, we kind of see, you know, we saw at least 3 of the 4 moves that Skeledirge was using there, and you have to give up Protect or Slack Off realistically in that situation, and then without Slack Off, you don't really like counter Dondozo correctly anymore. So you can't have 5 moves.
You can't. As much as I think a lot of us would like that, you really can't. And at the end of the day, I do think as well that if you hit somebody like Chupa in round 4 of your tournament and your Dondozo matchup isn't the greatest, I think it's an okay L to take. You know, it is your first loss of the day, and like you were saying earlier as well, you really want to win out for as long as possible with the new Swiss format of these tournaments. But also, like, you know.
I mean, sometimes it's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Where, I mean, like, you don't want to get matched with other players who are, you know, like, also obvious top 10 players in your region. Sometimes that's going to happen earlier in the tournament, right? You know, sometimes you get your round 8 pairing during round 4, and like, unfortunate. But I think if nothing else too, I mean, I don't think you leave that match feeling too bad about it if you're Alberto, where like, he didn't beat this Dondozo. I think, you know, perhaps a lesser Dondozo player, the match goes very differently, right? I think a couple of errors, and you see that the result of that match switches. Chupa's not going to make a whole lot of errors, right? I think he's kind of talked about that in interviews before, right? Just like not messing up is a big part of his strategy, and he's so prepared, and that's why he has achievements like these.
I was going to say, did win Toronto Regionals last year, got 2nd place in Portland Regionals not long after. Top 16 at LAIC, and was a regional finalist in that first tournament with Dondozo back in 2023 in San Diego. And also, I think a new picture for him, which is kind of exciting for us to see.
Yeah, I think everybody should upgrade their pictures a little bit. Right? They look like me and like my work ID card. You're like, I remember when I used to look like that. Those are the days. And yeah, I think it's fun too. Where like even though again, I cast Chuppa using 4 of these 6 Pokemon at least in San Diego. It felt pretty differently to me this time, where you can really see how much he's kind of improved both as a trainer. I think he put a lot of work in between now and then, and I think he's a very different sort of Pokemon kind of, or Pokemon trainer, kind of if you're looking at like the threat list of North America than he was when he made it to that regional final, and like his poise and his game planning has really come a long way. Obviously, he was always a strong trainer because, I think second place at regionals, I think everybody, whoever wins, would be very happy with that finish this weekend. But I think watching his progress has been really impressive. Again, a player who played back when I was competing, and at that point, wasn't one of those players perhaps that you would expect to see with these achievements, but he's really put the work in to get here, and you see the results.
Yeah, well, you've heard enough about us about Chuppa. Let's go ahead and talk to the man himself over in the lounge with Dwee. Please take it away.
Dwee Ha here with Chuppa Cross. Of course, Chuppa, congratulations on winning Swiss Round 4. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great. Feeling great. Yeah, really fun set against a good friend. I feel like I was able to showcase my team strengths, showcase my strengths as a player. Just no complaints.
I mean, we talked about this a little bit before, but do you consider yourself the greatest Dondozo player of all time?
Yes, full stop.
Can you tell us a little bit about going into this matchup versus Alberto and how you approach this matchup against Alberto's team?
It's funny because I know, like, you and I had been talking a little bit about Reggae and San Diego before, and at the time, I was really afraid of Alberto's team back then, very similar with that Skeledirge. And nowadays, I felt like some of the Pokémon Golden Go tech that I had was able to make it a little bit easier, and sort of just ensure that even if Dozo can't beat Skeledirge, Golden Go can.
Mm-hmm. So, going back to San Diego, you were the finalist over in San Diego, and we've made a lot of comparisons between Regulation H and Regulation A. Your team is very similar with some minor differences here. Can you tell us about the differences between your San Diego finalist team versus the team that you're currently piloting right now? Biggest differences there, the Meowscarada has now become a Glamora, and then the Arcanine has become a Talonflame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I want to start off with Palmont and Golden Go. They're really the anchors of the team. They're some of my favorite Pokemon to use and feel like they give me a lot of room to express my creativity as a player. And then on top of those, like, kind of deciding, like, okay, Arcanine, Meowscarada, maybe a little bit behind the times. Glamora with Toxic Debris, really powerful to just wear the opponent down over time. And then who's Talonflame? Of course, Talonflame for reliable speed control is just an absolute upgrade over the old San Diego version of the team.
Yeah, of course, that Gale Wings Tailwind being able to provide very consistent support for speed control. We talked about this before about how back then in Regulation A, we hadn't really discovered the power of Glamora, but now we know exactly how great Glamora works on these Dondozo teams, right?
And it's not only about discovering how good Glamora is, it's just about Glamora getting Meteor Beam since then, which is one of the strongest moves in the game. I think Glamora is the only Pokemon in the game that can use it with that same type attack bonus right now. It can just wipe most Pokemon off the map, and with Dondozo, sometimes getting rid of one key target, even if you have to expend that resource to do it, is a very worthwhile trade.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. Can you talk about how you're currently feeling about Regulation H right now? Are you having a lot of fun in this format right now?
Definitely. I was not the hugest fan of the previous regulation. I'm just not always into those restricteds, but I think this format and the variety of Pokemon that you can use in is so fun. I think it just says a lot about how good the format is that, Sneasler is the top 12 Pokemon this event. Imagine someone telling you, hey, Sneasler is going to be good, anytime after it was released, they would laugh at you, and now it's no. The format just allows for some really unique picks to succeed.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you saw the caster prediction slide, but I predicted Sneasler to do pretty well. And of course, I feel very great that you're backing me up here, Chubb.
How can I not back up Sneasler?
Who can't? Sneasler is a great Pokemon in this format. You're absolutely right. Currently, Chuppa, you are 8-0 in games. You have not dropped a game yet. How are you feeling for the rest of the tournament?
Feeling really good. I'm sure there's going to be some tough matchups, though. I know people went into this tournament ready to play against Dondozo, and I'm sure I'm, going to have to fight some of those trickier matchups like a Moongus or Primarina. I know people are ready for it, but maybe I'm ready for them. We're just going to have to see who comes out on top.
Coming from the greatest Dondozo player of all time, I'm going to go ahead and let you get ready for Swiss Round 5, but before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make out to anybody watching right now?
Yeah, I'd love to shout out Santino, Zach, and Jacob for helping me with the team. It's been, such a great time getting ready with you guys, and I'm really lucky to have other, people that are so experienced with the archetype to talk with.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chuppa. It's always a pleasure to get to talk to you, especially hearing about Dondozo from the greatest Dondozo player of all time. I'm going to let you prepare for Swiss Round 5. We're going to take a quick break here at the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships, but when we come back, more action here.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we pass the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you.
Welcome back to the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. A glorious shot there of the playmat that some of these trainers received when entering this tournament. Blood Moon Ursaluna. We see that our TCG players are out in the crowd having a good time. Gabby Snyder and Scott Glaza here having a great time behind the desk. And we were just talking about this a little bit with that previous video break. You know, you like to collect Pokemon the way that you collect, and I'm ready to open up some cards in Pocket in the future to start my collection.
Yeah, I was also jealous of the lady in that last clip where, like, I think the right way to collect Pokemon is a bedroom full of giant plush, as she's living her best life.
I was going to say her and Rosemary are living that best life.
Yeah, they would have the same bedroom. Well, Rosemary's is probably pink, and then you see the blue version.
I have the giant spiel, so I'm part of the way there. Nowhere near in contention with either of those two trainers, but I think I have one where it counts.
Yeah, I need like the analyst lounge of plush collectors to help me learn the ways, because I'm way behind.
Well, give me a regional that is within a 30-minute radius of where I live, and I can bring my plush collection with me in the car. But hey, maybe I could show it off on stream with a tweet at a future event. Can't do it now because I'm here, but some of y'all are sharing social media posts with us here, and that's a plush collection of one, but it's the most important one. The good boy Pidgey making some sandwiches and watching the Baltimore Regional. Could not ask for a better Saturday.
I think Pidgey is among the most underrated Pokemon. I was asked the other day what my favorite Mega Evolved Pokemon was, and I didn't think of Pidgeot, even though that's the right answer. So I publicly apologize to Pidgeot, and the normal and flying type Pokemon in general.
I want to know what Pidgey likes on its sandwich, not gonna lie. I feel like I was just watching the episode of Horizons where they all make sandwiches, and I learned that Captain Pikachu is just all meat. So I'm curious if Pidgey is, I don't know, I feel like maybe a tofu would be good for Pidgey.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Pidgey being a delicate eater. Yeah. Very careful about its diet.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next tweet here. That's us, but more importantly, that's Rotom. First Stellar Crown Box and a Shrouded Fable booster. Now we can sit and chill with #PlayPokemon, hoping to see a snow or sand team turn up on stream, but I'll take a Flygon. I wish that you had a Flygon card in your picture, because I think that would be our best odds of getting a Flygon on stream, but we'll try.
Opportunity wasted.
I'm feeling more confident about the Sand Team, just saying, but you never know at these events.
Yeah. Although it's interesting, you know, it's we haven't seen Tyranitar yet. It was doing pretty well in the usage chart. Maybe I'm looking for one in this picture. Perhaps I was trying to find the end of the last matchup, but unable to see it off in the distance.
All right, we have one more tweet here to showcase on stream. Aw, teaching my 10-month-old about Dondozo so that she can understand the world we live in isn't fair?
I saw this tweet, actually.
Wait, what?
I saw this tweet during the break. Actually thought about showing it to you on my phone, so I'm glad I didn't. We can all look at it together. I agree, Krell. What's going on here?
I would love to let my 10-month-old maybe live in the innocence of childhood for a bit longer, but, you know, maybe taking this lesson early on will help this lovely child beat Dondozo someday.
Yeah, his follow-up tweet was really good, too, which is like, I think Alberto's team is the most interesting team she's ever seen, parentheses, because she's a 10-month-old baby, which, you know.
Oh, Crow, my dude.
This man is a strong social media gamer.
I was going to say, hopefully you're having fun at home, and hopefully all y'all are having fun, either in the venue, at home, watching. Make sure to use that #PlayPokemon. Show us what's up this lovely Saturday morning. Maybe you're shiny hunting, maybe you're opening some cards, maybe you're hanging out with your favorite pets, your favorite plush. We'd love to see it, and who knows, you may see your post on stream. That all being said, I think we should take a look at what's going on in the lounge, because I hear Dwee and Rosemary are there ready to showcase something interesting while we wait for our next round of Swiss.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, Gabby. Thanks, Scott. Interesting is going to be in quotation marks, because for the most part, Rose and I, we're just going to vibe right now.
I love it.
Yeah.
Let's vibe.
We just saw Chup across the self-proclaimed, and I don't even think it's self-proclaimed. I think it could just be true. The greatest Dondozo player of all time. Take a victory over Alberto Lara. Let's go ahead and break down Dondozo real fast. Dondozo is a Pokemon that's been a threat ever since it was introduced in VG.
It really has, and a lot of the reasons why we've seen Dondozo do so well is because it has two very interesting abilities. We've got most dominantly Unaware, which is going to allow Dondozo to ignore opposing Pokemon's stat boosts while also getting a chance to keep its own, with Tatsugiri giving over the Commander boost. You get +2 to everything, and it makes Dondozo such a huge threat.
Yeah, getting boosts to all of its stats, as well as being able to ignore the stat boost of other opposing Pokemon, makes it such a huge threat. And of course, it can just start dealing so much damage. And again, those stat boosts to its defenses allow it to stay on the field for so long. Partnered with that leftovers, kind of allows it to stay out on the field forever and just heal right back up, right?
It really does, especially if you know that there are a bunch of Rillaboom running around in the meta, that they're also going to set grassy terrain. And so not only are you getting the leftovers recovery, but you're also getting the recovery at the end of every turn from grassy terrain also.
Yeah, so if you don't take care of Dondozos as fast as possible, well, you know, all that damage that you dealt to it, it's just gonna heal right back up. It's just like an Archaludon, but it doesn't need the raid.
That's actually so true. But alongside this moveset, you have Order Up, which is also really nice because alongside all the boosts that you're getting from Commander, the type of Tatsugiri can actually affect the additional boost that you're getting every single time that you use the move Order Up. For most cases, it's gonna be that curly Tatsugiri, so when you use Order Up, you're gonna be getting an attack boost after every single time you use the move, but you also have other options here, Wave Crash, Earthquake. Some of these Dondozo are also running Substitute, dropping one of those attacks for that.
Yeah, and of course, a Pokemon hiding behind a Substitute is very dangerous. Again, Substitute plus Leftovers is kind of a combination that players really enjoy just because you're hiding behind that Substitute and then you're just being able to block out damage until the Substitute fades and then heal back with that Leftovers. As you mentioned, Order Up with that Tatsugiri Curly form does boost that attack stat, which allows Dondozo to kind of... It's a Pokemon that will just eventually be able to deal so much damage after it just gets all those boosts up. But of course, there's always the famous Dondozo mirror. Two unaware Dondozos just going up against each other, not sure exactly what's happening, just being unaware of each other's boosts and stuff like that, right? And then it can take a very long time for all of that to happen.
It's like two pool noodles fighting against each other on the field.
Yeah, I've invested a lot of turns on Dondozo boosting, and then it's like, well, no, doesn't really matter anyways, right? So Dondozo is definitely a Pokemon to watch out for.
Yeah.
Rose, we actually haven't had a chance to have you in the lounge yet, but let's talk about what you predicted for your archetype to do so well in this tournament. So what were your 4 Pokemon that you predicted to do well, and what was the archetype that you predicted for it?
So just in general, I think the archetype that's going to do really well at this event is going to be some type of setup option. I think Dondozo sort of falls into that category where you have the Tatsugiri that's able to provide over all of those boosts, but we've seen on stream already a ton of Pokemon that are reliant on some type of setup option in order to really get going. So on my predictions, you've got Nasty Plot Golden Go, you also have Swords Dance King Gambit. I think like I didn't have it on there, but Beat Up with Annihilate into Rage Fist is also something that I would consider setup, and then Volcarona. I think Volcarona is definitely one of those Pokemon that has been sort of at the top of the usage charts that I feel like was just even more primed for this particular regulation.
Yep, and we have the Pokemon Spotlight here for Volcarona, a Pokemon some may consider even the greatest bug-type Pokemon of all time. It's been around since 2011 VGC. It's just got such a great move pool. It's got such great coverage, right? We see their common moves for it: Giga Drain, Heat Wave. Bug Buzz as a bug type hits hard when it's needed to. I mean, especially against psychic types, but Giga Drain for that staying power, and of course, one of the greatest moves, one of the greatest boosting moves, Quiver Dance.
Yes, Quiver Dance is so nice because not only do you get a boost to your special attack, but you also get a boost to your speed. So Volcarona, maybe not necessarily naturally the fastest Pokemon in the format, but as soon as you get 1-2 Quiver Dances, you're absolutely going to be able to demolish some of the Pokemon on the other side. And with Terastallization, you talk about it being one of the best bug types in the format. What if it was one of the best grass types in the format?
Of course, then you'll get boosted Giga Drains. And then again, it's about that setup and that staying power too, right? Like Giga Drain will allow it to stick around on the field for so long. It's like, oh, I did so much damage to Volcarona, and then all of a sudden, yep, Giga Drain, and then Volcarona heals right back up. Of course, we talked about it. Quiver Dance gets a +1 to special attack, special defense, and speed. So Volcarona's kind of in a weird speed tier, right? It's pretty fast, but it's not necessarily the fastest. Well, guess what? With the Quiver Dance, it's now fast, it's bulky on the special side, as well as, hey, let's deal some damage right now.
Yeah, for sure. And then its ability Flame Body, I think, is one of the real reasons that Volcarona is considered such a big threat. Outside of its offensive pressure with something like the Giga Drain and the Heat Wave, you also have the opportunity to potentially burn the opponent. So let's say you're Terra Grass on your Volcarona. There's so many water types in the meta that it's going to end up walling, and even better if you burn a Dondozo or you burn a Paldean Tauros.
Absolutely. That. I mean, Flame Bodies is such a threat because of the fact that, hey, watch out. You might get burned. And then also, like, a move that's not really highlighted there is that Volcarona also has access to Rage Powder. Which
That's
like,
true.
I remember there was a time where Volcarona was just Rage Powdering away attacks, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, I got burned because I tried to attack its partner Pokemon but got Rage Powdered away, right? So that's another common move. Maybe not so common in this format, but it is a move that Volcarona does have access to.
And it was really common when you looked at Regulation G. Hello, Rapid Striker Shifu. It's so nice to see you. Why don't I just Rage Powder away your Surging Strikes and burn you in the process?
Devastating. That's devastating if you're an Urshifu. It's like, oh yeah, I'm about to knock out this Volcarona, and then
No,
all of a sudden
you're
it's like,
not.
no, I'm burned. And it's resisted because it's Terastallized into the grass type. A Pokemon that we've seen on the stream a lot so far, King Gambit, a Pokemon that is able to hit very hard. Pokemon that has access to Swords Dance, and again, it's part of that archetype that you're talking about where it's like, I'm going to provide support for these Pokemon as they set up and try to knock out other Pokemon.
Absolutely. So right now in the moveset here, you don't see Sword Stance, but that's one of the more common setup options here for the King Gambit. So a lot of times if you're seeing this Black Glasses, Terra Dark, King Gambit archetype, you've got Sword Stance, you've got Protect, and then you also have Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave to really lean into the same type of attack bonus options that you have for the Dark typing. So I think that's the most common one, but you also cannot forget about the Assault Vest variant where you would drop Protect, you drop Sword Stance because you can't use either of those moves, and then you add on Iron Head as well as a Low Kick to really provide yourself some offensive coverage.
Yeah, and of course, Low Kick will help deal with opposing King Gambits as well, so long as they don't Terastallize. And of course, the Defiant ability, such a great ability. I mean, a lot of players rely on Intimidate in order to kind of like mitigate the amount of damage that those physical attackers can deal, but hey, guess what? Defiant says, nah. Absolutely not. I'm actually going to boost off this Intimidate as well. And then also like other forms of speed control, right? Like if maybe, so let's say a team's using Icy Wind or Electro Web or something like that. If you accidentally hit into that King Gambit, congratulations, King Gambit now just essentially got a free Sword Stance boost. And King Gambit, it's not a speed Pokemon. It's not fast.
It is not, and so it does make it really vulnerable to having to take a bunch of attacks, which is where something that like the Assault Vest variation can really come into play. Not only can you make it a little bit more speedy, but it allows King Gambit to have this really good natural bulk into a lot of the rest of the format. So when I think of that, I go, okay, there's like, well, you have Earth Power or something on a Blood Moon or Saluna. You also have Moonblast, which you're going to be even more protected from. But a lot of those special attack options do have a small chance to drop some type of stat. So you talk about how Defiant's really good against something like Intimidate or any of those speed dropping attacks, but what about ones that maybe you're like, there's a 10% chance that this could happen, so there's a 10% chance that this King Gambit is about to get a Defiant boost.
Yeah, so you have to be careful about what moves you actually use into those King Gambit slots or any Defiant Pokemon slot in general, right? You just don't want to be able to give off those free boosts. Another Pokemon that you had predicted, Golden Go, of course, Golden Go. Such a strong Pokemon, Ghost Steel type, and it's a golden Pokemon.
Yes, it is. It goes for the gold all the time. But there's a couple of different variations for Golden Go. Right now, of course, we're taking a look at the Nasty Plot version, which wouldn't actually hold choice specs. But with Nasty Plot, you can hold something like Leftovers, or you can actually hold a Metal Coat to make those Make It Rains even stronger, especially if you're going to give a Steel Terra type over to the Golden Go. Now you've got double same type attack bonus, plus you've also given yourself a +2 special attack boost with something like the Nasty Plot, and you just kind of run away from the game, run away with the game from there if you're able to weave that in.
Yep, and you know, Golden Go, one of the downsides of Make It Rain is that it does force your Golden Go to take a special attack drop, but hey, what if you can mitigate that by just allowing Golden Go to be able to safely set up Nasty Plots, right? Again, the Ghost typing is so good. Shadow Ball can deal a lot of damage to a lot of Trick Room setters, but of course, we talked about this earlier about how you got to be careful with those special attacks. Shadow Ball is one of those moves that actually has a chance to drop special defense over on King Gambit, so King Gambit switches in on a Golden Go Shadow Ball, could possibly get a free boost, but again, such a great Pokemon, and it is a Pokemon that everybody is probably prepared for in this format.
It's really good because of that steel typing that it has. I mean, you look at all the water types in the format, and it's such an oppressive threat that's why you're seeing Flamigo with Scrappy. You're also seeing Hisuian Decidueye to also be able to hit the Golden Go because it's that big of a threat. I mean, we saw it on the top 12 usage graphic, and there is a huge reason why Golden Go has been such a prolific force in just kind of all of Scarlet and Violet.
Absolutely. And of course, tying all this together in the archetype that you predicted to do well is, of course, Clefable. One of the redirectors that is prominent in this format. Clefable, not Clefairy. It's Clefable.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
I had to do a couple double takes when I first saw results coming out from other tournaments. I was like, is this Clefairy or Clefable? Is there a typographical error here?
Yeah, it's like, is that a height difference? Definitely is. But I think that Aaron and I talked about this a little bit because we saw Clefable on the broadcast a little bit earlier on. But it is a really interesting thing to think about because even just looking at Regulation G, we had Clefairy, which was so good to be able to give over Friend Guard, to make sure that it had access to a ton of utility moves like Helping Hand. Even Life Dew, I think in a lot of cases, is one of the reasons why Clefairy has just been so dominant. But Clefable offers something really different. Not only does it have some really good natural bulk, but the fact that it's a fairy type and the fact that it has Unaware, it makes it a perfect partner to redirect away from these big attacks. Dondozo. Unaware allows the Clefable to completely ignore those boosts. You can go for a Water Terra, and then you're really wowing the Dondozo there. It's a fairy type. You can't order up into it either. And then you look at a thing like King Gambit, which is also not going to have necessarily the best type advantage into that Pokemon unless it's running something like Iron Head.
Yep, and the fact that Clefairy is kind of forced to hold that Eviolite item in order to boost its defenses allows Clefable to hold different items and have a little bit more versatility, right? Clefairy can get spored by an Amoonguss. Clefable, carrying the safety goggles, cannot be spored by an Amoonguss, so there's a lot of different ways to play Clefable, and it actually just makes sense, right? There's a lot of heavy hitters in Regulation G, I mean, to name a few, Miraidon kind of hits pretty hard. That Friend Guard ability is... Yeah, just a little hard, but it's just the fact that, right now, the damage output isn't as strong as it was in Regulation G, so you don't necessarily need that Friend Guard ability. You're not really trying to prevent many one-hit KOs, because not a lot of things do one-hit KO in this format, barring a set of Pokemon like any of the ones that we had just mentioned, right?
Yes. I still think that there is a place for Friend Guard in the meta, though, so that is why we're still seeing players run Clefairy or even Mousehold, because that Friend Guard, as you just said, it kind of works in tandem where, well, there really aren't that many things that actually do hit very hard. So Friend Guard comes in and it's actually even more impactful.
Yeah. And that's another archetype that we have not had a chance to talk about. But hey, Rose, guess what? The next round of Swiss is ready. Yep. So the next round of Swiss is ready. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the caster desk right now as we get ready for the next round of Swiss here at the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships.
Thank you, Dewey and Rosemary. That was very informative and entertaining. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm still here with Scott Glaza, and we are ready to kick off round 5 of Swiss here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. And what better way to kick up the round than to check in on the players standings, see how everybody's doing. It's lunchtime. People might be a little bit hungry. They might need their coffee, but these trainers are all doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I was really hoping that all of the trainers had won since last round. I'm told actually only half of the trainers won last round.
I see.
It seems to happen a lot.
Weird how that works.
With some big names here. Again, we mentioned Joe Ugarte last round, joined now by Paul Chua and a trainer some of you may have heard of, Wolf Glick. Justin Tang, some big names there. Shout outs to, I believe, both our 2 and 4 seed, some other players that have been around a while. So, I'm something I love to see as I get grayer and grayer every time I appear on the stream.
And something that cannot be understated is just how many different Pokemon are currently undefeated in this tournament right now between all of these trainers. I saw Meowscarada, I saw a Sylveon, I saw a Scyther, all on the same team actually as our next featured match on stream. We can go ahead and take a look at the notable matches. Will be VJ Sood versus Jeremy Parson. Amazing matches otherwise, though. I mean, Zach Weed versus Chepa Cross, Logan Mazur versus Wolf Glick. So many incredible games. Unfortunately, can only pick one.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some of those other big-name trainers later, but hey, we've got a match for you. If you've ever cried in the comments of our Twitch chat and or our YouTube channel about how all the teams are the same, I challenge you to watch this next round.
Yeah, actually, I would like to raise that challenge to a formal challenge. I guess I was thinking about something more difficult than a challenge, and I was like, well...
A grand challenge?
Grand challenge.
A groovy challenge? That's still...
Actually...
That's my new name for it. It was recommended to us. I think it's a huge improvement.
I think looking at what VJ's cooking for this round, I think this will be a groovy challenge of a match. Because these are Pokemon! And honestly, his opponent, Jeremy Parsons, also has some very unique picks relative to what we've seen so far on stream, not relative to what VJ has brought to the competition. There's a new bar being set here, and unfortunately, I think a lot of us will be falling short. As VJ on the left-hand side of your screen, it's time for the full reveal. Y'all, you don't need glasses. This is correct. You're seeing Meowscarada, Sylveon, Scyther, Snorlax, and then the more anticipated Pokemon of Primarina and Blaze Breed Tauros.
Yeah, when Tauros is like the second or third least weird Pokemon in your team, you're cooking.
Jeremy, though, not going to be left out of the Groovy Challenge competition. They have brought Flamigo, and then some more popular Pokemon like the Goldengo, the Incineroar, the Ursaluna, the Amoonguss, and the Porygon 2. But I think most notably about Jeremy's team, opting to drop the Tyranitar, which is what you typically see with these Pokemon, and replace it with Flamigo. So not the co-star I think a lot of people were anticipating on seeing in this competition for that team. But let's look at VJ's team first, as I'll be real with you, Scott. I was looking up some of these Pokemon mechanics coming into this matchup to make sure I knew what was up.
Yeah, I believe, so I know this trainer is Tinkaton guy.
Yes.
There's no longer a Tinkaton, but you know, again, if Tinkaton were here, it would be among the least weird Pokemon on the team. I wish I could tell you anything about Scyther other than it is a Pokemon that knows moves.
Yeah.
It should be fun to watch. Now, I think there's a lot going on here. Okay, I think the Pokemon I'm most excited for is Snorlax. We actually saw Snorlax make a pretty deep run at the Pokemon World Championships. It was a very different strategy. It was like a support-based Snorlax. This Snorlax doesn't just hunger for food, it also hungers for blood, playing a little bit more aggressively than we're used to Snorlax seeing this format. Although, again, with this Assault Vest, right? Even offensive Snorlax, when we've seen in the past, is like almost always some sort of like belly drum gimmick. This is very different than what we're used to. I'm very excited to see this. It's probably literally the most original team I've ever seen at 4-0.
It's not only the most original team I've seen at 4-0, I think it's also one of the most offensive teams that I've seen undefeated, as if you look at this trainer's options for speed control, you have a couple of priority attacks, but that's it. Every single Pokemon on this team seems like it's optimized to just deal damage, and like Dewey was saying, you know, if there aren't a Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, you kind of just take the advantage.
Yeah. And you can imagine why this might work in this format, right?
Yeah.
You've been talking about all the major archetypes in this format, and I think one common thread between almost all of them, and you know, just like 7 easy steps, you have your strategy, and this team is not going to give you those steps for free.
No, Jeremy on the opposing side of the field now. I want to start off with their Flamigo, as I made a joke about Co-Star earlier, but this one's actually scrappy, which means it can be hitting Pokemon like Goldengo with close combat with those attacks. Also, one of the few Wide Guard users that's actually been running Wide Guard in the metagame right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've you know, again, we've seen Scrappy a little bit. I think I was actually on Wolf's team where it was a co-star in that team. This time it's going to be the primary performer here. It's going to be the lead act, and I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, we see Goldengo, I believe it is the second most used Pokemon at this tournament. It's generally been what we've seen so far in this format. It's a really important Pokemon to have a good matchup with. Most Goldengo using that Steel Terra type as well, so it gets to keep that weakness. I guess no longer requiring Scrappy. And then, yeah, I mean, Wide Guard seems like it counters half of the major archetypes in this format. On top of that, you otherwise have a pretty normal-looking team. Like Incineroar, Ursaluna, Amoonguss, Porygon 2 is a pretty common group of 4 you select with that version of the team. Goldengo can mix in when it's appropriate. And, you know, it's kind of funny as we talk about all of these unexpected Pokemon. It's the first Incineroar of the day in round 5, which truly is a brave new world.
I was going to say, check that one off your bingo cards. Incineroar appeared on stream.
The other thing I was going to note too is one move that we see on this Ursaluna that has picked up popularity recently that wasn't on our slide is that substitute on Ursaluna. I played a little bit of this because I kind of like didn't like the already outdated version of this team that was used like in a tournament last weekend or something. The meta's going fast. Substitute felt really, really strong. Because as we saw with like Tailwind in the previous game, so you try to like double protect through that. And typical Ursaluna, not only is it not really have any way to take advantage of turns just being stalled out, but actually loses a little bit of health from the burn. Getting a free substitute off so you can actually swing again once Trick Room expires is pretty devastating. I think it's a nice little tech. It felt really strong to me, and looks like it's working so far in this tournament.
Yeah, Jeremy also coming into this tournament with a lot of momentum, having Day 2 Worlds in Honolulu, but we're going to be starting things off with the Incineroar lead. Okay, that's one thing that you can count on in BGC, alongside a Porygon 2 for Jeremy, but Meowscarada and Blaze Breed Tauros on the field for VJ.
Yeah, 3 Pokemon you probably weren't expecting to see in the last format. We saw the white herb on this Tauros, different, like a herb-based item than we typically see often. The mirror herb on Tauros, instead the throwback white herb.
Yeah, and that will allow this Tauros to not have the stat drop from that Intimidate stick, but at the same time, what is it going to do in this position?
Well, it's 2 Pokemon that don't want to be hit by close combat, so I'd say not such a bad spot to be. And while this Meowscarada has been intimidated, it does have some interesting options. It could try to knock off this Eviolite. It could flee the battle. It could have gone for a flower trick, but I think that's very unlikely at this point.
It's Sylveon that takes the field for the Meowscarada. So VJ was known for running Meowscarada and a Tinkaton, the fairy type. So they sort of had that synergy going, not really as much. We do get the Trick Room from the Porygon 2, though, as I believe we saw Fake Out go into the Tauros.
Yeah, so everything is expected. The close combat now looking a little further away, where even though both of these Pokemon are weak against it, Incineroar probably pretty likely to flee battle here, and even Porygon 2, going to survive a close combat at this point. So Incineroar getting out.
I am curious, though, how this switch is going to work out for Jeremy. It is Amoonguss, so having access to redirection with Rage Powder will be huge against this Tauros if it is able to attack, as that Terra Blast brings it down into the yellow. Hyper Voice followed up with a close combat. Porygon 2 is able to hold on.
It makes it a little tricky here, unlike the Aqua Breed Tauros, so no priority move for this Tauros, so that you'd assume if that was an option, Amoonguss would be happily redirecting it.
Oh, for sure.
And yeah, it's a difficult Pokemon to see now, where Amoonguss can be the slowest Pokemon on the field. Everything that we've seen so far on the other side of the field really doesn't want to play against Amoonguss, so a Pokemon that could be very pivotal in this matchup.
VJ really has to struggle against this Trick Room because of that lack of priority at this point in time. And even if the Meowscarada comes back out onto the field, either through a KO or a switch, Sucker Punch just isn't going to work out at the end of the day, I think, to out-damage Jeremy at this point in time. Yes, Porygon 2 is on its last legs.
There's a priority.
I was going to say, that's a priority attack from Sylveon. Pixelate making that normal type attack a fairy type attack, will pick up that KO, will be put to sleep thanks to Spore due to its trouble.
Sylveon sleeping, Tauros is still going to get to move.
I was going to say, that Tauros, it's a fire type Pokemon, and if there's one thing Amoonguss cannot take is the heat from a Flare Blitz.
Well, we see 2 very popular Pokemon just get absolutely obliterated there, and hey, Tauros, known as a pretty frail Pokemon there, but after getting absolutely chunked by that Terra Blast, still able to slightly survive the recoil from its own Flare Blades, and that could be a big deal here. Not only can it, do its part to help try to stall out this Trick Room with a Protect here, but if it was to come back in later once Trick Room expires, neither of these Pokemon are going to be real excited about getting hit by yet another close combat.
No, Jeremy does still have Terastallization on their side of the field, and I think that Ursaluna almost has to Terastallize at this point if you're worried about the grass type attacks from the Meowscarada, but its Terra type is Ghost, so it's going to be taking super effective damage from those dark type attacks. So as long as VJ is able to find a way through these next Trick Room turns, I think that Meowscarada is going to be so happy to make an appearance.
So no Protect, maybe just calling a substitute and knowing that it's a little bit slower. I'll have to see what Incineroar does. If he doesn't knock out the Tauros, this could be terrible.
Knockoff will knock out that Tauros. That is correct.
Yeah. Got him. 4 HP is a whole lot, but able to pick up the knockout. And we kind of see the power substitute here. And not really a need to knock this Sylveon out yet. Instead of a position where against all these powerful Pokemon, wanting to make sure that if Trick Room does expire, still in a position to get some work done.
Scyther holding Eviolite will be taking the field next, and I do think this is our opportunity to talk a bit about this Scyther, as it has the Technician ability, which will be boosting the power of Thief and Dual Wing Beat, will not be boosting the power of Close Combat, which is its final move. And I have to wonder here if VJ knows his damage calculations of Close Combat versus Incineroar. Will take the opportunity to protect this turn, not wanting to lose that Scyther to a potential Facade and Flare Blitz double up. But still, what a unique Pokemon pick to bring into this tournament.
Yeah, kind of not such a bad Pokemon to have here right now. Like, I'm not super familiar with my Cypher defensive stat calcs, but you'd think that with the Eviolite there, probably can take a single Facade. Twisted Dimensions returning to normal now, and now you're kind of interesting spot where Sylveon's got to be pretty close to waking up. Incineroar now having to face down a Scyther that could hit it super effectively, kind of flipping what we expect from the type chart. Or, maybe that Dual Wing Beat, focusing down the Ursaluna as the real threat here is an option too, although with Meowscarada as the final Pokemon in the back, these two Pokemon are going to need to do at least most of the work getting rid of Incineroar, and Scyther's coming in. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Not quite the knockout, but that Incineroar is at such low health. It's possible that Sylveon's Hyper Voice, with that Fairy Feather still intact, would be enough to pick up that damage, or maybe just some recoil. We see Flare Blitz get the one-hit knockout on Scyther, despite the Eviolite, but that'll actually take the Incineroar off the board.
And Sylveon's been sleeping for a long time.
It has. It will take this opportunity to wake up, which will break. Actually, just will do damage through that substitute because it is a sound-based move, and Facade will return the knockout there.
Oh, this is so weird.
It's so weird,
that was
right?
really, really bad for there, where I think breaking the substitute would have probably just ended the game because then Meowscarada gets to come in, fire off a super effective attack. Instead with that I guess it doesn't matter, never mind. I was going to say with the substitute till there, this would be a big deal, except for Focus Sash is an item that exists. So instead, we'll safely get to swing twice, although there's not really any reason not to weave protect here and get the burn damage as well, but should be a pretty clean victory here thanks to the heroics of Tauros and Scyther in game 1.
What a crazy game. It will take a couple of turns for this to resolve, as Meowscarada, I think quite smartly, protecting itself this turn, has it available, will preserve that Focus Sash for another turn, ensuring that the game will last for another 3 turns. And as we can see from that burn damage, that should be plenty of time to pick up that KO. But VJ ending this game with a little bit of style. This will be, I think, our first Stellar Terrestrialization on stream of the season. And it's very beautiful, it's very sparkly, and will certainly do enough damage to break the substitute on that Ursaluna. Finally.
This substitute is hosed.
It really is. I want to take a moment, though, to talk about VJ's game plan going into this game 1, as I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit skeptical about the Scyther, but seeing it do enough damage to ensure that Flare Blitz is a KO in return for the trade, I feel like that was something he had to have calced for, right?
Yeah, I mean, unlike Jeremy, likely very important to his plan with Scyther and the team, and it's kind of interesting where, you don't see a lot of non-fighting type Pokemon with powerful fighting type attacks. Scyther not too many people's team builder. Congratulations on that very impressive game 1 win, and yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, we're in an interesting spot here. I thought critically too, we didn't really get to learn too much about how well Scyther would have taken those attacks, because by the time it got hit, it had already lowered its defense by using Close Combat. So, Jeremy doesn't know for sure here, but would Facade have knocked out a healthy Scyther? Would Flare Blitz have knocked out a healthy Scyther? Maybe not. Still some questions as we enter game 2, and this team surprises continue to exist on top of the fact that, the 2 Pokemon we didn't see were Snorlax and Primarina. I don't think they're in any way unpickable in this matchup, so I don't know if I'm feeling super good about this one if I'm Jeremy, where he's been so good in Swiss at so many tournaments, but this is a tough matchup.
I was gonna say, talk about Pokemon that I anticipated on seeing in game number 1 from VJ. I mean, Snorlax is right on top of the list. You have no way to stop Trick Room other than stalling it out and removing Porygon 2 early enough in the game that it can't come back.
So I think what we just saw in the replay, to me, is the key turn of that game. Mungus choosing to put Sylveon to sleep with that Spore instead of redirecting attacks away, gives up the Porygon kind of for free, and then winds up going down pretty easily itself anyway. I think that was just kind of a miscalculation where perhaps Jeremy also forgot about the quick attack, because I think that was just a devastating turn against.
Yeah, their approach to this game, I think, was correct. You know, you set up Trick Room, you know that your opponent doesn't have any access to speed control or any way to stop it other than those KOs, and then you hope that you find enough damage to basically end the game before Trick Room expires. But unfortunately for Jeremy, this just didn't really play out for them, and VJ was able to find this end game where it's 1v1, essentially focus Sash versus Ursaluna, and unfortunately for Ursaluna, it was on a timer and ended up losing to its own burn.
Yeah, I think the one positive thing I think I would say on Jeremy's side of the field is that Game 1 is much more difficult to play when you're in a team that's kind of this unexpected when you're on the other side of the field. Where, while Jeremy's team is a little bit of a swap from what we're used to seeing with that Flamigo appearing in the Tyranitar slot, you know, generally it's something that VJ could have prepared for, where no one's preparing for this. So at least, like, okay, well, there's still a lot of options, and like maybe there wasn't like the greatest information gathering Game 1 ever. You have some idea for how he approached the matchup, which allows Jeremy to then turn around like, okay, well, I have a little bit better idea of what I might need to do. Perhaps I underestimated the Tauros a little bit, where the White Herb actually was like super huge in that.
Yeah, it was.
Because that damage really mattered. You know, the quick attack from Sylveon, usually a little bit underwhelming, but was absolutely critical in that matchup. So, man, I can't believe we're watching this.
I'm honestly surprised in the best way possible. Like, we spent so much time, I think, talking about creativity, both coming into this tournament and obviously in earlier segments in this tournament. VJ is the embodiment of creativity right now. When you have a format where you know that there's going to be some unique things, you have these Pokemon that you've been playing with time and time and time again, and you have that experience, you can find these opportunities for these Pokemon to shine. And as we see a repeat here of the Tauros and the Sylveon and the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, I think VJ is in the driving seat once again.
Actually, a slightly better position than last game was Sylveon coming out instead of the Meowscarada. Last time that was a turn 1 switch, so you know, can't fake up both Pokemon, right? You're either going to get that Hyper Voice off a turn faster, or a Close Combat's going to come out here and chuck one of these two Pokemon. And hey, you know, maybe Blaze Breed Tauros a little underrated. I thought the its water type cousin was pretty impressive as well. But you know, Tauros seems like it does well in these formats where the average stats are just a little bit lower.
I gotta say, I think Dwee's having a field day right now, given that Tauros is absolutely driving this match forward. The one thing I want to point attention to as well here as we go into this turn number 1, I think looking at which Pokemon VJ targets in terms of who do you close combat will give us a good indication of who's in the back, because if it is going to be the Snorlax finally making an appearance in this game too, I think you're okay with Trick Room going up. Jeremy isn't going to go for it just yet, as they will be switching out the Porygon 2 immediately for that Amoonguss. Certainly could take a close combat, but that's not the target. It's Incineroar, and that's a one-hit KO.
VJ is red hot, just absolutely calling that one useless switch. Not going to have Incineroar for the rest of the game. No fake out coming out. So Sylveon also going to be able to dish out some damage. Hey, you know, it's not a whole lot, but if you don't give anything up for it and remove an entire Pokemon, a very problematic Pokemon, I might add, as there are several Pokemon on this team who really do not want to be intimidated. This is a pretty scary spot now where could we be seeing this crazy team going to 5-0?
I think it's very likely. The Flare Blitz into that Amoonguss feels like a very safe play, especially when you consider this Amoonguss is running both Pollen Puff and Clear Smog. The only way it can avoid damage would be to switch back into Jeremy's party, which is what we see, but they're sending in that Ursaluna. It might be able to take one attack here, but can it take 2?
Oh, wow.
Okay, it actually might be able to take 2, but still, it's going to be on the same timer we saw in game number 1, where that burn is going to come in and pick up that knockout very quickly if Quick Attack doesn't beat it to it.
That's what I'm going to say. That's terrible, right? Where it's almost worse than it survived, where very close to being knocked out by this burn. There's like not a whole lot of obvious counterplay to a Quick Attack into that slot, and then Vijay can kind of just make a read on what he thinks is going to be the other slot. You either close combat if you're expecting Porygon, or you know, go for the Fire type attack if you're expecting Amoonguss. And you know what Jeremy really needs is to find some way to get Amoonguss in next to Ursaluna and Pollen Puff, but I just know how you do that when it's weak weaken so much. But he is going to go for it, or they are going to go for it.
Yeah, they are going to go for it, but at what cost? The nice thing here is that Amoonguss will return to the field at full health thanks to the regenerator ability, so that can sort of open the door here. We'll probably take a little bit of chip damage here on the switch, assuming the Tauros targets down that slot, which, given the quick attack into that Ursaluna, that's exactly not what we see, as VJ probably predicting that the Ursaluna would switch out there and going for the Flare Blitz there instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable play. So now you're in an awkward position where, well, Amoonguss needs to use both Rage Powder and Pollen Puff in this turn.
Yeah.
That is not a thing. So now I think you probably have to switch Ursaluna back out for Porygon and try to get some situation later where Amoonguss is free to Pollen Puff, a switching in Ursaluna. It's dicey. It's real dicey.
It is real dicey out there. I love, though, just to see how Jeremy is keeping their composure in this matchup. I feel like a lot of times when you're playing a matchup like this, where there's no way you could have anticipated, you're learning as you go. It's very easy to get lost in the heat of the moment, but they are keeping their cool.
There's a chance.
There's a chance here.
This is a very exploitable turn. I'm surprised to see this.
We knew going into this turn that there was going to be a double protect here from VJ, protecting both the Pokemon from damage. Facade going into that first protect. Pollen Puff making the correct call. Will be able to heal up that Ursaluna. Looking a little bit more comfortable on the field for Jeremy now.
Yeah, I just don't understand that play. There's no reason to give this up for free now. There's really no counterplay to it. Well, yeah, I mean, you could go for a second Pollen probably and just target the Tauros slot. Likely to pick up a knockout that way. Suddenly you wind up with 3 pretty healthy Pokemon again. And there's a real chance that Jeremy can pull this one back. It's been such a great start to this game, but letting the foot off the gas maybe at just the wrong moment.
It's a tough call to make because at the end of the day, you definitely have to watch out for Trick Room. You have to watch out for the fact that both these Pokemon could be put to sleep by Spore. And with Porygon 2 in the back as well, there certainly is still a lot of damage potential for Jeremy. But I think VJ just unfortunately taking a step off the gas, like you mentioned, will be bringing that momentum back further as Meowscarada will switch out onto the field. Tauros will be KO'd by that Facade finally landing. At least the Meowscarada won't be put to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, nice switch there where does predict the Spore, so the Pollen Puff gets it right. So Ursaluna not quite as healthy as it could be, and Meowscarada now going to the option of hopefully surviving long enough to be out of the field as the Trick Room expires, and then able to ignore this Rage Powder and start causing problems for whatever Pokemon is alongside Amoonguss when that occurs.
Scyther, without the threat of the Incineroar on the opposing side of the field anymore, feels a little bit more comfortable. We still have to wait for the end of Trick Room here.
Yeah, so this is another scary double protect, right? Where there's no nothing to stop the option of another Pollen Puff, and there's also the chance for a substitute, although a little risky perhaps at this point with how low the health on the Ursaluna is.
I feel like you just go for another Pollen Puff. I mean, you made that call earlier on in the game. You could try and make it again. Okay, here we go. Substitute will protect the Ursaluna from any priority attacks, and here's a fun fact for you. Pollen Puff into Substitute will still work. So actually that was a very great play. Jeremy is able to have their cake and eat it too, as even though Trick Room has now expired, that Ursaluna has the Substitute up and also has the protection of the Amoonguss alongside of it.
Yeah, this Ursaluna was once so weakened that it was a single attack away from, or a single turn away from feigning to a burn. Now very healthy, has a substitute up. This is the risk of just double protecting your way through Trick Room, right? Where if your opponent's some way of taking advantage of it, as we mentioned in the pregame, not Earthquake there, instead substitute. And now Jeremy's put themselves in just such a nice position where this game just felt so over. This is why you don't lock in the forfeit when you still have a way out.
You do never give up until the final Pokemon makes its move, sings. I'm going to work on that. For now, knockoff into the Amoonguss will get rid of its items, but Dual Wing Beat will be doing enough damage to pick up the KO there. That is boosted by that Technician ability, so going to do a good chunk of damage, possibly even get that knockout without the additional chip from knockoff, assuming there is no berry in play, of course. Facade coming through will connect with that Scyther. No Eviolite in play there, as that is yet again a one-hit KO on that Pokemon.
Yeah, it's big too. I think if Scyther had survived that, it kind of looked over.
Yeah.
But now I think it really is probably slightly Jeremy favored. There's no longer a great way to stop this Trick Room. There's the awkwardness of Hyper Voice going through Substitute here, and there's still the Focus Sash on the Meowscarada, but there's a real way now you can kind of imagine maybe Porygon 2 could finish this one.
Yeah.
Because something that Miasgrata needs to do a lot before it faints, right? You want to knock off this Eviolite. You'd like to get another swing on the Ursaluna. Will VJ be able to do everything fast enough, or is Jeremy going to claw this one back?
I almost feel like Trick Room is a trap here for Jeremy, as they might not have time to reset it, and you just want to go for as much damage as possible. But that's certainly a pace that VJ is going to be matching with that Terra Stellar Terastallization to boost knockoff into Porygon 2. We'll be removing the Eviolite, like you just mentioned, Scott. Hyper Voice going to follow up with the 1-2 punch, and it is enough to pick up the KO on Porygon 2. So even though there is a substitute present on the field for Ursaluna, and even though the Facade will be picking up that KO on Sylveon, we are once again in a end game where Meowscarada, Focus Sash intact, just has to wait 1-2 more turns for that burn to pick up the KO.
Yeah, wow, I mean, it was so close, right? I think if Porygon 2 is able to survive that Hyper Voice, we have a different winner of this game too. But I don't think there's any way Ursaluna is going to be able to stop this Meowscarada. And we see the power of that Stellar Terra type. We've seen it a lot on these Focus Sash Pokemon, able to boost whatever attack you need. Meowscarada is probably not going to survive more than 2 swings anyway, so no need for a defensive Terra type. And that extra damage and that knockoff could make all the difference in this match.
We see another Terastallization from the Ursaluna on the opposing side of the field. Maybe just trying to match the sparkles. Another substitute as well. I think Jeremy's just having a little fun here with this end game, as one more turn of burn damage will be enough to pick up the KO on that Pokemon. And I do want to also take a moment while we're waiting for this game to resolve. This Meowscarada is not running Protean. It's running Overgrow. So yes, the Dark-type boosted Terastallization attack did a lot of damage. There could have been more boosts in play. They're not, but there could have been. And I think that's a mastery that VJ has shown, using his favorite partner Pokemon yet again, but this time moving on undefeated here in Baltimore after 5 rounds of Swiss.
Hey, not a team anybody expected to see at 5-0, but we see why it got there. Really impressive set there. Jeremy almost clawing that one back. I think that was a very heroic comeback attempt, but in the end, just the damage that these Pokemon are able to deal, especially that Tauros, just absolutely looking like a monster in that set. And, sometimes there's games like this.
Sometimes there's games like this where your best game plan is one that has a lot of downsides, but you take those chances, you make those mistakes, and you learn from your losses. And I think if anybody can bounce back, it's a trainer like Jeremy, where I think their Day 2 Worlds performance this past year was really their breakout performance. And I'm really excited to see where they go from here, because they've shown a lot of flexibility. I think they showed a lot of resolve against a team that would honestly shake me to my core. So
yeah, and North America did not have a very good World Championships this year.
No,
but
there's also that.
Jeremy,
yes.
one of the few great exceptions, right, where was able to hang in that challenging format. And yeah, I mean, I think they've been really consistent in general, right? One of the better Swiss players in North America, I think, throughout the whole season last year. So, again, this is certainly not a matchup that they were prepared for, because why would they be? And maybe after this, everyone's going to need to be.
I was going to say, I want to see y'all groovy challenge trainers in chat preparing your Eviolite Scythers and Blaze Breed Tauros to bring in the Grand Challenge next weekend. But I want to also look back. It's so interesting to me that both of these games ended thanks to burn damage onto the Ursaluna of all Pokemon. Like, it took itself out. That was the win con.
Yeah, I love the end though. Yeah. Better to the faint than be knocked out there, as Ursaluna slowly goes out in its own terms. I thought Germany did like a really fantastic job of getting Ursaluna healthy there. That game was so over. Like, there was at least real doubt, but VJ was just so good early in both Game 1 and Game 2 at making the right read. We whiffed a couple of those predictions. It's like a very different game, but poor Jeremy just kept immediately losing Pokemon. And then with these more defensive teams that want to switch around a little bit more, once you start breaking the core, it's really tough.
Yeah.
And I think something that's cool too is I think often when we see these teams of unconventional Pokemon, sometimes they get a bad rap for more serious players because they're cheesy or whatever. There wasn't really any cheese there, right? You just used a bunch of attacks. There was no quirks, there was no gimmicks, there wasn't any unexpected abilities. Just swinging away with powerful attacks from Pokemon we don't see very much, and it was electric. I really enjoyed that set.
I was gonna say, and I say this as a compliment, that felt like a team that I could have used to, become the Paldean regional champion. and then also show up at a regional championships in this realm and do very well. And I think that's something that you never really see in VGC, and I want to celebrate that. You know, a lot of times when players come into their first regional championship, and I know this hasn't been VJ's first, but just bear with me for a moment, they bring their in-game teams and they think, this will be fine. I think VJ has just shown us all that it can be fine. You know, yes, you probably need to take a moment to make sure your stats are in alignment, your items are in alignment, all this normal stuff you would do coming into a tournament, but there's no reason why you can't run Assault Vest Snorlax or Sylveon with the Fairy Feather and have a good time. And I love that. I genuinely love that.
Yeah, you're going a little further with one that I think I would go, but I think at the very least we can concede. You know, we've kind of been talking all day about how the format's a lot more open and how you know, you can use a much wider variety of Pokemon now that the power level of the format's a little bit lower. I think we didn't know how right we were when we were saying that, right? Where like, this is a long way from an in-game team. However, you know, a bunch of Pokemon we weren't expecting to see, and even the Pokemon that I think we saw maybe used in ways we weren't expecting, where, you know, if I'm going to see Scyther, if it was closed team sheet, you know, maybe I'm assuming it's like some baton pass shenanigans, right? Instead, you know, Scyther is just going on the offense, right? This whole team just going on the offense, and I think the quick tempo of this team is sort of a thing probably that could work in a lot of different ways, as maybe trainers look for quick ways to kind of get the offense rolling and not let your opponents execute their strategies in like a very setup strategy-based format.
I'm worried that I might try too hard in the in-game mode of Scarlet and Violet, so maybe I need to rethink my values for a moment. But that's okay, as VJ is ready for an interview with Dwee, and I'm sure they're itching to talk about Tauros. So let's not take any more time and let's throw to them.
Thank you so much, Gabby. There's a lot of Pokemon to talk about from that team. I'm currently joined by VJ now, the previous winner of the Swiss round. Let's just talk about it. Let's talk about your team. It's one of the most fascinating teams that we've seen, so let's break it down.
Yeah, so I think going to this format, I feel like, you know, Sun Spam is going to be on every team, Trick Rooms can be on every team. So I feel like, one, having a way to constantly pressure Amoonguss. Like, if you look at my team, the whole team has a way to, like, attack Amoonguss. Number two, like, with AV, Thick Fat, Terra Psychic Snorlax, like, I know, the Sun matchup is really good. Yeah, I feel like just looking at Sun, I think for this one, I think Sun, for Rain, and then Goldango with Tailwind. I think those three I really focused on.
Gotcha, yeah, and of course Meowscarada was a Pokemon that was very important. It was a part of your endgame in both games. Can you talk about that, since from what I've heard is that Meowscarada has been a Pokemon that's been core to your strategies for about, what, over a year now?
Yeah, I love it. Since San Diego 2023 was my first tournament, had Meowscarada, never took it off. Been like maybe 17th regional now, never took it off. I'm a huge believer. I think Overgrow plus Flower Trick, you know, ignoring being a grass type, great matchup to Dozo. I think it's just the knockoff is, you know, you could see how good knockoff was there. Like, you know, under game 2, I knocked off the Amoonguss into the dual wing beat. If I dual wing beat right there, the Citrus is gonna proc. It won't do one shot, and I'll put to sleep. So having knockoff is so helpful, especially against like a non-Rocky Helmet Amoonguss.
Gotcha, and of course Scyther was a Pokemon that was featured. Can you tell us a little bit more about your decision on choosing Scyther, a Pokemon that, well, it's from Red and Blue, and you know, a lot of people opted for Scizor, its evolution, a couple of years ago and stuff like that, but like Scyther, can you tell us about Scyther?
So Scyther actually has, it's only Pokemon to have the same base stat total when it evolves, so Scizor and Scyther have the same base stat total, so I think really good contender for Evolite. I think it's the only good user of a dual wing beat, which is one-shots Hisuian Lilligant through Sash, one-shots Smeargle, one-shots, even on his team he had the Flamigo, that would have one-shotted through Sash. So I feel like having one double hit move on like a team is really helpful. Scyther, like, you know, very bulky, attacks very hard. You saw how hard the dual wing beat hits, you know. I think with Terra Dragon, it's like very, very flexible in any matchup.
Yep, and of course the Paldean Tauros. Can you tell us a little bit more about your decision on including Tauros in your team?
I feel like out of all 6, it's the one I'm the least sure on. I was using Hisuian Arcanine, but I felt like being resistant to steel, where Goldango's everywhere, was so important. I'm using Mirror, you know, the white herb right now, because I feel like sometimes if they don't bring Intimidate, I want to be able to like make the item useful, go for close combat, make it a little bit bulky, you know, take me back to normal. But I don't know, Tauros, I hear Tauros really shown.
Right.
But sometimes, I don't know, I'm not the biggest, yeah.
So mostly just in this matchup versus Jeremy that it came out, but you've of the 6 that you have right now, you feel like Tauros isn't necessarily your favorite of the 6?
I like using it, I haven't used it as much as the others, but.
Gotcha. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about the matchup, like what you thought about when you saw Jeremy's team and how you wanted to react to that?
Yeah, so I already know Meowscarada has to come out. It's the it's gonna be immune to Spore, and it's going to be able to take a Facade from Ursaluna at 1 and attack back. So I know Meowscarada is solid into that. I think, Tauros, I know he's going to want to set up Trick Room with Incin, Porygon, so I think Tauros always have to come out. I forgot what I led the first time. I know the second time, I know he's going to lead that again. Sylveon, be able to constantly pressure. Although, the Sylveon was hard because he had the substitute, and the Hyper Voice doesn't actually break substitute, so that's actually very tricky. And even around game 2, I was almost throwing the match. He was playing very well, and I was very nervous.
Well, you ended up out on top. Congratulations on this win. Can I just ask you quickly what your thoughts are on Regulation H? Are you having a great time right now competing?
No. This is my favorite format of all time. I'm going to travel as much as I can. I love the format a lot. I think I'm so excited to see how it develops, what new teams come, and I'm so ready to do the calcs when that comes out.
That sounds amazing. Of course, this team is so cool. It's so spectacular. You can't see it right now, but I actually have Snorlax socks on right now. So I'm secretly going to be rooting for you and Snorlax to succeed. Before I let you go prepare for your next Swiss round, do you have any shout outs that you want to make out to anybody watching right now, the stream and broadcast?
Oh yeah, shout out Portland, shout out Texas, shout out VG Trainer School, shout out to everyone who coached me, shout out to everyone who believed in me, shout out to everyone who didn't believe in me, just shout out to everyone, the whole community, we're out here.
VJ, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you about your team, talk to you, and I wish you the best of luck here at the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships. We're going to go and throw to a quick break, but when we come back, more action here in Baltimore.
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and I definitely respect that a lot because I understand how hard it is to be consistent. Even having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a dark type gym leader for sure, no question about it. I think dark types have some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or your stomach gets a little worked up because you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
Hey everybody, Dwee here on the floor. I am currently joined by Steve and Anita Han, parents to Chris and Kevin Han, who have had such great success in the VG scene. I just want to get a quick interview and see what's going on in terms of the parenting seeing how these two kids have become so successful. Steve, can you just tell us how your family got into VG in the first place?
So in 2018, when my older son Chris was 10, I took him to his first regional outside of Philadelphia, which was very close to where we live. And I encouraged him to go. At first he didn't really want to, but he was glad that he did because he really enjoyed it. He, first of all, met other kids who were really interested in Pokemon and the video game and competition. And one thing led to another, and we went to more regionals in the next few years. We attended Worlds as spectators in 2019, and during the pandemic, he converted to playing online. And once the in-person competitions resumed in 2021, I believe it was, they went full force and enjoyed a lot of success. And yeah, Chris won NAIC as a senior in 2022, and we became fully engaged as parents then and decided we're gonna commit to supporting them and traveling to as many tournaments as we could, and it's been a great time since then.
Thank you so much, Steve. Anita, how has it been getting to travel with the whole family unit to all these different tournaments? Kind of like, what's also been your favorite location that you've been able to travel to?
It's really been great spending all this time with the kids, and you know, as they get older, I think sometimes they want to spend time with their friends more than their parents. So it's been a great bonding experience, and I think we really enjoyed traveling to like Europe, like London and Yokohama, Japan, and it's just been a great experience for the kids, and it's really brought our entire family, you know, closer together.
How has sort of like the success behind Kevin and Chris impacted family? Like, do you find that things have changed, or for the most part, they've kind of stayed the same?
I think they've developed maybe like a little bit more confidence and resilience, you know, because obviously, I mean, they've won a lot, but you have to lose a lot too and develop like a lot of grit and, you know, determination in order to, you know, continue moving forward. But I have to say overall, like, they're great kids. They're overall like, you know, pretty much like the same kids, you know, with their friends, celebrating birthdays and playing tennis and all that. So I don't think they've changed like all that much. And it's just really great to see them be just really nice, you know, kids, you know, to be around, and I'm just really proud of them.
Do you have any advice to any of the other parents in the VG scene at all? Any advice to any parents out there that have kids competing?
I mean, I don't know if I have a lot of advice. What I would say is, you know, definitely support your kids and their dreams, like no matter what it is. I mean, it doesn't have to be Pokemon. Enjoy your time with their kids. And, you know, if they just really show an interest in something, you know, whatever it is, like even if they're not winning, just making these memories is such a great time, you know, because they grow up so fast. And I think that's what we just really enjoyed, you know, doing, spending time, you know, with the kids and just, you know, traveling together. So it's just been so great, this Pokemon opportunity, you know, that we've been given.
Steve, do you have any advice?
Yeah, I think what's been key to both of their success is having older mentors and connecting with the community. And it really is a community where people who are more experienced are happy to impart their wisdom and knowledge and experience to help develop their game and develop their strategies in the form of coaching, and also it's just a great community in terms of how supportive everyone is for younger players to develop and grow their skills.
Thank you so much. It's been such an honor to get to talk to you both. I hope you both have a great rest of the season, and best of luck to Chris and Kevin on the remainder of the season. Thank you so much. That's Dwee here from the Baltimore Regional Championships. Stay tuned for more action here at Baltimore.
That is so awesome that we got a chance to do that interview. Aaron, I know that Pokemon can be a family affair. You got a chance to participate with your brother often. So kind of what has that experience been like for you two?
It's been the world. Yeah, honestly, I think it has changed our lives so dramatically. And seeing the Han brothers have so much success is just incredible as well. Seeing their parents support them is, I'm sure, something they will treasure for the rest of their lives. And it's incredible to see their parents here with them at this tournament. Both of those kids are just absolute prodigies at this game. And Chris Han actually 5-0, just aged up to Masters, and yeah, undefeated right now in this tournament. So definitely a player to keep an eye out on.
And I think if I'm not mistaken, also getting a check-in for round number 5, I saw Kevin at 4-0. So like still on a tear throughout the competition, despite the fact that both of them just aged up into new age divisions. So that's been awesome. Always nice running into all of the parents around the venue hall as well that are also there cheering on their kids, playing VGC or TCG. It's just awesome. So I really love that Pokemon can really be such an adventure for all of the families involved.
Yeah, totally. And watching that junior division World Championship finals was incredible. I think that was one of the best junior finals I've seen.
Yeah.
You know, going back just a couple of months. Both players were so incredibly skilled. There's some really cool Pokemon in that finals as well, and the play was just immaculate. And I think one of the things that makes Pokemon really unique as a game is the age divisions, right? And so seeing kids age up from the juniors division to the seniors division and seniors to masters, it's always fun to see how the top players perform once they age up. It turns out, like, yeah, even if you age up, a lot of those best players still find success even as they're up against tougher competition. And so yeah, it's just so cool to see, especially for those that have played the game for a really long time. We've had players who started in the juniors division are still competing in the masters division today.
Yeah, or even players that started in the Masters Division and like 8 to 10 years later, they're still playing the Masters Division, still doing so well. Goes to show you that Pokemon also transcends age, and it's just really been amazing to watch everybody participate from all the way at the junior level to also in the Masters Division. And the Masters Division so far, for what we've had on the broadcast, has been a treat. Heading into the weekend, we've all had a chance to put in our predictions. And Aaron, I'd love to pick your brain about yours. I think you were the last person that has not had a chance to actually talk through there. So what you got going on your archetype?
Yeah, this archetype, I wish I could just like have like 8 different Pokemon on it, or just like text instead. I would love to just call it like Tailwind Hyper Offense. There's a lot of different ways that you can run this archetype. Talonflame, for example, can be used as a Tailwind user. You can have Murkrow as a Tailwind user as well. But the idea is basically to set up Tailwind and then do massive amounts of damage, right? And so I picked 3 special attackers here, which I think are really represented, which are Golden Go, Hisuian Typhlosion, and the Ursaluna Blood Moon. Ursaluna Blood Moon actually has not been as impactful in this tournament so far as I would have expected, and regular Ursaluna actually has a higher usage rate. I think a big reason for this is because a lot of players are using this Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Incineroar, Moongus core, and Flamigo is now one of the newer additions to that archetype that previously didn't really exist before this tournament. So I think ultimately, yeah, Tailwind, Hyper Offense, if you can get it going, you can win games very quickly, but there is a lot of good defense that already exists in this format, and so the defense can counteract it just because these Pokemon are generally really frail. We saw Hisuian Typhlosion on a Sun-oriented team with Jumpluff and Torkoal previously, and Typhlosion kind of ran into some problems immediately because of the pressure of, for example, Sucker Punch from King Gambit. And so, but yeah, I think like Tailwind is always so strong as a concept, and there are some really powerful attackers that can take advantage of it.
I think it's a great call, especially because there's also a ton of other Tailwind setters, not just Whimsicott, who has access to the Prankster, but we've already seen it on Salamence, Pelipper, as well as Talonflame. So I think it's been really interesting to see how Hyper Offense really has taken on so many different forms, as you were saying. I would love to see a little bit more Blood Moon or Saluna, though, because I feel like that's one Pokemon that has kind of been in and out in terms of being good, but right now it feels like it's so uniquely positioned to have success in this regulation, and just alongside of that, so many amazing attackers to be able to pair next to something like the Tailwind. I think has been great, yeah.
Yeah, if anything, looking at a lot of the top tables, I think there's actually very little Tailwind right now, so I'm curious if this is kind of just a, early meta trend with the very first tournament. It's one of those things where just because not a lot of people are using it right now, or maybe it's not having the best success, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not strong. I think in best of 3, Tailwind, especially the Hyper Offense variants, can struggle a little bit just because like one bad turn and with like especially with how defensive this format can be sometimes can really just result in you like losing your sweeper, for example. We kind of saw that with Hisuian Typhlosion earlier on stream where it was like it felt forced to Terra just to avoid getting knocked out by Sucker Punch, and then you can click like one move, but then if you get hit by a Sucker Punch, even when you fire Terra, your Eruption is still so weak, for example. But yeah, I do think like when Tailwind is set up properly, Pokemon can really just thrive and do a lot of damage. But the cool thing is there are so many viable archetypes and Pokemon in this format. We just saw Scyther win on stream in 2024. Like, Electabuzz is all over this tournament as well. Those are not Pokemon I would have expected to see if you told me, like, even just a few months ago that we would be seeing, like, you know, have success on stream here.
It's so cool too, because I think we also saw Scissor very briefly in like the early days of Scarlet and Violet, and it's just really unique to be able to see so many interesting picks come back out into the fold. I was a little bit disappointed we didn't get a chance to actually see Tinkaton, I think, in that previous matchup, like rats, but it's really neat to know that picks like that are still actually finding success, even if it is for a niche matchup. You can still bring it and have a good time.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about archetypes a little bit more, it seems like the Porygon 2 Ursaluna core has been very popular among a lot of the top players, and so I'm curious to see how that core develops and is used in this tournament specifically. I wanted to see more Sneasler with Grassy Seed or Psychic Seed. I think a lot of Focus Sash variants have been used, and yeah, it's cool. There's just a bunch of new Pokemon I think weren't on people's radars at all going into this tournament that have now slowly been coming to the top. And so as we feature these last couple of rounds of Swiss today, I think we're going to get to see some of those cool picks.
So I feel like we've checked in on a couple of different Hisuian Pokemon. You know, we've got Sneasler, got Hisuian Typhlosion, that you have the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We've talked a little bit about the other starters with Hisuian Samurott and Decidueye. Where's Weirdeer?
I'm going to be honest, I forgot that was a Pokemon. When you said that, I was like, where is it? Yeah, I don't know. Like, did it ever make its way into Scarlet and Violet? Like...
I'm so sad. I feel like Weirdeer and Cleavor are the two that maybe have lacked a little love when it's come down to their viability in the format, but honestly, any other Hisuian Pokemon I think you can take and go, oh, at least I've seen that. Like, I've seen Hisuian Braviary.
Yeah.
I don't know how good it is, but, like, I've seen it, and it's on teams.
Anything with Expanding Force paired with MDD, being able to just spam Psychic-type attacks is really strong. Obviously, it's a very interesting ability as well. But, yeah, I'm happy that we've at least already seen some Hisuian Pokemon, but I want to see that Samurott. If we were to see the deer at any point in this tournament... That's it. But I do think the odds of that are pretty slim. Like we saw Scyther win, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I don't actually even know if there's a Weirdeer in the tournament. I was just thinking about
There's like 700 players. I'm sure someone brought
like Stantler. I'm cooking a little.
That actually has seen success before, crazily enough. It's these Eviolite Pokemon that actually do better than their evolutions. Like Scizor. I love Scizor. That's one of my all-time favorite Pokemon. I do not remember the last time I've seen it in tournament. But Scyther... I mean, come on. And it looked really good in that last stream match. If you're just tuning in, you got to check out the last game because we had a team with Scyther, Paldean, Tauros, with White Herb, Sylveon, your favorite.
My favorite.
So many cool picks, and we're just getting started with this format.
We are. Oh my gosh, I'm so pumped because we're also only halfway through our day. We still have a couple more matches to get a chance to showcase to everybody, so let's go ahead and check in on the standings. We've got 5 rounds under our belt now. You can see who is still sitting at the undefeated record. Christopher Hahn, one of the players that we were just talking about. VJ Sood, we got a chance to see on stream. We also have Paul Chua, who I'm sure is a player that if you were tuning into last season, you will, or I guess the last 2 seasons, you would remember as an international champion. And we also get a chance to see Justin Karras at the top of the standings, as well as Wolf Glick, Nicholas Donnelly, also one of our more recent kind of up-and-coming North America players. So many amazing players on this slide.
Yeah, multiple players who have won regional championships before in Justin, Wolf, Justin, and Paul here. Of course, Wolf and Paul being 2 of the winningest players in the history of the game. So looking to add yet another regional title to their collection. But so many incredible players here, and a lot of new names actually that I don't immediately recognize, which I think is absolutely awesome. I hope that we get to feature some of them in the upcoming rounds as well. As a reminder, there are 8 rounds of Swiss today. Normally, it historically has been 9 rounds, but the tournament structure has changed a little bit. So it'll be similar to the World Championships this summer. So if you have 6 wins or more, you'll move on to tomorrow, play a couple more, and then cut to a final bracket, which will be larger than the top 8 that we are used to. So fewer rounds overall of Swiss, and then a larger top cut bracket.
But even if you're 6-0 at the end of this round, the job's not over yet.
Yeah, you got a long way to go.
Because you are gonna keep your record heading into the next day. So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a slog, I think, for some of these players. But at the top tables, if you do get that 6-0, you get a chance to breathe a little bit at the very least.
And here is a quick look at all of the notable matches from this round. We are going to be featuring Christopher Hahn, who we were just talking about. We got to hear from his parents right before Rose and I got on, against Justin Tang, who, of course, broke into the VGC scene as one of the fastest Ryan prodigies, won 2 regional championships in his very first season, and is just a phenomenal player.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match to look at. I know Justin, I think, also had to shoulder a bunch of burden of pressure after having such an explosive start to his Pokemon career, but has still been able to put up some fantastic records at international championships, the world championships, and so I'm very much looking forward to seeing both of these players play their match against each other. But you can also see, Joseph Ugarte, Wolf Glick, Riley Factura, all regional champions, all sitting at that undefeated record, getting a chance to put another one under the record.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch this match. I mean, Christopher, we've seen play in the seniors division, incredibly dominant player there, just aged up. This is his first tournament in the Masters division, undefeated so far, and up against, Justin, who is actually very close to the Hahn brothers. I think Justin actually might be involved in coaching Christopher's younger brother, who of course is our junior division world champion from just a couple of months ago. And so I'm sure this is going to be an exciting match for them as well, and they have a lot of history with each other.
Yeah, does that always, I feel like, makes things even more intricate when it comes down to the matchup. Especially if you know maybe how Justin likes to coach, then you can maybe get an idea of what he values in terms of playing a game. I don't know, there's some mind games there.
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the things I'm always curious about as well is, does Christopher have any sense of what Justin was bringing into this tournament because of, coaching that had gone beforehand. But I think, this is a game where, information can really go such a long way. However, we are now playing, of course, in the open team sheet format. We've been doing that in VGC for a while, but as a result, you get to see your opponent's Pokemon, the moves, the items, the abilities. So it's a lot different from back in the day where you would just be going into a match with no information whatsoever, and any information that you did have would give you actually a huge significant advantage. So, the open team sheet format kind of balances things out a little bit more.
But I think in a regulation like this, you still have to be prepared for anything and everything, knowing how wide open the choices are for the Pokemon that you can have on the team, and even in some cases how they're trained, really makes it difficult to be able to have a game plan for everything.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the teams that we're about to feature are a good overview for what's been popular and by a lot of top players coming into this tournament. We were just talking about this Porygon 2 Ursaluna team. We actually just saw it on stream in the previous round as well. While a lot of top players have decided to run this archetype going into this event, the idea is you have a really strong defensive core, Incineroar, Amoonguss, right, being able to pressure with Fake Out Spore, and the idea is obviously to try to set up Trick Room. Ursaluna just does so much damage under Trick Room. Flamigo, we haven't really gotten to see too much on stream, but it is a player that a lot of these top players, or Pokemon that a lot of top players have decided to bring here, and it's really interesting. I think it has the ability to, of course, go for that scrappy close combat onto opposing Golden Go. You've got Wide Guard for support as well. And so given the number of top players that have selected this team for this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised to see it win the entire tournament.
No, I mean, it's so interesting to see the evolution of Flamigo even, because, you remember the meme team with the Dondozo? Yep. You've got the co-star to copy its stats after the Tatsugiri ends up fainting in the Dondozo's mouth. You have to bring it on the field. It's just really interesting to see how it's kind of gone from it has good typing and everything, but now it really can actually hit hard in a format like this.
Yeah, completely different from the co-star variant. And I think when we were looking at the teams coming into this tournament, we saw Flamigo and we're like, what is it even copying? I'm confused.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's Focus Sash with Scrappy, which is very different. And then Justin Tang running some really fun Pokemon. It's a kind of combination of a lot of top picks going into this event. One Pokemon in particular that's exciting, though, of course, is that Sneasler.
It's a lot of good stuff on this team. I feel like that's a kind of a term that gets thrown around a lot, but really is a team that's full of just good Pokemon. It does have the Sneasler, and so we will get a chance to actually see it in action, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hopeful.
I hope we didn't jinx it just now with that, because if Sneasler does not come, Rose.
Oh, it's my fault. It would actually be all my fault. No, but yeah, so there's a potential to see the Sneasler, but there's also Primarina on this team, which is a Pokemon that we've seen hit the field before. I didn't get a chance to do very much, but we do know some of the offensive capabilities of Primarina and also why it would be in the meta, as well as just kind of rounding out with just really good kind of balanced picks.
And there is also an Electabuzz here on Justin's team. So Electabuzz has quickly risen to be one of the premier redirection users in this format. Now, of course, you have options like the Amoonguss, which we see on Christopher's side, but Electabuzz has been popular because, first of all, it has an incredible ability in that Vital Spirit. That's actually super relevant when facing off against the Amoonguss from Christopher's side. In addition, it's just a fast Pokemon, and Electroweb actually does meaningful damage into Pokemon like Pelipper, for example.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this and you're not necessarily going to be able to hit a whole lot of things super effectively. I look at the Flamigo, and at least you have that as a target. And the Electroweb might be a little bit difficult knowing that you want to set up Trick Room if you're taking a look at Christopher's team. You have the opportunity to do that with the Porygon too, and you also have ways to make sure that you can set that up. But I think the Amoonguss is going to be a really big key here, and Incineroar as well might be able to help out with some of the physical attackers on Justin's side, but you got to worry about something like the King Gambit.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting matchup in that Golden Go can completely wall Sneasler from the opposing side, but Sneasler can hit so many other Pokemon for super effective damage, right? Close combat into Incineroar, Ursaluna, Porygon 2. And so for Christopher's end, I think one of the decisions is, do you want to commit to, say, your Trick Room mode early? You could go like Incin, Porygon, Amoonguss, Porygon, try to set up Trick Room, bring out Ursaluna. Or you could try to go with a Golden Go setup, right? Something like Incin, Golden Go, Amoonguss, Golden Go allows you to just try to set up Nasty Plot. And if Sneasler is led, it's going to be in a really awkward spot right away. One other thing to pay attention to here is like the Ursaluna. Seems like a lot of Ursalunas now on these compositions are dropping Earthquake. So you can get one really powerful attack into one slot, right? But having Focus Sash on Sneasler means even if Trick Room is set up, you can survive and retaliate back.
I think they're dropping Earthquake because of the Rillaboom problem.
Yeah.
You know, Earthquake's damage does get neutralized a little bit by the grassy terrain being on the field, and Justin does have a Rillaboom. A lot of trainers opting into that in order to have priority grassy glides and also just do super effective damage to a ton of the format. Ursaluna certainly not going to want to be on the receiving end of one of those, but just in case you're tuning in, Christopher Hahn has been able to really just take a ton of tournaments and now is aged up into the Masters division to see what he's got for this first year.
Yeah, one of the most impressive players in the Seniors division, now aged up to Masters and has not lost a beat whatsoever. And yeah, it's interesting because even though we've seen this team on stream, there's some other differences here, right? For example, the Incineroar being safety goggles rather than Assault Vest. I think you can have some flexibility on Ursaluna, substitute versus Earthquake, Amoonguss, you know, with the Chilean Berry there. But looking at Justin Tang's team here, you've just got a really good balance of offense, right? Pokemon here can just all do so much damage. I think the Choice Spec Salamence in particular is one really fun pick where you're able to just threaten with a lot of damage, right? Choice Spec's Fire Terra Heat Wave, by the way, that can really threaten the Golden Go on the opposing side.
Yeah, and I'm even just looking at, you have the opportunity to go for Draco Meteor or Dragon Pulse in case you don't want to miss. It's always really nice to know that you have that option, but you do have the opportunity to even bring in the King Gambit. That's got Defiant. It would be nice to see the Incineroar, but you also have, just like the Primarina, you can go for Haze if you feel like it, knowing that the Golden Go has Nasty Plot. So that's also a nice option to have. But Sneasler, one of the Pokemon that we were really looking at heading into the tournament, this one is going to be Poison Touch. While we have seen some Sneasler with a Seed, especially next to something like a Rillaboom, you got Grassy Seed, you got Unburden, be one of the fastest Pokemon in the format. This one does have the Poison Touch to add on and that additional option or opportunity, I guess, to get something on top of a Dire Claw proc.
Yeah, I think King Gambit's probably the Pokemon I'm looking at most actually coming into this. The combination of Sneasler and King Gambit's interesting. Once again, we take a look at Justin's fun fact. He did indeed coach Christopher's brother, Kevin Hahn, who is our junior division world champion. So these players know each other very, very well. But the point I wanted to make was that one of the nice things about Sneasler King Gambit is you cover for, and King Gambit's actually out on the field already. We're just getting into the game. But the idea is the dark type coverage is really nice. This is interesting. Ursaluna just out on the field immediately, so it is vulnerable to taking damage right now. Of course, you could just go for something like Protect with Ursaluna and then set up Trick Room with Porygon. But that is, you know, a fairly predictable play here. Let's see, though. It is the Trick Room hover right now. And, like, I think Porygon is threatened, but it's such a bulky Pokemon that it won't go down to a double up from Justin's end.
Yeah, I mean, but is there an opportunity then for Justin to even just say, I know I'm not going to be able to stop the Trick Room. Do I just go for something like a Swords Dance with the King Gambit and try to call that out, knowing that this Ursaluna isn't going to actually take any damage? We do see Justin actually go for the Terra Dark, though. Not a bad thing to be able to cover for something like a super effective Headlong Rush into that slot. And then you also get a chance to stick around maybe. But here you go, the Protect from the Ursaluna.
Is it the double up on a Porygon? And if so, is there any chance you actually get the knockout? It's just going to be Hyper Voice here instead of the Moonblast. So Hyper Voice, of course, would have done super effective damage into Ursaluna, but that's a little bit less into Porygon. So I don't think the Gambit's going to get the knockout here. But it is that Swords Dance, like you said, Rosemary. And so able to boost up immediately and going for that Dark Terra just to cover for the chance that the Ursaluna would go for something like Ghost Terra, Headlong Rush into that slot.
Yeah, so now though, with this Ursaluna getting this Guts boost from the Flame Orb, you kind of have to think about whether or not this King Gambit can actually knock it out with like a +2 Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I think the other thing you have to worry about is their substitute, right? And here's one really fun trick. Yeah, it's the Fighting Terra Porygon 2 with that Terra Blast. There are a lot of different Terras that you can run on this kind of composition. Some people like, for example, Flying Terra to synergize with Ursaluna, but since you're not running Earthquake, a little bit less valuable here. But that's one really, really cool trick. And so, yeah, the question is, how threatened do you feel with the Ursaluna slot? Okay, it's going to be Ghost Terra substitute, but there is that Hyper Voice you're still staring down from the opposing side.
Porygon is actually just going to leave the field, but I love that you called that out. The option there to go for something like a Terra Fighting Terra Blast is really scary for Justin King Gambit to have to deal with. But as we see this Terastallization come through, I wonder if Justin is expecting this Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna does make it more, you know, more vulnerable to something like that Sucker Punch, if that were to come through.
Yeah, it's going for substitute, so this turn it'll avoid the Sucker Punch, and there it is. The Ghost Terra here gets rid of the ground typing. You're able to set up that substitute, so Hyper Voice now no longer will deal super effective damage. This turn could have been really scary if it was like a double up. Hyper Voice, by the way, of course, still goes through the substitute, but Ursaluna now, you know, is protected, so you're not going to feint to just a Sucker Punch into the Ursaluna slot now. And you could even potentially consider going for something for like Side Pollen Puff, yeah, which is exactly what Christopher's opting for, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. This Ursaluna feels so safe at this point, and you're going to be able to secure a knockout onto anything with a Facade. Justin's going to take this Primarina off the field in favor of the Electabuzz.
Okay.
Okay, so it's still not going to be able to save itself from something like a Facade. However, it is also going to be able to save itself from a Spore if that was what was going to be in that slot.
Yeah, this is the perfect turn by Christopher. Goes for the Pollen Puff to heal Ursaluna all the way back up and makes the correct targeting with the Ursaluna. Goes for the Facade, does not get baited into clicking that Spore, but Electabuzz hangs on with what looks like 1 HP.
That is crazy. I don't know how much it actually helps it, to be honest.
Yeah, in fact, it hurt it just because now you don't get a free switch into something in the back. I mean, you of course now can go for a, follow me with the Electabuzz, but if you follow me, then yeah, the Amoonguss can just knock it out. I love the decision to double up onto the King Gambit slot there. You know King Gambit just protected, so follow me comes out, yeah, but now you probably just lose both of your Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, the follow me is first going to redirect away the Pollen Puff, so the Electabuzz gets knocked out from that move, and it leaves this King Gambit free and clear to just get knocked out to this Facade.
So here it is, Facade into the King Gambit slot, and that is actually not going to pick up the one-hit knockout. King Gambit proving to be quite bulky here, so it will critically survive there. I think if it fainted, that game felt like it was just over, but Kowtow Cleave here will knock out the Amoonguss, and we trade knockouts this turn.
Okay, so that's really important information to know, that one Facade, even with the Guts boost, isn't going to be enough to knock out this King Gambit. So maybe Justin can breathe a little bit more, with the safety in mind that this King Gambit could survive another attack.
Yeah, it's still tricky because of the substitute. Now, substitute felt maybe kind of awkward earlier because of the Hyper Voice going through it, but that single Pollen Puff being able to heal you all the way back up is such a big deal because now Primarina needs 2 Hyper Voices to actually get the knockout onto Ursaluna, but can it get those 2 Hyper Voices off? And Flamigo now has hit the field.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's got the Focus Sash, so even if we do see we'd have to see a double up into that slot in order to actually remove it. But you are threatening a super effective close combat into this King Gambit. And the Primarina, I mean, I don't know. This Ursaluna is still not going to actually get knocked out to a Liquid Voice Hyper Voice.
Ooh, King Gambit goes for the Protect here. I was thinking there is the potential to maybe go for a double up onto the Flamigo, but the idea here is to just double protect, stall out Trick Room, but Flamigo gets positioned out really, really nicely. Trick Room, yes, will be stalled out, but now you're staring down a Flamigo, which is actually a very fast Pokemon.
Yeah, this is going to be great outside of that Trick Room, and then I think maybe even just help to eliminate this King Gambit and then allow the Ursaluna to follow up into the Primarina.
Yeah, exactly. This substitute and that Pollen Puff earlier, I think such a big play there. And the Ghost Hair, of course, to get rid of the super effective damage, right? So, okay, we're going to see a potential Detect there. I think this turn, like, you know that both Pokemon protected, so yeah, close combat into King Gambit is pretty safe. What you do have to maybe respect is, for example, Sucker Punch into the Ursaluna slot and Moonblast into that slot, especially if this is considering a Detect, right? Because then you would actually just potentially lose Ursaluna. The question I have is whether or not Life Orb Moonblast would even knock out into the Ursaluna slot, but let's see. Okay. Yeah, you can see Chris is really debating, do I want to go for that Protect? I think close combat's a little bit safer because you know the King Gambit had just protected. So yeah, I like this lock in a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just go for the consistent damage. Here's the Sucker Punch. Where does it go into? It is going to be the Ursaluna slot.
Yeah, so it's able to break the substitute here, and it's going to leave it just a little bit more vulnerable to something like that Moonblast, as you were saying. But even if it was Hyper Voice, you know that's going to end up being a 2-hit knockout. Close combat finishes up the King Gambit. Flamigo still has that Focus Sash intact, though, so it's even going to need a second attack here in order to actually pick it up.
Yeah, and let's see what Primarina goes for, because if it's Hyper Voice, I certainly expect Ursaluna to survive. So my question is whether Moonblast would get the knockout. Here is the Life Orb Moonblast into Ursaluna, and it is not enough damage. Ursaluna, just such a bulky Pokemon. On these Trick Room teams, you can invest so much more in bulk because you don't care about your speed investment. Primarina faints, and Chris Hahn now is up 3-1.
I mean, even though this Ursaluna is on a timer, you have one Pokemon left if you are Justin, and I think he's already looking at the team sheet trying to figure out, like, what do I do for game 2? That Trick Room was just so powerful. Rillaboom still has the opportunity here, I guess, to be able to get something like a Grassy Glide KO onto the Ursaluna, but this Flamigo is still a problem with that Focus Sash.
Yeah, this game, done deal at this point. Rillaboom in itself already has a really bad matchup in a Flamigo. Christopher could not have his Ursaluna and Porygon, and I think Flamigo would still end up winning that one. So Chris in a very, very impressive victory here, showing, hey, you know what? I'm just going to set up that Trick Room on turn 1. I think as soon as he saw the lead from Justin, he felt pretty safe. Yeah, I was mainly curious if there was any chance you go for the Dark Terra, Kowtow Cleave plus Moonblast from Primarina, double up on a Porygon, whether or not that could get the knockout. But honestly, I wouldn't expect it to because Porygon 2 is such a bulky Pokemon. And the substitute here proving to be such a valuable move. If you don't have that substitute, you're vulnerable to just eating up that +2 Black Blast's Dark Terra Sucker Punch, but substitute means that you can protect yourself for a turn, which is so valuable.
Yeah, it's been great, and I feel like seeing it a couple of times on stream now, which is how valuable that Pollen Puff can really be. And poor Electabuzz here. It was really nice to be able to see it brought into this match because I felt like just being able to have one turn where you're able to follow me, take 2 hits, and maybe even still be on the field for the next one, it just gives something next to it a chance to actually put some damage down.
Absolutely. We were talking about Sneasler and Golden Go going into that game. They did not come out, but
I don't know if the Sneasler is going to come. I'm not
the thing
lie.
is, it's really interesting. I think that, like, it's scary to bring because you're worried about Golden Go, you're worried about Ghost Terra from Ursaluna, right? But, like, let's say you expect Ursaluna plus Porygon 2 to be led again. You can adjust by going for something like Sneasler plus Salamence because then you actually have a very safe double up onto the Porygon immediately on turn 1, and you get an Intimidate onto the Ursaluna immediately, and Sneasler has Focus Sash, right? I think the scary thing is, of course, you're worried about the Ghost Terra from the opposing side, but if you force that Ghost Terra, at least King Gambit, for example, can hit Ursaluna for super effective damage. So I think Sneasler feels very unintuitive to bring into this matchup because of the Amoonguss, the Golden Go, of course, completely walling it. Christopher did not even end up bringing Golden Go into that one, so maybe he was confident. I don't think you're going to bring Sneasler, so why do I need to bring Golden Go? And so it's going to be a run back, though, with Primarina and King Gambit.
Okay, versus the Amoonguss and the Porygon 2. So this time, not going to actually lead with this Ursaluna. Instead, having this Amoonguss next to this Porygon 2 to potentially even ensure Trick Room.
Yeah, I think Trick Room here, super safe, obviously, to go for. Amoonguss can go for a Rage Powder just to redirect damage away, but I think you have the opportunity to potentially Spore this turn. And so if you are Justin, if you're worried about Spore, what you might want to do is maybe consider switching in that Electabuzz. But looks like Christopher here, happy to just make sure Porygon doesn't take any damage, goes for the safe Rage Powder.
Well, you did call out the Electabuzz switch in. It's going to take that Primarina's place, and the Protect from the Kingambit is going to keep it safe from a Spore as well. That's just going to be a free Trick Room here for Christopher as we see this Rage Powder come through first.
Yeah, I think this is a great lead, honestly. You're realizing, okay, I got away with leading Porygon to Ursaluna, but you might lead Sneasler now. So I think the Amoonguss was in response to a potential adjustment from the opposing side. Justin maybe was still confident that even though the Kingambit Primarina lead didn't work out super well in the last game, like it still had enough options. Now, of course, Amoonguss has to worry about the potential Electabuzz just going for Follow Me, right? And redirecting a potential Spore away. With that Vital Spirit, you will not be able to put it to sleep. So Christopher now looking to position that Ursaluna, such a pivotal piece, the most important attacker on his team, and will be able to get it in relatively safely here as there's not that much damage from the opposing side. And Justin goes for the safe Follow Me, but Christopher feels like he's just one step ahead in this game. Doesn't even go for that Spore. Pollen Puff here to get that chip damage.
Just a little bit. Leaves this Kingambit open to the Sword stance, so now you are able to get that +2. Ursaluna still comes in though without taking any damage, and I feel like that's just such a big key here. Amoonguss also being at full HP, and you can Rage Powder both of them.
Yeah, this is interesting because you see the Facade potential here onto the Electabuzz, and we saw earlier how much it did, right? Electabuzz just hung on with the Sliver, but this isn't something like Ghost Terra Electabuzz, it's Dragon Terra, and so Facade into it, of course, will just do a ton of damage immediately. You can see Chris is just debating, do I want to protect? Do I want to substitute? Like, there's so many options here. There also is the Spore Hover. You know, if Electabuzz goes for a protect here and you actually get the Spore off into Kingambit, that would probably just put you in such a winning position immediately. I do think Facade into Electabuzz here is just relatively safe, but you might be worried about the Dark Terra Sucker Punch, right? So to get around that, Rage Powder covers for that perfectly. Now, one thing that you might have to be worried about, though, is Electabuzz protecting and Kingambit just attacking.
Well, Kingambit is going to at least terrestrialize, so if it goes out on the offense, it is going to get an additional modifier to its dark type attacks, and it does have Kowtow and Sucker. So Rage Powder here would stop the Sucker Punch, but if it's going to be a Kowtow cleave, that Amoonguss did not have too much of an ability to hang on in that last game. We're going to see a Follow Me from the Electabuzz as well, as Ursaluna just goes for a substitute. Fantastic that Christopher gets a chance to set that up once again, but it's going to be this Amoonguss that's on the chopping block as the Kowtow cleave is heading right into it.
Yeah, so the substitute is set up, but Amoonguss does go down, and that's another turn of Trick Room burnt, right? So the idea, of course, is that Ursaluna had the ability to knock out that Electabuzz, and now you can see, like, the lack of Earthquake hurts a little bit, right? If you had Earthquake, it'd be very easy to just keep clicking it. Ursaluna, of course, still in a really good spot. It's going to take a couple of attacks for it to actually faint, but Justin this time around still has that Follow Me pressure from Electabuzz, right? So you can go for another Follow Me. Trick Room is also expiring, and I think Kingambit this time around in a much better position than previously, and is able to attack relatively safely thanks to Electabuzz not just going down immediately.
Yeah, but this is where the Porygon 2 feels so important. You have the opportunity to go for Terra Fighting again if you want to, and a Terrestrialization onto either the Ursaluna or the Porygon 2, depending on how you see fit. I feel like in this situation, though, Porygon 2 just being able to threaten that Terra Fighting Terra Blast is huge into the Kingambit.
Yeah, my question is how much damage does it actually do? Do you pick up the knockout? And this turn, if you are Justin, you could just protect your Pokemon, right? Stalled another turn of Trick Room. And so we're going to see the Fighting Terra. Of course, this option allows you to deal super effective damage into Dark-type Pokemon, Kingambit being one of them, Incineroar being another one as well. So let's see, it is just going to be that Protect.
Okay, so now Justin has fished out where that Terra is going to be. And so it is just another Protect as well. Trying to stall out those turns of Trick Room, and you also see the Terra as well.
Exactly, yeah. So good information, right? You bait out the Terra. Now the question is, how much damage do we think this Fighting Terra Blast will do? Is there a chance it actually gets the one-hit KO onto Kingambit? Kingambit's a pretty darn bulky Pokemon. We just saw it survive the Facade from the Ursaluna, hasn't taken any damage, and so this in itself is a really critical turn in my opinion, right? If you are able to survive, you get a huge attack off in return. However, you do resist the Kowtow Cleave now as well, and that's a really big deal because this Kingambit does not have Iron Head. So Electabuzz can go for the safe Follow Me, and then Kingambit can either chip away at the Porygon or maybe just try to break the substitute this turn.
this King Gambit also has some trouble because this Ursaluna, it's still under the substitute. So it is able to just safely go for the KO here onto the Electabuzz, but now it's about whether or not this King Gambit can actually survive the Terra Blast.
You can see Justin, he's putting his arms up. Does it get the knockout on a King Gambit? It does!
What? That's just a one-hit knockout onto the King Gambit.
Oh my
Where was the bulk?
goodness, that is why you run Fighting Terra. Porygon 2 is such a powerful Pokemon because it so often gets that special attack boost from download, and that coverage allows you to hit the King Gambit, even though it's not 4 times super effective anymore, still enough to get the knockout onto the King Gambit. And I think if King Gambit survived, this is a very, very different endgame, but now you're still staring down Ursaluna under that substitute.
That was the problem for the King Gambit in general, is that you need to be able to hit this twice, have to actually break the substitute, and because it's still that ground typing, there was no way that Electabuzz was going to be able to break it because its only attack is Electro Web. So you've got to figure out another way to actually get through it. Rillaboom, Primarina, maybe it's enough, but this Porygon 2 has already taken out such a huge piece of Justin's team.
Yeah.
And there's still this extra Pokemon in the back for Christopher.
There is the Flamigo in the back, so this is interesting, right? He's considering switching it in. I think like Ursaluna right now feels fairly safe. It's exerting a lot of offensive pressure, right? So you could consider something like Protect Trick Room, but if you Protect Trick Room, you're vulnerable to something like Fake Out plus Moonblast from the opposing side. Ursaluna here could also just attack, right? But like Hyper Voice here, of course, is so powerful. So Ursaluna is going to pivot out here. The substitute does not protect you from Hyper Voice. That will go through substitute, will pick up the knockout. Flamigo comes out. Is it a Fake Out right now into the Porygon slot? It is.
Okay, so that's going to leave this Porygon 2 very vulnerable. Now that it is going to be a fighting type,
okay,
it's just going to be a Hyper Voice right now. Would have picked up the knockout on the Ursaluna, as you said, because it was still maintaining its ground typing. But this Primarina now gets a chance to, maybe that's enough. Maybe that amount of damage might be enough to get rid of this Eviolite Porygon 2.
Oh, this is so close, actually, because don't forget how much recoil you take from Brave Bird as well, right? Yes, it'll do a ton of damage, maybe knock out Rillaboom, but then you might just faint as if Grassy Glide goes into that slot. A Porygon, of course, is still weak into the Moonblast from the opposing side as well, right? So you can go for something like Grassy Glide plus Moonblast onto the Porygon, and Primarina just needs one Hyper Voice. I think it actually can take a Brave Bird from Flamigo as well. So I actually think because of this Fighting Terra, now this Porygon is caught into an awkward spot. This is going to be really, really interesting. I actually think that like Justin has a decent spot right now if Justin's able to knock out Porygon this turn, but it's going to be Grassy Glide onto the Flamigo. So what the question is, would Moonblast knock out the Porygon? If Porygon survives, oh, it's close combat here to not take that recoil damage.
That's fair. It's going to leave this Flamigo up, and now Primarina gets a chance to go for the Moonblast with Porygon 2. It's able to hang on with just a sliver of HP. That leaves his Porygon 2 up to go for yet another Trick Room.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I was thinking, if the Trick Room does not get set up there, imagine if it was like Grassy Glide plus Moonblast knockout Porygon, then Ursaluna's out on the field, and then you can just Grassy Glide Flamigo plus go for the Hyper Voice. Trick Room is now set up, right? So it's really scary. Yeah, I like the idea of Protect and Ice Beam here. The main question is, there is that Ursaluna is still waiting to come out in the back, but it has to deal with two things that threaten it for super effective damage. So Flamigo goes for the Protect this turn. I think you have to Protect here. You can't just give up both of your Pokemon, because if you do, you lose immediately. Ursaluna hits the field, but you feign to either Wood Hammer or the Moonblast or Hyper Voice from the opposing side.
I mean, this is a great position for the Rillaboom to be in, though, because everything is so low, and Rillaboom really is public enemy #1. This Ursaluna can come in, but it's still going to end up being weak here to this Rillaboom's Grassy Glide. Trick Room not going to actually be like the exact speed counter that you might want when you know you have priority options.
Yeah, that close combat earlier by Chris was so smart. If he had gone for Brave Bird there and the Rillaboom survived and Flamigo fainted, I think that'd be really bad. I do think that Brave Bird would just actually knock out Rillaboom, so I wasn't 100% sure there, but the idea was to, try to survive for a little bit longer. So, okay, considering the Detect here, and, Wide Guard. Okay, Wide Guard, of course, will protect you from that Hyper Voice, but it doesn't protect you from Moonblast. And Grassy Glide here, still gonna deal super effective damage. There's the Wide Guard coming out. Where does Rillaboom target right now? It's gonna be Grassy Glide into the Ursaluna, and it does not knock out. It survives, but it's Facade into the Rillaboom. Where did Primarina target right now? Because if it is the Ursaluna, Justin should win the game. But if it's Flamigo, he went for Hyper Voice! Flamigo's Wide Guard saves Christopher's side!
No way!
A clutch Wide Guard.
That is such an incredible call to make. It was so juicy to sit there, see two very low Pokemon and go, You could just go ahead and get the knockout onto both of these if you go for the Hyper Voice.
Exactly.
But Guard, what a call.
Oh my goodness, just the slimmest of margins here. Everything hanging on with just a little bit of HP, but that's all you need. Primarina is going to go for that Protect right now. You're hoping to stall out the grassy terrain. Like, you need multiple protects right now, basically, right? Because you're just going to fit to Facade. And so, what a wild endgame. So many survivals there. If it was a Moonblast coming out, I think Justin would have also won this one. But so hard to go for that. You know, it's really tempting to just try to pick up the double knockout in that position.
Yeah, like you're able to resist the close combat, and maybe you don't actually get knocked out to the Bravery either because Flamingo would knock itself out.
No more terrain, so if you get the double protect, there's the burn damage onto the Ursa Luna. So let's see. And Flamingo will faint if it clicks Brave Bird, right? So the last turn of Trick Room right now, there's the close count. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this. Can Primarina get a double protect right now to stall out the Trick Room? And Ursa Luna will faint from the burn. Let's see. It's going to be wide guard here into the Facade. It really just comes down to whether or not Primarina gets it. And Primarina gets the double protect!
That is absolutely crazy. The wide guard isn't going to matter. The Trick going to expire at the end of this turn. And Primarina actually has a chance to get the job done.
Facade into the Primarina, but there is no more grassy terrain. Ursa Luna will take exactly enough damage to faint from the burn. I don't even know if a Brave Bird critical hit gets it, but that's certainly what you go for right now.
That is all you can go for at this point.
Oh my
Yeah, because the
gosh.
close combat is resisted. You've got to get the Brave Bird down, and the Primarina gets a chance to clean it up if it's able to survive the Brave Bird here.
No critical hit.
Flamingo just knocks itself out in the process. Aaron, we're going to a game 3.
What a crazy, crazy game. So many survivals just with the sliver of HP from Christopher's end, but Justin finds the path to victory with that double protect. That was such a tense match. If the Porygon just feigns from that Moonblast, if we had seen Moonblast instead of Hyper Voice from Primarina, I think then the game would have accelerated, but despite all that, Justin still finds the way to win this one. Of course, your odds of getting that double protect, not exactly the highest, but that was the one out, and he got it.
That is, my heart is racing at this point for both of them.
Yeah.
Because it was the slimmest of margins that separated the win for Christopher or Justin. And now it comes down to this third and final game, which is so exciting. Trick Room is so difficult, and I think that's one archetype that everybody has had to at least think about heading into the tournament, especially this Porygon 2 and this Ursa Luna variant. And for Justin's team, it could be a little difficult. Yes, you have a lot of protects on the team to help be able to buy out these turns of Trick Room, but once this Ursa Luna gets set up and gets going, you have to figure out a way to actually stop it, and that's the difficult part.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's been really interesting because Christopher has kind of just opted for, you know, similar Pokemon choices, right? I think Incineroar feels really awkward to bring into this matchup because you really don't want to give King Gambit a Defiant boost. It's really weak into Primarina as well. Golden Go is one of those Pokemon that, like, can be good if positioned properly, but when you're staring down a Black Glasses Sword Stance King Gambit on the opposing side, it's also really scary. Christopher has had this tendency to lead with Porygon 2, right? We saw Porygon 2 with the Ursa Luna, Porygon 2 with the Amoonguss, and so I wonder if Justin feels okay just going with Primarina plus King Gambit again, saying, you know, I think this covers most of your options, especially because of the Electabuzz in the back. I think the 4 that he's brought feel pretty stable and consistent. We kept talking about Sneasler. I would love to see it, but I think I can see why Justin doesn't want to bring it because it's way more frail than the rest of the 4 that he's bringing into this matchup. Doesn't feel that good into Trick Room. Obviously, you're worried about the Ghost Terra from the opposing side as well. So even though it can force out a Terra, it might just kind of feel like dead weight afterwards. But yeah, I think the question then is for Christopher, you make a new lead adjustment. And here's Electabuzz hitting the field. This Electabuzz covers for Amoonguss, and Amoonguss is on the opposing side.
And no Porygon 2.
That's right.
Just the Ursa Luna that's going to be in the lead here for this game 3 for Christopher, next to that Amoonguss.
Oh, this is so interesting because Amoonguss right now caught in this awkward spot where you obviously don't feel very comfortable clicking Spore, especially when there's Electabuzz. Primarina's exerting so much offensive pressure right now. So I think Justin realized, oh wow, Amoonguss lead in this last game was kind of scary. Let me lead Electabuzz to put on some pressure against it and make Amoonguss just not be able to get the Spores off. This is exactly why people are using Electabuzz in the format. That Vital Spirit, preventing it from falling asleep. Have that follow me. So helpful. And here's the helping hand coming out.
Wow, and there's no Terra either, but there is a Protect on the Ursa Luna, so it's at least not going to take take any damage if it was a Hyper Voice, but this Moonblast as well, going to be negated by that Protect.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This duel does not put on any offensive pressure into Amoonguss, right? Amoonguss actually went for Spore into the Vital Spirit there. You might be wondering why that's the case. I think in this spot, Christopher was thinking maybe you'll switch out the Electabuzz. Crucially, doesn't go into Primarina. I think if Primarina gets put to sleep there, Justin is in a really, really rough situation. So trying to read into a switch there does not get it. And now Ursaluna at least is online, right? It can go for that Terra Headlong Rush. And critically, you know, if you knock out the Electabuzz, then even if it goes for Follow Me, well, then the Amoonguss Spore just goes into Primarina now.
Yeah, so I think this is a great turn number 2 here for Christopher. You just got to be able to get some of this right. And both Primarina and Electabuzz have access to Protect. Is there a world where you see like a Protect could throw a wrench into things?
Yeah, it's interesting because right now, like, the Electabuzz isn't going to do anything, right, other than go for Follow Me or Helping Hand. There's no offensive pressure, and so protecting it would only allow Primarina to kind of just get targeted down. And so, yeah, Ursaluna here is going to go for the Ghost Terra. One of the things I was thinking about was, would you ever consider tearing Electabuzz to survive, like Headlong Rush, for example? But now, yeah, you really are vulnerable to the KO on Electabuzz and then just Spore going into Primarina. So it's going to be Helping Hand once again. Not opting for that Follow Me because saying, you know what? Oh, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. Maybe you're okay at that point, being able to at least get that amount down. There is no grassy terrain right now, so this Ursaluna is going to be able to take a significant amount from burn turn after turn. It's also still going to be one of the slowest things on the field. So while you are able to knock out the Electabuzz and the Spore is going to put this Primarina to sleep, Justin gets to bring in something else for free.
Totally. That Rillaboom, like you said, I think a really good Pokemon to bring out right now. It would be, of course, immune to the Rage Powder from Amoonguss. You can bring it out and just launch Wood Hammer into the Ursaluna slot. Try to fish for some quick wake-ups with the Ursaluna. I was thinking, okay, we see Rillaboom here. I was like, oh, if Justin had this Salamence in the back, it's Fire Terra, Choice Specs, Heat Wave, like that would be kind of fire in this position. But I think Rillaboom, you know, it seems like Justin's been pretty comfortable going with the same Pokemon over and over again. So yeah, I think Chris now recognizes, hey, okay, I am not going to get my Ursaluna to deal any damage right now, so the idea is to pivot into the Porygon, get it in safely, heal it back up with Pollen Puff, and then aim to set up Trick Room.
I like that too, because even if this Rillaboom was going to end up going for something like a Wood Hammer, making a call that it was going to end up being a Porygon 2 instead, then you know you're going to be able to survive that and be able to get that Pollen Puff healing as well. See, look at that. Like, that's fantastic. So great call there, as the Primarina does take its first mandatory turn of sleep, and we see the Pollen Puff come through to get this Porygon 2 back up to full.
Yeah, this is interesting because the question now for Justin is, how do you actually deal enough damage to go through this duel, right? The best answer for the Amoonguss was that King Gambit with the +2 boost Dark Terra, but now that Electabuzz is gone, Amoonguss is pretty safe to just keep clicking Spore, right, across the field. So Trick Room here really safe. I think you can go for something like Trick Room and then side Pollen Puff once again. You could go for Rage Powder if you're worried about the Moonblast from Primarina, so Christopher opting for that Rage Powder, saying, you know what, I just want to cover for a one-turn wake right now. Of course, this leaves you a little bit vulnerable to Primarina clicking Hyper Voice plus the Wood Hammer. That'll do a ton of damage to Porygon. And then my question is, would a Grassy Glide finish things off? But it's actually going to be the switch here. So the final Pokemon, once again, is that King Gambit. It's going to hit the field now and, of course, apply some pressure, but still is far away from, you know, getting that Swords Dance boost that it wants.
Yeah, you got the Wood Hammer at the very least. It's going to be hitting this Amoonguss, but take a look at how little it's going to do there. I almost wonder if there was an opportunity for you to go for like U-turn and get the Primarina back in or something.
Yeah, it's a really awkward spot damage-wise, right? Where, like, Rillaboom actually maybe doesn't want to target Porygon because they're like, oh, well, you're just going to heal it all the way back up with a Pollen Puff anyway, right?
Or recover.
So, exactly. So, King Gambit is out on the field, but isn't going to have enough time to set up, right? Because Spore into that slot is just relatively safe, and there is a sleeping Primarina in the back. So, Electabuzz actually going down as quickly as it did just unlocks the Amoonguss a little bit more here. So, let's see. I think if you're Justin, what you really want to go for is a Swords Dance, right? And then eventually just try to sweep with it. Like, maybe you can capitalize off Chris not going for a Spore. And yeah, it's not Spore on a King Gambit this turn, so it's just going to be Grassy Glide coming out, okay? Gets a critical hit.
All right, and the Pollen Puff into the Rillaboom, that's going to deal a good amount of damage, bringing it to like 60%. It's the Ice Beam to follow it up. It's not going to be enough for the KO quite yet. It does
Swords Dance is online.
Swords Dance, that's huge.
Yeah, so Justin's win condition, I think, is this King Gambit, is able to get that Swords Dance off. Now, of course, you have the ability to Spore into the King Gambit slot, but King Gambit could just protect, for example. Rillaboom is getting low. There is still the Flamigo in the back, and Flamigo is actually a really nice answer in the late game against this King Gambit, right? Because you can just close combat against it. So one of the things you want to do, I think, is, yeah, put it to sleep, stall your own Trick Room, and then get Flamigo out.
Because the tough part, too, is that even if you protect here, how is the Rillaboom going to knock out either of these Pokemon?
Exactly. It has no offense, basically, other than Woodhammer and a Porygon. So here is the Dark Terra, but Christopher has gotten the Flamigo in, I think, at just the right time. This is a great switch in because the Amoonguss will always Spore the King Gambit slot before it moves. Of course, King Gambit could Sucker Punch, but it's going to fail in this position against a Switch and Amoonguss going for Spore, right? So Dark Terra comes out. It's going to be Grassy Glide here, which, of course, is going to break Flamigo's Focus Sash, but with Spore coming out, I think what Justin maybe would want to hope for in that spot is you switch in Flamigo, but then go for another read and Pollen Puff Rillaboom, but Spore into King Gambit, I think, always relatively safe there.
Yeah, that is a huge, huge threat to Christopher's team. We've seen that it's able to just go ahead and one-shot the Amoonguss, and this Amoonguss has been so oppressive this entirety of game number 3. How do you get this King Gambit out of here? You could bring in the Primarina into the King Gambit slot and hope that you're going to tank something like a close combat and hope that the Primarina wakes up on the next turn, but you're still at such a disadvantage knowing this King Gambit has to take, might not even wake up here.
Yeah, and this Clear Smog actually a huge difference maker as well, right? It's really safe to Clear Smog into the King Gambit slot. It's given up its Steel typing, right? And so that'll just get rid of the attack boost. So Flamigo detecting here saying, you know what, I know that you've broken my Focus Sash. I don't want you to wake up and get a Sucker Punch off. Clear Smog here now just gets rid of those attack boosts immediately. So even if King Gambit wakes up, it won't be the most threatening and it stays asleep here. So really excellent play by Christopher as Flamigo now still fairly well protected.
Yeah, and the wood, it's also going to dodge out with the Woodhammer too. Woodhammer still would have done I think a decent amount of damage, especially being on grassy terrain. But we saw how much the grassy terrain, or the Grassy Glide did on grassy terrain. It wasn't enough, and now the grassy terrain is gone.
Yeah, and with that, you're seeing the Rage Powder hover here, right? So Rage Powder just covers for King Gambit targeting, and I think the downside for Justin in this game is you've had Rillaboom out on the field the entire game. This Rillaboom is not exerting any pressure whatsoever, and so it effectively feels like a 2v1 right now for Christopher, right? Where he's saying, okay, you have a Pokemon out, but it's actually benefiting me, and that's not something that's a little bit more scary, right? So with no Swords Dance boosts up anyway either, and with this Rage Powder, it's looking really tough because Amoonguss is just not really taking any damage so far in this game, and when Flamigo can attack like this under Trick Room, that's a big, big issue.
That is a huge issue with how fast it is. So Primarina is going to take this King Gambit's place. You know that it's going to take this close combat just a little bit better, but even with the Rage Powder here, how do you actually knock out this Flamigo? The U-turn goes into the Amoonguss to at least do just a bit of chip damage, and you're able to get the King Gambit in on the different side. So did you get the call correctly that this Flamigo is actually going to end up either doing like a Brave Bird in that slot, or actually just go for something like the close combat into the Primarina?
I really like this play by Justin. He realizes, okay, I just can't have Rillaboom out on the field for as long as I have, right? So it's a really fantastic switch there. But this is what's awkward, right? Christopher got Flamigo in under Trick Room. This thing isn't even meant to be used under Trick Room, but now it just puts on so much offensive pressure while Trick Room is set up, right? So you've got that Brave Bird into Primarina. Like, at this point, I think Flamigo can knock out every single Pokemon, right? Which is really, really scary. So here it is. It's just going to be Brave Bird into the Primarina slot, and that is just the knockout immediately.
You're going to take a bit of recoil here, so if this King Gambit maybe does wake up, maybe you're able to get a chance to actually get the knockout onto it, but the King Gambit stays asleep. Oh no, things are not looking very good for Justin right now. It is already asleep, so this Spore is going to be neutralized in that front. And you get the Rillaboom back in, so you could go for something like a fake out here and hope that the King Gambit actually does wake up on this next turn.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, is there any chance a Dark Terra Sucker Punch against -1 defense can knock out the Flamigo? Because if so, you could fake out into Amoonguss and just go for that Sucker Punch. It's scary, right? Because Gambit's going to wake up, so then, yeah, Spore into that slot again. But it's the fake out here into the Amoonguss,
No.
consuming the Chillin' Berry.
King Gambit does wake up though, so that's a big deal. The Sucker Punch, if it KOs, does give Justin maybe another...
Does he get the knockout? It does! Okay!
So Flamigo going down here is very big. No more close combat pressure into this Pterodart King Gambit or the Brave Bird into the Rillaboom.
Okay, you know, it certainly brings the game a little bit back, but I think the problem is Amoonguss here should survive. I'm thinking like U-turn Kowtow Cleave isn't even enough to get the knockout, right? And if Trick Room gets set up, it's still really scary. So Porygon comes out right now. I think the other scary thing is Ursaluna in the back is, of course, really weak. It will just feint to one more attack, but that was a key knockout. Like, that was what I was wondering. Do you knock out Flamigo? Because if not, I think the game just ends right there. So critically does get the knockout. And okay, we're seeing kind of a bait here. The hope is to, try to switch in Ursaluna, get Porygon knocked out, and then put King Gambit back to sleep. That's one possible play that you can make here. The other play, of course, is you can stay in and just go for damage. But okay, here we go.
Oh, this feels so risky. It feels so risky because you could stand for your Ursaluna to just get knocked out here if you're able to call that slot.
Yeah,
Any attack into it is going to knock it out.
You gotta go for it, I think, because the reality is that, like, Ursaluna's not gonna win you the game from this point onwards. It's just gonna feint from one priority attack. So there's Woodhammer. This is gonna be really close. I mean, like, at this point, Amoonguss can't heal back up with Regenerator. Was it Kowtow Cleave or Swords Dance from the King Gambit?
Ooh, it's
gonna be
Kowtow
Cleave, yeah.
So it still does a decent amount to this Amoonguss. It needed the +2 in order to knock it out. It brings it down very, very low. But the Spore is going to put this King Gambit to sleep again as this Porygon 2 comes in and is able to go for something like an Ice Beam into the Rillaboom, and it's still relatively full HP.
This is such a close game. I think, that knockout on a Flamigo, keeping Justin in it, and now Porygon comes back out. So you can see that Amoonguss survived with enough HP. I don't think U-Turn and Kowtow Cleave would have knocked out Amoonguss anyway, which is why Justin opted to not go for that. Porygon now gets that special attack download boost. That's such a big deal in this endgame. It allows you to deal so much more damage right now. And so, oh my goodness, we are getting down to the wire. I mean, it might come down to whether or not King Gambit can just get a one-turn wake-up. So here it is. It's actually going to be Woodhammer onto the Amoonguss. Does not get the knockout. A knockout there with the critical hit. Still not enough. All right.
But Justin knew that this could be Rillaboom's potential final turn in this game number 3, as it's going to have to take this Ice Beam from this Porygon 2, which is plenty to knock it out by itself. And even if that wasn't, the Pollen Puff follow-up would have sure been able to do the trick and is still going to do super effective damage into this Terra Dart King Gambit.
Yeah, so that is, good bit of damage. Yeah, I think now the question is, do 2 Terra Blasts from Porygon 2 get the knockout? There's the ability to potentially consider setting up Trick Room there as well, but wanted to just make sure you get rid of the Rillaboom. Now, I think Gambit needs to wake up this turn. If it doesn't wake up, I think the game is just immediately over. You just take too much damage, and it stays asleep. You can see Chris breathes a sigh of relief there. Pollen Puff coming out, dealing more super effective damage into King Gambit. Trick Room will now be set up. It's a 2v1, and King Gambit does not have any attack boost, so it will not be able to just get a one-hit knockout onto the Porygon. You can very safely go for Pollen Puff once again and 2 Terra Blasts, and that'll finish it up.
Yeah, even if you get the Sucker Punch damage down, you know, it's such a difficult situation with the Rage Powder recover for that as well to deny that priority attack. And so with that, the King Gambit's going to wake up, but it does fail the Sucker Punch because of that Rage Powder, and we do see the Porygon 2 get a chance to go for the Terra Blast. The increased special attack is enough to get the final knockout into King Gambit, and that's it. What a great set between Christopher and Justin. Congrats to Christopher for coming out on top 2-1.
That's what high-level VGC is all about. Christopher Hahn, in his very first tournament in the Masters division, continues his undefeated run, 6-0, guarantees a spot in day 2 now. Of course, just a couple of wins now away from that top cut bracket as well, defeating 2-time regional champion Justin Tang in what was such an exhilarating set. Christopher lost to some pretty slim odds in that game too, but kept his composure. Justin brought out this new lead adjustment, which of course gave Amoonguss some trouble in the early game, but Christopher also makes his adjustment and finds the win.
That was a phenomenal set. That was just like such a high-level VGC, so amazing. You can take so many notes away from how both of them ended up actually approaching the game. And I feel like at the end there, you could see them kind of talking about like different decisions that they made or maybe KOs they weren't expecting. They were good friends too, having to battle it out.
Yeah, I think that game 3, a lot of it felt like Rillaboom was just in the most awkward position for so long that with Electabuzz eliminated early, it just cleared the way for Amoonguss, right? So we can see some previews. First of all, some really impressive bulk from Justin's team. Electabuzz and the King Gambit being able to survive that facade, which was a really, really big deal. And Flamigo, being able to get positioned under Trick Room and putting on a lot of offensive pressure was incredible as well. I think Electabuzz actually was secretly a really big tool for Justin, so it being eliminated earlier on puts him in a pretty difficult spot in that final game. And this second game, that was just so close. So many Pokemon surviving with just a little bit of HP.
Oh, even the Brave Bird at the end, though. The poor Flamigo knocked itself out for all of its troubles. if the Primarina wasn't gonna do it itself after that. But yeah, I mean, Justin, even in the game number 3, like, he did find a way to keep himself in it. That critical KO onto the Flamigo in the middle of that game number 3 really did allow him to stay in the game, especially after he lost his Electabuzz so early.
Yeah, we just saw that one turn. That was one of the turns I was thinking about where, like, if the Electabuzz had just gone for Terra that turn, can you survive the Headlong Rush? It's Dragon Terra, so Headlong Rush would have done neutral damage rather than super effective damage, and with that, you can go for Follow Me. And then, even if it just survives with a sliver of HP, then the Amoonguss' Spore, of course, goes into that slot, right? And then Spore's negated that turn. And the Electabuzz is actually really good into the Amoonguss, because Amoonguss doesn't threaten it with that much damage either. So in game 3, that was one of the critical turns that I was thinking about, because once Primarina was put to sleep and Rillaboom hits the field, Amoonguss was able to just put in so much work from that point onwards.
Who would have thought that Amoonguss would be such an MVP damage dealer of a team?
This Pokemon has been really good for a reason. It's won a lot of titles. It's won the World Championships. Turns out it is still pretty darn good. How cool was it that we got to see the Clear Smog actually being used into King Gambit as well to get rid of those attack boosts as well?
Well, because a lot of the times when we've seen Amoonguss be able to use Clear Smog, it's like Dondozo, get rid of the boost, right? Or thinking about some of the other Pokemon that you can use that into, Annihilate, but at least you can get rid of some of the bulk ups or things like that. But King Gambit, once it tears away from that steel typing, it is very vulnerable.
There was also the Chillin Berry on Amoonguss. Like, it wasn't really relevant in this game, but that is obviously a really very, very interesting tech that you can use, of course, against opposing Ursalunas and, you know, just other normal type attacks as well. And so that was really, really cool to see.
That was very neat. It helped out. I didn't really help out against something like the Fake Out, but it could have been a big difference maker for sure against those opposing normal type attacks. Well, we've got an interview with Christopher waiting in the wings with Dwee, so let's go ahead and hear what he's got to say about that impressive round win.
Thank you so much, Rose and Aaron. I am currently joined in the lounge right now with Christopher Hahn, the winner of the last Swiss round. Chris, how are you feeling?
I mean, it feels amazing. I can't even believe it. I'm like in shock a little. You know, one of my biggest goals, considering it's my first season as a master, was to make it on stream, to win 2, and then also to make day 2. And then it's just so crazy to me that I've done like all 3 in one go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's absolutely amazing, and congratulations on achieving your goals. First year in the Masters Division, can you just go ahead and talk to us a little bit about, you know, what your thought process was going into this tournament? This is your first tournament in the Masters Division. How did you prepare differently versus the Seniors Division?
So I can definitely say for sure in the Masters, I've been playing a lot more balanced C teams. Like, obviously Justin Tang's team on stream was pretty close to a balanced team. And so I kind of prioritized those matchups, those balanced matchups, in opposed to prioritizing like Hard Trick Room or like Hyper Tailwind offense. That's definitely one of the bigger changes I've made. And then also, as a master, I've just been making sure to pace myself a little more. In Seniors, I feel like I could burn my energy a little quicker. I only had like 5 rounds, but you know, I kind of know right now I'm gonna have to play 8 rounds today. So I've been pacing myself, making sure to keep my mindset in check, and also in terms of prepping for the tournament, I kind of made sure I had a team where I felt a lot of comfort with instead of like a good meta call, you know?
Gotcha, for sure. Going into this matchup versus Justin, you played exceptionally well. You kind of had Justin on the ropes in game 2, but then that double protect happened. How did you keep your composure in between game 2 going into game 3 after something like that happened?
You know, I kind of figured like in that game 2 that Justin was gonna get the double protect. He kind of there's like a running joke that he has pretty good stream luck, but I kind of knew that I had it in myself to win the game 3, and I could kind of see like how he was gonna adjust, and I knew what I wanted to do to try to punish that. So I didn't feel terrible about the fact that I had to go into a game 3. I also knew that in the game 2, Justin definitely made a lot of good calls into me, so it wasn't like the double protect was undeserved, you know?
Right. Going into game 3 and throughout the entire set, it seemed like Flamigo was sort of the MVP. Can you tell us a little bit about your decision to go with Flamigo as one of the Pokemon and how it played up in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, so I think the standard Pokemon on that 6 is like Tyranitar normally, but when I was running Tyranitar, I kind of felt like the Golden Go matchup was super bad. And so one of my friends, Yotam, I knew he had been testing Flamigo like quite a bit, and I knew that it definitely had answers into this Golden Go problem because it had the ability Scrappy, you know? So it can hit through that Ghost type. and hit Golden Go for super effective and take a turn 1 KO normally. So I kind of reached out to Yotam, and he helped me prep with the 6 and showed me lineups, and we kind of worked together a little bit on the team, I guess.
Yeah, and it definitely paid off. I mean,
Yeah.
Flamigo was hitting very hard into everything over on Justin's side. You said it best earlier, you know, this is your first year in the Masters Division. You got on stream, you won on stream, and then, of course, you've just made it or secured your spot in day 2. You know, I'm just going to go ahead and let you get ready for the next couple rounds. Like you said, it's 8 rounds, more rounds than you're used to in the seniors division. I'm going to let you relax, prepare for your next matchup. But before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make out to anybody watching the broadcast right now?
I mean, like, I think first and foremost, I have to give shout-outs to my family, like my mom, my dad. I'm just super grateful that they were willing to take me here and take me to so many tournaments. I got to shout my brother, too, you know. I'm pretty sure he's in day 2 for seniors. It's his first year of seniors as well. And he just won like the World Championship for juniors.
Right.
That's like incredible to me. I gotta thank all my friends from seniors, like who've been there since day 1 for me. You know, Kylan especially, Kian too. He actually gave me like this Vivian plush.
Oh, that's super adorable.
Before the tournament.
Show it off a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
It's awesome. Icy Snow Vivian. Obviously, I gotta thank Yotam for helping me with the Flamigo, and some of my other friends in Momo Nation.
Gotcha, for sure. A lot of friends to shout out. I know I just threw that question at you just as right before we sign off, but Christopher, congratulations on your success here in the Masters Division. One of the first players to secure their spot in day 2. I'm going to go ahead and let you prepare for your next Swiss round, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here from the lounge, and when we come back, more action from the 2025 Pokémon Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best,
2024 Latin America International Champion.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, to play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Baltimore, Maryland. Dweehaw and Gabby Snyder in the lounge getting ready for, well, I mean, we're waiting upon the next Swiss round, but in the meantime, we have something special for y'all. We alluded to it earlier, the Grand Challenge, and Gabby is actually going to show us how to register your team and lock your battle box for the Grand Challenge upcoming this next week.
Yeah, so one thing that y'all might not know, especially if you haven't played in an online tournament for Scarlet and Violet yet this generation, is that you actually have to prepare your team prior to locking in and registering. This is a little bit different compared to what we've seen in past formats, so I figured I'd take maybe like a couple minutes, show you what I'm thinking of running, and then we can go lock it in and then be on our merry way.
Do you want my input on the team?
Yeah, actually I do.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'll provide input on the team.
Right,
Yeah. Let's see it. Let's see the team that Gabby is thinking about running for the Grand Challenge here.
All right, so we're just going to head into my boxes real quick. As you can see, I've been testing a couple different teams here in the Regulation H format, but like I was alluding to, I don't want to use my brain during this year's Grand Challenges, so I'm going to be running a hardcore Trick Room team.
Yeah, we alluded to that earlier too, that this is I mean, you actually mentioned that you're going to be running a Trick Room team. Of course, we see your 6 right there that you're thinking about locking. So let's take a quick browse through them. So first we got the Indeedee female.
Yep.
Right there with the Dazzling Gleam, Helping Hand, Follow Me, and Trick Room. A great Pokemon to set up Trick Room in this format.
Yeah. Pretty standard, honestly, as Indeedee go, but I think that playing standard means I'm more likely to predict what my opponent's going to do in a Grand Challenge setting, and then I can out-predict them. So, and really, honestly, I feel like Indeedee is one of the only Pokemon in this format that doesn't suffer from the 5-move syndrome. It just likes having these moves, and who am I to deny it? Yeah.
No need to think about it. You're basically simplifying the amount of thinking that you have to do, not just in the Grand Challenge, but also in your Pokemon's movesets too. So, I love this min-max right now, Gabby. I absolutely love this min-max.
Thank you. It's no brain, all vibes for global challenges for me and Grand Challenges.
That's how it should be. All like no brain, all vibes. That's actually my motto.
Yeah. All right, so you have an Indeedee. Obviously, you're going to want to have a Hatterene. Those two follow after each other. This is actually a very special Hatterene that I caught with my Twitch community back in the day in Sword and Shield. It's a shiny. So I wanted to use it for that reason. It has the Magic Bounce ability and Life Orb, like you may see on stream at some point this weekend. And just like Indeedee, it's going to do what it does best. Dazzling Gleam, Expanding Force, Trick Room, and Protect.
Yep, and of course that Terrestrialization type is going to be the Psychic type, so then you'll get boost your expanding forces.
Oh yeah.
A lot of stacking bonuses right there. You know, you got the same type attack bonus, you got the Terrestrialization bonus, you got the Psychic terrain, yeah, and then you're just hitting very hard. Side spam, basically. I love it. I love this setup. Super simple setup, and everybody has to be prepared for it. So yeah, it's a great solid team.
Yeah, and who am I to say no to Trick Room's newest soldier? Now, Gallade, I was going through my Legends Arceus file last night because I needed an Ursaluna, and I realized I had an Alpha Gallade just hanging out. So I'm like, you know what? We're migrating one Pokemon over. Why not two? So this is, again, what I would call standard for Trick Room right now with the Sharpness ability that boosts any cutting type moves. So Psycho Cut and Sacred Sword will both benefit from it. You have Wide Guard to prevent spread damage nonsense, and then, of course, another Trick Room setter because 3 is the magic number.
Obviously, you want as many possible Trick Room setters. One of the nice things about Gallade is the fact that, you know, if you have Indeedee and Gallade on the field at the same time, you know, a lot of times, a lot of players like to try to stall out the Trick Room by protecting, double protecting that last turn. You always love to see a double Trick Room into that double protect, right?
Oh, yeah. And also, Grass Terra type, I don't want to deal with any Spore nonsense. I'm just going to hope that if I miss the KO the first hit because the Amoonguss terrestrializes, I can just follow up the next turn.
Yep, and of course the Clear Amulet, making sure that you're not able to be intimidated by a lot of the Intimidate users out there. So, solid choice. I give this 2 thumbs up. Right now you can only see 1, but the second thumbs up behind this microphone right now.
I'll take it. Now, here's the Pokemon that caused me a little bit of strife last night. So I tried to use a shiny Ursaluna I caught in Pokemon Go. Did not have 0 speed. It was actually, its stat points was 1 speed point faster than a non-invested Archaludon.
Okay, it seems like you're putting...
Guess what a bad idea is.
It's not a great idea, but it seems like you're actually, like, you know, you're using brain on this right now. So,
okay, that was a little bit of brain.
A little bit,
a little bit of brain.
So not necessarily no brain, all vibes, a little bit of brain, just trying to min-max everything. I respect that.
And I used my brain a little bit to put Substitute on this Ursaluna. So I Twitch chat, if we match up, I trust y'all don't screen peek. So we have that. And then, of course, we have the Lilligant and the Torkoal. They're just going to do what they do best.
A little sun mode in the
back.
back.
Sun mode in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and register for this thing, Dewey.
Yeah,
Real quick.
Let's see it. I approve of the team. I gave you 2 thumbs up. You got the 3 stamp of approval right here. Gabby going to go ahead and sign up and lock this battle box right here.
Yeah.
So, Gabby, why don't you walk us through what the players at home have to if they want to be able to compete from the comfort of their own home?
So you do need to link your Nintendo account with your Pokemon account. I did this probably like 10 years ago. Y'all may have not have done it 10 years ago, so make sure you do that before you hit this enter button. You do also need to read these regulations. Now, I, as a good human being, made sure to read all these ahead of time. I'm not skipping them. I do read and I do consent fully. Make sure you take your time with the fine print, people. That's all I'm saying. And then we're going to go ahead. This is the team in the battle box. I'm going to select it. It warns me that I need to be sure about entering, and then I'm going to do it. So it is that easy. Do make sure that you have your Pokemon team finalized and you have your Pokemon account linked with your Nintendo account before registering, and do it before the Thursday.
Yep.
That's
Thursday,
all you got to do.
Thursday, 4:59 Pacific time.
Yep.
Sorry, 4:59. There you go. You
It's
know
right there.
exactly when the last chance is to lock your team. Of course, if you don't link your Pokemon account to this, then you will not be awarded championship points, which are so important in this season. So don't forget, register accordingly, read the agreement and consent to the agreement, and then choose your 6 that you want to lock in. So thank you so much, Gabby, for joining me in the lounge to try to teach people how to be able to sign up for the Global Challenge as well as locking in their battle box. But guess what? Are you excited for more battles?
Oh, yeah. This is way more exciting than the Global Challenge, I'll tell you that. The Grand Challenge, the Groovy Challenge, whatever challenge it is, it's not exciting as what we got here.
Let's go ahead and throw it to the casters who are getting ready to prepare for the next Swiss round here at Baltimore.
Are you ready for the great challenge, Aaron?
No, I'm not. Best of 1 closed team sheet. Mousehold Annihilate on Dozo, Tatsugiri, Whimsicott, Hisu, and Zora, Cartrick.
Are you...
Whoa!
You want to make sure you maybe have a therapy session lined up after that one. But you know what? So excited to be back here with you, Aaron, to not go over the Groovy Challenge. We've got the Pokemon Regional Championships here, and we are entering into the 7th round of Swiss for the day. So the second to last one that we've got, and we've got a couple of trainers that have already locked in their spots in day number 2.
Critically, so many ex-champions in this field of 6-0s. First of all, shoutouts to VJ Sood, who we saw win on stream with Scyther earlier today. Undefeated run so far with what I think is one of the craziest teams we've seen in this entire regulation. Absolutely incredible. We have the 3 winningest players in Regionals history of all time, all at 6-0. Wolf Glick, Riley Fectier, and Paul Chua right now all have secured a spot in day 2. Of course, we'll play 2 rounds remaining today, a couple rounds of Swiss tomorrow as well. But it'll be really exciting to see how that race shakes up, of course, with Paul and Riley trying to catch up to Wolf with all the regional victories that he has. And Wolf's opponent from one of those regional finals, Nicholas Donnelly, also here at 6-0.
Yes, that's really exciting. Joseph Ugarte as well, also going to be at 6-0. But as we take a look at our 5-1s as well, we saw Jeremy Parson earlier on stream. That was unfortunately the loss to VJ, but still able to keep it together for that 5-1. And we'll look at our notable matches for Swiss round number 7 and hone in on Justin Karras versus Paul Chua. This is going to be a great match.
2 champion players. Paul, one of the most decorated players in the history of the game. 3rd most regional titles in the Masters division out of anyone in the world. Also, top 4 at the World Championships in 2022. EUIC champion in 2023. Paul is a longtime veteran. He's been playing since at least 2012 when he was in the seniors division and has just had so much success across so many different formats. Was a finalist at NAIC as well. And he's using an Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon he's actually used in the past, and a Pokemon we have not seen very much of. And Justin using one of the spiciest teams to come into this tournament. Yes, folks, you see that right. That is a Toedscruel.
That is a Toedscruel, also a Galarian Weezing. And you also have the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Pawmot, Corviknight Garchomp is a really interesting duo of Pokemon to see next to each other. But yeah, you're not misseeing things. That is in fact a Toedscruel.
So Toedscruel, such an interesting Pokemon. This is actually a team that originated from Wolf Glick and Justin picked up coming into this tournament. And so you have a lot of interesting options. It is very offensive. You've got the Choice Scarf Hisuian Typhlosion. You've got Tailwind from Corviknight. Corviknight being opted to use here rather than something like Whimsicott or Talonflame because it's bulkier and can heal up with the Citrus Berry with that Roost. You've got Life Orb Garchomp, a strong pick because Galarian Weezing with that neutralizing gas can disable, for example, Intimidate from Incineroar. Toedscruel plus Galarian Weezing, a fascinating combination because you're able to use the Galarian Weezing to, of course, get rid of Toedscruel's ability, allowing you to actually have a faster Spore. This Galarian Weezing is also an offensive set, something that's very rare on these sets, and then the Pawmot with Electric Terra, which allows you to go for multiple double shocks once you go for Terra.
But I think the Galarian Weezing is such a great call as an offensive piece because you look at Pokemon like Sneasler that has the poison type damage. Galarian Weezing also gives you the fairy offense, which is hard to come by in this format right now when you look at Primarina and Sylveon being 2 of the biggest fairy type users. So I love the coverage options that Galarian Weezing provides alongside that choice specs and of course its ability.
Yeah, I think it's just such a cool team, right? You have offense from really powerful Pokemon and then this Weezing plus the Toedscruel combination, just absolutely wild. I've never seen that before. Justin Karras, of course, your 2023 Charlotte Regional Champion. That was his first major victory, but he has had multiple top cuts, has been in so many day 2s, and just been an absolutely outstanding player in the Scarlet and Violet era.
Really has. And on the other side of things, we've already called out all of the decorations that Paul Chua has, but this team is also fascinating. As we've looked at a lot of the weather that we've seen, Torkoal, we've also had Tyranitar, Pelipper. Alolan Ninetales is one of those Pokemon that you don't necessarily think about to build the team around in terms of snow, but you have the opportunity to provide I guess the Blizzard as the offense. There actually is an Auroraville on this team, which is interesting to note.
Yeah, totally. I think Auroraville is very standard on Ninetales. People almost always expect to see it, but this is just offensive Ninetales, right? This is still one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, and I think it's going to be fascinating in this matchup in particular because Alolan Ninetales is staring down a Garchomp and the Toedscruel. So you have that freeze dry to deal that super effective damage. Yeah, Weezing can get rid of the snow or prevent it from being set up, but I think Ninetales here, really fascinating Pokemon. Rose, you and I also were talking before we jumped on the desk here, and we were talking about Dragonite, and you pointed out, hey, it's actually got the Lumberry with the multi-scale. Lumberry, that's a pretty darn good item to have when you have Sleep from the opposing side with that Toad Scroll.
Yeah, so even if you're shutting off the multi-scale, you still have an opportunity to keep yourself safe with something like the Lumberry. And I also think that the rest of the team, you look at this King Gambit, it is going to be a bit more unique to the King Gambits that we've already seen on the broadcast. This one is going to be the Assault Vest, so it has access to both of its coverage options of Iron Head as well as Low Kick. So there's plenty more, I think, to go around when it comes down to the King Gambit on the side for Paul. But we aren't going to see it right away. For Paul, it is going to be the Incineroar and the Dragonite, which is actually going to end up, if it was an Intimidate, it would actually take that because it's multi-scale, but Corviknight and Garchomp on the other side.
Yeah, so one of the downsides of running the Life Orb Garchomp, of course, is that you are going to get intimidated. Clear Amulet often being used, but it's still really powerful. This is, of course, the Ground Terra variant as well. I think Corviknight might be the most important Pokemon for Justin in this matchup, actually. It doesn't take too much damage. The main thing that's going to threaten it is going to be the Flare Blitz from the opposing Incineroar. But Paul willing to just go for the Flying Terra immediately with Dragonite, looking to deal really powerful damage with that Terra Blast or that Low Kick.
It's nice, too, because if you were going to end up seeing a Stomping Tantrum, you've eliminated that. You are already a Flying type, but still. And you also are able to get away your weakness of something to the Dragon Claw. So we see the Terra Blast just go into the Garchomp, and it takes a really big amount of damage. With Corviknight being able to fire back a Brave Bird, that does actually take the Incineroar out of this game number 1, and that could be big.
Yeah, aggressive start immediately, but I think the prioritization on Incineroar is really important because Incineroar does pressure the Corviknight with that super effective Flare Blitz, right? So being able to eliminate that from the field immediately is a big deal. You've got Garchomp, you've got Dragonite on the field, but how are these two Pokemon actually dealing damage to Corviknight is the question, right? Now, Corviknight isn't going to do a ton in return, but it can set up that Tailwind Sled. Justin can then get a free switch into something that's waiting in the back. And so one of the questions I have already is how is Paul actually going to deal damage to the Corviknight? He might be contentious targeting around it for the next couple of turns and saying, you know what, you can stay on the field, you can click your Brave Birds, but it's not going to do that much damage to me.
Imagine if you roost and then you just hit it with a Stomping Tantrum.
Also true,
You can set up Tailwind if you want, and if your roost is faster, then I guess I'm just going to go ahead and hit you with a Stomping Tantrum when I can. But it's going to be the Earthquake first. So with the Terra flying in, of course, you've also, on the Dragonite, of course, it's going to be a Corviknight on the other side. Neither of them are going to be affected, but you've gotten that Garchomp out of there.
So I was wondering the speed interactions between the Garchomps and whether or not that was a potential speed tie, right? That's fairly common with Garchomps, and it's actually just going to be Low Kick here onto the Corviknight, gets a decent bit of damage. Brave Bird comes out and critically breaks that multi-scale on the Dragonite. We see what's in the back here. It's Palma, it's Typhlosion. Now, neither of these Pokemon love going up against Garchomp, right? Garchomp obviously will be able to deal super effective ground-type damage into both. Typhlosion also, of course, is going to be resisted by Garchomp. And so a Palma here is interesting, right? Because you do have that double shock, but let's say you bring Palma out immediately, you try to double shock into the Dragonite. Well, if you eat up a ground-type attack, suddenly you're in extreme speed range, right? So you can see Justin deciding, do I want to bring in Palma? Do I want to bring in Typhlosion? The fact that Paul can protect either Pokemon makes this a somewhat tricky decision.
Well, it is going to be the top Palma if you have to lock it in, otherwise you are going to start to run out of time. And maybe you just try to go for something like a Tailwind here.
Yeah, I think Tailwind is interesting. Palmot's already really fast. It's got that Focus Sash as well. You could protect here with Palmot. You could also consider just going for the, Fake Out. The thing is, if you go for Fake, I like Protect here the most because it baits out the Protect from the Dragonite on the opposing side. You've already gotten that Terra out. So is there a Terra from the Dragonite here? Or sorry, a Protect. No Protect. It's just going to be Extreme Speed. So Paul trying to snipe down the Palmot probably with Extreme Speed plus a Earthquake. That's what we see. Palmot's going to protect itself. Now, Corviknight isn't advancing the game state that much. Next turn, still the similar decision where the question is, okay, does the Dragonite protect or not?
Yeah, we would have loved to be able to get the Palmot out of the way, but now that the Tailwind is set up, you are guaranteed to have this Palmot be one of the fastest things on the field. And this Corviknight, you could go ahead and try to get some damage down onto this Garchomp. The biggest issue is that you are rough skin, and so you're going to be taking a little bit of damage from any contact move from the Corviknight or the Palmot.
Ooh, it's the double up onto the Garchomp. And it's going to be Dragonite protecting. So did Garchomp protect as well? No, Garchomp's normally faster than Dragonite. Close combat goes into the Garchomp. We know Brave Bird's going into that slot as well. So a very, very nice play by Justin here.
It is super nice. You can see that the Rough Skin is able to break the focus sash here of the Palmot, but with the Brave Bird double up, the Garchomp is out of there, and Paul would have loved to have this opportunity to try to get a knockout onto either one.
Yeah, and I'm curious what the final Pokemon is. I was thinking Alola Ninetales was actually really good into this matchup, but Justin has that Hisuian Typhlosion in the back. So if it is Ninetales, it's going to be a little bit awkward right now. So Corviknight, of course, taking a little bit of recoil as well. Paul's final Pokemon's going to come out. It's actually going to be that King Gambit. Okay, so Ninetales not making an appearance in this one. Now there is that defense drop on Palmot. You pressure Extreme Speed onto that slot.
Yeah, so, but is the Extreme Speed actually going to be enough to deal with the Palmot? Because I feel like that can always be a little bit tough. You do have the Hisuian Typhlosion in the back to potentially tank that just as a Ghost type. But this King Gambit, with the Assault Vest, it does a little bit better into the Hisuian Typhlosion attacks if you can actually whittle it down a little bit.
This is a big turn because I think you can Extreme Speed and go for a Dark type attack like that Kowtow Cleave safely into Palmot. So the question is, yeah, there's that Extreme Speed. What did Paul do with that King Gambit? Because if it eats up that Kowtow Cleave, it will just faint. So Brave Bird, so much damage there onto the Dragonite. What did King Gambit go for here?
It's the Kowtow!
Yeah, but into who? It's going to be into the Corviknight, and Corviknight survives as well.
That's big. I mean, the Corviknight here in this slot, it does have access to go for something like the Protect, but it is certainly an Extreme Speed range. The fact that this Hisuian Typhlosion is on the field, though, with the Choice Scarf in Tailwind, there's not a whole lot that's going to be able to stop this. You can Terrasilize, which is going to help get rid of your weakness to Sucker Punch, but you're still dishing out huge damage.
Yeah, I think, like, basically, Typhlosion feels pressure to Terra here, right? Now, then the Dragonite could capitalize off that by clicking Extreme Speed into that slot. You could double up onto the Typhlosion.
That might be enough, too.
Yeah, then it's interesting, right? Because, like, you have Palmot in the endgame, and Palmot here should be able to just knock out both Pokemon, so you want to prioritize KOing. Okay, yeah, I think this is really safe. I like this a lot. You just go for the Terra here. This means that Extreme Speed should not just get the one-hit knockout here immediately.
Well, I'm thinking if you go for Sucker Punch as well as Extreme Speed.
Yeah, you can cover for that. Corviknight then, however, will knock out Dragonite. I think Corviknight is so offensive in this matchup. So if you knock out Dragonite, you win the game, right? So yep, there's the E-Speed. It does go into the Typhlosion.
It's about 50%.
Yep.
And then the Sucker Punch to follow it up. Actually, that Typhlosion just gets knocked out. So, you know, maybe the Terrasalization, not enough to actually save it here, but you're right about the Corviknight being able to just get a huge KO onto this Dragonite.
Yep, it's all about just KOing Dragonite so that you get the Palmot back in and just play close combat into the King Gambit. So, you know, Justin saying, I should go for the Terra here, right? This basically covers for every option you can go for, other than I think maybe Protect with the Dragonite and then King Gambit going for, say, Kowtow Cleave. But the Corviknight here being able to hang on from so much damage was so critical. So Tailwind's over, but Palmot now just has that super effective close combat, and that will just easily knock out the King Gambit, and Sucker Punch should not KO Palmot here either.
No. I mean, yeah, no. I was like, is there a world where like maybe there's a crit, but no, Paul actually just goes ahead and tanks the close combat, hoping to, if some reason, actually fire off maybe like a Kowtow or anything in response. But Justin wins that game number 1 pretty cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really good prioritization here. Justin made 2 very nice double ups, right? Doubling up into the Incineroar, saying, well, your Incineroar doesn't have Protect, right? And Paul opted to not even go for Fake Out. I think he might have been fishing for a Flare Blitz into the Corviknight slot to try to just get a lot of damage onto it immediately. Once again, I think Corviknight is really good into Paul's team. The only way you can hit it for super effective damage is that Flare Blitz. And Justin recognizing, how do I distribute enough damage here across the board to take advantage of the game state? You can see why Corviknight's so valuable as well, being able to bounce back that Intimidate from the Incineroar. And Corviknight's damage output in this game was no joke. It always did enough to basically pick up the knockouts that it needed to in this game.
And you know that you're able to get several of those Brave Birds off because you have that Citrus Berry recovery. So while you do take recoil, you get a little bit of your HP back. You have Roost if things are getting really rough. But yeah, this Corviknight was able to put on a ton of offensive pressure. I wonder, though, there was that turn where Paul did actually protect the Dragonite while there was a double up.
That was the big turn.
Yeah, does anything look different if Paul actually is able to get a knockout?
Yeah, I mean, you of course could have protected Garchomp there and attack with Palmot, but, or sorry, attack with Dragonite into Palmot.
Call.
Yeah, but it's like, well, then that just hard loses to Double Shock into the Dragon Knight slot, right? I think like Justin did a really good job of recognizing, okay, multi-skill Dragon Knight's annoying, but he baited out the Terra immediately, got the chip damage onto it, so then Palma put on pressure with that Double Shock. So I think Justin's understanding in that game was really fascinating. I'm sure the fans at home definitely wanted to see the Weezing as well as the Toad Squirrel, but I think you got to be a little bit scared when you see the Alolan Ninetales on the opposing side. Now, Ninetales did not come out in that game, so I'm wondering if Justin's thinking, okay, as a mix-up, what if I do bring it now? Because I don't think you're going to bring the Ninetales once again. But I think Corviknight just felt like such a solid piece for Justin in that game.
Now I wonder then if the Corviknight is there, do you actually think about the Ninetales?
It's interesting.
Which is hard, because I know you're not doing super effective damage, but like it's still something to think about. You've got the Blizzard spam, the Freeze Dry.
Right, like Ninetales actually into the Corviknight Garchomp lead would have been pretty awesome, right? Especially because it's Ground Terra Garchomp. So here it is, going to be Dragonite and Garchomp dual dragons this time around. And here we go!
It's the Toad Scroll and the Weezing. Neutralizing Gas going to shut off every ability.
Oh, but of course there's the Lumberry still on the Dragonite, right? So you can potentially go for that Spore. Water Terra here is pretty nice defensively, and Weezing right now does, of course, threaten with super effective damage onto both Pokemon, but you are up against a multi-skill Dragonite, right? And the Garchomp here, both Pokemon actually have Protect, so you could double Protect turn one to bait out a Terra or bait out a potential, and see what move Weezing wants to lock into.
That would be actually pretty stellar. I think if we ended up seeing that from Paul.
No Stellar Terra, but it could be stellar.
Yeah, it could be a stellar play, you're right. But I kind of wonder too, does Paul just read into that and go on the offense?
Okay, it looks like, here we go. It's thinking of the Spore and just switch in. This is risky because now you, of course,
Toad Scroll has its ability activated again.
Yeah, okay, let's see. And one thing to note is actually the multi-skill was actually canceled, right, by the Weezing. So Weezing actually did put on a little bit more offensive pressure into the Dragonite. Still, though, Dragonite's quite bulky, and it can Terra. It's going to be the Flying Terra here, so is it just Terra Blast into Toad Scroll? And if so, do you just get the knockout with that?
I think you would end up just getting the knockout. Regardless, you also have the double-up opportunity here from the Garchomp, but it is going to Protect. It feels the threat of that Toad Scroll, also just the damage that could be coming out from that Weezing. If the Toad Scroll goes for the Spore into the Protect, so Paul got a really good call there. But what is this Dragonite going to actually do? It is the Terra Blast, so it has two options, and it is going to be that Toad Scroll on the receiving end.
And that just faints. Bye-bye, Toad Scroll. You tried your best.
Well, we got to see it. We just didn't get a chance to see it do something there. But now you have the opportunity, I guess, to bring in the Garchomp. You still get a chance to put on some pressure on the opposing, but we saw the speed interactions in that last game.
Totally, yeah. And I think, yeah, the Toad Scroll on this team, speedier, right, as we see the Dragonite move there. Garchomp is just going to Protect. So once again, like, Corviknight is such a big problem here. Paul, however, does just have a Pokemon lead immediately, just willing to launch Dragon Claw into that Garchomp. I wouldn't be surprised if he doubled into it, but this, of course, then is an opportunity for Justin to set up a potential Tailwind. Low Kick, though, actually decent damage to Corviknight, right? You need to slowly start chipping away at it, so I like the idea of just splitting your damage here, get some guaranteed damage, but now you're at risk of obviously eating up a Dragon Claw from this Garchomp onto the opposing side.
Is there anything that, I mean, like, when I look at Paul's Pokemon, it's tough because if you bring the King Gambit again, then you also could just take a Stomping Tantrum in that spot, or you just end up taking some damage from both the Garchomp and the Corviknight from a double up. But there is still this Weezing in the back that Justin can consider throwing back into the mix.
Yeah, and I think the main thing right now is you still have to break the multi-skill on the Dragonite. Of course, you could potentially pivot in the Weezing with that neutralizing gas, but either way, with the Flying Terra, like, you're just not going to be able to do like a ton of damage. But Garchomp is going to pivot out here, so the idea is reading that Paul's Garchomp is going to go for a Protect or a Switch and trying to get Weezing into a good offensive position. Neutralizing gas now hits the field as well. But Garchomp does not Protect, it's willing to just attack, so Brave Bird goes into the Garchomp. This is a fair bit of recoil damage coming out, and now Earthquake comes out into the Weezing slot. Paul doesn't care about eating up a Dragon Claw, and Weezing just eats up so much damage.
It was nice because at least like the neutralizing gas was shutting off the rough skin, so you're only taking the recoil from the Brave Bird, but it does leave this Weezing vulnerable to that double up of the Terra Blast. And so Weezing also gets a chance to show up to this game number 2, but not a chance to show off.
Yeah, we can see that Justin now, it feels like it's Paul this time who's making these really aggressive predictions, right? Paul is a player who is so good at VGC because he can go from playing safe to playing really aggressive just with the snap of a finger. So huge lead from Paul in this game, and multi-skill still hasn't even been broken. Justin's been trying to read into Paul's safe protects, which he was going from that first game. Paul decides, you know what, I'm just going to dial up the aggression a little bit, and it's been paying off really well. Now, there's still comeback potential, right? This Corviknight, of course, can heal itself with Roost. You still have the Tailwind up. You've still got the Dragon Claw pressure. But the question is, yeah, do you think Paul continues to play aggressive with Garchomp? Does he finally go for a Protect with it? And the Dragonite, it just can freely launch Terra Blast into Garchomp, which I think is what makes this so tough.
It does, and Paul still has 2 more Pokemon in the back that you could also switch into that Garchomp's place or the Dragonites. And so it's certainly an uphill battle for Justin to have to climb. With the Earthquake also from the Garchomp, you get to do a little bit here to the Garchomp. It actually is enough to
Does get the KO with the Life Orb.
Yeah, so that does leave this Dragonite right now by itself, but with the Brave Bird, like now you get a chance to actually break the multi-scale, but Paul still gets a free switch into something else and gets to go for the Terra Blast into one of these Pokemon.
This Dragonite set is just so strong. Like, it's been content to just click Terra Blast the whole game. Dragonites definitely look like one of the strongest Pokemon in the format from all the different stream games today. And so King Gambit now hits the field. You have Sucker Punch pressure now onto the Garchomp, so you can just Sucker Punch, low kick the Corviknight, and we should see Paul take this second game. I think you have the Terra here on Justin's end, but I don't see how Terra really saves you at this point because the Garchomp is always just going to faint to a Sucker Punch, I think, unless somehow it has enough bulk to actually take one. If you can survive, even then, I don't know. It's like Corviknight's just never really winning the game from this position because Brave Bird is not going to ever win against King Gambit, so all Paul needs to do is eliminate Garchomp. So I think we should see us go to a third game here, but Justin's going to fight it out, take some time to think about how he can come up with a game plan, and yeah, Sucker Punch does just get the knockout on a Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, this Dragonite is a problem. Like, even putting it to sleep, you have the Lumberry that would be able to keep this Dragonite back on its feet. The low kick now, too, is going to do even more damage because you removed your flying type with the Roost. Yeah, I think you just have to go back to the drawing board for this third game. Justin was able to get the win in game number 1. Paul with some fantastic calls, being able to draw this to a game number 3, but now Justin has to kind of consider, was it Toedscruel and Weezing worth it?
Yeah, I think like Justin did not end up going for Terra in that game, so there was the opportunity to at least go for Water Terra with Toedscruel on turn 1 to survive the turn. Either way, right, we saw where the Spore target ended up going into, but yeah, I think the Dragonite was just an absolute menace here, and I think Justin was trying to catch Paul off guard, predicting a Protect or a Switch, but Paul was like, you know what, I can just attack here. I don't actually think that I'm really feeling that threat in. Palmot critically being dropped meant that the best answer into the Flying Terra Dragonite was just eliminated. So I think Justin might want to consider going back to that Palmot. I do think one really interesting interaction in this game is what you called out earlier, Rose, the Rough Skin breaking the Focus Sash on Palmot, because I think Palmot's an incredible Pokemon here, but it's really volatile. If you, once again, attack into a Protect and then you just eat up like a Stomping Tantrum, well, suddenly you're in extreme speed KO range, right? So yeah, I think Dragonite, once again, continues to be so good for Paul here.
I think Paul is also very content to just keep leading Dragonite Garchomp.
Yeah.
Because that is really the big check to the Palmot, even if it's not the Rough Skin, it's the damage duo that you just called out, being able to take it out, and then what is actually stopping this terrifying Dragonite? You can't hit it with Garchomp on your side, because you've got Earthquake and Stomping Tantrum, which the Dragonite would be immune to, and even with the Toedscruel, you've got Earth Power, which isn't going to be able to touch it either.
Yeah, to me, I think like the way Justin approached game 1 felt really smart, where it's like, okay, let me use Corviknight, let me Brave Bird into the Dragonite. Being able to bait out the Terra is really nice, right? I think Corviknight Garchomp just was a fairly effective lead. I wonder if Justin was thinking Paul was going to adjust to Ninetales in game 2. I guess even if Ninetales came out, like, you're still pressuring Freeze Dry, so not 100% sure, but either way, I think, like, I would love to see Ninetales make an appearance here. I don't think it will, but it would be cool because let's say you expect Corviknight and Garchomp to come back out as the lead. Suddenly, a Ninetales applies a lot of offensive pressure. But yeah, I think basically in that game, Corviknight stood on the field, but its partners weren't able to do any damage.
How do you feel about a Typhlosion lead?
Okay.
I'm just wondering because at least you're able to do like at least some type of spread damage. Heat wave would still be a lot. You maybe get a chance to get a burn onto either side. Unfortunately, that's not going to end up being the case in this game number 3, but it was a pipe dream like the Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, it's one of those where I think if you actually expect a Ninetales adjustment, maybe you could think about it, but the downside of it is that you're just facing down Double Dragon, right? And that was the lead that we had previously seen. So this time around, it's going to be a double protect from Justin's end. Paul, of course, critically doesn't go for that flying Terra immediately, but now you have a lot of offensive pressure right away. It might just be a protect all around.
Across the board. A protect for you and you, and it is just 4 protects. But that 4th one is going to fail. It makes sense, though, from Paul's side as well, where you don't necessarily want to be a victim to a fake out from this Palmot. Maybe your Dragonite does just go down because it's multi-scale. It does have the opportunity to get faked out.
This is so interesting. Okay, you're seeing the Weezing pivot. The idea is I've got Life Orb, Dragon Claw. Let me turn off multi-scale and then maybe just knock out the Dragonite. Now, critically, Dragonite didn't get its Protect off last turn. Oh, okay.
That is spicy.
Electric Terra plus Dragon Claw here into Dragonite is certainly a possible play. But if Paul, okay, the idea is to split the damage here. Yeah. I like it. I was gonna say if you like double up onto the Dragonite and then Dragonite does get the Protect off and Earthquake comes out, it's a disaster. But this is one really fun thing you can do with Palmot, Electric Terra, which means that you will keep your typing with the Double Shock.
That would be very nice, but you're still under pressure because the extreme speed is going to be enough to break the Palmot, and because Paul's Garchomp is very fast, we could see just a knockout here, but not before this Palmot gets a chance to actually go for the double shock, but look at the multi-scale.
Is it a speed tie? Whose Garchomp will move first right now? It's going to be Earthquake from the opposing side.
So Paul is going to be able to get damage down into both the Palmot and the Garchomp, so the Palmot gets knocked out here. Garchomp from Justin's and still gets to move, and we saw the damage split. So this should be a good sizable amount of damage into Paul's Garchomp with the Dragon Claw.
I think it'll KO, yeah. So this is a Garchomp versus Garchomp. I'm really questioning like the speeds here, right? And if it were a speed tie, this would look completely differently if Justin had won that one. But now Justin is down a Terra for the remainder of the game. Palmot was the best tool against this against the Dragonite previously, and so yeah, that's a really, really strong start for Paul there, but at the Garchomp speed interaction, a huge deal.
Well, because what would have happened if Justin actually switched the Weezing into that Garchomp slot? You shut off the multi-scale and then you just go for the double shock?
Yeah.
It's a tough call to have to make when you know that Paul is able to make these aggressive reads.
And Ninetales hits the field!
That's a really big adjustment there from Paul. We didn't see it in games 1 or 2.
So Ninetales, of course, will not have the snow active, but it still puts on offensive pressure, right? Right now, you have the ability to just go for, say, Freeze Dry into that slot, go for Terra with your Dragonite, and just Terra Blast into the Weezing slot. So Justin recognizes, okay, I do not want my Garchomp to just faint from a Freeze Dry. Let me bring out Corviknight.
Corviknight's going to take that a lot better with its Steel typing, but we are going to see a Terastallization invested into this turn here from Paul. It is going to be the Dragonite, again, 3 for 3 on this Terra Flying. Knowing that this is one way that you can really bypass these ground-type attacks from the Garchomp.
Totally. With Palmot eliminated now, way less threatening. Yep, there is the safe Freeze Dry into the Garchomp slot. That does around a quarter to Corviknight, and Terra Blast comes out immediately into the Weezing slot. So I don't expect this to KO, but it'll certainly do a ton of damage.
It is a lot. If any follow-up here would be great. You've got the Dazzling Gleam too, using that Flying Terra just as a defensive one. And this Alola Ninetales has been able to stay around quite healthy.
Yeah, so what's tough here is you want to set up Tailwind, but like the Weezing slot right now is just completely exposed, right? So Paul has a guaranteed knockout onto that with Terra Blast if you want to go for it. Corviknight could then, of course, Brave Bird and pick up a knockout onto the Dragon. I'm curious, because the Corviknight seems fairly offensive, whether or not it would even knock out the Alolan Ninetales. One other thing to think about is if the Dragonite can knock out the Weezing, then the Snow suddenly becomes active, and then you actually get that defense boost. And so, yeah, it's tough because the Weezing slot basically will go down this turn, right? You either lose your Weezing or you switch in your Garchomp. So the main decision, I think, is, yeah, what do you want to do with the Corviknight right now? Do you want to go for Brave Bird to finish off the Dragonite? And that looks like that's what Justin's considering.
Oh, Freeze Dry goes first, though, into the Corviknight. You just do a little bit more chip as the Dragonite gets to follow that up next. So this Terra Blast into the Weezing, poor thing. It's also going to go down here, and then you also get that Snow back up, as you said, as these abilities turn back on.
Yep, neutralizing gas now wears off. Snow warning is now active. And so the Brave Bird, of course, went into the Dragonite slot. That'll pick up the knockout. But you still got a Ninetales that can deal with the Garchomp, right? So then the big question is, what is Paul's final Pokemon? If it's that King Gambit, you can just always Sucker Punch into the Garchomp slot and lock the game up, kind of like how the previous game was locked up.
But you took so much recoil there as well. Yes, you are able to get this Citrus, which is going to give you more of your HP back, but now that the snow is also active, this Ninetales is Blizzard.
What's the final Pokemon? That is King Gambit, and I think that should secure the win here for Justin. You can very safely go for that Blizzard and Kowtow Cleave into the Corviknight slot. No need to even really, unless the Ninetales for some reason is slower than the Garchomp, which I would be surprised by. But I think one of the reasons you would want to use Ninetales is because it's faster. So yeah, I think Justin here can try to go for maybe a Protect and a Tailwind. It's probably your best bet, but the King Gambit is the perfect final Pokemon for Paul here.
Yeah, you still maybe have a little bit of dog left in this fight here if you're Justin, but as we see the Protect come through, it comes down to Paul being able to even just get a double up into this Corviknight slot, finish it off. There's the Blizzard, of course not going to be able to connect with this Garchomp, but look at how much that Corviknight's even going to take.
Oh, the freeze finally comes out.
Oh, so even if it was going to be able to get the Tailwind off, it's certainly not going to be able to this time around, as it's just frozen in place.
Yeah, that one honestly I don't think makes a difference because, I mean, you see Corviknight faints here, Garchomp protected, you just Sucker Punch, Freeze Dry into the Garchomp slot or Blizzard.
But it's still insult to injury, Aaron.
It's a testament to why Alolan Ninetales is really powerful though, right? Like Paul clicked Freeze Dry, and Blizzard, and your odds of getting a freeze when you're going for these moves turn after turn after turn is fairly high. So Paul Chua advances to 7-0 with that Alolan Ninetales, our first time seeing it on stream in this tournament, defeating Justin Karras, running the Toedscroll, running the Weezing. We got to see, unfortunately, those two Pokemon not do very much in this matchup, and I think Paul had a lot of good answers into them, starting with that Lumberry Multi-Scale Flying Terra Dragonite. What an absolute monster that was.
There was just nothing to hit it. There was nothing to hit it outside of that Palma, and you called it so many times over with just how Paul even just had multiple answers to deal with the Palma when it was on the field.
Yeah, I think this game 3, just that one turn with the Dragon Claw. You know, if Justin won the speed tie there, you get the KO. I don't know if it's a speed tie, but if it is, and you get that knockout, the game looks completely differently because the Garchomps are both so powerful on both ends. So I like Justin's approach. I think Justin may have said, you know what, I think this matchup is actually really scary because it feels super volatile. So if I can force a 50-50 and win the 50-50 speed tie, then I'm actually in really great shape. I do like Paul's adjustment into the Ninetales as well. We had not seen that come out at all, and Ninetales offensively pretty darn good into this team.
Perfect ace in the hole, and you saved the best for last, I think, when it comes down to that third and final game. But I love to see that, especially when, you know, we're used to seeing the Alolan Ninetales as a supportive piece with the Aurora Veil, but Paul's team, it was designed in such a way that maybe that extra bit of defensive capability that you get from having the snow up is enough to allow the rest of your pieces to do the job.
Yeah, I think it's a fast Pokemon at the end of the day, right? This format is actually pretty slow. So when you have something like Ninetales that is able to put out a lot of good damage and outspeed a lot of the really big threats like Garchomp, that's a really big deal in a format like this. And so I like the decision to just go for a more offensive Ninetales. I think the downside with the Aurora Veil Ninetales is that you have to give up some moves, right? You see Paul critically has the Encore here on the Alolan Ninetales as well. That's a really disruptive move because you really don't want to just go for, you know, like a fake out in front of it and then get Encored into the next turn. So I think it's fascinating to see Ninetales being used this way because people always expect Aurora Veil on it, but just saying, you know what, Focus Sash, Fast Attacker, I'm going to use my Ice type attacks, good luck.
Yeah, I feel like screens also maybe not as helpful in this type of format as maybe you would think, especially thinking about how like Grimmsnarl picked up in popularity in Regulation G. It was a lot of like, okay, we've both down just a little bit. Maybe we're able to get a couple of critical survivals with a light screen or a Reflect actually being up, and maybe Paul's just like, I don't need it. The format could be fast sometimes, and maybe the screens just are too long in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's really fascinating because I think like Paul's team on paper looks like a team that actually really benefits from screens. You've got this bulky Dragonite, you've got the King Gambit as well, you've got Paul and Puffamoongus, but Paul might just say, you know what, I'm already bulky enough, I don't need the screens. I think the pressure that I get from Encore, like Encore patches up some matches that Screen doesn't do otherwise, right? Encore actually is one of the most valuable moves that you can have against Dondozo. Forcing a Dondozo to lock into one move in particular is huge, and Alola Ninetales, of course, with that Focus Sash, with the Snow defense boost as well. Paul's got Clear Smog on an Amoonguss, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of the matchups where Encore is helpful for is against Dondozo in particular. That's the thing about team building. You can't cover for everything that possibly exists in the format, so sometimes that one move can be used for very specific matchups. We didn't even see Encore in this one, but just a cool choice, and I'd love to see Alola Ninetales thriving here, and that's another weather we can check off our list.
All right, so we're just missing Tyranitar?
Sand, yeah.
Hey, where's Tyranitar? Where are you at?
Which is shocking, because it was in the top 12 of usage in this tournament. So it's there, it's there. Like, we got Ninetales before Tyranitar, you know, like...
Well, you know what's really interesting is, like, when we look at the top 12 for day 2, is Tyranitar
still there? Yeah.
Oh, that'll be really interesting to see the differences in between day 1 and day 2 of the first event of the format. As you said, there's only so many things that you can cover for, but I feel like Tyranitar was always one of those Pokemon where people go, I need to prepare for that one. That one in particular, Tyranitar, Dondozo, Annihilate, Archaladon. I feel like there was still like a good laundry list of things that you're like, okay, I got an answer for that, and that maybe Tyranitar is also one of those.
Yeah, and you know, we saw Justin lose with the Weezy and Toadsquirrel, but of course he still will be in day 2. Right now the players are just looking for those extra wins because essentially this is like an 11-round tournament, right? And you're looking to get wins combined in day 1 and day 2. But Wolf Glick, who is the original creator of this team, I believe is still undefeated in the tournament. So maybe get a chance to feature him. We'll have to see.
Maybe see a little bit more from the Toadsquirrel as well as the Weezing. I think that would be super fun. But now that we finished up this round, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have that final round of Swiss for you all here. So don't go anywhere. You are watching the Pokémon Regional Championships for 2025.
Hey everybody, Dweehaw here, currently on the floor at the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Baltimore. As we've stated earlier on broadcast, there are over 4,000 people competing here at the Regional Championships between 3 pillars of Pokemon. There's Pokemon Go, Pokemon Trading Card Game, and of course Pokemon BG. As you can see, there's so many people right now just super focused, ready to compete. Right behind me right now is the Junior and Seniors VG. So you take it all in because there's a lot going on right here, and even if you're not competing, of course, there's always side events, and you can use those points that you win at the side events in order to redeem prizes at the prize wall. So again, there's so much going on here. There's so many different people. There's so many cool vibes going on right now, and of course, the most important thing, everybody here loves Pokemon. Stay tuned for more action here at the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Let's hear it for Wolf
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut, and so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, you know, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and, you know, my mom and I watched it, I loved it, and I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards, I had you know, action figures. I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older, and I really fell in love. And yeah, I mean, ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just, you know, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically like schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And you know, on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. You know, I think some people, when I talk about, oh, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, you know, won every level of tournament, I think some people are like surprised, or they're thinking like, okay, like, well, why? Like, why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever, I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. You know, none of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, you know? People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me, but we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. Hey, D5, great to see you on this stream. Some of our Pokemon Go players, our Pokemon VG players. I don't think Yamper has really had a moment yet in the Regulation H meta. I don't think it will have a moment, given that it's still in the Galar region, but you never know. Certainly helps to have your favorite partner Pokemon there to help psych you up as you get ready to close out a very long day of competition. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here once again by Scott Plaza. And Scott, we were just watching a video about your pump-up song. Do you have a pump-up song before you come cast?
No, I'm like Riley, just dead silence as I come over.
Okay. Well, remind me not to mess with you because that is an intimidating aura. I have a pump-up playlist, and I actually put Something to Remember from the World soundtrack this year. It's #1.
That's cute. I like it. I like it a lot.
I could talk about that song for ages. It's so good, so good. What also has done very well in the competition, talking about hits, I don't know, there was a segue there, I might have fumbled, but we're gonna carry through. Hisuian Typhlosion, it can hit very hard.
Yeah, and be hit very hard as we saw.
Yeah, actually, see, there's the transition. We got there, we got there. Has the ability Blaze, is known for holding choice specs currently, and will run moves like Eruption, Shadow Ball, Heat Wave, and Overheat for really big damage. And not a Pokemon we've ever really seen in VG. I know the non-Hisuian Typhlosion has tried to have moments throughout the years.
Yeah.
It's
it hasn't tried very hard. Yeah.
Well,
I really hasn't tried hard enough,
it's
perhaps.
tried its best.
Yeah, maybe it's been trying, just didn't have the right set of attributes, I guess. But the Hisuian Typhlosion has been doing a lot better, even though, like, statistically the Pokemon are pretty similar. The immunity, the natural immunity to Fake Out really helps out here, since you don't want to have to terrestrialize it, and still often go for that fire type terrestrialization, add a little bit more damage, whether it's the choice specs or the choice scarf. You really don't want to get hit back with a Pokemon that is as frail as this one. So we've seen I think quite a bit more of it than maybe I was expecting to, right? Where I think it's something that had even been on my radar with Regulation D, and it just didn't feel good enough there. Certainly losing some natural predators there helped. Urshifu in particular disappearing is just fantastic as far as Typhlosion is concerned, but it's had a good tournament, right? There's actually quite a few players who we will be seeing competing again tomorrow that have this Pokemon on their team.
Yeah, so I really love, too, how Hisuian Typhlosion has found a way to make Eruption a real threat in a more faster mode of play. I think traditionally Eruption has been more of the Trick Room Water Spout, if you will. Water Spout, another move that does damage based off of the percentage of your health left, and you really want to be able to move first in order to have the opportunity to max out the damage there. And it's great to see a Pokemon that is just naturally faster than a Torkoal have the opportunity to succeed, and we saw Justin Karras running it in the previous round, and while it certainly didn't work out the best for him in that matchup, I do think it's a Pokemon to watch out for, because even just on its own without any support, it puts so much damage potential down onto the board. You have to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, I think in game one it looked pretty interesting, right? Where Paul had an awful lot of Pokemon that are pretty good against Typhlosion, and just did such a good job of kind of just removing all of the biggest problems for Typhlosion, or at least weakening them adequately. But it still got to be an impact player, even though I wasn't quite going to carry the game. And I think it's nice too, just to kind of have that kind of Pokemon where I think it's probably especially good in the very early rounds of the tournament, where I think one way that I think it contrasts a lot with that Torkoal is that your Torkoal takes a few turns, right? At the very least, you're going to want to set the Trick Room up, but often there's a little maneuvering before you're really ready to start blasting away. Where with Typhlosion, if you have something like that Whimsicott next to it, just instantly get it going in the first turn, where it forces your opponent to lead a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at Whimsicott as another Pokemon that, honestly, we really need to spotlight in Regulation H. I feel like Whimsicott has always been viable ever since its introduction in Black and White way back in the day. I mean, I actually ran Whimsicott in the 2011 LCQ at Worlds and did very, very well with it. And while you certainly run it a bit differently nowadays, Covert Cloak did not exist back then, spoiler alert. Having access to Tailwind, to Encore, to Weather Setting with Sunny Day, decent damage with Moonblast. I mean, it's one of the most I think, popular prankster Pokemon in this format, but also one of the fastest prankster Pokemon, even when you do include those restricted Pokemon or those Pokemon that aren't allowed in this format. I guess legendary? Genies?
Yeah,
Let's not talk about
legendary
genies.
Pokemon.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I actually used it in 2011 also, where I played it in Nationals with a Life Orb, and for some reason the trainers have opted to go a different route with this strategy. This one seems a little better.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's really well placed in this format. You know, we're seeing Rain is a major archetype again, and having the option to use a move to change the weather back rather than switching Pokemon is really powerful. There isn't really any counterplay where if you start the turn without Rain, if you try to switch Pelipper in, it immediately gets turned back to Sun, and you've wasted that entry, which is very powerful. There's obviously Instant Tailwind is nice, does not have the issue that Talonflame does, where it continues to work while it's at 1 HP and been Focus Sashed. It doesn't need to be concerned about keeping itself healthy. Encore very powerful, I think. Maybe contrasting to the 2011 Whimsicott, maybe it feels a little fairer nowadays that at least dark types are immune to Whimsicott's Encore, so you can play around it a little bit. But I think a very powerful Pokemon, and one that it's nice kind of having the game. Just an extra thing you gotta be a little concerned about.
I think so as well, and I think the threat of having Encore in an open team sheet format cannot be understated, because you have to ask yourself before clicking every single move, am I okay with being locked into this move for the next few turns? I mean, we saw Archaludon earlier on in the day get locked into Electroshot. That wasn't necessarily a negative, because it did take 2 turns to attack at that point, as there was no longer rain up on the field, but it still did a ton of damage. So being forced to make those decisions, even without your opponent having to commit to using Encore, is definitely something to watch out for mind game-wise.
Yeah, I think it kind of forces you to have more long-term planning, right? Where I think it can be easy in this game to be caught up in just like winning the turn. At the very least, yeah, sometimes you have to make a calculated risk where, okay, well, Whimsicott may be on the field next turn, which then means it may be able to Encore me. So I either have to be okay with letting that happen or have an exit strategy, right? Where, okay, well, it's okay, it's gonna be safe for me to switch this Pokemon to something else next turn, so I can risk opening myself up to Encore. Or I'm just gonna, I realize I'm in a losing position, so I'm just gonna hope my opponent doesn't call the Encore, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, and while we do intentionally showcase Whimsicott after Typhlosion, because there's some great natural synergy there between the two of them, I do think it's important to consider Whimsicott can stand on its own. You know, it doesn't have to be that weather support on the team. It gets access to plenty of other moves that benefit from Prankster, that do a lot of threatening things, like Fake Tears, like I think Helping Hand may be one of them as well.
I think so.
Like, it's scary.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing as you, actually, where we showed off the registration for our Grand Challenge.
We did,
but
yes.
I think Whimsicott in particular is one Pokemon that's really scary in that sort of tournament, where if you're playing around expecting Encore or something, that you get Fake Tears and something that was easily going to survive the turn, instead it gets one shot, the game could often kind of just be over. I think Fake Tears, Whimsicott tends to be a little bit weaker in closed team sheet because you can lead more conservatively against it and like make sure you have a plan. But it's a devastating move, unexpected. I think a friend of ours, I think she won a regional with it, and Allison McDonald.
Yeah.
Many years back now. But it was very scary closed team sheet. I think open team sheet remains to be seen, but even then, it's something you have to respect. I think that's kind of the fun with a lot of Whimsicott's flex options, where knowing it's there, even if you're playing around it, you still have to play differently and make moves that you don't want to make in order to stay safe, and that's powerful in itself.
Yeah, and I think Whimsicott will be a Pokemon we'll be seeing a lot of tomorrow in the day of the competition. But if you're going to be watching this Twitch channel this week, you're going to be seeing a lot of the Pokemon animation, specifically from the DP Battle Dimensions days. Now, this was, I think, about halfway through the Diamond and Pearl animation arc, and unfortunately, that is where I dropped off a little bit when I was watching back in the day. But it's been really fun to go back and watch alongside of y'all over on Twitch, as it feels like I just have a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand of my friends just vibing and watching some good TV.
As you normally hear, we're talking about Twisted Dimensions, Battle Dimension, also apparently a relevant dimension to Pokemon battling.
I don't know what Battle Dimension does when it's active on the field, but I'll check my notes and I'll get back to you on that.
You keep battling for 5 turns, so I guess,
okay.
We're doing that to start with, I think.
Good to know, good to know. And if you join us on Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific, we will be rerunning the North American International Championships from 2022. This was the first year that Pokemon Go was at the North American International Championships, and the last year that Pokken was at the International Championships. But honestly, if you've never seen Pokken at AIC, at the World Championships, I I think you should definitely watch. The crowd gets so excited, and it's such a different game compared to the games that we're featuring here this weekend. You know, it's a fighting game.
Yeah, I think,
it's just fundamentally different.
Yeah, I thought that just the character design of that game is really fun. And I think it's probably true of Unite too, right? Where it's just kind of neat getting to see Pokemon come with full movement, and I feel like they all kind of like really feel like the way you'd imagine them, where like they like the way they move and the way they attack. It's like there's a lot of like character to them. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I wish that I had a larger television in my house, because if you get really close on some of the like scenic details in Pokken, there's just so much love for Pokemon as a franchise in that game. It's honestly really incredible to watch. So make sure to join us this week. You know, definitely join us for the rest of the weekend. Of course, we're still going to be streaming regionals. Don't worry, we got you. But we got some fun stuff coming up as well. So we're going to take a quick break here as we get ready for our next round of Swiss. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Hey everybody, Dwee on the floor right now. I am currently joined by a Pokemon family. I am joined by Kyle, Sadie, and Kylie, who are all first-time visitors to a regional championship. Kyle, can I just ask you, how are you feeling right now being here at the Baltimore Regional Championships?
This is so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. I'm having a blast.
What scene do you follow the most, TCG, Go, or VG?
So I mostly follow VGC, and I play a little bit of TG, but mostly VGC most of the time.
Gotcha. So, like, you decided not to compete. You just want to take it all in. What's ultimately your goal here to, you know, do you see yourself competing anytime soon?
I might have to now that I've seen this and how much fun this can be. I'm definitely going to start doing more team building and trying to get more involved in the competitive scene.
Gotcha. And we were talking a little bit earlier, but you want Kylie to be involved in the scene. You know, what does it mean for you if Kylie started competing in any Pokemon event at all?
I mean, she doesn't even have to compete, just to want to come more. Like, I've been a fan of this franchise almost my whole life, and to be able to share it with my family is huge.
So you're also from the Baltimore area. What was your first reaction when you heard that there was going to be an event here in Baltimore?
Oh, as soon as I saw that it was announced, I'm like, we're going. I switched shifts for work to be able to come here for this today. Like, I made it happen.
That's awesome. I'm just going to ask you a couple more quick Pokemon questions. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Absol.
Mega or just non-Mega?
Just regular Absol.
I like Absol too. I think Absol's a very great Pokemon. Kyle, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out to anybody that might be watching this broadcast right now?
I want to shout out Resonance22, who is an old content creator and an old friend of mine. I haven't been able to talk to him in a few months. And my family, if they happen to watch, or any of Kylie's uncles, if they happen to be tuning into this. But yeah, that's about it.
So since this is your first regional, do you expect to travel anywhere else for any other regional championships, or do you think next season is going to be the season that you start competing?
I would love to be able to. I don't think it's going to happen this year, but hopefully next, like for the 2026 season, depending on what game we're playing, if we're still in Scarlet and Violet or not.
Well, thank you so much, Kyle. I love that it's your first time here. I hope you and your family have a great rest of the time here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with more action here in Baltimore.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Run, get those slips in. This is the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Baltimore, Maryland. And I'm still Gabby Snyder, still joined here by Scott Glaza. And we have some fun things happening out in the hall. I feel bad for that kid. I hope he got his match slip in on time.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, everyone else not running quite as quickly as that child is. So, yeah, you would think, oh, they're back. It's almost time for the next round. And you would be incorrect. But we are going to entertain you as best we can as we wait for the next round of the last round of the day to occur.
You know, I think it's something to be said that it's round 8 of Swiss and it's the giggles time.
Yeah, we're doing our best.
Yeah, I think that especially at the first regional of the year, if you've made it this far, congratulations. I know that there's been a lot of emotions out in the hall today. I think that it's been tough for a lot of Pokemon trainers to adapt to this new Swiss format. I feel like going into regionals last year, you really just had to hit day 2, and then you had 5 rounds of Swiss to prove yourself and potentially come back from a rougher start earlier on in the tournament. But tomorrow, there's really only going to be 3 rounds of Swiss. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, if you go in tomorrow with 2 losses, you basically just have to, like, I think you literally just have to win out, right? You must go 3-0, and yeah, like, especially, you know, getting a good night of sleep, knowing that that's what you have in store for you the next day, it's a tricky one, right? So I think that is, it's also why, if you're wondering why we're kind of streaming players a little better records at this point in the tournament than traditionally we do, I think day 1 of the tournament's a little bit more important than normally is. You know, we want to try to get as many players who will eventually make it to the bracket stage of the stream as we can, and to you know, a nice little preview of the matches you might see at the end of tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, things are a little more difficult this season, and I think that it'll make for some fun matches for all of us as we've seen so far.
I think so, and the other thing to keep in mind too is that if you're planning on competing at a regional championship this year, I think last year a lot of people had day 2 as their goal. You know, it was like the, oh, well, I see so-and-so day 2, I want that. That's gonna be my goal for this season. I don't think it's really a good goal to have moving forward. I think that there's just so much that can go wrong in 8 rounds of Swiss that if you want to set yourself up for success, if you want to set yourself up for feeling accomplished at the end of the weekend, You know, maybe aim for championship points, maybe aim for having a positive record against some tough matchups. You know, there's a lot of other goals that can be sub-goals to that day 2, so you still can feel accomplished leaving one of these events. And that's really the most important thing at the end of the day. Like, we're all here for fun, I hope. Of course, there's prizes. Of course, there's glory. Of course, there's your opportunity to be legendary, like the song was just saying. But I also think fun needs to be up there with those things.
Oh, I hate fun. I want to see what trainers are going for those prizes. I want to see who's on the cusp.
I want to see who's on the cusp, too. Sorry about that, everybody. We have Masters Swiss rankings going on here, and you blinked and you might miss some of these trainers who are doing incredibly well in this tournament. Christopher Hahn is currently #1 on this list. Riley Factura, Paul Chua, Z, Wolf. So many names here that have really had legendary impact on the game throughout the previous years, once again showing up again in Baltimore.
Yeah, but I think a huge shout out too. I mean, I guess Christopher Hahn has the accomplishment that would already kind of include him in the legendary category, but doing so well in the first Masters Regional Championship, I think is really impressive. And then, yeah, I mean, most of the other names, I guess all of the other names at 7 and 0, very impressive. And we've seen some of the other players beneath that with some really interesting teams so far. I'm really impressed by this group. I think this has been a very strong showing for the trainers at the first tournament. These regulations, I think nobody knew quite what to expect. We've seen a lot of different looks, and we've had some really great matches on stream so far.
We really have, and it makes it that much more difficult, I think, to think about the tournament moving forwards, given how many incredible Pokemon trainers there are still standing at this point in time, and just how much of the field is X and 1 as well at this point. I think that there's a lot of people who have a really good shot of making it into the asymmetrical top cut tomorrow, and I'll be honest with you, Scott, if I had to pick a match to feature on stream right now, I don't know really who I'd pick, because there's so many people I want to see play who we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I think we're poised to have a really fantastic end of this tournament. You know, just so exciting too, because yeah, there's such a wide variety of Pokemon. I think we've kind of forgotten what this is like with the more constrained metagame that we had the last few months. Like, oh man, there's some weird stuff here, and that's how it's supposed to be, right? You know,
Did you know that there's over 1,000 Pokemon?
I thought there was only like Miraidon and Koraidon, and then
yes,
their tiny friends.
The sandwich legendaries, yes, they do exist, but not for us.
Horses,
not
there are
right
a lot
now.
of horses. I remember that too.
Yeah, and at some point there'll be I don't know, dogs. I don't think we'll ever get back to that point in the metagame again.
I'm just glad that you don't have to be a mode of transit in order to become a Pokemon champion anymore.
Agreed. So, hey, if you're seeing your name on this slide and you're out in the hall getting seated for your last round of Swiss, or if you're just out in the hall getting seated for your last round of Swiss, I just want to say congratulations, you made it. Thank you so much for joining us here this weekend, because let's be real, we could not have such an incredible stream and incredible broadcast without you, the players, without all of our judges, our staff members, the stream production crew. Y'all are good people. Keep it up.
Yeah, you're not so bad. I don't mind it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think to your point, for a brief moment of seriousness here, the quantity of 6-1s is really interesting, right?
It is, yeah.
Again, it doesn't mean quite what it meant last season. Where I think if you're 6-1 last season, you're feeling really good right now. Hey, you know, like at that point, we still needed one more to make it to day 2, but you're set up pretty well here. Falling to 6-2 this year, very scary, right? This is the last Swiss round, round 8. There is no 9th Swiss, well, there is 9th Swiss round, but it's tomorrow. And then there's only 3 more instead of 5 more as there had been in the past. So a little shorter day for the competitors. You wouldn't know it by how loopy we have become, but we're doing our best. But I think it makes this a really tense round kind of compared to the previous years. And I really like that, right? There's fewer rounds now, but I think there's a little greater level of seriousness to all of them. And I hope it's still fun. And some of the point of this, right, is it's fun to compete. It's fun to test yourself and your strategies and your team. But I do think it's there's a little more excitement, right, where every round is that much more important.
For sure. So let's go ahead and take a look at the notable matches from this round. We'll be featuring Wolf Glick playing against Zachary Nitch, but we also have Paul Chua versus Riley Factura, Christopher Hahn versus Z, Justin Karras versus Kevin Swastik, VJ versus Justin Tang, Nicholas Donnelly versus Ryan Lazzetto, who has a very incredible team, and Joshua Robinson versus one of my locals, Zhejiang. this is actually an incredibly stacked lineup for matches. And while we will be giving y'all what you want with the Wolf Glick matchup finally, I know y'all been waiting all day for it, I do think that there really is no wrong choice looking at all of these incredible Pokemon trainers who are really contending, again, for their best possible chance at making cut tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's really fun too. But yeah, I mean, again, there's great players, and they're also just like, using teams that we've never really seen before, right? You know, lots of new archetypes. A lot of them have like fun tech Pokemon. I think the first partner Pokemon per player here is probably a number greater than 1, which is fascinating.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it is greater than 1. I was like, well, VJ is definitely 1.
Yeah, he's contributing greatly to inflating this particular statistic. But yeah, I think he is actually not the only one who is more than 1 in his team, and also is not the only one who has more than 1 where neither of them are Rillaboom or Incineroar.
Yeah, and I do hope that we get to circle back to some of these team choices tomorrow, you know, either through focusing on matches on stream or even giving Dwee the opportunity to talk to people in the crowd, because I think team building has been such a unique aspect of this tournament. I would love to hear more from all of these trainers, really. Like, what were you thinking when you finally realized Meowscarada was viable? What were you thinking when you looked at your first partner Pokemon from back in the day and you realized, oh wait, I can actually use this in a tournament? Like, that's just so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a few of these team lists where, like, I would have asked, what were you thinking? But I would have, like, had a little different intonation in my voice when I asked it. But it turns out that, yeah, I mean, like, you know, even last night, I think if you told me that some of these teams, if you had me guess the record and you like, gave me the team sheet, I would not have done well. And
yeah,
I think
same,
that is just a really awesome element of this sport. I hope we get to see more and more of it. You know, I think it's like pretty normal in a way that the first tournament of regulation is kind of the weirdest, and hopefully it doesn't normalize too much from here, right? Where I think we've seen a lot of different approaches be successful, and yeah, I mean, I think even if the trainers should fall a little short and go 5-3, right? I think even then, like, you kind of realize you're close enough. Well, you know, this idea probably still works, right? I have to workshop a little bit more, maybe improve a matchup here or there, or just maybe get a little luckier with who I play against and avoid my worst matchups a little bit more. But you know, maybe I'm cooking something here. And then, yeah, I mean, some of these players with very high records have groupings of Pokemon that you might not expect.
Yeah, so I actually have a bit of a groovy challenge for y'all in chat right now, as we are going to take a break to get ready for this next match. But before we do that, you know, look at the teams that are doing well this weekend. Look at the teams that make you excited to play Pokemon, and go ahead and build them. Go ahead and try them out. See if it's a good fit. See if there's anything you tweak to your play style. There's so much opportunity to be creative in the format right now. I really think y'all should take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think there's almost never been a better format for it, right? Where there's a lot of available Pokemon, and a very high percentage of them are viable, and lots of them have like really cool, unique roles where we have a bunch of unevolved Pokemon that are surprisingly good. We've got a lot of like kind of like newly discovered Pokemon that we've never really gotten to use in VGC before. We're pretty good. Some of the old favorites are there, so there is some comfort if that's what you want to do. I just think there's a lot of different directions, and truly lots of them are equally viable this time, which is a lot of fun.
For sure. So we're going to go ahead and take that quick break, but we'll be right back with our final round of Swiss of the day. Please stay tuned.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024! We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
Welcome back after that short break. We're still here in Baltimore for the 2025 Regional Championship, and we're still having a great time here. We got some TCG players over in the hall. They're nowhere near done with their day yet, but we're actually almost done with ours as Gabby Snyder and Scott Glaza are here to close out the final round of Swiss for the video game rounds of today. There's still more Swiss tomorrow, but after this round, everybody can go home, have some dinner, hopefully Pokemon sleep a bit before we come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just to recap, too, because, yeah, the format, as we mentioned before, a little different this year. So, yeah, it used to be we had 9 rounds in day 1, 5 rounds in day 2. Exactly 8 players would move on. A little different now. 8 rounds, then 3 rounds, then all the players who have the same record as someone in top 8, right? So if there's one player who is, 9-2 in the top 8, then all of the 9-2 players get to have a playoff, basically, until we get back down to a normal number of players. So very important to try to keep at 1 loss or fewer, which likely means you're going to play drastically fewer rounds of Pokemon tomorrow on your path to becoming a champion.
Yeah, so we're just reminding y'all at home because it's, again, this is really the second time we've done this, the first time being the World Championships last month. And honestly, I feel like it really raises the stakes for these matchups as we're finally going to be featuring Wolfglick on stream, who is still undefeated, his opponent as well, doing very well in this competition, and I'm really excited. I mean, we saw Justin Karras run a very similar team to what Wolf's running last round, and to see Wolf run it himself is going to be really nice.
Yeah, maybe poor Toadstool could do a little bit better this time.
Yeah.
And we saw his opponent's team as well before, so we're sort of seeing the formulation of a meta game, just maybe not with the teams that we expected to. I think with Wolf in particular, it'll be interesting to see how he does this weekend. Obviously, he had an amazing run at the World Championships where he didn't drop a single game on day 1.
Yeah.
Started off with a big win on day 2, and it kind of just all went downhill from there. Right? I think he, at some point, wound up losing like 3 sets in a row to get eliminated. And certainly, with his resume, I'm not going to start calling him a tilter, but I think it probably, at some point, he probably will lose a set this weekend, right? And I think how he bounces back is probably going to be important for him just to, feel like himself again because, nobody likes losing.
Yeah, I would honestly love if anybody has like a course on how to be a graceful loser and bounce back, let me know. We'll have to see how this one's going to play out for Wolf and for Zachary. Your eyes do not deceive you. Wolf is running the same exact team as Justin Karras from the previous round. There still is that Toedscruel. That's a Pokemon.
Yeah, I hope we can see a little more of it this time where clearly it's working, right? Both of those players were 6-0 going into the last round. And there's not shockingly a whole lot of other Toedscruel in the field. So like the Pokemon win rate, it may be number 1.
I don't know. We'll have to find out. His opponent, Zachary Minnick, we'll talk about him in a little bit. But first, let's get a refresher on the 6 that Wolf has. Corviknight, Toedscruel, Garchomp, Galarian Weezing, Pawmot, and Hisuian Typhlosion. Really some unique play styles here. I think the most unique one we saw briefly in the previous round was the interaction of the neutralizing gas ability with the Mycelium Might ability on the Toedscruel.
Yeah, one of those Pokemon where they have an ability that makes them worse in order to balance out the combination of their moves and their stats. So, if you can have that negated as frequently as possible with the Weezing, allows you to get those quick spores off and be very effective. Certainly, it's one of those things, again, players are not preparing strategies to have to deal with spore, but that's quick. Or that quick. I think it's just not something that was really on anyone's radar before this weekend, where I think people knew Weezing was strong, with the combination of these Pokemon a little bit different.
Yeah, Zachary Minnick on the opposing side of the field. Incineroar, Amoonguss, Arceluna, Flamigo, Porygon 2, and Goldengo. This is very, very similar to what Kevin Hahn was running earlier on stream. You do have the presence of Earthquake on that Ursaluna. I want to say Kevin had Substitute. I could be wrong on that. But still, overall, very strong team that has options for Trick Room and does have options for some fast offense between the Flamigo and the Goldengo.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a team archetype that's known just for trying to being a great choice to try to skill diff players. Skill diffing Wolf's pretty hard, so I think it could be in store for a really great matchup here. Another thing to note here is a bunch of Pokemon that have really important abilities, a little less so on Porygon, although it can make a big difference in how many swings it needs to knock something out. But the other 5 Pokemon all really want their abilities, so Weezing could be a key Pokemon in this matchup. It is a little bit difficult to keep Weezing out on the field against these Pokemon compared to other Weezing we've seen, just holding that choice specs item, so can't protect, not as bulky as we sometimes see with leftovers or whatever. So It will be interesting to see if Wolf can keep it out in the field at the right times to, negate Intimidate, negate Scrappy if necessary, negate Good as Gold if necessary, negate his own ability if necessary, which it kind of always is necessary.
I was going to say that one I think you can count on. The other thing that's interesting to me about the Galarian Weezing is that it's going to really struggle against the Golden Go due to its typing. You're not a poison type Pokemon, you're a fairy type Pokemon, and those Make It Rains are really going to do a lot of damage because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the hope is you can just negate both of your abilities and put it to sleep.
True, true.
Yeah, perhaps we'll no longer be Good as Gold. Let the rust a little bit.
Oh, well, let's give Golden Go a chance as... I'll be honest, I've never actually seen a shiny Toedscruel before. That is an incredibly groovy Pokemon to kick off our last round of Swizz here in Baltimore.
It's kind of a looker, right? We've seen some ugly shiny Pokemon this weekend, but I'm kind of a fan of this one.
I like the hot pink.
So there's a great lack of abilities out here, right?
Yes.
Toedscruel very excited not to have its. The other side of the field, a big deal. No Intimidate the other way, which doesn't really matter. But Ursaluna also does really want its ability, right? Normally it has those guts. It powers up when it gets burned. It will instead be a scared bear if it gets burned right now. And both these Pokemon going to have to be a little bit concerned about potentially being spored. The Toedscruel is holding that Covert Cloak item, so the Fake Out from Incineroar are not going to be able to do anything to stop it.
Terastallization already turn 1 onto the Toedscruel. It's going to turn into a water type Pokemon, so no longer has to worry about the threat of a Flare Blitz from that opposing Incineroar. So cannot be flinched, cannot be taken out in one hit, and also can't be landing a Spore against the opposing Ursaluna who just protected. Unfortunately, that is exactly where Toedscruel targeted, but it is also the fastest Pokemon on the field. We see Incineroar follow up with that Flare Blitz. Just look at how little damage it does thanks to that Terastallization, and now the Galarian Weezing with a Strange Steam into that Incineroar, boosted by the Choice Specs as well.
Pokemon hits pretty hard. That's a decent bit of damage there. Of course, with no Spore going in on this Ursaluna, it makes this turn a little bit trickier where it is burned and actually burned as long as this Weezing is out in the field. But still, sort of a tough type matchup there where it'd be easy to give up a knockout the other direction. However, now, Incineroar really being threatened here. Either of these Pokemon could potentially pick up a knockout on it, so at least we'd get some value there. But yeah, do you want to risk giving up either of these Pokemon potentially so early in the match?
That's a really tough call to make because the amount of pressure not having abilities is doing right now is fantastic. You also, again, have that perpetual threat of Spore putting a Pokemon to sleep in the future. Won't necessarily work out right now as that Incineroar is holding the safety goggles and the Ursaluna already has a status effect, but it now also has a Terastallization into the normal typing. Acid Spray will connect and drop the special defense of that Ursaluna, lining it up for a 1-2 combination. Some big damage coming through from the Weezing. It lost the Choice Specs, but still is able to bring it down into the yellow with a Strange Steam and gets that chance to confuse the Ursaluna come through, and it's not going to pay off this turn, but that's okay. Normal type Facade boosted by that Terastallization will return a knockout into the Weezing.
Yeah, so a bizarre combination of events there. The knockout probably makes a big difference there. I think the added damage to the Choice Spec could be very close to a knockout. Intimidate going to land here, which doesn't make too big of a difference, but what does make a difference now, Ursaluna has become more powerful. It is again gutsy, no longer a scared bear, but we will see one of these two speedy Pokemon into the field. I think either of them could be a big offensive threat to either of these Pokemon, but now that Weezing is out of the picture, there's much more opportunity for Zachary to kind of shift around, kind of play his team the way it's meant to be played.
I love the synergy here as well with the Typhlosion taking the field for Wolf, because you have that Acid Spray on the Toedscruel dropping the special defense of the opposing Pokemon, and even if it wasn't within knockout range of a full health eruption at this point, that is some great synergy having Typhlosion as a closer in this instance.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to switch in here too, right? Where the Toedscruel does have that Earth power, which would easily put enough pressure on Incineroar, but you can kind of just safely smash Eruption if you want to.
Yeah. First, this Ursaluna, unfortunately, will fail to protect and hit itself in confusion, which means Eruption is going to take a one-hit knockout, or a knockout that Ursaluna, excuse me, in this hit. The Incineroar is still able to hold on for a little bit longer, but like you were just saying, Scott, the threat of Earth Power here is going to certainly do enough damage to pick up that KO.
Easy knockout there, and it's not... the group of Pokemon I was not expecting to see on the field together when today started, but you see why it works there, right?
Yeah,
and, I think Acid Spray in general is a really cool move. I think it's something that a lot of trainers probably like to incorporate on their team, but like the learn set is not super great on it. We see the Flamigo entering the field now and Porygon too. So, you know, a Pokemon that's very good at kind of just stalling out games. Perhaps there's an option for a Trick Room to get around the Choice Scarf for this Typhlosion, but again, probably uncomfortable ground for Zachary, where you know, you don't think through how you're going to handle the situation the night before.
For sure, and I think as well, this is one of those opportunities in the game where you're really getting as much information as you can as possible. I think the really unique thing about facing off against Wolf in a tournament, running a team like this, is that the way he plays it is going to be very different from anybody else, and the fact that he's relying on the synergy between Toedscruel and Typhlosion is really exciting.
One thing to keep in mind, you've already seen the Typhlosion with that Choice Scarf locked into Eruption.
Yeah.
We do know Flamigo knows Wide Guard, right? So to see if it goes where we know, it allows it to happen. Because getting the attack off for it, but that is a lot of damage down.
It is, will activate the Focus Sash on that Flamigo, but it won't get the opportunity to attack because Toedscruel is very fast and is faster than that Flamigo and will pick up the KO there. So even though Porygon 2 has the opportunity to use Trick Room here, it is a bit of an uphill battle. We'll have to find its way through 3 Pokemon remaining on Wolf's side of the field.
Yeah, and that's tough to do, right? Because I can't see any way that Porygon is going to be able to knock out this Toedscruel before it gets a Spore off.
Yep.
So I think of a situation where Wolf's pretty good, you know, maybe get a couple of Acid Sprays off and then eventually get another attack off with one of his special attackers to perhaps close the game. Unconventional strategy, but you see why he's undefeated to this point in the tournament.
For sure, and again, the way that he approached this team is very different than what we saw from Justin in the previous round. I do think that having, again, this synergy between the Typhlosion, the Toedscruel, also the Galarian Weezing as well, was really cool to see, and I'm sure Zachary's taking every second as this game closes down to figure out what the best game plan is for adjustments.
Yeah, I think you can see the power of this Toedscruel too there.
Yeah.
Gonna set up this knockout for Typhlosion, but I think what's really great about what Toedscruel's doing there is that the threat of Spore is so significant that even though you have a Pokemon with Eruption sitting there, it kind of attracts all the attention for it, you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to get hit by that quick Spore, and again, not something trainers normally have to deal with. I guess no longer a quick Spore, but you know, any Spore is fast enough once all of the offensive Pokemon have been taken care of.
For sure, so let's go ahead. I mean, I want to talk about adjustments here because I think we saw what this team does on Wolf's side of the field. You know, you see the Weezing next to the Toedscruel, you see the Typhlosion follow up, and you have to assume that there's just another attacking Pokemon that would fit the situation in the back of his party. I think Zachary started the game off very strong, bringing the Pokemon with safety goggles and bringing the Pokemon that would burn itself so it wouldn't be put to sleep by Spore, but unfortunately just could not find an opening there for those 2 Pokemon to have an impact on the game. Going into game number 2, is there any mix-up he can do here Pokemon-wise to give himself a bit more of an advantage?
Yeah, so I guess if you look at the Pokemon he didn't bring, right? I mean, I think one of the reasons why we didn't see either of them, it's the 2 Pokemon who are weak against Fire-type attacks.
Yep.
It was that Golden Go and that Amoonguss.
Yep.
I think perhaps you consider that as an option where after the Terrestrial Leash was committed, which, you know, I think it'd be very difficult to kind of just sight read how Wolf is likely to play this matchup. I think Amoonguss could have come in and like been helpful at least, and that may be the switch up, right? I think Golden Go is pretty tough to bring where I think you're going to struggle to get in a position where you don't have to Terrestrialize to avoid getting destroyed by Typhlosion at some point in the game. And that's one of the things that's really challenging with this team, right? Where all eyes are kind of on the combination of this Weezing and on this Toedscruel, but you still have to wind up in a spot at the end of the game where you can actually survive just getting run over by Typhlosion. Certainly there's the option to Wide Guard. The problem is, you know, if you're locked into Wide Guard, then just pour Porygon there trying to carry on its own. But you know, maybe that would have been an option to try to get the Trick Room up, and maybe something as simple as that sort of tactical adjustment can move the needle for him.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Trick Room up earlier on, Ursaluna all of a sudden moves first, and then you have a lot more openings. But it looks like we are going to see a commitment to the way Game 1 was played by both these trainers, with once again the Ursaluna leading alongside of the Incineroar. So given that there was no visible Pokemon adjustment, you have to assume Zachary's going to approach this turn 1 much differently.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, or maybe the turn 2, right? Because I think, you know,
true.
He got through that first turn, and then I think maybe he gave up a little too much of Ursaluna's health in order to take care of the Weezing.
Yeah.
The problem then is, like, what is the alternate path of knocking out this Weezing, right? Do you think you can get Golden Go out safely somehow? I don't know what the path to that is going to be to avoid just getting spored. But so far, we have the Protect, we have the Fake Out. This looks familiar.
it indeed looks familiar, and that's what it's gonna be. We see Spore going into that Protect, and now the Flame Orb will activate. Guts still shut down, will not be active here, but at least the Ursaluna doesn't have to worry about taking a nap.
So I'm curious now if you see any adjustments, right?
Yeah.
Where if you're in Wolf, you can assume like we're not just going to do the same thing forever, right? You're not going to just let me win. So you know what could be different, right? There wasn't really any RNG the first time. You know, we saw the confusion, but it didn't matter.
No.
So I guess if you're Wolf, you're probably willing to take the same trade, but you're going to try to guess. Okay, well, what is Zach going to do different this time? And there's something I can do to exploit that. Where you know, like it. I think it'd be tempting to try to go for a Spore in one of these slots, anticipating a deviation, but then if you don't get it, you're further behind than you were in the first game.
For sure. So here's our first deviation from game number 1. It's going to be Zachary who terastallizes first, and it's, again, the normal type terastallization on the Ursaluna. So trying to take advantage of the fact that Facade will still have boosted damage thanks to the status effect, and that terastallization will give it a bit more of a boost. But just like we saw in game number 1, it's going to be Acid Spray into that Ursaluna to drop its special defense very sharply. Another adaptation here, instead of knocking off the choice specs, it will be Parting Shot on that Incineroar. So still will reduce the amount of damage this Weezing can do overall, but I think more importantly, giving Zachary the opportunity to pivot a Pokemon onto the field while the Ursaluna is still healthy, and that Pokemon's going to be Flamigo.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You still get the same damage reduction here, so Ursaluna's still going to strat. It gets confused once again, so this could be critical.
I don't know. We'll have to see. Will Ursaluna find the opportunity to attack through this confusion?
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, it does not. But I mean, to try and look at things in a positive light, the burn reduced the amount of damage it took, so...
That was much less confusion damage. However, this seems real bad. I really like the mix-up from Zachary, who I think kind of played it half a turn faster this time. However, because of the confusion, does not successfully trade the Ursaluna with the Weezing. Instead, really on the back foot now, where there isn't a clear path toward avoiding just losing Ursaluna or taking a ton of damage from whatever Pokemon is in that slot. And then things start looking bleak quickly.
Yeah, and I will say, I loved how Wolf was trying to cycle through his choices there. We saw in game number 1 that the Toedscroll is actually faster than the Flamigo. So I think what he was trying to decide there is, would the Flamigo stay in, and therefore he should go for Spore, or should he go for something else? He locked in Spore, but Zachary will be switching out the Flamigo into that Incineroar. So will not be put to sleep thanks to the fact that it is holding the safety goggles. And it's a double switch from Zach. Going to be sending in his final Pokemon here, and it is confirmation. Same floor as last time, but this time it's Porygon 2 next to Fake Out, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, Spore hitting the wrong target here, but I don't think Wolf's going to be too upset about it. And this time with the choice specs, we'll have to see how much this does. Not great, but now we're in that situation where, well, you can just Spore the Porygon slot potentially if you'd like to, and there isn't like a super obvious way to stop that. Weezing here not doing a whole lot, but you can switch out, right? You don't really need to be first with Spore in this situation.
True. I mean, one thing you could consider here is potentially switching in the Ursaluna to try and buy time. You can try and land a Flare Blitz into the opposing Toedscroll. You know that if Wolf decides to keep it on the field, he's going to have to dedicate that terastallization to it, and that could be a good opportunity for yourself in the future to know that, well, at least the Weezing, at least whatever else he has in the back will not be able to terastallize. And after a moment of abilities activating here, we will eventually see that he swapped in a Pokemon, and it's going to be Palmont.
Yeah, Palmont, a pretty good time matchup with both these Pokemon, especially since you're a pretty safe situation where you don't have to worry about a Trick Room going off. It is the Ursaluna that comes back in, so not wanting to deal with any potential Spores, but we're going to see a little damage tick on this burn, and at least it does successfully force the terastallization from Wolf. Zachary was even further behind compared to game 1, but at least getting that commitment once again.
Yeah, and I think that's really the best thing that Zachary can hope for at this point in time, because you know that the Pokemon that's going to be doing the most damage on your side of the field, that Ursaluna, unfortunately has its time limited. We'll see Knockoff connect with the Toedscroll as well here, getting rid of the Covert Cloak, so that also will open up more opportunities for Zachary to attack in the future, potentially flinching that Toedscroll with Fake Out, but you're going to have to pivot that Incineroar out on the field again, and depending on what comes in, that Palmont has some great type synergy with the Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, pretty excited about what it is, right? I mean,
Yeah.
You'd love to punch the Incineroar, you'd love to punch the Porygon. Even if you get the Flamigo, at least you get rid of that Focus Sash and then can deal with them the next turn. All those outcomes looking real good for Wolf.
Incineroar switches out, and Flamigo will be taking the field in its place. Protect on that Ursaluna, going to keep it around for the maximum amount of time it can be at this point. Close combat, though, will break the Focus Sash on that Flamigo, and then Toadscruel will eventually go for an Acid Spray into the protecting Ursaluna. And I like that play as well, because you know you don't need the extra damage at this point from that Pokemon, and getting a special attack drop in, or excuse me, special defense drop in when you potentially have another Typhlosion in the back of your party, where you still have the choice specs potentially on that Galarian Weezing. That just gives yourself, again, more options for that endgame.
Yeah, everything feels great, right?
Yeah.
Well, either give me the knockout, or like the alternative might be even worse, where you're just giving me more knockouts. Breaking the stash in Flamigo also great. You know, if the goal is an endgame sweep by that Typhlosion, you do want to get rid of the wide guard at some point. And right now in a position where you'd think that Wolf can just attack both targets and either pick up a knockout here on both or either of them, or at least get some extra damage to the Pokemon in the back. We see the cycling continues, but not immediately leading toward any offense. At least perhaps getting Pawmot to remove its typing for little benefit here as it gets intimidated, and hopefully, if you're Zachary, baited into using an electric type attack.
Yeah, so the one thing to keep in mind about Pawmot's electric type attack Double Shock is that assuming it does not terastallize into that electric type, it will lose the electric typing like you just mentioned. So it will no longer be able to utilize that move as a result. So when the Flamigo comes in, assuming Wolf doesn't cycle out the Pawmot, it won't be able to hit it for super effective damage. Now, we'll have to see what the impact will be on that interaction later on in this match as the Acid Spray connects with the Porygon 2 to drop its special defense. And really, Pawmot, I think, is okay going for close combat in this turn, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Zachary's getting to the point where it's been weakened enough he could at least get the Trick Room off, but then you hit the question, like, well, is getting Trick Room going to be enough? You see how weakened that Ursaluna is, not exactly healthy enough to sweep within Trick Room, but has at least cycled a position now where things are a little trickier for Wolf.
For sure, and I do think the other thing that you have to remember about Zachary's win condition moving forwards is that it's really going to be on the shoulders of the Porygon 2, as Incineroar will be KO'd by the close combat. Toadscruel will be flinched, finally, in this matchup, so that's, like, kind of cool. But I don't think Flamigo is necessarily the Trick Room sweeper that you would want in this situation to help close out game 2.
It is interesting, though, right? Where Ursaluna potentially gets to attack once.
True.
It'll be only once, but, you know, I mean, 2 of Wolf's Pokemon can't protect, right? So if you can get it out at a time where you can take advantage of that, you know, at least you have that option. And then, I mean, the Flamigo's quick, but it's slower than almost all these Pokemon, right? We've seen it move after Toadscruel, we've seen it move after Pawmot. We know it's going to move after Typhlosion, who is holding a Choice Scarf, so it's actually only Weezing that can underspeed it in Trick Room.
Pawmot will protect itself this turn as Terra Blast from Porygon 2 will pick up the KO on Toadscruel. So no more threat of Spore, no more threat of Acid Spray. That Pokemon honestly has done a ton for Wolf in this game, and really forced Zachary to use all of his tools to get to this point. Flamigo will be attacking into the protecting Pawmot, and now Wolf has his choice of Pokemon to send in. It will be the return of the Galarian Weezing, which will benefit, I think, from the fact that Flamigo's Focus Sash is gone. We'll be able to pick up KO there with a Strange Steam, and the Porygon 2 hasn't been switched out since it took that Acid Spray, so its special defense is also dropped by 2 stages.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting turn here, actually. So, yeah, I mean, both sides kind of eyeing potential knockouts. I think both sides would really like to make switches in order to regain typing, to regain status, and then on Zachary's, you know, you only really get 1 turn for Ursaluna, right? So you can either use it to sacrifice, or you're gonna, like, try to get a tactical knockout while Trick Room is still active to get 1 big swing. I feel like with maybe a perfect course of events, Zachary can still win this one, and Flamigo playing it safe for now.
Typhlosion making a return to the field. Terra Blast will target down the opposing Galarian Weezing with a critical hit. Sludge Bomb into the detect from that Flamigo.
Oh, that's really interesting now. So now Porygon's threatening a knockout of this Weezing, which should lead us to a situation here where Typhlosion stays locked into a move the rest of the game. So we kind of, a Terra Blast and a Wide Guard could be really scary for Wolf. It kind of forces him into locking into a single target move instead. if you think that's the case, then you can try to take advantage of that, not use the wide guard, attack the Typhlosion instead, maybe pick up a cheeky knockout here, and then suddenly maybe Zachary takes this game and pushes us to a game 3. It's a very tense, very important turn.
There's also the threat of if that Typhlosion locks into Shadow Ball, it's only a single target move that's not going to be doing any damage to the opposing Ursaluna or the Porygon 2.
And we don't see that wide guard, so Flamigo's going to be bringing some heat here.
And Brave Bird indeed will crash into that Typhlosion, bringing it down into the yellow. Typhlosion chose Heat Wave, and it barely misses the KO on the opposing Porygon 2, but with Wolf down to his final 2 Pokemon, that's it. It's just Heat Waves for this Typhlosion from here on out.
Oh, I think Heat Wave might be all he needs, though. You see Palmet coming back out here, and you might think it's a little too quick for Trick Room. But it does still have that Focus Sash intact. Probably knockout onto this Porygon with Fake Out would allow it to survive an Earthquake, which would then cause Ursaluna to be knocked out by the burn. I think Wolf has this one locked, but it's just by the tiniest bit of HP.
Literally by a Focus Sash Fake Out, picking up the KO in the Porygon 2, and while the opposing Ursaluna will pick up a returning KO on this Typhlosion with Earthquake, thanks to the Focus Sash on Palmot. 1 HP and a dream. Wolfquick will be moving on to day 2 of this competition, undefeated.
Once again, a perfect day 1 by Wolf, and an excellent match by his opponent as well. But Wolf makes the call he needs to there, right? He had kind of a dominant game 1. He seemed like he was way ahead in that second game, but wound up being he needed to make that call right. Correctly use exactly Heat Wave, right? He sticks to his Shred move, which is important, and then doesn't click Eruption, which would have been a drastic failure there. And yeah, it is just that close where a different call on that turn, maybe we get a different outcome. But Wolf showing why he is so effective at day 1 of these tournaments. Hasn't lost a game on or a set rather on day 1 in a very long time, not since NEIC.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. I mean, Pokemon is a game with so much variance. Like, even if you are playing out of your mind every single game, odds are something's gonna happen, right? Like, you're gonna get confused, you're gonna miss an attack, you're gonna, I don't know, Poison Touch, Dire Claw. I'm sure he ran into those on the field, but still able to overcome that and remain undefeated in sets in day 1. That is an incredible accomplishment. And I know the end of that battle was a little bit anticlimactic, but at the same time, it's like literally 1 HP on both sides of the field. That was what decided it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would say it was anticlimactic. I mean, maybe the very last turn, sure.
There wasn't like a big KO though, you know?
I mean, I think that's the fun of it though, because I think we had there was a really complicated board state right at the end of the game. Like, I think it was like the middle of that game in particular, I guess. Like, once Wolf lost his lock with Weezing, I think there was just like, especially for like so late at the end of a day, there was just a lot for both of these trainers to keep in mind. And then he's able to get just the right move in there where he figures out the path to the end of the game. And I think that's really how you play a team like this, right? Where you don't get to get a lot of big decisive knockouts when Weezing is like your second best attacker, maybe third best attacker to Garchomp. Instead, you've got to be a little more clever, right? You kind of a bunch of support Pokemon all playing together with Typhlosion and the Life Orb Garchomp. We didn't even get to see this set, and we'll figure it out just right. Where I think it was a very easy game state for him to screw up, even though he started out ahead, because he did have all these frail Pokemon having to figure it out in Trick Room, and he gets it just right.
Indeed. And the other thing I want to shout out as well is just the amount of creativity on this team. I think we really got to see it shine in this matchup where Wolf, I mean, a player who needs no introduction, 9-time regional champion, finalist at Worlds in 2012 in Hawaii, won NAIC back in 2019, and of course our 2016 world champion, just very powerful trainer and showcasing just why he is that good.
You know, we have a ridiculous achievement slide when we can't fit that you're the 2-time US national champion.
Oh my goodness, I completely even forgot that. Oh, for sure, for sure. And I do think that...
So I just noticed this picture. Finally, someone's with me trolling back with the pink Gastrodon. I appreciate it, Wolf.
He's had that for a while, actually. That was a last year special, so we'll have to see what he updates it to. Are there any Toad Scroll plush out right now? I'm not actually sure. I know there's Toad School.
There must be demand for such a popular Pokemon to have a plush, right?
You heard it here first. Give us what the fans want. But No, Wolf is someone, and I mean, you've been playing as long as I have, so you might remember this. Like, I remember back in the day when Wolf really first started, he was known for picking these unique strategies. He was known for finding things that players might not know about coming into one of these tournaments and utilizing it to his advantage, and I think that's what we saw here with this team. I mean, Toad's Cruel, the Galarian Weezing, just all come together to form something really unique and really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think he's just become very good at kind of like solving the puzzle where I think it's, I would say he's like, you might say in a card game, he's Pokemon VGC's greatest control player, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that kind of develops in different ways. We've seen him win with Perish Trap. We've seen him win with some wonkier defensive teams. I think when he was earlier in his career, sometimes he would go a little too far on the defensive side and the team wouldn't do anything. I think this team's kind of like a cool balance of the things that we've seen him do well, where he creates these really complicated board states that he's better at navigating his opponent, in part because he has experience with the matchup and his opponent doesn't, and then is able to get into situations where there's not really much his opponent can do. I think the end of that second game perhaps is like the perfect Wolf end game where it's a little weird, there's not any big attacks, but there wasn't really anything his opponent could do. He had solved the game.
What's really exciting to me as well is that he just played in a very large grassroots tournament like last weekend, and the only Pokemon that I think was the same on that team was the Hisuian Typhlosion. So a really great mastery of the game, you know, regardless of what team he's piloting, just really strong. And I think at Worlds they interviewed all of us and they asked us who we thought the greatest player was, right? Didn't we all say Wolf?
Well, I said Ray, and I'm still going to say Ray.
Okay.
But certainly Wolf, the greatest active player. And yeah, if he ever gets that second World Championship, I'll change my answer. But
all right.
Someone I love watching every time he's in stream. I think Wolf's perspective on the game is really fun. You know, we always get really excited when we see a bunch of like unexpected Pokemon attack, like usually get used offensively. I think Wolf's like the one player who uses unexpected Pokemon defensively, and I just really like having that around.
For sure. So we have a very special interview ready in the lounge. Aaron Zhang's actually going to be interviewing Wolf Click, so let's go ahead and take it over there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm joined by the winner of that last round and the last round of Swiss today, Wolf Glick. Wolf, you are 8-0 now, and you kind of cooked for this event.
I went to the kitchen. I said, you know what? I've been using all the good Pokemon. I've been trying really hard. I want to just have fun with this event. I want to use something that, like, I don't know, that I can ruin someone's day with. You know what I mean? And so far, I would say mission accomplished.
Well, first, let's talk a little bit about that last match.
Okay.
Really intense. The Weezing, your Weezing, I don't know what you fed it in the kitchen, but he was very happy.
That Weezing was really, really good. I was just telling Aaron, but like, I forgot that Strange Steam can confuse because I never click it because it can miss. So I'm like, I'll just Sludge Bomb. It's like as strong, right? And so when it confused, I was like, wait, it can do that? And then it got it 2 games in a row and it got 2 crucial self-hits. Yeah, I think it was already a pretty favored matchup for me, but with, you know, that Weezing and how happy he was just to be on the field and the work that he put in, I think it was very, very fortunate for me.
Yeah, that second game looked a little bit scary because I think your opponent made basically every right play. Like, super impressive play by Zachary, turn after turn to claw back from what felt like a disastrous confusion into confusion, but in the end, it still wasn't enough. So how are you feeling navigating that mid to end game?
I feel like it's the world champ difference. Like, it started out so strong, I did so much damage, and I was like, yeah, like, I'm playing kind of safe, and he keeps getting every turn right, but like, it'll be okay. Like, I have Weezing still, and so, yeah, it ended up working out just fine. I was definitely a little worried at points there, especially when, like, he managed to preserve Ursaluna, and when he got the Trick Room up, I was like, oh, actually, this is how things can turn around. And truthfully, this is going to come as a surprise. But I'm not so familiar with my Typhlosion Flamigo damage calculations.
I thought Brave Bird may have come a little closer, maybe even get the KO.
Typhlosion isn't that bulky. Like, is it actually going to survive here? So, yeah, I was kind of worried about it. But then, yeah, Typhlosion's the GOAT. So it just tanked the hit, fired off Heat Wave, hit both targets. And then from there, it was easy enough just to clean up with Palmont. So, yeah, overall, really, really happy. I really want to commend him. I think, like, many players, I think, would have hit the forfeit button after that, you know, turn 2 or whatever it was, where the Strange Team confused, but really didn't give up, really fought back so hard, and, like, honestly could have won this set. I think if that Flamigo move had crit, I think we would have been looking at a totally different, we wouldn't go into game 3 at the very least. So, yeah, I just want to commend Zachary for, yeah, really well played game.
100%, yeah, I was really impressed by, like, the awareness to go with, like, the Incineroar Ursaluna lead, which was relatively safe. It felt like the main downside probably was like the Weezing shutting down Ursaluna's guts, so feeling forced to normal Terra just to try to get that extra burst of damage. But let's talk about your team a little bit. You know, you said you wanted to use fun Pokemon. Your kind of overall season last year focused very much on just using the best Pokemon. Now we have Palma, we have Toedscruel, we have Weezing, Typhlosion. What's going on?
Well, you know, it kind of feels like every Pokemon's the best when I'm the one using it. You know what I mean? But no, I wanted to use like Pokemon that I had more fun with. You know, like I wanted to be a little bit wackier with my team building, especially because it hasn't been that long since Worlds, like a couple weeks at most. And so jumping in and being like, okay, what's the strongest Pokemon? Like, how do I optimize this? Blah blah blah. It just sounded like a lot of work after, you know, putting in so much work for Worlds. And so I thought, well, you know, this way it's kind of like an option select where if I do well, then it's like, oh, like this is amazing, I'm doing well and I'm using fun Pokemon. But if I do badly, I can just like be like, oh, I wasn't really trying, I was using the weird Pokemon. So yeah, it's just a lot of fun to use this kind of team. It's also cool that like people have been coming up to me all day and they're like, what, dude, your team is crazy, like how did you come up with this? And like after every match my opponents are like, oh, your team is so cool. And so it's like it's something that hasn't happened really like last season because I was so focused on just playing with the strongest Pokemon, and so it's like kind of a cool feeling to kind of be back in my team building bag, as the kids say.
Well, I was gonna say, you know, we've been playing a very long time.
A couple years.
In the good old days, I remember this was, especially when we were like competing against each other. I'd always be like, man, what is Wolf bringing to a tournament? This is before we were like collaborating, and I was always like, because you brought some of the craziest teams I think we've seen in tournaments.
I made some choices
back in the day. You know, I think there was a Laleep.
Yes, Laleep, level 1 Aaron. Not my best ideas, but my ideas for sure.
Reggie Gigas.
Oh, yeah, okay, that was a good idea.
Yeah,
we love Reggie Gigas.
Yeah. But point being, I think it's interesting to see kind of the creative team building come back in particular. And, well, what was it for this tournament? Was it like, you know, a brand new regulation? You were just at these theories that you think they could work, not very much of an established metagame?
I think a mix of everything. Like, when I first started thinking about the format, it was like probably a week and a half after Worlds, and at the time, people were like, okay, these are the strong strategies, like Ndidi Armarouge Psychic Terrain, Dendozo Tatsugiri Commander combination, Pelipper, like with Drizzle to support like Arcalodon, right? And like Torkoal Lilligant, and I was looking at all the combinations, and I was like, actually, like, all these kind of rely on their abilities. Initially, I was actually planning on using Kanto Weezing, but I realized that, like, although shutting down the abilities is nice, it's not so effective if you can't actually, like, threaten anything in return, and that kind of led me to the idea of Galarian Weezing with Toedscruel to kind of buy it turns to use some powerful moves like Dazzling Gleam or Strange Steam or Sludge Bomb, as well as support with Acid Spray. So, yeah, I think that, like, Weezing and Toedscruel, while the focal point, aren't the only strong part of the team. I think that actually it works pretty well as a cohesive whole, even though it looks kind of silly. But yeah, I think overall it's just the ability of Weezing and Toedscruel as disruptive Pokemon paired with some really powerful and really strong fast attackers, and so like it's really difficult to control the pace of the battle when you have to deal with Toedscruel, who's like putting you to sleep, Weezing, who's shutting down your abilities, and then you have to deal with, like, for example, Hisuian Typhlosion coming in and clicking Eruption. Like, it's just a lot to manage as the opponent. Not that it can't be done, but it makes me feel like I'm really in control a lot of the time.
Absolutely. One final question for you, of course. Most regional titles of any player in the world. Paul Chua and Riley actually are also in day 2 with you, number 2 and number 3,
oh,
you know, coming for you. So how are you feeling going into the second day? Obviously undefeated run today. You've still got a couple games tomorrow. I think if you win one more out of the 3, you should be in top cut, and then it's the bracket from there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I could do it. I slept really badly last night. I think I got like 2 hours of sleep, and so the fact that I still not only went 8-0, I only lost 1 game today. I went 16-1, and so yeah, like the fact that it went that well, I'm really happy with. But I'm sure a lot of people tonight will go home and like look at the matchup. I think I really had an easier time today because this is something that people haven't seen before. So a lot of my opponents were like experimenting and like trying things out in the actual games for the first time because they'd never played against the team before. And so I want to make sure that like I can still like do well when people have prepared for the team. And I think especially going undefeated and with Justin also taking the team and using it as, to make day 2 as well. I think that like a lot of players will probably go home and like kind of focus on it, especially because it's so unusual. So while I think I could win, I'm definitely not like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm going to win. Like definitely. So yeah, but I think it's a really good start. It's nice to be 1 win away from top cut. And it's also nice that like, sometimes when you use weird teams, you like are like, this is gonna work, and then you get to the tournament and you go, I've made a mistake. This is not really what I thought was gonna happen. And so it's also validating to say, you know what, I thought this was gonna be strong. It seems to be pretty strong, and so yeah, we'll just have to see how tomorrow goes. I think like nothing's guaranteed, but I would love to have another strong finish at a regional.
Absolutely, and of course the first one of the season as well. Plenty more to go. That's gonna be it from us here. We're gonna be throwing it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere quite yet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Baltimore. Dwee Ha and Rosemary Kelly in the lounge right now, ready to wrap up day one. What an exciting day it's been.
It really has been. I feel like we've gotten some really good insight from the players. We also got some amazing matches on stream. And I'm just really excited to see like what comes next for us. This was our first event in Regulation H, and it's already delivering.
Yeah, and one of the things that we talked about earlier is just how open this format is right now. This regulation has so many viable Pokemon, and we're seeing players cook right now.
I would definitely call the Toedscruel more than cooking. Like, that is gourmet.
Toedscruel being gourmet, of course. Let's take a quick look at the Swiss standings. Here we are with Master Swiss standings, not updated for the end of the round just yet because the round is still ongoing. We did just watch Wolf Glick versus Zachary Minnick. Wolf taking that and becoming an undefeated player.
Yes, including him, we will also see Z Costiola as well as Riley Factura maintain their undefeated record, going 8-0, which means that Paul Chua and Christopher Hahn did suffer their very first losses of the tournament. But you're also taking a look at Vijay Sood, Kian Campbell, both being able to make it to day number 2, as well as Justin Karras actually going 7-1 to end the day. And then we'll see James Evans, John Lyons, and Jody Azzarelli tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so a lot of top players are moving on to day 2. Tomorrow is going to be day 2 of the tournament, where there's going to be 3 additional rounds of Swiss, and from there we will be moving on to an asymmetrical cut.
That's very exciting. This is our first regional championship. We get a chance to have the asymmetrical cut, and so, you know, these records carrying over, it does leave a little bit less room for error, but there's still the asymmetrical cut, so you know that you have a chance if you do make it to that record.
Yep, and of course, day 2 starts tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. Pacific time or 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow because there's so much more action to come here from the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. Day 1 was so exciting, but you know what's even more exciting than that, Rose?
What's that?
Day 2.
I love it. Send it right now. Let's go. Maybe not actually right now. I need sleep. And probably everybody else.
Yeah, it's been a long day for us here. Of course, this is just the first regional championship in a series, in a season. So the 2025 circuit continues on after Baltimore. The next international championship coming up is going to be in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So that's going to be an exciting event to be at.
That is very exciting. And then we got a couple of to be announced locations, it looks like. Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh.
Of course, don't forget to check out the, keep up to date, follow along, make sure that you're staying up to date as more events are announced. So, regionals or special events, wherever that may be, stay tuned because there's a lot more to come. So, 2025 is just starting. This is the first regional. There's so many more to come. There's so many more tournaments to come.
There are actually so many tournaments left. Not even just at the regional level, but make sure you're checking out your local event locator so you can find your first, what are they called now? Challenges or cups to go compete in.
Yep, of course. The local scene is
rebranded.
Always a great. Yeah, the local scene is always a great place to start. Maybe you want to be able to compete, but you don't. Regional, sometimes you have to travel a little bit. Whereas the local scene, you can always just show up to your local game store and be able to compete, meet people from the community. So you always love those challenges and those cups, right?
Very much so. And if you don't want to leave your own home,
what's up? What's up, Rose?
The Groovy Challenge. Wait, what are we calling it now? I know it's the Grand Challenge, but there's also like the Great Challenge.
The Grand Challenge, Groovy Challenge.
Grandiose Challenge.
Great Challenge. It could be anything. Any G.
Gargantuan
Challenge. Yeah, of course. G Dynamax or
Ooh,
Gigantamax
Challenge. Wait, but there's no Gigantamax. That's misleading.
Oh, I'm a couple years. I'm a couple years too late to make that joke. But of course, the 2025 Grand Challenge 1 is upcoming. Of course, Gabby was able to showcase how to lock in your team as well as sign up for the Grand Challenge, so you can earn championship points and in-game rewards from the comfort of your own home. Rose, you've participated in a few of these now. I mean, what's your experience like so far with the challenges from home?
They're really fun. I actually maybe am part of a minority that really like them. I think it's cool to kind of test your skills, especially in like best of one closed team sheet. It's certainly a different beast that you have to think about building for, but I think if you don't take yourself too seriously and you try to go in and have a little bit of fun with it, it could go okay.
Closed team sheet best of 1, a whole different animal than what we're used to here at the regional championships.
Very much so.
But it's still fun. You get to try out teams and stuff like that. So, of course, sign up for that grand challenge. Of course, follow along from all of our social media channels. Use X. If you use X, follow us at Play Pokemon. Use that hashtag Play Pokemon, and we've featured a couple of tweets already. So use that hashtag Play Pokemon, and your tweet may be featured on broadcast. Of course, YouTube.com/Pokemon, Facebook.com/Pokemon, and Instagram.com/Pokemon. I love seeing a lot of the photos that Pokemon posts on that sort of like social media platform. Of course, follow the channels. You got YouTube.com/Pokemon and Twitch.com/Pokemon. Lots of different ways to follow us and keep up with the action. Rose, any closing thoughts on day 1?
Day 2, let's do it.
I think you just summoned it in 12 hours or so at 7:15 a.m. Pacific time.
I love that.
Eastern time. That's it for us here from day 1 of the 2025 Baltimore VGC Regional Championships. Of course, stay tuned because tomorrow more action here in Baltimore with day 2. Thank you all so much. We'll see you all tomorrow.